Chapter 1. Many years later, as Xiao collapsed under a surge of green light, she reminisced about that summer when she was 3, recalling the scene of the little phoenix staring intently at her. The very thing her small wings had feared the most had come to pass. Wow! A golden-haired toddler was curled up in a corner, weeping uncontrollably. What on earth is happening? Who am I? Where am I? What is this situation? The little girl with black hair sat on the bed, still processing the chaos, when the door swung open with a resounding bang. 4 adults filed in, among them a blonde woman who hurried to the wall to scoop up the crying toddler, soothing her in gentle tones. English? The black-haired girl on the bed jolted, and before she could recover from the shock of the language being spoken, another blonde man rushed to the woman's side, joining her in comforting the still sobbing toddler. Meanwhile, a man and a woman lingered at the doorway. The man, with a sharp gaze sweeping across the room, and the woman, her face etched with concern as she looked at the black-haired girl on the bed. The man was burly, sporting brown curly hair and deep brown eyes. Clearly a sporty European young adult. The woman was slender, with black hair and black eyes, her lustrous locks cascading behind her, almond-shaped eyes, and fair, delicate skin, a quintessential Chinese beauty. After a brief hesitation at the door, perhaps to ascertain that the room posed no danger, the couple briskly approached the bed to inquire about what had just transpired. "Darling, are you all right? What has happened? I suggest you come clean, Joanna Landon." Of course, the man's tone was considerably gentler than the woman's. "I have no clue what's going on. I just arrived." The black-haired girl silently scoffed to herself, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Thankfully, her prior English studies had been decent. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be able to comprehend, let alone explain. Glancing down, she was startled to discover a pair of tender little feet and chubby hands resembling lotus roots, along with a featherless chick cradled in her arms. It seemed she had indeed traversed into the body of a child. Yet, what was the story behind this peculiar chick? It was undeniably unattractive, and she almost considered discarding it, but she felt an inexplicable bond with it. Well, she could ponder that later. The immediate priority was to navigate the current predicament. The situation was becoming increasingly clear. 2 children had quarreled, leading to one of them crying, which in turn summoned the concerned parents. Now that everyone had gathered, they were about to unravel the truth of the incident. However, before confirming more information, the black-haired girl was unwilling to respond. After all, any parent discovering their child had been possessed by an old lady would likely lose their mind. Who am I to assume it's an old lady? It could well be a youthful beauty. Just as the black-haired girl frantically brainstormed ways to handle the current scenario, the toddler in the blonde woman's embrace finally collected herself. With tear-streaked cheeks, she pointed at the chick in the black-haired girl's arms and shouted, "Chicken! Chicken! I want a little chicken!" Upon hearing this, the black-haired girl quickly raised her head to look at the golden-haired toddler, her grip on the chick instinctively tightening. The brown-haired man beside her's eyes flickered with a hint of contemplation, but before he could piece anything together, the black-haired woman had already fixed a stern gaze on the black-haired girl, saying, "Xiao, how could you snatch something from your sister? And where did this bird come from? What caused that loud noise earlier? If only I knew." The black-haired girl silently lamented again, opening her mouth but saying nothing, instinctively cradling the chick protectively in her embrace. "All right, you sound like Schwer. I believe I have a grasp on the situation." It seemed a little bird flew into the room, and the sound came from the window, slamming shut. It's a toffinged window. I've been saying that window needs fixing. The 2 children must have scattered while trying to catch the bird, leading to their disagreement. The brown-haired man quickly explained to everyone present. Meanwhile, in a place unseen by all, John discreetly fumbled with a wand hidden in his sleeve. "However, John, that doesn't add up." The black-haired woman began to argue, only to feel her husband's hand pressing down on hers. She looked up, meeting his gaze deeply, and fell silent. "Let's first check if the children are injured," the brown-haired man, named John, continued. "Annie, is little Annie hurt?" "No, John. Little Annie is just a bit upset. She always reacts like this when things don't go her way. I apologize for the trouble. How's little Xiao?" The blonde woman turned to the family on the bed, her tone warm and slightly apologetic. "Little Xiao is still as sturdy as a little monkey. As long as she hasn't hurt little Annie, that's all that matters." I worry daily, what if this girl grows up still so wild? You two usually get along well, right? As the big sister, you must be considerate of your younger sister. Understand? The black-haired woman said, her tone also carrying a hint of regret, though the last two sentences were directed at her rambunctious child. All right, sister, don't blame Xiao. Xiao children are just like that. They bicker and squabble as they grow up. Sometimes they're inseparable friends, and at other times, they behave like rivals. I see little Annie has been quite restless. It's about time she took a nap. Let's take her home to sleep. Thank you for the wonderful Chinese meal today. It was splendid. Once little Annie is a bit older and I have some free time, I must learn a few dishes from you, sister, the blonde woman said, gently patting the back of the sleeping baby in her arms, who was on the verge of dozing off. Indeed, Chinese cuisine is truly marvelous. I must also learn a few techniques for when I showcase my skills to my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Ha! Brother John, sister, we shall take our leave now. Annie, let me carry little Annie, the blonde man chimed in, attempting to take the daughter from his wife's arms. Don't be silly, Peter, it took me quite a while to settle her down. Well then, we shall bid farewell. Brother John, sister, and you too, little Xiao, we shall meet again. Next time, you must come to my house to play. The blonde woman gently swatted her husband's reaching hand away and spoke kindly to the family before her. I'll see you off, the black-haired woman said, rising from her seat. Let's go together, shall we, Xiao? You must say goodbye to uncle, aunt, and your sister. John also stood up, reaching out to lift Xiao along with the chick from the bed. At that moment, Xiao remained silent, still clutching the featherless chick to her chest. As the group descended the stairs and reached the living room door, they exchanged farewells and made plans for their next gathering. The door swung open, revealing a tidy community with similar villas arranged neatly. Goodbye, sister. At this moment, Xiao finally spoke up, waving at the departing family with a bright smile. Indeed, that's how children are. They become good friends again in no time. Next time, you must come to my house to play, little Xiao. So goodbye for now. Goodbye. Finally, they had left. The black-haired girl let out a silent sigh of relief, ready to contemplate her current situation. From the initial conversation to the descent down the stairs, she had gleaned much information. Joanna Landon, that must be my current name, along with my father John and mother as well as the other uncle and aunt, Peter and Annie, and their daughter, little Annie. Upon descending the stairs, she had observed the home's decor, which suggested it belonged to the late 80s or early 90s antique, yet elegant, tidy and warm, illustrating that it was well cared for. The specific year and location, however, remained to be determined. But how had I traversed into this realm? Who was I before? Why can't I remember? What was I doing before? It seemed I was chatting in the living room, or perhaps painting alone in an art studio. Then again, I might have been sleeping. The most crucial detail was that I couldn't recall my name or much about my life before, only vague impressions. Unfortunately, there was no time for deeper reflection. So what are you thinking about, Joanna Landon? And you, John? You better explain to me what happened today. That tremendous explosion, I refuse to believe it was just a faulty window that caused it. And that bird, featherless as it is, could never have flown. Such a pathetic excuse. Do you really think I would believe it was you chasing me? After the guests departed, the family returned to the living room. As soon as the door closed, the black-haired woman planted her hands on her hips, anger radiating from her as she fixed her sharp gaze on the two in front of her, one large, one small, along with the little chick. John and Xiao, lost in their own thoughts, involuntarily shivered, causing the confused little chick to retract its head as well. Please do not be upset, my dear. I believe you should be able to surmise certain matters I previously mentioned. I simply did not expect them to arrive so soon. Leaving us utterly unprepared, John gently reassured as he lifted little Xiao into his arms. So, is our daughter truly that? Like you? Yours anger dissipated instantly, her voice shrinking to a whisper, tinged with a hint of secrecy. There is no need for such anxiety, my dear. We encountered this long ago, did we not? There are no outsiders here, John comforted her. Is it truly a magical awakening? Wasn't it said that it would not occur until she was 6 or 7? And how could such a loud noise emerge? This is vastly different from your previous descriptions of peculiar occurrences. And what of that hairless little chick? You only mentioned it might fly, or cause other things to soar, or perhaps make something grow, or shrink, or even vanish entirely. But you never indicated it would explode into existence with a bird. You inquired, her gaze shifting toward the small chick alongside John's. I merely have some conjectures, dear, without any certainties. However, I believe my assumptions are not far from the truth. If I am correct, our daughter may be a gifted little which favored by fortune. This could be a magical creature, and that sound might very well originate from this little bird. Despite its diminutive size, it harbors immense magical power. I may need to write to some old friends for advice, and it would be prudent to contact Professor Dumbledore as well, for I trust he can provide a reliable response. However, Professor Dumbledore's name is sometimes obscured, and letters sent may not reach him. Furthermore, the volume of correspondence he receives daily is overwhelming, and he may not have the time to reply to us. John expressed with excitement, then began to contemplate whom to write. All right then, shall we use the owl for this correspondence? We only have one owl at home, which is insufficient for delivering messages to many recipients simultaneously. Moreover, it is best to do this at night, as owls are not commonly seen during the day. You're lamented. In truth, ever since she learned from her husband about the wizarding world and that mysterious individual, and understood that he had sought refuge in the Muggle world, she had been concerned that her daughter might one day become a little witch. She did not wish for her daughter to inherit her husband's extraordinary powers. She merely hoped for her to grow up healthy. Alas, what was destined to come had arrived, and far earlier than anticipated. However, from her husband's tone, the early awakening of magic signified a kind of talent, a double-edged sort of fortune. She silently prayed for her daughter to possess the strength for self-preservation. Wait a moment, a wizard, a magical creature, Professor Dumbledore. I have crossed over into the world of Harry Potter. At that moment, the dark-haired little girl cradled in John's arms was utterly astonished, soon overwhelmed by an indescribable excitement coursing through her. Although she could not recall her name or how she had crossed over, one thing remained certain. In her previous life, she was an ardent Harry Potter fan, intimately familiar with all things related to the saga. In her past existence, many regarded Dalu as a realm of crossover, yet she steadfastly hoped to find herself in the world of Harry Potter, for it had been a dream of hers since childhood. What could be more delightful than living in a fairy tale world filled with magic? Well, the matters of her former life could wait from this moment onward. She was Joanna Landon, and she would live fully and experience the magical wizarding world. Even if this were a dream, she hoped it would not end too soon. It was time to embark on her wonderful life. Daddy. Xiao timidly gazed up at the man holding her, needing to confirm, as this man was likely her father, yet caution urged her to verify. After all, one could never be too careful. What if he turned out to be akin to Aunt Petunia or Uncle Vernon? What is it, my darling? John replied, playfully bouncing his daughter in his arms with affectionate indulgence. Upon hearing his response, Xiao's heart settled. Now it was clear that they were indeed a family. The pressing concern was how to prevent her father from writing to Professor Dumbledore. Based on her deductions, this little chick in her hands was likely a magical creature summoned during her awakening, and it was highly probable it was a phoenix. With this thought, she glanced up at her father, contemplating whether he might be a child lost from the Dumbledore family. Well, even if her father was not a love child of the Dumbledore lineage, if Professor Dumbledore were to learn of a child summoning a phoenix during a magical awakening, he would undoubtedly come to verify. At that point, her life could be in jeopardy after all. Old Dumbledore was one of the rare masters of the mind arts, and a single glance from him could unravel all her secrets. She feared she might be apprehended before her journey even began. Wait, Professor Dumbledore is still alive. Does this mean Tom Riddle has yet to meet his end? Her father lived in the Muggle world, which appeared to be an escape. She might be living in an exceedingly perilous time. It seemed the beginning was not favorable. However, if this was indeed an era of the Dark Lord's resurgence, perhaps she could endure until he was vanquished by Harry Potter, after which she could relish life in the magical fairy tale world. Enough of these thoughts. The immediate priority was to avoid Professor Dumbledore and then carefully develop her own abilities until the Dark Lord was entirely eradicated from this world. With a sudden lift of her head, Xiao fixed her gaze upon her father and asked, "Daddy, am I truly a witch? The kind that can wield magic?" "Indeed, my dear," he replied. "Without a doubt, you possess magical gifts. However, to become a little witch, you must wait a few more years until you receive your acceptance letter from Hogwarts, acquire your own wand, and learn the art of magic. You will also need to pass the OWL exams to be deemed a qualified little witch." Oh, it is quite a lengthy journey. John felt his heart swell with joy at his daughter's inquiry, while Yearning, standing nearby, grew increasingly concerned. "But Daddy, what is Hogwarts? Can I go there now?" Xiao asked with wide eyes. Feigning curiosity. "Not just yet, sweetheart. You have only recently celebrated your 3rd birthday. You'll have to wait until you turn 11 before you might receive your acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Of course, now that the Dark Wizard has been defeated and the world outside is safe. If you perform well in school this term, during the summer holiday, I could take you to Diagon Alley for a little excursion and buy you a small gift, something uniquely magical to commemorate the awakening of our little Xiao Xiao's powers." John's heart melted at the sight of his daughter's eager curiosity. "That I wish I could grow up quickly." Xiao sighed, though in her heart, she thought that with the memories from her past life, achieving the top spot in kindergarten would be a breeze, as long as she could venture to Diagon Alley. The gateway to the magical realm would be fully open to her. Yearning approached the pair and gently embraced her husband and daughter, saying, "Rest assured, you will become an exceptional little witch in due time. To prove that you are growing up, you must not always rely on your father for hugs, and you also need to learn to tidy up your room." "But little Xiao Xiao is only 3 years old. Isn't that a bit too strict?" John countered. "Good habits should be instilled from a young age," Yearning insisted. "All right, my dear, you are right," John conceded, just as he was about to set his daughter down. He suddenly heard her voice. "Daddy, I want to keep this little bird," as she held out her delicate hand, cradling a small chick before him. "Of course, sweetheart. However, I think it would be best if we wrote a letter first to consult an expert and confirm its species. That way, we can know what to feed it and what care it requires. But Daddy, I can sense what it wants to eat, and I don't want to tell anyone that I have this little bird. I don't want to share it with anyone. That it belongs to me alone. Let us keep it our secret, shall we? Just like you don't want to share this bird with little Annie." Xiao replied. Watching the exchange, chuckled with a glint of mischief in her eyes. "Sharing is a wonderful quality. Xiao, don't be too harsh, dear. Xiao isn't doing it intentionally. It's a normal reaction. I am increasingly convinced of my suspicion. Magical creatures awakened by magic are companions imprinted in a wizard's blood and soul. Sharing a deep bond. It is perfectly natural for Xiao not to want to share, just as a child wouldn't want to share their mother with others, or a mother wouldn't want to part with her child." John remarked, noticing his wife's growing irritation and swiftly calming her down. All right, I may not understand your wizarding ways, but what should we do next?" Yearning asked, exasperated. "I believe Xiao can take excellent care of this little chick. After all, they share a connection, and she will know what it needs. What do you think, Xiao?" John bent down and gently patted his daughter's head. "Yes, Daddy, but you won't write to anyone about this. Will you?" "Of course not, darling. Once this little bird grows a bit, we will likely be able to identify its species. Furthermore, when summer arrives, we can visit Diagon Alley together. I trust the pet shop owner that will help us determine what it is. Then it's settled, Daddy. This is our family secret. Let us make a pact. Pinky swear 100 years of unchanging loyalty," Xiao exclaimed. Uncertain whether the British had the custom of making pinky promises, she decided to go along with it, treating it as a simple childhood contract or a little girl's whimsy. Yearning watched the father and daughter make their promise, her heart a mix of emotions, joy and concern. Joy, for her daughter indeed possessed magical talent. Concern, for it seemed her daughter was drifting further away from her world. All right, our precious one has awakened her magical abilities today. This calls for a celebration. I'll call my parents and invite them over tonight. By the way, we should give this little bird a name. Our new family member cannot be without one. And what does this little bird need right now? Darling, you'll be its translator from now on. Yearning decided to change the subject as she walked toward the living room. Since the event had occurred, there was no turning back. They could only accept it and prepare for a celebratory gathering. "Oh, Mommy, I think it might need a litter box right now." Just as John put on his coat, preparing to head out for supplies, a series of loud knocks echoed at the door. He turned and opened it once more, revealing an odd pair. A somewhat balding, red-haired middle-aged man in a worn-out casual jacket stood at the front, followed closely by a sharply dressed young man, sporting a red and yellow polka-dotted bow tie. Upon seeing John, both men seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The red-haired man greeted John warmly. "Hi, John. Long time no see. Has it been 4 months? The last time we met was at Christmas. How have you been? You seem to have had it easy." "Well, we've been quite busy lately." "Very well, Arthur. Very well indeed. My daughter has awakened her magical powers," John exclaimed, excitement bubbling over as he shared the news. A loud explosion, and she summoned a magical creature. "A little chick whose species is still uncleared. I was just about to write to some old friends for advice, but I suspect it might be a phoenix." John's enthusiasm shone bright, as children awakening their magical abilities at the age of 3 was a rarity, indicating a significant talent. Since the fall of the Dark Wizard 3 years ago, the atmosphere of their lives had shifted from tense and serious to safe and tranquil, leaving those who had retired from the Order of the Phoenix feeling somewhat out of sorts. However, this did not mean they disliked the peace. Having fought through darkness, they cherished the light even more. Hence, every meeting became a habit of showcasing their children, sharing the joys of daily life, and reveling in the beauty of it all. My goodness. I remember little Xiao being just 3 years old. Do you realize my 3 rascals haven't even figured out how to play in the mud yet? Especially Ron, who always seemed to step behind, as if all the cleverness went to those twins. And they never do anything serious, just causing mischief all day. Molly is constantly angry with those 2, and I end up suffering too, as she complains about how her work keeps her from coming home early. Arthur expressed, astonished, then suddenly enlightened, before feeling a twinge of envy for John's daughter, and resolved to be more diligent with his own sons. Meanwhile, the 3 mischievous children were oblivious in their garden, unaware that their usually affable father was preparing to return home to discipline them for losing in comparison to others. In a magical world, many parents resorted to peculiar measures to stimulate their children's magical awakening. For instance, shortly after Arthur relayed the news of John's daughter awakening her powers at the age of 3 to the Ministry of Magic, the information would spread like wildfire, akin to village gossip. Subsequently, upon receiving the news, Neville in the Longbottom household would soon find himself hanging upside down from the second-floor window by his cruel uncle. In hopes that he might learn to fly, I apologize for interrupting your conversation. Gentlemen, that I am an investigator from the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, specifically from the Occasional Events Reversal Team. We received reports that at 3:36 p.m. today, you used a confundus charm on 2 muggles residing in your community, that we require an explanation, as you may have violated the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. The impeccably dressed young man interjected. However, before he could finish, the red-haired middle-aged man interrupted. "Oh, enough of that, Rogier. John's daughter has just awakened her magic. I suspect the 2 muggles accidentally witnessed it, prompting him to use the confundus charm. Don't worry, John. We won't penalize you for such a matter. This is indeed a cause for celebration, and don't be upset with him. It's just protocol. Rogier is still an intern and must adhere to the rules." Arthur spoke to John with a hint of regret, mentioning that the department had been working overtime every day lately, and opportunities for public duty and conversations with old friends were scarce. Thus, when he received the news, he was the first to volunteer to assist with the case. "Oh, indeed, Mr. Rozier," Arthur affirmed, "it is our neighbor's family. When they first moved here, they were incredibly helpful to us, and gradually, we became friends. Our families share a strong bond. Our children were even named after sisters. Jojo is called Anna, and the little one is named Annie. We were initially gathered for a meal when suddenly little Jojo's magical abilities awakened. And it was quite a commotion. You know how unpredictable such events can be. No one can foresee when they will occur or what will happen. However, it's certainly a cause for celebration when they do. I apologize. I know you must be quite busy lately, and I hope I'm not causing you any inconvenience," John quickly explained. "Not at all, sir. This is our duty, and we are here to serve." Rozier nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, the recent trials have been quite numerous, and we have been working non-stop. If it weren't for the shortage of personnel, it would not fall upon someone from the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office to assist the Incident Reversal Unit with field work. Those loyal Death Eaters are fiercely resistant, requiring a significant number of personnel to suppress them. The fence-sitters among the Death Eaters are just as stubborn and unpleasant, much like a foul beetle. Moreover, these pureblood families are all interconnected, as you well know, like the Malfoys and the Lestranges. Each requires dedicated investigation. Currently, the trials at Wisingamot are scheduled months in advance. Arthur sighed deeply. How has old Barty Crouch been lately? The last time I saw him in the newspaper, he appeared far more haggard than before. While it is not entirely his fault, he has certainly borne the brunt of the consequences. That it seems that he is now completely out of the running for the position of Minister for Magic. To be honest, I had hoped he would occupy that position. With his capabilities and integrity, he could have effectively dealt with those die-hard and opportunistic Death Eaters. John suddenly inquired about the recent happenings within the Ministry of Magic. For aside from the Daily Prophet, he had limited channels for obtaining news. Living in the Muggle world, he avoided drawing attention to himself and refrained from subscribing to the Daily Prophet, waiting instead for significant news to be relayed by friends or shared during visits to their homes when he could catch up on recent events. Indeed, it is a pity about old Barty. Such an upright man he is. Yet he is such a SONB. By the way, today we are questioning Karkaroff. You cannot imagine what a coward that traitor among the Death Eaters is. In an effort to avoid Azkaban, he practically confessed everything before any questions were even posed, betraying everyone he could. You should have seen the look on old Barty's face when Karkaroff mentioned little Barty Crouch's name. Arthur was aware that, although John had been enjoying a decent life in a Muggle world, he still cared about major events happening in the magical realm, especially the outcomes of trials involving former adversaries. Thus he recounted some recent occurrences. Initially, John had intended to invite the two into the house for a more leisurely conversation, but they eventually returned to the ministry due to their busy schedules. John also took the opportunity to step out and procure supplies for the dinner party he was hosting that evening to celebrate JoJo's magical awakening. Kashi? Yule stared blankly at her daughter, who was cradling the little chick in her hands, leaving JoJo momentarily speechless. Upon hearing her daughter name the chick, Yule, unlike her husband who had grown up in an orphanage until the age of 11 before attending Hogwarts, had been raised in a normal society and had studied advanced mathematics in college. She recognized that this name belonged to a great mathematician and wondered where her daughter had learned of it. However, Yule suppressed her curiosity, believing that her daughter should have her own space and that trivial matters were best left undisturbed. After all, thanks to having a wizard for a father, JoJo's quirks and fantastical ideas were not new. Yet Yule noticed a slight peculiarity in her daughter's accent today. That moment. The door swung open, and John returned, arms laden with a cat litter box, cat litter, a water and food bowl combined, a cat toy. In a small metal frame resembling a miniature high jump bar for laboratory use, along with various fishing rods, mealworms, and dried fruit bits, he first placed the dinner ingredients on the table and, under JoJo's eager gaze, retrieved the bird-keeping essentials she had requested. Oh, very well, JoJo, but you must first tell me the name of this little bird before I can give you these items. After all, I do not wish to purchase gifts for strangers, John teased. Daddy, her name is Kashi. I found in a fairy tale book, and she's a little girl too. Now, please give them to me, Daddy. Oh, thank you, Daddy. Kashi, you must thank Daddy. 2. After accepting the items, JoJo skipped up the stairs to her room. The name Kashi, of course, was inspired by the great mathematician, and she had almost slipped up by revealing that connection. Fortunately, her parents did not seem to question the fairy tale book she had read, as there were plenty both at home and in kindergarten. The reason Yule did not dwell any further on the naming of the chick was that another pressing matter occupied her mind, causing her to chop vegetables with a little more force than usual, leaving deep impressions on the cutting board. Indeed, Yule, or rather Schwer, was in turmoil, feeling as though her very soul was entangled in knots. This issue was exceptionally difficult to articulate. She had never revealed to her parents that her husband, John Landon, was actually a wizard. Now, after 5 years of marriage, she was at a loss for how to explain this revelation. When she and her husband decided to settle in the Muggle world, they had agreed that if their child lacked magical abilities, they would live quietly among Muggles. Conversely, if their daughter awakened to her magical potential, they would inform her parents on the day of her awakening. Although this had been settled long ago, now that the moment had arrived, Yule was exceedingly anxious about how her parents would react upon learning that both her husband and daughter were wizards. Would they be awkward, dismissive, or perhaps even furious, possibly considering sending the entire family to a mental institution. At that time, John finished organizing his things and came over to assist his wife with dinner preparations, albeit only in a supporting role, as he was utterly unfamiliar with Chinese cuisine. The first time he tasted Chinese food, he was profoundly captivated. Of course, he would never admit that a significant part of his attraction to his current wife stemmed from her culinary skills. With John's assistance, Yule could ease her burden a bit, freeing up some time to discuss with her husband how to come clean to her parents and the possible scenarios that could unfold, along with strategies to handle them. Meanwhile, Jojo, who had been eavesdropping near the staircase on the second floor, began to piece everything together before turning to head back to her room. Passing by the bathroom on the second floor, she caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror and realized that since her arrival, she had not taken a close look at her appearance. Being a girl, how could she not care about such matters? Thankfully, the reflection did not conform to the Western stereotype of Chinese beauty. With shoulder-length black hair and fair skin, she had inherited her mother's beautiful almond-shaped eyes. The European bone structure paired harmoniously with her Chinese complexion and features, making her quite attractive by any standard. "I truly am a beauty," Jojo thought to herself, playfully tossing her hair and striking a pose in admiration of her lovely visage. With such looks, this unexpected journey was undoubtedly worthwhile. The only minor flaw was that she seemed to have inherited both her father's robust physique and her mother's slender build, resulting in a tall, yet somewhat fragile frame. However, she was confident she would grow in her body in time, as children typically experience a growth spurt before filling out. Yet, Joel suppressed the questions swirling in his mind, ultimately refraining from voicing them. His daughter deserved her own little haven. After all, one could not be overly stringent. As for trivial matters, it was better to let them be. After all, with a wizard for a father, his daughter's whimsical nature and fanciful ideas were not born in a single day. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with her accent today. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing John, who was cradling a cat litter box, a combination food and water bowl, a cat toy, and a small laboratory metal frame resembling a miniature high-jump bar. Along with various fishing rods, mealworms, and fruit snacks he had just procured from the supermarket. He placed the ingredients for dinner onto the table and, under Jojo's eager gaze, produced the bird care set she desired. "Oh, very well, Jojo. You must first tell me the name of this little bird before I can hand these over to you. After all, I have no desire to purchase gifts for a stranger." John teased. "Daddy, her name is Kashi, a name I found in a fairy tale book, and she's a little girl too. Now, please give it to me. Daddy-da-do. Thank you, Daddy." "Kashi, you should also thank Daddy," Jojo replied excitedly. After receiving her treasures, Jojo bounced up the stairs, returning to her room. The name Kashi was indeed inspired by a great mathematician, and she was relieved that her parents did not delve into the specifics of which fairy tale she had read. After all, there were plenty of fairy tales in their home, and surely many at her kindergarten as well. The reason Joel did not dwell further on the naming of the chick was due to another exceedingly significant matter that gnawed at her thoughts incessantly, even causing her to chop vegetables with a bit more force than necessary, leaving deep indentations on the cutting board. Yes, Joel, or rather, Schwer, was engulfed in a tumult of emotions, feeling as though her very soul was entwined in knots. This issue was too difficult to articulate, for Joel had never disclosed to her parents that her husband, John Landon, was, in fact, a wizard. Now, after 5 years of marriage, she was faced with the dilemma of revealing this truth and was at a loss as to how to explain it to her elderly parents. When she and her husband decided to settle in the Muggle world, they had agreed that if their child showed no magical aptitude, they would live peacefully in the Muggle realm for the rest of their lives. Conversely, if their daughter awakened her magical talents, they would inform her parents of everything on the day of her awakening. Although this plan had been established long ago, the moment had finally arrived, and Joel felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. What would her parents think upon learning that both her husband and daughter were wizards? Would they react with awkwardness, denial, or even anger? Perhaps they might even resort to calling for help, sending the whole family to a mental institution at 8 that moment. John had finished tidying up and came over to assist his wife with dinner preparations, albeit only in a limited capacity, as he was, after all, a native Englishman with little familiarity with Chinese cuisine. Consequently, he was utterly captivated the first time he experienced Chinese food. He would never admit that a significant part of his attraction to his current wife stemmed from her culinary heritage. With John's presence, Joel felt a modicum of relief, allowing her to free up some mental space to discuss with her husband how to broach the subject with her parents, as well as the possible scenarios and strategies for handling their reactions. Meanwhile, Jojo, who had been eavesdropping on the staircase, began to comprehend the situation and turned to retreat to her room. As she passed the second-floor washroom, she caught sight of her reflection in the mirror and realized, to her surprise, that since her arrival in this world, she had yet to truly examine her appearance. Being a girl, how could she not care about such matters? Fortunately, the girl in the mirror did not conform to the Western stereotype of a Chinese person. With her shoulder-length black hair and fair skin, she had inherited her mother's almond-shaped eyes, and the combination of European bone structure with traditional Chinese features rendered her quite beautiful, even by Chinese aesthetic standards. "I am truly a beauty," Jojo mused, playfully tossing her hair and striking a pose in front of the mirror, admiring her lovely visage. Given her looks, this journey into another world seemed well worth it. The only slight disappointment was that having inherited both her father's robust physique and her mother's slender build, she might be a bit too thin, although she figured she would grow into her body in due time. As children typically do, while the two downstairs prepared dinner and deliberated on how to reveal the truth, Jojo, now in her room tinkering with her bird care essentials, felt no anxiety about the situation. She first greeted little Kashi before gathering her thoughts. Having come to terms with her current circumstances, Jojo had resolved to fully embrace her life in this magical world inspired by Harry Potter, where no true fan could resist such an opportunity. Although she still struggled to remember her past identity and the circumstances of her arrival, these questions seemed of little importance now. After all, even if she were to uncover the answers, they would likely change nothing. Thus, she decided to live fully in the present. As for the concept of traversing worlds, she intended to investigate her newfound abilities thoroughly. Jojo shifted her gaze to the small chick Kashi resting on the metal frame. Through an innate connection between human and bird and the gradually surfacing memories of a fiery symbol in her mind, Jojo was nearly certain that this chick was a phoenix. Drawing upon her knowledge of the Harry Potter universe, she recalled that the only magical creatures associated with fire that a wizard could summon were phoenixes. Moreover, no wizard could summon a magical creature without reason during their awakening. Even the Dumbledore family only had their phoenix appear due to a pact made with the species long ago, wherein the phoenix would come to the aid of a family member in need. The life of ancient wizards was far removed from that of the contemporary magical world, where wizards held dominion. It was through continual conquest over various magical species, such as house elves, that wizards established their current supremacy. Among the beloved companions of ancient wizards were the gentle yet powerful phoenix, the fiercely loyal and formidable three-headed dog, and the noble unicorn, known for its potent healing magic. Thus, it was evident that the chick before her was a phoenix, awaiting only a little more growth for confirmation that it appeared that a certain ancestor of hers must have forged a bond with the phoenix species, enabling her to summon one during her magical awakening. Unlike the detailed classifications of cultivation systems found in various online fantasy novels of her previous life, the Harry Potter series depicted a wizard's magical prowess as developing in tandem with the growth of their physical body. However, one's strength was not solely contingent upon their magical capacity. It also relied on the breadth of knowledge they possessed, their combat experience, and the companionship of magical creatures. Nonetheless, the amount of magic a wizard wielded remained a fundamental aspect of their strength. Now, having awakened her magic at the tender age of 3, Jojo anticipated that her magical abilities would undergo a rapid growth phase alongside her physical development. After all, children grow remarkably quickly, and in Jojo's view, many characters in the Harry Potter series awakened their magic only as they approached 11 years of age, thus missing a prime opportunity for magical development. Coupled with the presence of a phoenix guiding her growth, she believed that living alongside this creature would not only help her familiarize herself with the unique magics that phoenixes impart to wizards, but also enhance her control over her magic and accelerate her magical growth. Therefore, awakening her magic at 3 years old already placed her ahead of many young wizards. And with the added boon of a phoenix, Her journey in this new life could be considered an advantageous head start. This was more than just a golden finger. It was a golden key. Although JoJo felt a tinge of regret for not awakening a typical system that might have allowed her to take a more laid-back approach, she realized that should such a system indeed manifest, it would only heighten her vigilance. As the saying goes, who among the serious-minded writes a diary, let alone accommodates some system into their mind? Regarding the fiery symbol in her mind, it appeared to be akin to ancient runes, yet it bore a resemblance to the Chinese oracle bone script for the character for fire. Regardless, this was a treasure. Unlike the rapidly evolving modern world, in the magical realm, antiquity often equated to power. This ancient script should provide her with formidable fire magic, especially considering that many spells in the Harry Potter universe were derived from ancient runes. Ancient runes were a form of magical writing, but as they fell into obscurity, they became merely a means of recording historical documents for most. Only a select few wizards who explored the origins of magic grasped the power of ancient runes and glimpsed the grandeur of the magical world that once was. Certainly, Jo also wishes to express her grievances regarding how the wizards of this magical world seem to be progressively declining in their abilities. It is indeed a challenging matter to assess. Presently, Jo, contemplating the two golden keys in her possession, the Phoenix and the runes, along with her familiarity with the storyline, her foresight, and a myriad of fanfictions and derivative works related to Harry Potter from her previous life, feels an exhilarating sense of embarking on a high-end adventure. If she cannot cultivate herself into a formidable figure within this fairy tale world, it would be a disservice to the thoughtful configuration of the crossover deity. Thus, Jo's journey as the Phoenix sorceress officially commences today. She resolves to maintain a routine of early rising, physical exercise, reading newspapers, mastering pet magic, and being mindful of her surroundings, ensuring nothing is overlooked. This, then, constitutes the upcoming training guidelines for the Phoenix Witch. Meanwhile, as two individuals downstairs prepare dinner and discuss how to confront the situation, Jo, busying herself with the bird-raising essentials in her room on the second floor, is unperturbed by anxiety or worry. After ensuring her little Kashi is well taken care of, she takes a moment to organize her thoughts. Having clarified her current circumstances, Jo has long accepted the reality of her existence and resolved to thoroughly enjoy her life in this Harry Potter magical fairy tale world. No true fan of Harry Potter could possibly reject such an opportunity for a crossover. Indeed, it is the dream of nearly every fan. Although she still cannot recall her identity or the specifics of her transition, these questions have diminished in significance. After all, understanding them would not alter her situation. So it is better to live fully in the present. As for her crossover, it is imperative to first research her golden finger. Jo's gaze shifts to the little chick, Kashi, resting on the metal rack. Through the bond between human and bird, along with the fire symbol that has gradually surfaced in her memory, Jo is nearly certain that this chick is a phoenix. Drawing from her knowledge of the Harry Potter universe, she knows that the only magical creature associated with flame abilities that can be summoned by wizards is indeed the phoenix. Moreover, no wizard can summon a magical creature without cause when their own magic awakens. Even the Dumbledore family can only summon a phoenix because their ancestors forged a pact with the phoenix race. When a member of the Dumbledore family requires assistance, the phoenix will appear. The living conditions of ancient wizards were not akin to the modern magical world, where wizards dominate. Rather, the wizards established their supremacy in the magical realm through continuous conquests of magical species like house elves. Among their favored companions during these tumultuous times were the gentle yet versatile phoenix, the fiercely loyal and destructive three-headed hellhound, and the noble and pure unicorn, known for its powerful healing magic. Thus, it is almost confirmed that the little chick before her is indeed a phoenix, merely awaiting growth for full confirmation. Furthermore, it is likely that some ancestor of hers reached a similar accord with the phoenix race, allowing her to summon one upon her magical awakening. Contrary to the intricate classifications of cultivation realms found in various fantastical novels from her past life in the world of Harry Potter, a wizard's magical power grows and wanes in tandem with their physical development. However, an individual's strength is not solely measured by the magnitude of their magical power. It also depends on their knowledge, combat experience, and the companionship of various magical creatures. Nonetheless, the extent of one's magical power is a fundamental aspect of whether a wizard is deemed powerful. Given that Jo awakened her magic at merely 3 years of age, it is reasonable to anticipate that her magical power will enter a phase of rapid growth alongside her physical development. After all, children undergo significant changes daily. Jo notes that many characters in the Harry Potter series awaken their magic just before turning 11, thus missing a crucial period for magical development. Additionally, with the phoenix summoned by her bloodline accompanying her growth, living alongside the phoenix should not only allow her to become acquainted with the unique magic it bestows upon wizards, but also enhance her control over magic and the rate of her magical growth. Therefore, awakening her magic at the age of 3 already surpasses many young witches, and with the phoenix serving as an acceleration tool, she could be said to have won the race right from the start. This is no mere golden finger. It is a veritable golden key. While it is true that she has not awakened a typical crossover system, which leaves Jo with a tinge of regret regarding her earlier desire for a laid-back existence, she would likely become even more vigilant if such a system were to manifest now. After all, who among serious individuals keeps a diary, let alone filling their mind with some inexplicable system? As for the flame symbol in her mind, it may resemble ancient runes, yet it also bears some similarity to Chinese oracle bone script. Regardless, this is a treasure, unlike the rapidly advancing modern world. In the magical realm, ancient wisdom often equates to great power. This ancient character should at the very least grant her a formidable fire magic, as many spells in the Harry Potter universe are derived from ancient runes. Ancient runes are a form of magical writing. Yet due to the gradual loss and disconnection from its origins, they are now primarily regarded as a means of recording historical documents by most. Only a few wizards who delve into the roots of magic recognize the power inherent in ancient runes and glimpse the once glorious magical world. As the evening descends, the dining table in the downstairs dining room is adorned with an array of Chinese delicacies: steamed sea bass, dompa pork, stir-fried celery with shredded pork, stir-fried chives with shredded pork, sautéed broccoli, scrambled eggs with green peppers, spicy tiger skin peppers, cold cucumber strips, sour and spicy shredded potatoes, bean sprouts with vermicelli, and sautéed mung bean sprouts. Little Jo, cradling her bowl, sits at the table, swinging her legs while observing the individuals gathered around. Seated at the table are her father, John, her mother, Wearer, herself, and Yuere's parents, who are Jo's maternal grandparents, Li Hibo and Zhang Jing. The elderly couple appears to be of yellow-skinned Chinese descent, in this current era. It is evident that yellow-skinned individuals face some discrimination in a place like Britain. Marriages between different ethnicities, like that of her parents, are still relatively rare. Furthermore, her father should be regarded as a progressive wizard, not merely an ordinary individual in contemporary British society. However, these matters are of little concern to Jo at present. Possessing Chinese heritage grants her a sense of familiarity in this foreign world. As Yuerer places the final dish of tomato and egg soup on the table, dinner is officially announced. There are no prayers, for neither overseas immigrants nor wizarding families typically adhere to Christianity. Once the family is seated, Yuerer appears visibly anxious, while John remains his usual boisterous self, exuding a hint of excitement. Little Jo adopts a playful air of mystery, while her grandparents observe her with kind and serene expressions. All right, sure. Should you not enlighten us about what we are celebrating for our little Jo tonight? Has she won an award at her drawing competition, or have you struck it rich with the lottery? You all seem rather secretive today. Even little Jo was trying to hide it from this old man. Hibo inquires curiously, tapping his fingers on the table, since receiving his daughter's call that afternoon and arriving at his daughter and son-in-law's home. He has been intrigued by this question. His wife, Zhang Jing, remains silent, but wears an expression of curiosity to their age. Simply witnessing their granddaughter's growth is a great joy, seeing Yuerer fidgeting with her hands. Unable to articulate her thoughts, John interjects with a hearty laugh, saying, "Let me take this one, Dad and Mom. Today we are here to celebrate little Jo's early magical awakening. Once she grows a bit more and attends Hogwarts, she will become a witch." He continues, "Of course, I apologize for not informing you earlier, but I am a wizard myself, the magical kind. When Yuerer and I married, we agreed that if Jo did not awaken her magical talent, We would live a stable life among ordinary people. However, if Joe did awaken her magical abilities, we would come clean and hope for your support as she embarks on her journey through magic. Please do not blame Joel for concealing this matter from you. Such topics are indeed difficult to broach. If one were to speak of it outright, it would be hard for the average person to accept. Should outsiders overhear, they might very well deem us to be delusional. Furthermore, we had originally intended to spend our lives with Joel in the realm of ordinary individuals. Thibaut was momentarily rendered speechless. And just as he was about to retort, his wife, Zhang Jing, interjected. She first cast a glance at her daughter and then turned to her son-in-law, asking, "Why did you not mention this to me before? And John, are you truly a wizard? Of course, dear mother-in-law, do not doubt my words. I am indeed a bona fide wizard with genuine magical abilities. The reason I refrained from informing you earlier was due to the International Wizarding Confidentiality Act, coupled with our genuine intention to lead a life within the ordinary world. If this revelation has upset you, then you may direct your ire towards me." Before John could finish his hurried explanation, he was interrupted by the elderly lady across from him, who raised her hand, saying, "No need for further explanation. I trust you, and I hold no grievances against you. That I merely find it astonishing how intricately intertwined the affairs of this world can be. Over the years, I believed I had completely distanced myself from that realm, only to discover that both my son-in-law and granddaughter are wizards." Sighing and managing a wry smile, Zhang Jing continued, "With all that has been said, I suspect you may have guessed that I am, in fact, a squib, that in the eyes of a wizarding family, I might be regarded even less favorably than a muggle. That no, I truly do not mind. I have a fondness for the muggle world," John hastily replied, recalling the rumors he had heard regarding squibs in wizarding families. However, before he could formulate a comforting response for his mother-in-law, his wife, already emotionally charged, pressed, "Why did you not tell me this before, mother? I am your own flesh and blood." At this moment, Joel was becoming increasingly agitated, her emotions spilling over. It was not joy that fueled her fervor, but genuine anger. When her husband revealed the existence of a magical world, to claim she felt no envy would be disingenuous. During that period, she had insisted on hearing tales of the magical realm every night. What little girl does not yearn to encounter the fairies, unicorns, and fire-breathing dragons of fairy tales? Yet now, she found herself a mother and only just learned that her own mother once belonged to that world. A fact that had never been shared with her, not even as a mere bedtime story. At this point, John found himself at a loss for words, caught between the two women, unsure how to interject. Ultimately, he decided to first address his emotionally volatile wife. "Dear, I may have forgotten to explain what a squib is. They are individuals born into wizarding families who possess magical potential yet are unable to wield it. They can perceive certain extraordinary beings that only wizards can see, such as dementors and thestrals, but they cannot perform magic themselves, thus must live like muggles. Many wizarding families regard the birth of a squib with shame and go to great lengths to conceal their squib members from the outside world. It is a deeply painful experience to witness others wielding magic while one cannot. Typically, such children are sent to live in the muggle world upon confirmation of their squib status, which, paradoxically, presents the best outcome for them: total separation from that world, free from the fear of discrimination or being treated as oddities. "All right, I apologize, Mother. I was just a bit overwhelmed," Joel replied, her husband's explanation allowing her to envision the difficulties her mother must have endured. "Wait, does this mean I am the only true muggle in this house?" Thibaut, regaining his composure, asked dryly. "No, Father, I am also a muggle," Joel reassured him, taking his hand in comfort. "It is all right. You need not comfort me. I'm not so fragile as to be saddened by this. Knowing you are still my family is sufficient," Thibaut said, withdrawing his hand and waving it dismissively, with the matter now laid bare. Everyone seemed to accept it, and the atmosphere in the living room lightened considerably. Following deeper discussions, the room buzzed with excitement once more. John and Joel began recounting the events of that afternoon when Xiao Xiao awakened her magical abilities, emphasizing the extraordinary talent represented by a magical awakening at the age of 3, and they introduced the family's new member, little Kashi. Then it was Zhang Jing's turn to share her experiences within the Chinese magical community and how she had extricated herself from that world to live among ordinary folk. During their conversation, an unexpected delight surfaced. Upon first seeing Kashi, Zhang Jing was taken aback, only to recall a family legend passed down through generations. Her ancestors had once been great priests in ancient China, who fought alongside phoenixes. There were tales of contracts signed with these mythical creatures. For years, no family member had ever summoned a phoenix during their magical awakening, leading many to believe it was merely a fable. Now, witnessing her granddaughter summon the little Kashi, Zhang Jing felt a sense of vindication. Later, upon hearing about the troubles caused by the Dark Lord in the British magical community and the reassurances regarding their family's safety, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. The celebratory dinner was nearing its conclusion amid the lively atmosphere. Suddenly, John smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh, have you all had enough to eat? I can't believe I forgot to serve the cake I bought from old Tom S. I waited in line for ages. Dad, you're the worst. You must have waited until we were all full just to keep the cake for yourself." Xiao Xiao thought of a time when she had fought with her father over cake. A memory that felt distant yet familiar, confirming her fondness for the famed Old Tom S. cake, causing her to blurt it out. Upon realizing what she had said, she fell silent, clearly influenced by the spirit of her youthful body. However, growing up in such a warm family, she was sure to embody the essence of a little princess. The celebratory dinner indeed came to a close amidst a playful cake tug-of-war between father and daughter. As the evening wrapped up, Zhang Jing resolved to write to her family from the past to inquire about their circumstances, while Xiao Xiao felt relieved, realizing she would not need to meet Professor Dumbledore just yet. The following morning, as the shrill alarm clock rang, Xiao Xiao awoke with dark circles under her eyes, glancing at the little Kashi still sleeping sweetly in her cozy nest by the bedside. The hazy remnants of yesterday's events began to crystallize into clarity. She had indeed entered the magical world of Harry Potter. Recalling the pre-sleep activities from the previous night filled her with a pang of regret. Had she known, she would not have rushed. Under her persistent coaxing, her father John had finally retrieved the wand he had locked away in a cabinet. After Xiao Xiao promised to behave and go to sleep after a brief 3-second experience with the wand, he relented. However, the moment she touched the wand, it ignited with blue and white flames, which quickly exploded into a shower of sparks, filling the room. After a brief shudder, John snatched the wand back, hurriedly locked it away, and stripped Xiao Xiao of her wand privileges until she turned 11, all without even telling her a bedtime story, as he retreated to his room to write to Professor Dumbledore. Of course, Xiao Xiao was unaware of this letter-writing endeavor. After nurturing her bond with little Kashi, she too felt the influence of her youthful body, and after a day filled with what felt like espionage or thrilling adventure, she soon drifted off to sleep. As Xiao Xiao fell into slumber, the flames of the runes hovering in her mind began to diffuse like mist. In her dreams, she found herself on an expansive battlefield, where many warriors were engaged in fierce combat. Above, an elderly wizard rode on the back of a massive phoenix, its tail feathers stretching an impressive 50 meters. He brandished an antiquated, oversized wooden wand that towered over him, adorned with scars from blades and etchings of the fiery runes from her mind. The phoenix he rode was unlike those depicted in the Harry Potter films, bearing the classic traits of a phoenix from ancient Chinese mythology. Together, the phoenix and the old wizard unleashed a dazzling array of fireballs cascading like meteor showers, battling a young wizard astride a giant panda below. The old wizard spoke no incantations. Instead, fire magic rained down with astonishing versatility, traps, and obstacles. Binding ropes, explosive assaults, consuming flames, and fiery cuts, all molded and manipulated as if the flames were mere clay, showcasing a myriad of properties. Captivated by the scene before her, Jojo seemed to drift once more into a hazy dreamland. In this dream, she beheld a magnificent phoenix, its once golden red flames transformed into an ethereal blue. Subsequently, the phoenix's feathers shifted to a similar hue, while the human-bear duo below let out anguished howls amidst the blue flames. Gradually ceasing their convulsions, the azure fire extinguished from both the human and the bear, The surrounding blue flames of the colossal phoenix abruptly morphed into a milky white blaze, its feathers transitioning from golden red to pure white. As the phoenix soared, the milky fire rained down upon the earth, healing the warriors wounded in the recent battle. Then, the phoenix gradually diminished in size, alighting upon the shoulder of the old wizard, its flames shifting from milky white to an inky black. This time, its feathers appeared to morph into fine black scales that shimmered with a phosphorescent glow under the searing embrace of the black flames. The human and bear before the old wizard became enveloped in a layer of semi-transparent black crystal, vanishing amidst the shadowy flames' illusions. Before JoJo could witness further developments, she was abruptly jolted awake by a piercing alarm clock. Upon regaining her composure, she glanced at the still sleeping Kosi beside her, musing that if this little creature were to grow up resembling its dream self, it would indeed be remarkable. Influenced by the myriad web novels of her previous life, JoJo did not perceive such dreams as mere figments of imagination. After all, dreams are woven from the depths of one's subconscious, and given that her own memory lacked any pertinent material, how could she possibly conjure such a dream? The most probable explanation lay in the inheritance of consciousness. Akin to a golden keys instruction manual, it appeared that her 2 golden keys were indeed extraordinary. One rune could effortlessly manipulate flames, while the phoenix at present seemed to possess at least 4 distinct forms, warranting thorough exploration. However, the most pressing matter at hand was to rise and engage in physical exercise, although a wizard's physique was considerably stronger than that of an ordinary person. It had yet to reach the indomitable level of superhero. JoJo's intention in exercising was not solely to attain invincibility, but rather to enhance her agility in battle to survive the perils that lay ahead. Bolstering her strength was essential. Furthermore, it was theorized that physical training, stimulating growth, and practicing magic would collectively contribute to the growth of a young wizard's magical power, given that she was merely a 3-year-old girl. Her constitution was by no means comparable to that of a wizard, let alone surpass that of an ordinary person. Thus, fortifying her body was of utmost importance, if only she could also practice magic alongside it. With these thoughts in mind, JoJo wasted no time. Rising to wash up, after giving little Kosi a playful ruffle, she headed to the courtyard to warm up. The previous day, JoJo had thoroughly scouted her surroundings. The plan to cultivate the phoenix, which was no idle dream, in the loosely structured learning environment of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, she aimed to establish herself ahead of time. With aspirations of dominating the school from 1st to 7th grade, making mastery over her peers a mere formality. Moreover, considering it was now 1984, she was fortunate enough to enroll alongside the protagonist. Harry Potter. It would be remiss not to take advantage of this opportunity to nudge the savior of the wizarding world. With foresight at her disposal, JoJo hoped to lay the groundwork for altering the original storyline, if only to spare a few lives and render this fairy tale more perfect. As the days progressed, JoJo's initial goals of exercising, learning English, practicing magic, exploring the flame rune, and caring for the phoenix fell into a steady rhythm by the weekend of the following week. Somewhat incongruous is the fact that ever since the 2nd day of the awakening of magic, John and Joel have observed a remarkable transformation in their previously mischievous daughter, who now seems to have matured significantly. In addition to actively engaging in her studies and physical exercise, she has taken to tidying her room and assisting with household chores, in stark contrast to her former habits of neglecting bedtime stories and maintaining a chaotic schedule. The current JoJo can rightfully be deemed a master of time management, leading a life that is both orderly and vibrant. The mother feels a great sense of comfort, while the father, though puzzled, refrains from interference, reasoning that JoJo is progressing in a positive direction. They surmise that her newfound maturity stems from a fervent desire to grow up and attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Coupled with the anxiety of not having grown up in the wizarding world, fearing she might fall behind her peers. Unbeknownst to them, JoJo has been dedicating most of her time in her room not just to studying English, but to practicing magic. Ever since that fateful night when she dreamt of an ancient battle between wizards in the East, she has been able to conjure small flames from thin air. Of course, her abilities are limited to summoning these tiny flames without a wand or incantation, she is still unable to perform the most elementary incendio spell. Moreover, had it not been for her meager magical prowess and her conscious control over her energy expenditure, the house would have been set ablaze countless times by now. Over the past week, whether due to JoJo's continual engagement with the flow and essence of fire runes, or perhaps due to the enhancement of her physical constitution brought about by these runes, or perhaps a combination of both, JoJo has realized that her proficiency in manipulating fire has progressed at a pace surpassing her growth in magical power. The benefit of this is that JoJo no longer worries about igniting the house. All ordinary flames are obedient in her presence. While she can only manage basic attraction and repulsion, she is now impervious to burns from ordinary fire. Furthermore, she can whimsically summon tiny fireballs of orange-red and blue-white hues, each the size of a fingernail. However, the elusive white flame, capable of healing wounds, and the mysterious black flame continue to evade her grasp. After a moment of careful contemplation, JoJo suspects that her scant magical energy might be the reason, and that perhaps she would need Kashi's assistance to wield such powers, although considering Kashi's current state, that seems improbable. More than a week has passed, and Kashi has only just begun to grow a layer of downy feathers. While this is relatively swift for a bird, it pales in comparison to the giant phoenix from her dreams. During this time, Kashi has epitomized the essence of a homebody bird, spending each day eating, sleeping, and occasionally being roused by the alarm clock, which seems to have little effect on her. JoJo is aware that Kashi is still in her growth phase, and aside from the occasional gentle pet, she allows Kashi to slumber undisturbed. Fortunately, with the addition of her new feather coat, Kashi appears less unattractive than before, and petting her has become a more enjoyable experience. Then, an unexpected event occurred today. While JoJo was practicing her control over the magical fireballs according to her daily routine, little Kashi suddenly awoke, her round eyes gleaming as she gazed excitedly at an orange-red fireball and a blue-white fireball soaring through the air. Observing Kashi's reaction, JoJo was struck by the palpable desire emanating from Kashi for the two distinct fireballs, for the bond between them transcends mere companionship, encompassing a deep, instinctual connection, though Kashi's consciousness remains somewhat nebulous. Their exchange of thoughts and emotions flows effortlessly. Upon confirming Kashi's fascination with the fireballs, JoJo guided an orange-red fireball closer to Kashi. Before she could react, the tiny fireball, no larger than a fingernail, was swiftly consumed by Kashi. Almost immediately, Kashi's petite form visibly expanded, her feathers taking on a more golden-red hue that Kashi's gaze then fixated on the other fireball, which was similarly sized and blue-white, her mouth watering in anticipation. Without hesitation, JoJo directed the blue-white fireball towards Kashi's mouth, and, predictably, Kashi devoured it as well. This time, it was evident that Kashi had grown even plumper, her feathers becoming increasingly sleek. At this juncture, JoJo began to grasp the implications of feeding Kashi with these special, magically infused flames, recognizing that it promotes her growth. The efficacy of ordinary flames remains to be tested. Without delay, JoJo descended the stairs to procure a box of matches and returned to ignite one in front of Kashi. With hardly a hint of hesitation, Kashi flapped her wings and turned her body aside. Expressing her disdain for the offering, it dawned on JoJo that Kashi was not averse to ordinary flames. Rather, she had become too accustomed to the magical ones. JoJo mused that it might be advantageous for her to nurture her own phoenix, ensuring she remains close and cherished, albeit realizing that this would entail additional responsibilities. With this thought, JoJo continued to summon a series of tiny orange-red and blue-white fireballs to feed Kashi. Kashi welcomed each offering without reservation, and just as JoJo felt her magical energy nearing depletion, Kashi finally let out a resounding burp, leaving JoJo feeling utterly drained. Though the sensation of near exhaustion was unpleasant, akin to being hollowed out, the results of feeding Kashi were undeniably remarkable, in a brief span. Kashi had grown to the size of a small pigeon, her golden-red feathers smooth and refined, with the emergence of her crest and tail feathers signaling her rapid maturation. Notably, Kashi now displayed an increasing attachment to JoJo, even seeking to nuzzle against her palm. "Oh, little Kashi, it seems nearly all of my magic is consumed in ensuring your satiation," If you grow any larger, I may truly struggle to sustain you." Jojo remarked, allowing Kashi to nuzzle her hand while playfully warning, "If it comes down to it, I shall have to resort to feeding you ordinary flames, so do not be picky that I in a moment of inspiration." Jojo contemplated another possibility. If she were to ignite wood with magically infused fire, would the resulting flames differ from ordinary ones? Adhering to the principle that there is little to lose in experimentation, Jojo extracted another match, igniting it with a flicker of orange-red flame, and hastily brought it to Kashi's beak. Kashi hesitated briefly before inhaling the flame, this time not consuming it in one gulp, allowing it to burn longer, thus serving as a more substantial source of sustenance. After savoring this flame, Kashi smacked her beak together, offering Jojo a begrudgingly satisfactory acknowledgement. It seemed promising, and Jojo concluded that if she could utilize her summoned flames as a catalyst, alongside her father's magical energy as the fuel, the results might prove even more fruitful. However, this would inevitably expose her ability to summon flames, complicating her efforts to procure a wand in the future. Alas, as a devoted caretaker, she must prioritize her beloved feathered companion. As evening approached, John, working as a traffic officer, returned home after a long shift. Under Jojo's charming persuasion, or perhaps influenced by the notion that this endeavor would genuinely benefit Kashi, or his resignation to Jojo's remarkable ability to conjure two colored flames, John acquiesced to the proposal of Jojo's feeding plan. When he retrieved his wand from its cabinet, Jojo's interest was piqued. Yet under her father's stern gaze, she did not dare to reach for the wand. Through their collaborative efforts, they verified that using Jojo's summoned flames to ignite John's magical energy indeed yielded tangible results in nurturing Kashi. In the span of a single afternoon, having nearly drained both Jojo and John's magical reserves, Kashi had grown to the size of a small hen, her feathers unfurling in a display of elegance akin to that of an eastern phoenix. John found it curious that while Kashi resembled a phoenix, she bore a striking dissimilarity to Professor Dumbledore's fox, prompting him to seek further clarification. Moreover, through this experience, both father and daughter discerned that while Kashi could be satiated by dried fish, her consumption of magical flames would be a temporary affair. Once digested, she would be ready for more. As Kashi's body continued to grow, her ability to digest the magical flames accelerated, rendering her an insatiable glutton for such sustenance. Nevertheless, neither parent could bear to deny their cherished companion. Ultimately, the duo resolved that henceforth, Jojo would expend a significant portion of her magical energy each morning to nourish Kashi, while in the evenings, they would collaborate to provide Kashi with a hearty meal using John's considerable magic, until further changes in Kashi's condition warranted a reassessment. Thus, as the days progressed, a weekend approached, marking the passage of another week. Engaging in physical exercise, learning English, practicing magic, exploring the runes of fire, and nurturing the phoenix, these modest goals of Jojo in her initial phase have all fallen into a harmonious routine. However, there is a slight dissonance. Since the day after her magical awakening, John and Yer have observed a remarkable transformation in their once mischievous daughter, who now appears significantly more mature, beyond her proactive learning and physical training. She has taken to tidying her room and assisting with household chores that in stark contrast to her previous defiance of bedtime stories and erratic sleeping patterns. Jojo has now emerged as a veritable master of time management, leading a structured and vibrant life. Her mother is immensely gratified, while her father, though bemused, refrains from interference, reasoning that since Jojo is progressing positively, there is no cause for concern. The couple speculates that this transformation stems from Jojo's fervent desire for growth following her magical awakening. A yearning to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, coupled with the anxiety of falling behind her peers due to her upbringing outside the wizarding world. Unbeknownst to them, Jojo has been dedicating the majority of her time in her room not solely to English studies, but predominantly to practicing magic. Ever since she experienced that vivid dream about the ancient battles of Eastern wizards on the night of her awakening, she has been able to conjure small flames seemingly out of thin air. Admittedly, her abilities are limited to nonverbal, wandless summoning of a mere flicker of flame, and she is yet unable to execute even the most basic illumination charm, without a wand or incantation. Moreover, had her magical power not been so diminutive, and had she not consciously moderated her magical energy, her home would have been ignited countless times by now. During the past week, it remains uncertain whether JoJo's burgeoning finesse in controlling fire arises from her deepening understanding of the runes, or due to the enhancement of her physical capabilities brought about by the flames. Perhaps both factors play a role. JoJo has noted that her growth in the precision of fire manipulation has outpaced her increase in magical energy. The silver lining is that she no longer fears igniting her home. She finds all ordinary flames obedient before her. While she can merely attract and repel basic flames, she is now impervious to their burns and can summon small orbs of orange and blue flames the size of her fingernail at will. However, the elusive white flame capable of healing wounds and the mysterious black flame remain beyond her grasp. After some contemplation, JoJo suspects that her paltry magical reserve may require the collaboration of Kashi to manifest these powers. Yet, given Kashi's current state, she deems it futile to ponder. Over the course of this week, Kashi has only recently sprouted a layer of downy feathers. While this growth is commendable compared to ordinary birds, it pales in comparison to the magnificent phoenix from her dreams. Kashi has epitomized the essence of a homebody, spending her days solely eating, sleeping, and occasionally being awakened by the alarm clock. If left without food for a few days, one would scarcely hear a peep from her. JoJo is aware that Kashi is still in her developmental phase. Aside from the occasional affectionate petting, she allows Kashi to slumber undisturbed. Fortunately, Kashi's new layer of down has rendered her appearance less unappealing, and her texture has improved significantly. Then, an unexpected event unfolded today. While JoJo was diligently practicing the control of her magical fire orbs according to her daily schedule, little Kashi suddenly stirred, her round eyes wide with excitement, as she chirped at the orange and blue flames dancing in the air. Witnessing Kashi's reaction, JoJo felt a surge of emotion emanating from Kashi's desire for the two differently colored fireballs. A bond of blood and a mental connection existed between them, allowing for fluid communication of thoughts and feelings. Although Kashi's consciousness remained somewhat vague, their emotional exchange flowed seamlessly, confirming Kashi's yearning for the fireballs. JoJo guided the orange orb closer to Kashi's side. Before JoJo could react, the tiny orb was eagerly consumed by Kashi, who visibly grew a tad larger, her feathers shimmering with a more golden hue. Kashi's gaze then fixated on the other blue orb hovering in the air, drool practically forming at her beak. Without hesitation, JoJo controlled the blue fireball to feed Kashi, who readily devoured it as well. Her form noticeably plumper and her feathers smoother. At this juncture, JoJo began to grasp the significance of feeding Kashi with these magical flames. It seemed to stimulate her growth. The efficacy of ordinary flames, however, remained to be explored. Without delay, JoJo dashed downstairs to procure a box of matches. Upon returning upstairs, she struck a match in front of Kashi, who flapped her wings dismissively, clearly expressing her disdain for the ordinary flame. Ah, the mystery is solved. It appears Kashi does not reject ordinary flames, but merely finds them unappealing. JoJo mused that it was perhaps for the best, as nurturing her own phoenix would prevent her from being whisked away by others. Yet this also meant JoJo would need to take on additional responsibilities as she pondered. Her hands remained busy, conjuring one after another of the tiny orange and blue fireballs to feed Kashi. The little phoenix was unrelenting, and just as JoJo felt her magical energy waning, Kashi finally let out a satisfied burp under JoJo's weary gaze, although the sensation of depleting her magic was uncomfortable, akin to being hollowed out. The results of nourishing Kashi were striking in a mere span of time. Kashi had transformed from a hungry chick to a size akin to a small pigeon, her golden red feathers gleaming and the emergence of her crest and tail feathers becoming apparent. The speed of her growth was astonishing, and Kashi's attachment to JoJo deepened. She even nuzzled against JoJo's palm. Oh, little Kashi, it seems that my entire magical reserve barely suffices to satisfy your hunger. Should you grow any larger, I might truly be unable to sustain you, JoJo remarked, allowing Kashi to rub her head against her hand. If it comes to that, I suppose I'll have to resort to ordinary flames to feed you. Just promise me you won't be picky to... In a moment of inspiration, Jojo considered another possibility. What if she ignited wood with the magical flames? Would the resulting fire be akin to that of an ordinary flame? Driven by the principle of nothing ventured, nothing gained, Jojo pulled out another match, igniting it with a flicker of orange flame. As expected, the match blazed with a vibrant orange glow, seizing the opportunity before the match burned out. She held it to Kashi's beak. Kashi hesitated for a moment before finally drawing in the flame, not in one swift gulp, but savoring it, prolonging the fire's existence. A more substantial meal, perhaps, after consuming that flicker of flame. Kashi smacked her beak, offering a begrudgingly acceptable review in Jojo's mind. It appears feasible, Jojo concluded. Thus, if I use the flames I summon as a catalyst, combined with Dad's magical energy as fuel, the results may be even more favorable. I shall endeavor to test this tonight, although it would reveal my ability to conjure flames. If I wish to procure a wand ahead of time, the challenge will inevitably intensify. Alas, as Kashi's caretaker, I cannot afford to lose out on my own beloved creature. As evening approached, John, who had been working overtime as a traffic officer, returned home. Under Jojo's endearing charms, perhaps also motivated by the genuine benefits for Kashi or out of resignation at Jojo's ability to conjure flames of two colors, John consented to test Jojo's feeding plan. Upon seeing her father retrieve the wand he had secured in the cabinet, Jojo's excitement rekindled, though she dared not reach for it under his stern gaze. With their combined efforts, they indeed confirmed that using Jojo's summoned flames to ignite the magical energy released through John's wand yielded tangible results. In just a single afternoon, after nearly exhausting the magical reserves of both the father and daughter, Kashi had grown to the size of a small hen, her feathers elegantly unfurling, resembling a noble and graceful eastern phoenix. John found it curious that while Kashi resembled a phoenix, her appearance diverged significantly from Professor Dumbledore's fox, warranting further investigation. Through this experience, both father and daughter could ascertain that while Kashi might be satisfied with a few fish snacks, her hunger for magical flames would be a transient affair. Once digested, she would be ready for more magical sustenance. Moreover, as Kashi continued to grow, her ability to digest magical flames would accelerate. In essence, she was an insatiable abyss for magical energy. Yet, Jojo would never begrudge her beloved creature. Ultimately, the father and daughter decided that each morning, Jojo would expend a significant portion of her magical energy to feed Kashi. And every evening, they would collaboratively use most of John's magic to provide Kashi with a hearty dinner. Until Kashi displayed any new developments on the following night, John and Jojo adhered to their plan, feeding the contented Kashi. However, this time, when Kashi's size reached that of a rooster, her growth finally began to slow. Observing the golden-red phoenix perched on the shelf, its tail feathers cascading like a peacock's display, both father and daughter felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment, while Kashi joyfully flapped her wings, her feathers undulating like silk. All right, Jojo, it's time for bed. Tomorrow, we'll prepare a new nest for Kashi. The laboratory shelf can be adjusted for size, and this small nest is indeed a bit cramped for her. Tonight, Kashi can sleep on the mat. Daddy, may I sleep holding Kashi? Jojo asked, her face lit with hope that if you don't mind the warmth. And if Kashi is willing, then yes. Hooray! Thank you, Daddy. Good night. All right, Kashi, how dare you refuse me? I want to feed you tomorrow. Chirrup, chirrup. Amid the family's laughter, Jojo obediently climbed into bed, unaware that at midnight, an elderly figure clad in a blue-gray wizard's robe adorned with star patterns, wearing a pointed wizard hat, sporting a long crooked nose with half-moon spectacles perched upon it, and a lengthy white beard, along with a golden-red bird perched on his shoulder, knocked on their door. At John's invitation, the two entered Jojo's room, engaging in conversation for a considerable time. Surprisingly, neither Jojo nor Kashi was disturbed by their chatter. Professor, can you discern what kind of bird this is? I initially thought it was a phoenix. But she doesn't resemble the one I remember from my childhood, John remarked, glancing at the golden-red bird on the old man's shoulder, then at the peacefully sleeping Hexa. Tiomi, this is indeed a phoenix. Fox's reaction confirms it. Now, Fox, be a gentleman and don't act as though you've never seen anything before. You will have the opportunity to play together. Forgive me, John, but but there are not many phoenixes left these days. Fox has become overly excited upon encountering a kindred spirit. Oh, I see it's a beautiful lady. Fox, quite evident. Since entering the room, the golden red bird had been fixated on the slumbering Kashi, occasionally flapping its wings in restless agitation. The elderly man sighed, expressing his reluctance. He had considered finding a companion for Fox, but wild phoenixes were not easily found, and it wouldn't be proper to whisk away a phoenix summoned by bloodline on their first meeting. Regaining his composure, the old man continued. You mentioned in your letter the legends surrounding your wife's ancestors. I believe this might be the phoenix from the east. I recall that a Muggle scholar once theorized that the earliest continent was a single landmass, which later fragmented into the world we see today. Due to tectonic movements, as continental plates shifted, some species migrated to new environments, evolving distinct characteristics over time that I suspect that Fox and Kashi are prime examples of this. Moreover, to my knowledge, phoenixes in the East are now rarer than those in Europe. Don't look at me like that, John. As Ravenclaw ladies have said, extraordinary wisdom is humanity's most precious treasure. I occasionally peruse Muggle scholars' research to avoid becoming out of touch with society. After all, I am getting on in years, RNTI. Of course, if you permit it, I could write to Mr. Newt Scamander to inquire. I'm sure he would be eager to visit personally. Very well. Professor, I agree to ask for Jojo. She is in a rather peculiar state, but quite safe, so do not worry. This power originates from the fire magic rune, not Grindelwald's. Moreover, I believe Grindelwald learned this rune from the heir of that ancient family in the East. From here on out, Jojo, let us take things as they come. Fate will invariably provide the right answers. Before departing, the old man gently stroked the sleeping Jojo and Kashi, nodded at John, offering a reassuring glance, and vanished in a swirl of orange-red flames. On the third morning, Jojo remained blissfully unaware of the previous night's events, continuing her daily exercises and feeding schedule for Kashi. However, her plans were interrupted by a long-eared owl flying in from afar. It's Budapest, Daddy's owl. Its upright ears resemble the tips of squirrels, adorned with wheat-like fur, making it easily recognizable. It has returned from China. Grandma borrowed it to send a letter inquiring about the phoenix. And now, there's news. Who? Jojo hurriedly turned around and opened the door to welcome Budapest inside. The owl appeared to be flying unsteadily, its calls weak and tired, looking quite disheveled. Its tail bore singed feathers, and snowflakes were scattered across its head, suggesting it had endured quite a journey. Upon reaching the dining table in the living room, Budapest collapsed, dropping the letter on the floor. Jojo paid no mind to the thick envelope and quickly poured a bowl of dried fish from Kashi's food supply, alongside a bowl of fresh water, placing them before the exhausted owl. While Budapest drank, Jojo smoothed the ruffled feathers on its back and added some biscuits and dried fruit to its small bowl. During this time, John descended from upstairs, picking up the fallen envelope, opening it to read aloud. It seems our suspicions were correct. The letter from there confirms it is indeed a phoenix from the eastern continent. The letter also mentions that the legendary phoenix can assume different forms. Although sightings are exceedingly rare, they enclosed a portrait of the eastern phoenix, stating that such creatures have become extremely scarce, making it difficult to find a photograph. They could only send an image for comparison. Additionally, there is a personal letter addressed to your grandmother, presumably from your great-grandmother. Let us not open it prematurely, but rather deliver it directly to her. Having spoken, John handed the letter to his wife, who had just come down the stairs, suggesting she could take it along when she went to work at her parents' house. Jojo examined the letter closely, noting that most of its contents were either familiar or already verified by her, with little that was novel. The only two exceptions mentioned were that strong spirits could also nourish a phoenix, with higher alcohol content being preferable, and that the magical flame could control its burning material, whether air, objects, or magic. Moreover, the flavor of the magical fire could vary for the phoenix depending on the material burned. Reading this, Jojo felt even more resolute in her decision to personally feed Kashi with magical fire, believing that nothing could rival her mother's cooking in the eyes of a child. After finishing the letter, Jojo handed it to her mother, who, upon reading it, teased, "It seems we have a rare creature in our household. Let us hope the laws in England don't prohibit citizens from privately raising phoenixes." Animal protection laws are not my forte. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed, with summer vacation arriving. Over the course of these 3 months, with both the father and daughter diligently expending their magical energies daily to feed Kashi with magical flames. Kashi had now grown to the size of a turkey, nearly confirming her maturity, as Fox was of a similar size. However, for the past month, Kashi had ceased to grow despite continued consumption of magical flames. At present, Kashi remained somewhat juvenile in her intellect, and as her body matured, her thoughts developed as well, becoming increasingly affectionate toward Jojo. In her desire to stay close to Jojo, Kashi had discovered a new skill. She could now change her size at will, shrinking to the size of a sparrow or expanding to that of an ostrich. If not for the fear of being seen, she could even manage to fly with Jojo. The day after this ability was discovered, Kashi transformed into a small sparrow and, either voluntarily or involuntarily, nestled into Jojo's pocket as they headed to kindergarten. However, upon returning home, both Jojo and Kashi received a thorough scolding from John and Yor for their antics. Moreover, it is fortunate that in the initial attempts, Kashi seemed to have little inclination towards strong spirits, thus preventing the household from being permeated with the stench of alcohol on a daily basis. However, under the condition of the alcohol lamp ignited by magical flames, Kashi could indeed indulge in the consumption of magical flames for an extended period. Although the magical energy contained in this alcohol-fueled flame is exceedingly thin, it could still be considered a delightful treat for Kashi. Given that Kashi has now matured, it is time for him, as Jojo's companion, to embark on the learning of reading and writing. After all, Jojo, in his previous life, was a scholar who fought his way through the vast expanse of Great China. In Jojo's eyes, if his pet were to miss out on 9 years of compulsory education, it would be tantamount to being illiterate. How could Kashi be illiterate? It is high time to commence his education. This moment, Kashi, still in a light slumber, remains oblivious to the impending events. Yet he cannot help but shudder slightly. Simultaneously, during this onset of summer, Jojo noticed that Kashi had begun to molt. Although Jojo had previously attempted to trim a small tuft of feathers from Kashi's chest, and had confirmed that Kashi could regrow his feathers independently, he had intermittently collected some of Kashi's feathers. However, compared to the feathers gathered during the week-long molting period, those collected were hardly worth mentioning. In terms of both quantity and completeness, the feathers Kashi willingly shed were more intact, smoother, and more delicate. Now, Jojo has amassed a bulging bag full of feathers, including 9 primary tail feathers and 7 flight feathers, all shed voluntarily by Keksai's feathers from a magical creature. These could potentially be exchanged for galleons in the future. One might consider this Jojo's first pot of gold. Having confirmed that Kashi's molting has ceased, Jojo's thoughts drifted elsewhere. Today happens to be the parents' meeting before the kindergarten break. Jojo's performance over the past semester cannot be described as exemplary. Yet he has behaved himself well. Following the teacher's commendations, Jojo's father should honor his promise and take him to Diagon Alley for a shopping spree. The plan to acquire a wand of his own should also be put into motion. According to the previously devised plans, Plan A, if it is possible to purchase a wand directly, then Mr. Ollivander should be asked to craft one using Kashi's feathers. Plan B, if due to age or other reasons the purchase is not feasible, then surplus Kashi feathers could be used to entice Mr. Ollivander. Plan C, one could feign vulnerability, claiming that the awakening of magic has occurred too early and that age prevents proper control of one's magical power, necessitating a wand as an outlet for magical release. Plan D, if all else fails, Kashi's feathers could be exchanged for a piece of magically infused wood, allowing for an attempt to create a wand at home. Though it may not be optimal, it would be better than nothing, serving for a few years until the arrival of the enrollment notice. In summary, a wand must be secured. Otherwise, Jojo is left to ponder fire magic alone, unable to perform even a basic illumination charm. With 7 or 8 years remaining until enrollment at Hogwarts, time must not be squandered. Now, Jojo has acquired the ability to freely control 2 colors of magical flames, comparable in size to a human head, and his command over the flames has evolved beyond mere attraction and repulsion. He can now shape the flames into fine lines, bubbles, or various simple forms at will. Furthermore, that milky white flame capable of healing wounds manifested on Kashi after he reached adulthood, originating one day from the flame runes in Jojo's mind during the nurturing process of magical flames. Indeed, Jojo can now ascertain that the diverse powers of flames from that initial dream must stem from the flame runes in his consciousness, rather than the power of the phoenix itself. The phoenix, it seems, was endowed with similar capabilities by the flame runes after forming a contract with human wizards, and this ability continues to develop within the phoenix, thereby influencing its growth. The wizard bound to the phoenix through this contract. Jojo also benefits from the phoenix's positive reinforcement as it matures. Although at present, Jojo requires Kashi's strength to wield the healing milky white flame. As Kashi's magical energy steadily increases, the most direct feedback is that, despite being merely 3.5 years old, Jojo's magical capacity has reached the level of an average Hogwarts student upon enrollment. A growth spurred by the immense magical energy expended daily to create magical flames for Kashi's sustenance. However, the primary cause should be attributed to Kashi's growth, which, through their contractual bond, propels Jojo's development. Recently, Jojo has noticed that since Kashi entered adulthood, the rate of his own magical growth has slowed compared to before. Alas, such opportunities are rare, unless another phoenix can be summoned and raised. What am I thinking? How fickle of me! One Kashi is already sufficient. Moreover, as time progresses, Jojo can sense that once Kashi's magical energy accumulates to a certain level and Jojo receives adequate feedback in terms of bloodline, physicality, and magical affinity, he will be able to summon and utilize that healing milky white flame freely. Presumably, the black flame would also require similar conditions to surpass a certain threshold. This signifies that the growth of Jojo and Kashi is interdependent, mutually beneficial. The vessel of the flame runes. Jojo must observe, interpret, and comprehend the power of the runes, and use this power as a spark or seed to ignite or influence Kashi, fostering Kashi's transformation and growth. In turn, Kashi, through his own transformation, provides Jojo with feedback regarding magical energy, physicality, and flame control, enabling Jojo to reach the necessary level to wield the powers of the flame runes, or even aspire to a higher echelon. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed, and summer has arrived. During these 3 months, as both the elder and younger wizards have nearly depleted their magical energy daily through the feeding of magical flames, Kashi has grown to the size of a turkey, confirming his status as an adult. After all, Fox is of similar size, and since Kashi reached this size a month ago, no amount of magical flame consumption has resulted in further growth. However, Kashi's intellect remains somewhat juvenile, and it seems that with physical maturity and cognitive development, Kashi has become increasingly clingy in his desire to be close to Jojo. Kashi has developed a new skill, allowing him to alter his size at will. Currently, Kashi can shrink to the size of sparrow or expand to that of an ostrich. If not for the fear of being seen, he could perhaps manage to take Jojo for a flight. The day after this ability was discovered, Kashi transformed into a small sparrow and either voluntarily or involuntarily concealed himself in Jojo's pocket, accompanying him to kindergarten. However, upon returning home, both Jojo and Kashi received a thorough scolding from John and Yor. Additionally, it is worth noting that in the early attempts, Kashi appeared to show no particular interest in strong spirits, thus averting the issue of the household being filled with the scent of alcohol each day. Yet, under the condition of the alcohol lamp ignited by magical flames, Kashi could indeed consume magical flames continuously for a prolonged duration. Although the magical energy contained in this alcohol-based flame is quite sparse, it can still be regarded as a small snack for Kashi. However, since Kashi has now matured, it is time for him, as Jojo's bird, to commence learning to read and write. After all, Jojo, in his previous life, fought valiantly through Great China, and now, in his eyes, if his pet has not undergone 9 years of compulsory education, it would indeed be classified as illiterate. How could Kashi be illiterate? It is time to embark on the journey of education. This moment, Kashi, still in a light doze, remains unaware of what is about to transpire. Yet he cannot help but shudder slightly, in accordance with the previously devised plan. Plan A. Should it be possible to procure a wand directly, I would kindly request Mr. Ollivander to craft one using a feather from Kosi. Plan B, if due to my tender age or any other reason, I am unable to make a purchase, I shall entice Mr. Ollivander with surplus Kosi feathers. Plan C, I shall adopt a pitiful demeanor, expressing that my magical awakening has come too early, and at such a young age, I am unable to properly control my own magical powers, necessitating a wand as an outlet for my magical energy. Plan D, if all else fails, I shall barter a Kosi feather for a piece of magically imbued wood and endeavor to create a wand myself at home. Although it may not be particularly effective, it is certainly better than nothing, and I can use it for a few years until I receive my acceptance letter. In summary, acquiring a wand is paramount. Otherwise, I am left to experiment with fire magic, unable to conjure even a simple light spell. With 7 or 8 years remaining until my enrollment at Hogwarts, time must not be squandered. Presently, JoJo has mastered the ability to freely manipulate 2 colors of magical flames, roughly the size of an ordinary person's head. Her control over the flames has evolved beyond mere attraction and repulsion. She can now shape the flames into fine lines, bubbles, or other simple forms. Moreover, the milky white flames, capable of healing wounds, manifested upon Kosi's maturation, reflecting the runes of flame within JoJo's mind during the nurturing process of her magical flames. It is now clear to JoJo that the various powers of flame she encountered in her dream that fateful night originated from the runes in her mind, rather than the powers of the Phoenix itself. The Phoenix, having forged a bond with a human wizard, was similarly endowed with abilities by the flame runes, which continued to develop within it, influencing its growth. As a wizard connected by contract to the Phoenix, JoJo benefit from the Phoenix's positive reinforcement in her development. Although JoJo currently requires Kosi's power to wield the healing milky white flames, as Kosi's magical energy continues to grow and accumulate. JoJo's own magical capacity has reached the level typically seen in Hogwarts students upon their admission, despite being only 3.5 years old. This growth can be attributed to the substantial magical energy JoJo expends daily to create flames for Kosi's sustenance. But more significantly, it stems from Kosi's maturation, which, through their contract, stimulates JoJo's own growth. Recently, JoJo has noticed that since Kosi transitioned into adulthood, her own magical growth has slowed considerably. Alas, such an opportunity may only arise once, unless she can summon another Phoenix to nurture. But what folly is this? How fickle of me to desire another. When one Kosi suffices, as time progresses, JoJo senses that once Kosi's magical energy accumulates to a certain threshold, and JoJo's own feedback in terms of lineage, physique, and magic reaches a sufficient level, she will be able to summon and wield the healing milky white flames freely. Presumably, the black flames would similarly require surpassing a specific threshold. This signifies that JoJo and Kosi's growth is interdependent, mutually beneficial. JoJo, as the vessel of the flame runes, must observe, interpret, and comprehend the power of the runes, igniting or influencing Kosi's growth and transformation. In turn, Kosi provides JoJo with feedback in terms of magical energy, physicality, and flame control, helping JoJo attain the requisite level to utilize the powers of the flame runes, perhaps even reaching greater heights. Nestled within the bustling streets of Westminster, London, lies a small and dilapidated inn and bar known as the Leaky Cauldron, established in the year 1500 by Daisy Dodderidge, who became its first proprietor. She transformed this establishment into a gateway connecting the non-magical world and Diagon Alley. The inn features a bar for refreshments and rooms available for rent upstairs. Presently, the Leaky Cauldron finds itself situated between a grand bookstore and a record shop, without guidance or prior knowledge of its location. One might easily overlook its existence. Passers-by hardly spare a glance, their attention captivated solely by the nearby bookstore and record shop, as if muggles were entirely oblivious to the Leaky Cauldron's presence. Diagon Alley is a cobblestone lane, ancient and brimming with magic, regarded as the most vibrant commercial street in the British wizarding community. Here, one can discover an array of peculiar and exhilarating shops, including restaurants, stores, banks, and various small establishments. Typically, young witches and wizards procure their school supplies here before their enrollment at Hogwarts, as everything on the Hogwarts essential supplies list can be found within these walls. Diagon Alley remains segregated from the Muggle world, encompassing a vast area that serves as the heart of London's magical realm, given its status as the most bustling commercial avenue in the wizarding community. Space is increasingly scarce, and property prices on a rise. It is noteworthy that the Leaky Cauldron is designated as number 1 Diagon Alley. The entrance to Diagon Alley is cleverly concealed within a small courtyard behind the Leaky Cauldron. If one were to tap a specific brick, 3 bricks up from the trash can and 2 bricks across, a doorway leading to Diagon Alley will reveal itself. Initially, a small opening appears in the brick wall, gradually expanding into a spacious archway. Upon passage, the archway narrows once more, eventually reverting to a solid wall. Alternatively, one may reach Diagon Alley by means of flue powder. This narrow lane bears witness to the lengthy history of London, epitomizing the seamless blend of antiquity and modernity. The shops lining the alley stand as silent witnesses to the passage of time, each door concealing an ancient tale, according to popular historical accounts. The oldest structure in Diagon Alley is Gringotts Wizarding Bank, with other shops constructed around it. However, Ollivander's Wand Shop may well be the most ancient of all, tracing its origins back to the 4th century BC. In a nearby alley lies Nocturne Alley, a starkly different locale where dark wizardry thrives. Here, one can find sinister wares, such as skulls, animated statues missing limbs, and bottles of eye-catching elixirs. Not only are the items unsettling, but the proprietors' reputations are dubious. Those who venture here must possess a certain fortitude to avoid being taken advantage of, though it seems the clientele are of a similarly untrustworthy disposition. Today, Jojo, accompanied by her father, passes through the Leaky Cauldron. Upon entering, Jojo surveys her surroundings, noting the dim and modest atmosphere of the bar, which features a counter and a few tables tucked away in shadowy corners. Perhaps due to the languid summer heat, the bar is bustling with patrons that a group of elderly women occupies a corner, sipping sherry from small glasses, one of whom is indulging in a long pipe. A diminutive man adorned with a tall hat engages in conversation with a nearly bald bartender, who resembles a shriveled walnut. The moment they step inside, the chatter abruptly ceases. The presence of a child during the off-season is uncommon, and the patrons are likely wagering on the fact that she is far too young for school. However, the bar's owner seems to recognize John, greeting him with a smile and raising a glass, exclaiming, "What a rare guest, John. Shall we adhere to the usual?" "No. Thank you, Tom. This is my daughter, Jojo. She awakened her magic a few months ago. I promised to bring her to Diagon Alley for a visit, and I need to utilize your backyard." John affectionately ruffles Jojo's hair, proclaiming loudly and proudly, as if eager for all to know, donning the guise of a doting father keen to showcase his daughter. Jojo internally scoffs, wondering if her father fears she might never find a suitor at such a tender age. The Leaky Cauldron falls into a hush, soon followed by a chorus of raised glasses and congratulatory cheers. Cheers to Jojo's celebration. To her, by Merlin's beard, how old is she? And she's already awakened her magic. I wouldn't believe it even if Merlin himself said so. Some parents just have unrealistic expectations that I'll wager that girl is destined for greatness. I bet she'll end up in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Are you not treating everyone today, John? Indeed. Tom, another round of me, please. I do enjoy your brew, even if you won tea by a round. You simply must have a drink today. Come over here, you see that? You need to find a girlfriend and settle down. Your old man is eagerly awaiting grandchildren. Tom, where's your little Hannah? Is she playing with other children? Curious, Jojo surveys her surroundings, noting that the bar now possesses a more authentic ambience than when she first entered. Yet, she yearns to meet the illustrious Miss Hannah Abbott, renowned for her unyielding position at the top of the Hogwarts enrollment list. Celebrated in various Harry Potter fan fictions as the indomitable Iron Hannah or Hannah the Iron Hat. This may very well be the first time a young wizard has encountered such significant scenes from the original text upon arriving in this world. Alas, Hannah is absent from the tavern today, frolicking outside. My home lacks such fortune, and I still have years to wait for my magical awakening. John, one tea, you have a drink? The honey mead is from the latest batch, said old Tom, who was behind the bar, waving his hand dismissively. Really, I cannot drink. I have the child with me. John replied hastily, but I remember Miss Eber is also 3.5 years old. She should be entering Hogwarts alongside Jojo in the future. Perhaps they could become good friends. John waved his hand anxiously, fearful that if he succumbed to temptation and drank, he would find it hard to stop. How fortuitous! Your girl is quite tall. I didn't notice it earlier. However, I have no doubt that the moment they meet, they will become fast friends. Our Hannah is not lacking in enthusiasm. Next time you come, I shall introduce her to Hannah. If she learns that she missed a pier today, she will surely regret it. She only avoided me because she found it dull here, old Tom said with a mischievous grin as he polished a glass. Enough of this chatter. Let us proceed to the backyard. John took Jojo's hand and greeted those around them as they made their way to the rear. The backyard of the Leaky Cauldron was a small courtyard enclosed by walls on all sides. It was not particularly spacious, perhaps only the size of 2 elevator shafts, and Jojo could already imagine how cramped it would be if Hagrid stood there. The yard appeared quite dilapidated, with an old, seemingly immovable iron garbage bin, overgrown with weeds and vines, climbing upwards. Even in this bar's backyard, which had been subjected to the Muggle-repelling charm, one must still resort to such subterfuge. The Ministry of Magic is indeed cautious. I doubt any vagrant would linger in such an environment. Just as Jojo's anxious heart was momentarily distracted by the surrounding decay, she suddenly felt John squeeze her hand, followed by his gentle voice. Do you remember what I told you before? Jojo, can you tell me where that important brick is? I certainly do, Daddy. Count 3 bricks up from the garbage bin, then 2 across. There, Jojo exclaimed, rising on her tiptoes in an effort to reach the rough surface of the brick that was not as smooth as the others. Although Jojo was tall for her age, even compared to the boys, she still fell just short. However, she estimated that with her wand in hand, she would easily manage. You are absolutely correct. Our Jojo is the brightest. John affectionately ruffled Jojo's hair, stepping back to retrieve his wand. He gently tapped the brick 3 times. With each tap, Jojo's heart raced once more. At that moment, she could distinctly hear her own heartbeat. This was to be her first tangible encounter with the magical world since her arrival in this realm. All the wonders of this world would soon be unveiled to her, and countless secrets awaited her exploration. Before long, the brick John had tapped began to quiver and shift, and the entire wall seemed to awaken. The central bricks moved aside to reveal a small opening, followed closely by more bricks shifting and stacking, gradually enlarging the gap until a wide archway emerged before them, leading to a winding, cobblestone street that appeared endless. Welcome, John said. Welcome to Diagon Alley, my little princess. Seeing Jojo standing in stunned amazement, John beamed as he took her hand and led her through the archway. Jojo was utterly captivated by the sights before her. Only as she was drawn forward did she come to her senses, turning back to glance at the archway, which had suddenly narrowed, reverting to a solid wall. Brilliant sunlight illuminated a stack of cauldrons outside the nearest shop. Above the cauldrons hung a sign: copper, brass, tin, and silver cauldrons, all models available, auto-stirring and collapsible. Just as in the original text, the nearest shop was indeed a cauldron shop. Turning to observe her surroundings, Jojo found herself on a street characterized by Victorian architectural style, the air rich with the distinctive damp and gloomy scent of that era, as if she had stepped into a film. Jojo felt as though she might encounter Sherlock Holmes around the next corner. The street was quaint and broad, lined with bustling shops and lively patrons. Despite having read novels and watched films in her past life, Jojo remained profoundly awed by the vibrant scene before her. She could not help but release her father's hand, taking a few quick steps forward, arms outstretched as she twirled around, then closing her eyes to greedily inhale the lively yet cool atmosphere of sunlight on the street. Was this the place where her countless dreams had begun? How wonderful! John had lingered at the street corner, silently enjoying the sight of his daughter's astonishment and delight, reminiscing about his own first visit to Diagon Alley. Led by Professor McGonagall, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Watching Jojo dash forward once more, he hurried to catch up, grasping her hand and saying, "Jojo, we must first go to the bank." However, Jojo, clearly lost in her own world, was no longer paying attention to his words, her body and mind out of sync as she craned her neck to take in everything around her. John felt as though he were leading a small sparrow rather than child. At that moment, Jojo wished fervently for 8 more eyes as they walked down the street. She gazed about eagerly, wishing to absorb every detail. All the shops, their wares, and the bustling shoppers, a shrewd man stood outside a potion shop, calling out as they passed, essence of the eight-eyed giant spider, 100 galleons a vial, fresh, priceless, first come, first served. From a dimly lit shop came a soft, mournful sound, with a sign out front that read, Hoots Owl Emporium, selling owls and owl supplies. Here, various types of owls were offered, including the great gray owl, the barn owl, the tawny owl, the brown owl, and the snowy owl. Several older boys pressed their noses against the display window, where flying brooms were showcased. Look, that's the new Nimbus 1994, the fastest yet, Jojo heard one boy exclaim, thinking to herself that the Nimbus company certainly knew how to market. Every year, they boasted the speediest models. Other shops sold robes, telescopes, and an array of peculiar silverware. In another window, baskets brimmed with bat spleens and eel eyeballs, stacked with spell books, quills, scrolls of parchment, potion vials, and globes of the moon. As Jojo passed by, she silently calculated in her mind. Patchy, as cauldron shop. Essential for potions. If the quality is good, perhaps I could use it for cooking too. It seems there's south only one place for cauldrons, but many for potion ingredients. The apothecary, such a simple name. Hoots Owl Emporium. I already have Kishi. The Quidditch supplies shop. Not a chance at this stage. Too expensive. Besides, the Nimbus 2000 is prettier. Just 7 more years to wait, or perhaps even longer to afford it. I must start earning money. Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. I must try that later to see how it differs from regular ice cream. The Leaky Cauldron, the most mysterious company. Flourish and blots. The wizarding version of a bookstore, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, is that the bald man who inspired the Weasley twins' talents. I recall it being called Zonko's Joke Shop. Madame Alkines robed for all occasions, a supplier of school uniforms. The quality should be significantly better than back home. The Muggle-worthy excuse committee, the legendary bespoke high-end goods, Madame Pimpernel's beauty potion shop, while there isn't much in the original regarding its effects. Or else there wouldn't be so many old witches in a magical world. The magical menagerie, no phoenixes, but are those fluff balls? How adorable. Obscures books. I always found that name ominous when reading the original. Diagon Alley Stationery Shop, selling ink, parchment, and quills. Perhaps I could learn from Professor Dumbledore to craft a quill from a phoenix feather. The Horrible Journey. I prefer the Happy Journey. It was hard books. I truly have no recollection of this. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes seems similar to Borgin and Burke's. The Daily Prophet headquarters. I wonder if Rita Skeeter is around. Ollivander's Wand Shop, a battleground for wand makers. Today's main goal. Gringotts Wizarding Bank. How crooked. Truly, magic serves as a shortcut in any industry. Oh, I hope my father isn't too poor. The second-hand robe shop, a thrift store and various small vendors, a treasure trove. Gringotts is here, John announced. They arrived before a towering, snow-white building that loomed over the surrounding shops. A grand, slightly crooked structure of gleaming white marble. Beside the shining bronze doors stood a figure clad in a scarlet and gold uniform. A goblin, as they approached the figure along the white stone steps. John calmly whispered. The fairy stood at a height comparable to Jojo, possessing a dark, intelligent visage complemented by pointed whiskers. Jojo noticed that both the fairy's hands and feet were remarkably elongated. Upon entering, the fairy bowed in greeting. Gringotts Wizarding Bank, an imposing white edifice situated at the intersection of Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley, is renowned as the second safest location in the world, surpassed only by Hogwarts. Thus, wizards are inclined to entrust their treasures to Gringotts. Managed by a cadre of fairies, the bank enforces a strict regulation that only they may escort clients aboard the mine carts that spiral down to the vaults. And only a fairy can unlock the vaults to retrieve deposited possessions. They have their own methods to thwart intruders and adhere to a set of internal regulations that prevent the disclosure of banking secrets amongst themselves. Gringotts boasts 2 gates. The first, a gleaming bronze door, is guarded by a fairy in a scarlet and gold uniform, who bows in deference as clients arrive. The second door, silver in hue, is inscribed with the following words. Enter. Stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. S.O. If you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours. Thief, you have been warned. Beware of finding more than treasure there. Jojo and John swiftly passed through the second silver door, where two fairies bowed and ushered them into a grand marble hall. Approximately 100 fairies occupied high stools behind a long counter, some weighing coins on brass scales, others examining gems through magnifying glasses while hastily recording in large ledgers. Numerous doors led to various locations. With many fairies guiding individuals through these entrances, John took Jojo's hand and approached one of the counters, which was elevated, prompting Jojo to recall the pawnshop counters of a past life, similarly high, perhaps designed to deter any forceful actions from those in front. "Good day," John addressed a relatively idle fairy. "We wish to withdraw some funds from my vault. Name?" The fairy behind the counter glanced up briefly before hastening to tally a small stack of gold galleons in hand. Jojo observed a bespectacled fairy to the right weighing a pile of rubies, each the size of a glowing ember, recording the measurements with great caution. John Landon. John patiently awaited the fairy to finish counting. "Do you have a key, Mr. Landon?" The fairy's speed was remarkable, as the recorded galleons were swiftly placed into a bag, which was then stored in a drawer out of course. John replied, producing a small golden key from an inner pocket of his coat and placing it on the counter. "There should be no issue." The fairy examined it meticulously before returning it to John. "I will summon someone to escort you to your underground vault." Kaba. Kaba was another fairy, after John carefully stowed the golden key back into his pocket. He tightened his grip on Jojo's hand and followed Kaba through one of the doors, exiting the hall. Kaba opened the door for them. Jojo's heart raced once more as they faced a narrow stone corridor illuminated by flickering torches, starkly contrasting the earlier marble hall. Resembling a transition from a civilized world to a dense woodland cave, the essence of adventure was palpable, as if the roller coaster was about to commence. Jojo mused. The stone corridor sloped steeply downward, revealing a small railway at its base. Kaba whistled, and a small cart came hurtling towards them along the tracks. Kaba climbed aboard first, standing at the front, while John lifted Jojo into the cart before joining her. The cart moved forward slowly, gradually gaining speed as they sped through the labyrinthine passageways. Jojo attempted to memorize their route, turning left, right, left, navigating the intersections, but soon abandoned the effort as the cart seemed to know the way without Kaba needing to steer. The frigid air whistled past, stinging Jojo's eyes, yet he made an effort to keep them wide open. At one point, he thought he spotted a flicker of fire at the end of the passageway, and turned to see if it might be the dragon guarding the Lestrange family vault. But it was too late. They had already plunged deeper underground, passing an underground lake adorned with massive stalactites and stalagmites that extended down to the ground. They descended further, accelerating as the air grew colder and more biting. As they ventured deeper, Jojo felt a chill and leaned closer to John, ceasing his wandering gaze. The cart continued its rhythmic clattering, and just as Jojo shivered, the speed suddenly slackened, nearly propelling him forward as the cart came to a halt before a grand door. "We've arrived," Kaba's voice resonated from the front. They disembarked in succession, and Jojo noted a brass plaque above the door, engraved with Vault 963. Kaba approached to unlock the door, for which a faint green mist wafted, revealing glimmers of firelight beyond the smoke, illuminating runes that suggested it was the everlasting goblin fire. As the mist dissipated, Jojo gasped. Under the ethereal glow lay boxes and barrels brimming with jewels. Silverware, pearls, gemstones, crowns, necklaces, porcelain plates, vases, silks, oil paintings, sculptures, ship models, suits of armor, swords, bows, firearms, tattered canvases, and piles of parchment rolls in various sizes and materials, including gold, silver, wood, iron, and jade. In the presence of such opulence, the gold, silver, and bronze coins appeared almost insignificant. Ding ding. John leaped forward, striking a pose. "This is our family's treasure, destined for you." John smiled, seemingly aware of Jojo's impending astonishment, having deliberately waited until now to reveal the extent of their vault's riches. In truth, since Jojo's magical awakening, John had sensed that her rebellious phase might arrive prematurely. At times, when he spoke in a tone meant to soothe children, he could detect a trace of skepticism and mild disdain in Jojo's expressions and gazes. He no longer embodied the omnipotent, towering father figure in her eyes, which was unacceptable. He needed to restore his image in her heart. Hence he orchestrated this surprise during their excursion to Diagon Alley. So, Dad, did you rob a bank? Jojo swallowed hard, finding it hard to believe in her father's wealth, as her concerns about money seemed trivial in comparison. There was simply too much to spend. Gringotts is the safest place in the world. No one can successfully abscond with even a single canute that does not rightfully belong to them. Kaba scoffed nearby. My apologies, Mr. Goblin. I was merely overwhelmed with excitement. Jojo replied sheepishly, shooting a glare at the rather theatrical pose maintained by her father. Although I am an orphan, when I enrolled, Professor Dumbledore informed me of my true surname and shared some history regarding the Landon family's ancestors. Your great-grandfather and great-grandmother were treasure hunters, akin to bounty hunters, assisting Muggle world institutions, royal aristocrats, and affluent merchants in locating treasures documented in their records or items lost to history. Throughout this endeavor, many target items were accompanied by a plethora of accompanying treasures or burial goods. And aside from the designated items for the employers, nearly everything else is housed here. Don't look at me like that, dear. I was just as astonished on my first visit. Moreover, I am only aware that after the First Wizarding War, the Landon family began to dwindle, ultimately leaving me as the sole survivor. As for the reasons behind this decline, I remain in the dark. Professor Dumbledore advised me to embark on my own exploration. However, my grasp of magical history has never been particularly strong. The mere sight of a history book induces a profound sleepiness within me. So, in truth, my knowledge is rather limited. John awkwardly scratched his nose, suggesting, let us first procure some money. We can discuss matters back home. While Jojo was lost in her thoughts, John produced a pouch of coins, filling it with several handfuls of gold. The coins are galleons. He explained, 17 silver sickles make 1 galleon, and 29 nuts equal 1 sickle. Quite simple, wouldn't you agree? All right, this should suffice for our current needs. Any excess can wait until you are older to sort out. He then turned to Kaba, saying, now, please take us back. Certainly, sir, Kaba replied. Jojo was once again hoisted into the cart like a puppet, and after a brisk ride, they found themselves on the sunlit street outside Gringotts. Standing at the entrance, Jojo was momentarily at a loss regarding her next step, her emotions a tangled web of joy and apprehension. It was only now that she began to fully process the information she had just received. In the blink of an eye, a historical treasure trove had materialized within her family, buried deep beneath London, containing countless relics of royal and papal significance. As a modern-day traveler, she had grown so complacent that she contemplated using a Fidelius charm to conceal her home, merely biding her time until the grand conclusion, waiting for old Voldemort to perish before venturing out to live freely. Yet aside from inheriting the title of Phoenix Priestess from her mother's lineage, she had now also acquired the title of Treasure Hunter from her father's side, which indeed constituted a narrative worthy of a novel. Thus, to remain idle would be rather unbecoming, especially considering that the soul inhabiting this body belonged to a diligent girl from the Northeast. Very well, since effort is still required, let us keep our goal unchanged. To Ollivander's wand shop, just as Jojo pointed toward Ollivander's wand shop, eager to speak, John pulled her in the opposite direction. Today holds many tasks, Tado. I just remembered, we must first purchase some clothing. Your mother particularly emphasized that we need to get you some summer outfits, as you have grown so rapidly these past 6 months. As he walked, clutching the pouch of coins in one hand and guiding Jojo with the other, they made their way toward Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Indeed, with the awakening of her magical abilities, Jojo's body had been nourished by magical energy, complemented by the growth feedback from Kelsey, and combined with her consistent exercise over the past 6 months. She had grown nearly 9 centimeters in that time. Her previous clothing and shoes had become too small, particularly her shoes, which she had already replaced once in the past half year. However, at this moment, Jojo was not inclined to be measured by a moving ruler. All her thoughts were fixated on the wand. But father, we still have plenty of time. Can we please go to Ollivander's wand shop first? Jojo fluttered her large, expressive eyes, employing her most endearing charm. John lowered his gaze, squinting at Jojo with a teasing smile. Don't think I'm unaware of your little scheme that we may look, but we cannot buy. You are still too young to safely wield a wand. Moreover, Mr. Ollivander is a kind gentleman. Let us not cause him any trouble. Just a look, Jojo affirmed, nodding enthusiastically, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains in her mind. Her father had many items to procure today. Once they reached Ollivander's wand shop, she could easily divert him to buy other things, granting her the freedom to explore, though they had unknowingly arrived at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Upon witnessing his daughter's crafty demeanor, John resolved to first take Jojo to Ollivander's wand shop to satisfy her desire. After all, measuring sizes and selecting styles could be quite time-consuming, and if this little girl chose to act up, it would only complicate matters further. Just as he was about to turn around, a tall figure emerged from Madame Malkin's, dressed in a somewhat worn yet impeccably neat robe, as if every detail had been meticulously pressed. Her hair was neatly tied back in a tidy bun, framed by a pair of rectangular glasses, and she carried a large bag in her hand. "Professor McGonagall." John froze, resembling a lion petrified by a spell. Momentarily immobilized before stammering a greeting as if he had just consumed a toffee apple. Among all the staff at Hogwarts, the individual John feared most was not Professor Snape or the caretaker Filch, but the fair and stern Professor McGonagall, one of Gryffindor's most rambunctious cubs. He and his friends had contravened countless school rules, and after one particularly disastrous incident, having witnessed the furious version of Professor McGonagall, he had been unable to shake the lingering shadow of her wrath. Professor McGonagall paused for a moment, quickly regaining her composure as her gaze, filtered through her glasses, scanned the duo before her. "John, has little Jojo grown so much?" she inquired, her eyes twinkling with warmth. "Indeed, she has grown quite rapidly," John replied, still rigid and somewhat flustered. "Hello, Professor McGonagall," Jojo chimed sweetly, releasing her father's hand to curtsy before the professor. Adjusting her skirt gracefully, she then scampered to McGonagall's side, taking her other hand. "My father has told me that you are the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, the head of Gryffindor House, and one of the greatest witches of this century. A master of transfiguration. You are one of the few wizards capable of becoming an animagus, and you have published many papers on transfiguration today. My father has recounted your stories to me since I was little, and I hope to become a great witch like you when I grow up. My father says you're the fairest and most just professor at Hogwarts. Regardless of which house a student belongs to, you reward good behavior and correct mistakes impartially. He also says that Gryffindor is the best house, and your presence is indispensable to that fact, as your guidance ensures that Gryffindor's bravery does not devolve into recklessness. He lamented that if his transfiguration skills were even half as good as yours, he wouldn't have to muddle through life in the Muggle world. He also expressed regret that you excelled at Quidditch, but were confined to Hogwarts for our sake, missing opportunities to showcase your talents on professional pitches. Jojo's effusive praise flowed from her lips, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Professor McGonagall's expression softened into a beaming smile, her eyes crinkling at the corners as she ruffled Jojo's hair, crouching down to meet her gaze. "Such a good girl, Jojo. Did your father truly say all that?" "Of course, it's all true. Some of it he told me during story time, while other bits I overheard during his conversations with my mother. You are my idol. I have longed to learn transfiguration from you." Jojo nodded earnestly, knowing that she must not show any signs of deceit, lest she face dire consequences. Encountering Professor McGonagall today was indeed a delightful surprise. From her father's reaction, it was evident that she held considerable sway over him. If she could win McGonagall's favor, perhaps today's wand acquisition would proceed more smoothly. "Very well. I shall tentatively take your word for it," little one. McGonagall chuckled, playfully pinching Jojo's nose before turning her attention back to John. "If only you had possessed such awareness in your youth and devoted yourself more diligently to your studies. With your practical skills, you might have already secured a position in the Ministry's Auror office by now." "Well, truth be told, I rather enjoy my current life," John said sheepishly, scratching his head awkwardly. McGonagall then focused her gaze back on Jojo, stating, "Transfiguration is a profound discipline. It should be the most challenging subject you encounter at Hogwarts. However, you are still young, and there will be ample opportunity to build a solid foundation, so you do not end up like your father. Careless and forgetful, that I hear that your magical abilities have awakened. Is that correct, Jojo?" "Yes, Professor McGonagall," Jojo replied proudly, puffing out her small chest. Why father says the magic within me has reached the level of a first-year student at Hogwarts. I wish to learn transfiguration, but my father is unwilling to teach me. She cast a furtive glance at her father, who stood frozen in the distance. Yes, that's so. John, I recall that your transfiguration skills are not lacking. McGonagall's tone shifted to one of sternness. Oh well, you know, Jojo is still quite young. A wand would be too perilous for her at this stage, that's the reason, John stammered, his lips twitching this moment. He had realized what his daughter was attempting to accomplish. She was seeking to curry favor with the professor. Thus, I am left to self-study. As you can see, Jojo did not grant John the luxury of further contemplation. After speaking, she extended her hand as though revealing a treasure, conjuring a small orb of tangerine flames. Gradually, this fiery sphere, floating delicately above her palm, contorted and transformed into the shape of a shield. Almost immediately, the flames began to flow like molten lava, morphing into the likeness of a turtle, followed by a table, a teacup, a petite cake, and ultimately a small bird. Despite its rough appearance, the items were discernibly recognizable. However, the final transformation was particularly exquisite, though Jojo appeared to exert considerable effort. In truth, shaping the flames into the image of Koshi should have been one of the least strenuous transformations for Jojo. These were merely alterations of the flame's shape, not true transfiguration, which could even modify tactile sensations. As for whether true transfiguration could genuinely alter the composition of matter, Jojo could not ascertain at present. Even in the vast expanse of her previous life's fanfictions, this remained an insurmountable conundrum. Nevertheless, witnessing a flame morphing into various forms at the hands of a 3.5-year-old girl was enough to astonish Professor McGonagall. Without a wand or incantation, McGonagall exclaimed, her eyes widening as she fixated on the small bird that continued to flap its wings, her breath growing rapid. This must be one of Jojo's innate talents following her magical awakening. John hurried forward, his broad frame shielding the two from the prying eyes of passers-by, hastily offering an explanation. Before he could finish, Jojo interjected, "So, can you teach me transfiguration, Professor McGonagall?" At that moment, the fiery bird still fluttered in Jojo's grasp. Yet she exhibited no signs of strain, a fact that McGonagall failed to notice amidst her astonishment. Finally, McGonagall emerged from her state of shock. "Of course, dear," she replied with delight. "What you need now is a wand and a few books on basic transfiguration. Come, let us visit M.R. Ollivander, as a transfiguration teacher at Hogwarts for over 30 years. Nothing delighted McGonagall more than witnessing a gifted child eager to learn. If there were anything more gratifying, it would be the prospect that this child might eventually be sorted into Gryffindor. With that, McGonagall rose, and once the flame in Jojo's hand extinguished with a soft puff, she took Jojo's hand and strode purposefully towards Ollivander's wand shop, entirely disregarding the frozen John. It was only after Jojo had taken a few steps that she turned back and waved triumphantly at him. Ollivander's wand shop is the only wand shop in Diagon Alley, situated on its southern side and operated by the Ollivander family. Currently, the shop's proprietor is the elderly family member, Garrick Ollivander, often referred to as Mr. Ollivander. He has been in charge since at least the 1930s and recalls every wand he has sold. The Ollivander family is recognized as the finest wand makers in Britain, and they rank among the best in Europe. Having begun their wand business in 382 BC, although there are other wand makers in Britain, the majority of British witches and wizards, including nearly all first-year students entering Hogwarts, purchase their wands from Ollivander. Mr. Ollivander firmly believes that the wand chooses the wizard, and he remembers every wand he has sold. When assisting customers in selecting a wand, he considers various factors to find the perfect match for each individual. Customers must first measure their arm length, forearm length, height, and head circumference, after which appropriate wands are chosen based on these parameters. Each wand is unique, crafted from different unicorn hairs, phoenix tail feathers, and dragon or serpent heartstrings, using various quality woods for the wand body. These are powerful magical items. Each wizard is suited to a particular wand. Using a wand that rightfully belongs to another will not yield the desired effects. Jojo followed Professor McGonagall to the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop. It was a small, dilapidated shop, the gilded sign on the door peeling. inscribed with Ollivander, makers of fine wands since 382B. Seated indeed, within the dusty display window, a solitary wand lay upon a faded purple cushion. As they entered, the sound of tinkling bells echoed from somewhere in the back of the shop, as in the original narrative. It was apparent that Mr. Ollivander was often busy tinkering with wands in the back when no customers were present. The shop was cramped, narrow, and shabby. The interior was modest, featuring only a long bench and towering cabinets filled with thousands of wands neatly stored in elongated, narrow boxes. John resigned himself to sitting on the bench, awaiting their turn. Jojo experienced a peculiar sensation, as if she had entered a strictly managed library. She suppressed the myriad questions swirling in her mind and gazed at the thousands of slender boxes that nearly reached the ceiling. For some reason, a shiver ran down her spine. The dust and silence seemed to harbor an air of enigmatic magic. Anyone there? Professor McGonagall coughed lightly. Good afternoon, a gentle voice replied, startling Jojo and causing her to clutch McGonagall's arm tightly. John, too, was taken aback by the sudden sound of loud clattering, prompting him to spring to his feet. An elderly gentleman stood before them, his pale, large eyes gleaming like two luminous moons in the dim shop. "Hello, Mr. Ollivander," Jojo exclaimed with a hint of excitement. Strangely, upon Mr. Ollivander's arrival, Jojo felt less afraid and more enveloped in the joy of soon acquiring a wand. "Oh, it is I," the old man said. "Greetings, Professor McGonagall, and you too. John, I did not expect to meet you so soon. The adventurous daughter of the John family. It feels like just yesterday when your father came here to purchase his first wand. It was a delightful wand. 12 inches long, made of birch with a dragon heartstring core. It made a lovely whooshing sound when waved. Birch is a helpful wood, strong and resilient, but I have found that wands made from it often suit those who are not stubborn or obstinate, but rather kind-hearted, considerate, and quite likable wizards." Mr. Ollivander leaned closer to Jojo. "However, I believe it may be a bit early for you to receive a wand. Perhaps in a few years, I will be able to prepare a suitable one for you. What is your name, child?" "Joanna Landon. You may call me Joe. I am already 3.5 years old." Jojo was about to continue persuading Mr. Ollivander when she was interrupted. "A Landon child, born adventurer. I can begin estimating a few combinations and preparing materials for you. You will be starting school in a few years. How does the wood from the fig tree sound?" Fig trees favor the adventurous spirit. They produce wands that thrive on exploration, and if subjected to mundane tasks, they may lose their talents. Among the elegant wands, they possess a peculiar trait. If they grow bored, they spontaneously ignite. Many wizards, upon reaching a tranquil middle age, are astonished to find that when they once again use their wand to summon a pair of slippers, their trustworthy wand suddenly bursts into flames out of course. The adventurous Landon will never encounter such a situation. Nonetheless, it can be inferred that the ideal owner of a fig tree wand is one who is curious, energetic, and possesses a spirit of exploration. When paired with such a master, fig tree wands exhibit remarkable learning and adaptability, making them one of the most coveted wand materials. The sycamore would also be a fitting choice, he continued. Sycamore wands are inclined towards curiosity and adventurers. They are exploratory wands, eager to seek new experiences, and may lose their luster in mundane activities. These beautiful wands seem to possess a quirk. If they grow bored, they may ignite. Similarly, many sycamore wand owners, upon reaching middle age, may find that their dependable wand bursts into flames when using it for trivial tasks. Thus, it can be inferred that the ideal owner of a sycamore wand is curious, vibrant, and adventurous. Once paired with such a master, sycamore wands demonstrate extraordinary learning and adaptability, rendering them truly one of the most sought-after wand woods in the world. The yew is also a fine choice. He added, "Yew trees favor clear minds and pure hearts, and yew wood is always highly esteemed for wands that in my experience, the defensive magic it produces is consistently reliable and remarkably resilient. Generally speaking, no dark sorcerer possesses a European yew wand that in my recollection. None of the yew wands I have crafted have been employed for nefarious purposes. European yew is favored by wizards who possess a clear mind and a pure heart. However, this benevolent characteristic should not mislead others. European wands are as exceptional as all other wands and often exhibit superior performance in duels. Hawthorn wood, too, is commendable. It also favors those with clear minds and pure hearts. Hawthorn wands have consistently been among the most sought after due to their esteemed reputation for protection in my experience, any defensive spell cast with such a wand is virtually unassailable. Typically, Hawthorn wands are not owned by dark wizards. Indeed, none of the purchasers of my Hawthorn wands have ever strayed into darkness. Hawthorn is best suited for individuals of clear mind and pure heart, yet one must not underestimate this wand due to its virtuous nature. For it is an extraordinarily competitive adversary in duels. As for Hollywood, it is indeed a formidable choice. Holly is one of the rarer wand woods, traditionally regarded as possessing protective properties that thrives in the hands of those who require assistance in overcoming impulses and anger. Simultaneously, Holly wands often select masters who are drawn to danger and possess noble character. Among the wands, Holly is one of the most variable in performance, especially when paired with phoenix feather, as the capricious nature of this would create a peculiar friction with the transcendent qualities of the phoenix. However, when this unusual pairing occurs, the combination is unstoppable and unmatched. As it happens, I have one here for you to try out. Mr. Ollivander rambled on, extracting a box from the corner and revealing an extraordinary combination, a holly wand with a phoenix feather core. Measuring 11 inches in length, it is indeed flexible. Jojo took the wand and gave it a swish. A brilliant trail of gold and crimson flame followed the tip, blossoming into vibrant flowers of fire in the air. Oh my, what beautiful sparks! It has chosen you. What a perfect fit. If only you were a bit older, you could take it home today that I have only 2 wands made with phoenix tail feathers. And both are destined to find their rightful owners. It appears that pine wood is also commendable. Pine wood appreciates the skilled, straight-grained pine wands invariably select a master who is free-spirited, independent, and perhaps deemed unconventional, intriguing, or mysterious. Pine wands yearn to be used creatively, and unlike other wands, they exhibit no aversion to new spells or techniques. Many wand makers emphasize that pine wand harmonize exceptionally well with those destined for longevity, and I have never heard of a pine wand's master passing away while still young. Pinewood wands are among those particularly sensitive to silent spells. Naturally, birchwood, pure and noble, beautiful and sacred, is favored by young girls, and the same goes for the alderwood, reminiscent of your father. I must make a note of all this, Ollivander murmured. Very well, my dear. I shall prepare several wands for you. And when you come of age, I am certain we will find the perfect match. At the very least, I will set aside that holly wand for you, Mr. Ollivander. I believe Jojo is ready to possess a wand now. Professor McGonagall finally interjected. No, that does not comply with the reasonable constraints on underage wizards, which I trust you understand, Professor, Mr. Ollivander replied, lifting his gaze to meet Professor McGonagall's with an emphasis on the word professor. I am fully aware of the regulations concerning reasonable constraints on underage wizards. It is precisely because I understand that I assert Jojo is indeed ready for a wand. Firstly, Jojo has not yet enrolled and has not signed a guarantee. Thus, there will be no trace. Secondly, children who are preschool age or wandless are not subject to this law, as they are generally unable to control their magical abilities. However, Jojo is different. Her magic awakened far too early, and she has now reached the stage where she can wield a wand. That is why I brought her here, Professor McGonagall stated slowly, her background as a former employee of the Magical Law Enforcement Office and decades of overseeing the signing of holiday agreements at Hogwarts, making her acutely aware of the relevant loopholes, though her integrity typically prevented her from exploiting them. Well, it does appear that you have a point. Very well, that wand now belongs to you, Miss Landon. Mr. Ollivander looked up at the ceiling, contemplating, and indeed confirmed that it was so, before beginning to tidy away the holly wand with the phoenix feather core. Actually, Mr. Ollivander, might I request your assistance in crafting a wand? At last, Jojo seized the opportunity to speak up. She was eager to ensure that she did not inadvertently claim the wand that rightfully belonged to Harry Potter. I have always believed that wands choose wizards, my dear. Many wizards prefer to use magical items of particular significance to them as wand materials, such as the white ash that saved their lives, a branch that brings good fortune, or the hair of a beloved grandmother. Mr. Ollivander was about to recount his past experiences when Jojo, uninterested in another lengthy lecture, hurriedly produced 2 phoenix tail feathers from her small bag and placed them on the counter. As she laid the feathers upon the table, Professor McGonagall was taken aback, and then seemed to recall something, casting a contemplative glance at Jojo. John also chuckled, realizing that this little one had come well prepared. "Oh my, what exquisite feathers! You have truly surprised me today, child. These must be phoenix feathers, though they seem slightly different." "Yes, they're fundamentally phoenix feathers, but they're not quite the same as those I received from Fawkes many years ago." Mr. Ollivander examined one of the feathers closely, noting its pristine condition and vitality. It was undoubtedly a freshly molted feather from Phoenix. I had once requested that Dumbledore provide me with some of Fawkes's feathers. But Fawkes has grown rather old and hardly molts anymore. You see, phoenixes are becoming increasingly rare, while they are nearly immortal, over the long years and following the enactment of the Statute of Secrecy. They have, in their pride, chosen to embrace death when their freedom is curtailed. In the past 50 years, I have only crafted 2 wands with phoenix feathers. Regrettably, the other one, measuring 13.5 inches and made of you, was incredibly powerful but fell into the hands of a villain. Had I known the mischief that wand would cause, I would have thought twice. He shook his head and said nothing further, merely sighing. "So, Miss Landon, do you wish for me to create a wand using this phoenix feather?" "Yes, Mr. Ollivander. The difference lies in the fact that these 2 feathers come from a phoenix of the Eastern Asian variety, which indeed differs from a European phoenix. If possible, I would like you to craft 2 wands, in case I were to accidentally damage one during my adventures. The other could serve as a backup." Jojo spoke with earnest hope. "Very well. I am more than willing to assist. Phoenix feathers are exceptional materials for wand crafting, especially those from the distant East, known to produce wands capable of casting the most spells. Unfortunately, my supply of materials is limited, and I have never had the opportunity to study this material in depth. That, if you don't mind, I will need some time." Mr. Ollivander cherished the 2 feathers, placing them into a wooden box. "All right, Joe, let us proceed. Allow me to see," he said, pulling out a measuring tape marked with silver increment from his pocket. "Which arm do you use for your wand?" "Oh, I am accustomed to using my right hand," Jojo replied. "Raise your arm, please." He measured Jojo, starting from shoulder to fingertip, then from wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and finally measuring her head circumference. As he reached the distance between her nostrils, Jojo suddenly noticed the tape measure began to operate on its own. Mr. Ollivander was bustling among the shelves, selecting several long boxes to bring down. "All right," he declared, as the tape measure tumbled to the floor in a crumpled heap. "So, Joe, I may need to procure some more Hollywood. Or what do you think of figwood?" "Actually, sir, you ever heard of phoenix tree wood?" Jojo inquired cautiously, unsure if this world used phoenix tree wood for wand making, but aware of the saying, "The phoenix dwells in the phoenix tree." "Phoenix tree wood, I have indeed heard of it. It is a type of wood that exists in Eastern Asia, said to be favored by phoenixes for nesting, though magical phoenix trees are quite rare in Europe. Regrettably, I do not have any of that wood in stock. Perhaps I could request some from friend, but that would take some time. A grand adventure awaits. Does it not? I can hardly wait to get started." As Mr. Ollivander spoke, he retrieved a sheet of parchment. As if genuinely composing a letter to the friend he referred to. "Sir, when I grow up, will I need to be measured again?" Jojo inquired, gazing curiously at the measuring tape curled up on the floor. He seized the opportunity to pose a few questions that had long lingered in his mind. "No, I can deduce your future physical attributes by comparing you to the average standards of your age group," Mr. Ollivander replied with confidence. "Then, Mr. Ollivander, if one were to inscribe magical runes on a wand, would that enhance its spellcasting abilities?" Jojo asked once more. "If the runes are authentic, certainly. However, you must understand, my child, that true magical runes are not the simplistic ones found in textbooks. Like the basic nivens, genuine runes are imbued with potent magic and convey profound information. They are quite esoteric and have nearly been lost to time." Mr. Ollivander paused, contemplating his response. "Very well," Jojo feigned disappointment. "But Mr. Ollivander, have you ever attempted to create a wand using 2 different cores? That is quite a challenge, child. The 2 cores would conflict, and the spell casting could lead to an explosion. It is exceedingly rare for any wood to withstand the opposing forces of two cores without succumbing to damage. In my youth, I experimented with many possibilities, even crafting with mithril and fairy silver. Yet the results were either unsatisfactory or impractical. He confessed with a hint of melancholy as a wand maker. He had devoted his life to the pursuit of crafting powerful wands, especially after hearing that his old rival, Gregovich, once wielded an ancient wand. He had made numerous attempts to create a wand that could rival that legendary artifact if, I'm speaking hypothetically, one were to utilize a phoenix feather, a knight's steed's tail feather, and have them spiral around a unicorn tail hair at the center. Do you think that could work? Though this was merely a whimsical notion from a past life. Standing before the esteemed Mr. Ollivander, Jojo felt that this small idea might just become a reality. Moreover, it seemed that, at least for the moment, this suggestion had sufficiently captured his interest. Let me ponder this. Perhaps it could truly work. Splendid. It is worth a try. I've lost count of how many times you surprised me. You are indeed a remarkable child, Mr. Ollivander exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Completely uncharacteristic of an elderly man. The phoenix, the night steed, the unicorn, life, death, purity, stability. A marvelous combination, both complementary and balanced. Will you give it a try? Jojo timidly inquired. Indeed, but do exercise caution, as the materials are limited, Mr. Ollivander replied, furrowing his brow. In fact, I have two feathers here that I initially intended to use for quills. Given that wands made from feathers of the same phoenix do not conflict with each other, Jojo was reluctant to reveal too much. A quill using phoenix feathers would be a waste, Mr. Ollivander remarked. Very well, you may have these two as well. The two then discussed various wand designs and other related matters. All right, Joe, in due time, I shall send the completed wand via owl, he concluded. And one last thing. Thank you for your feathers and your creativity. I should be the one thanking you, sir. The three emerged from Ollivander's wand shop. Standing in the sunlight, Professor McGonagall regarded the little girl before her with a complex expression that it was now clear that the child whom Professor Dumbledore had mentioned, who had awakened magic and summoned a phoenix, was indeed Jojo. However, the fervent pursuit of power that this child exhibited seemed rather excessive, especially considering she was only a little over 3 years old. Yet it could be inferred that those who earned the phoenix's approval were pure of heart. None had ultimately turned to dark magic. Even Aurelius Dumbledore himself was not inherently evil. He had merely been led astray by Grindelwald's influence. That it was evident that it was crucial to guide this girl wisely from the outset, steering her onto the right path. Otherwise, straying down a darker road could prove perilous. With her very life at stake, it seemed that a discussion with Dumbledore was in order upon their return. At that moment, John wore an expression of resigned acceptance. The little girl appeared eager to ignite a spark of mischief at any moment, and once she acquired her wand, he could scarcely imagine the chaos that would ensue at home. Professor McGonagall, are we heading to Flourish and Blots now? Jojo asked, ignoring John's sighs, her excitement evident as she tiptoed to inquire of the pensive McGonagall. With the wand secured, only the magical books remained to be procured. Oh yes, we're going to purchase some relatively basic texts. Although Introductory Transfiguration might be a bit advanced for your age, Professor McGonagall contemplated. Initially, she had hoped to buy Jojo the complete set of first-year textbook from Hogwarts to familiarize her ahead of time. However, following the enlightening discussion between Jojo and Mr. Ollivander regarding powerful wands, she decided to revert her plan, opting to consult Professor Dumbledore first before proceeding further. Yay! Let us go! Jojo exclaimed joyfully, bouncing up and then taking Professor McGonagall's hand as they hurried to Flourish and Blots. Completely oblivious to the subtle changes in McGonagall's expression moments before. Inside Flourish and Blots, this one do, Jojo, that essay transfiguration text for higher years. You need to build a solid foundation first. This one do either. While it is a first-year spellbook, I suspect you may not yet grasp so many words. How about we start with some introductory reading materials? For instance, this book, The Tales of Beetle the Bard, is beloved by many young witches and wizards. She suggested that, that one. If it's fantastic beasts and where to find them, there's no inherent danger, so it's acceptable. Jojo replied. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, is marginally educational, and a preview wouldn't hurt. Potions, however, is absolutely out of the question. Wait a moment, Jojo, are you truly capable of reading these books on your own? How many words can you write now? Professor McGonagall queried, chasing after Jojo as she placed the books back one by one, momentarily at a loss as she had never cared for a child so young before. She was uncertain whether to feign anger or to soothe her, observing the little girl darting about flourish and blots. With Professor McGonagall flustered in her wake, John felt a wave of frustration wash over him. I may not recognize those words, but Dad can teach me. Right, Dad? Jojo chimed in, realizing that Professor McGonagall was concerned about her fervent pursuit of power and wished to shield her from potentially dangerous magic. She tactically sought assistance from her father, mindful of maintaining her favorable image before Professor McGonagall. After all, he was a significant ally that I believe Professor McGonagall is correct. I may not have ample time to teach you. We shall return to purchase them once you can read these books independently, John remarked. Strangely, he felt a flicker of schadenfreude as he watched his beloved daughter struggling for once. This little witch was not solely tormenting him. Ultimately, Jojo left Flourish and Blots with 3 books: The Tales of Beetle the Bard, Fantastic Beasts, and Where to Find Them, and a standard book of spells, grade 1, that during their brief time in the bookstore. Beads of sweat had already formed on Professor McGonagall's forehead, while John stifled his laughter, offering his thanks and apologies to her. Just as Professor McGonagall was about to turn away, Jojo suddenly asked, "Dad, why are you so afraid of Professor McGonagall?" John's expression shifted dramatically, while Professor McGonagall paused, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she replied, "That takes us back to when your father was a student. He once saw an illustration of a treasure map in a book at the Hogwarts library and dared to drag his dorm mates into the forbidden forest in the dead of night to search for treasure." However, she raised her voice, casting a playful glance at John. Not one of that group of brilliant boys realized that the map indicated the Albanian jungle. They even managed to piece together a location based on their combined experiences of nighttime escapades in the Forbidden Forest. And they inadvertently destroyed a potion that a senior student had been preparing for 3 months under my guidance. That potion was meant to activate during a thunderstorm that I must have been furious that day. With that, Professor McGonagall, in high spirits, departed, leaving John flustered in the wind. John awkwardly scratched his head and then his nose, thinking how increasingly troublesome the little girl had become. Today, his reputation was utterly ruined. She might even tell her mother upon returning home, and he would have to endure 2 rounds of mockery. And as for Professor McGonagall, how could she so ruthlessly unveil her dark past in front of the child? It was utterly exasperating. Now, John could only awkwardly change the subject. Ahem, Jojo, we still have many things to buy. Let us go try on some clothes first. Then, Jojo hurriedly took the book from Jojo's arms and pulled Jojo swiftly toward Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. After a bustling day of shopping, the two completed an order for wands and returned home with 5 books for sets of clothing, a dress, a hat, 2 pairs of shoes, as well as several beauty potions and emergency elixirs for refreshing the mind and treating colds, along with a white fresh essence for healing wounds. Among these were 2 books detailing anecdotes from the magical world and its history, along with a beautifully tailored Victorian black lace gown and hat, which were gifts for Jojo's mother. Throughout this process, Jojo also came to understand that potions indeed had a remarkable effect on beauty, for as Jojo had heard from her father, her mother had managed to recover so splendidly after giving birth. Thanks largely to those potions. The sole regret was that, in her haste, Jojo never got to savor the much-anticipated magical ice cream. Dear Joanna Landon, I sincerely apologize for the delay in my correspondence. Nevertheless, I write this letter with great joy, for your conjecture was indeed correct, and I am immensely honored to be a part of this grand endeavor. The phoenix tail feather you left behind possesses such potent magic and vitality that I found myself compelled to seek out a robust, unbred female thestral, as well as a newly matured yet exceptionally vigorous female unicorn. Word, that unicorn is undoubtedly one of the most exquisite creatures I have ever laid eyes upon. This was the primary reason for my 2-month delay. Regarding the wood trials, I initially experimented with various types of timber, but none could withstand the formidable magic emanating from the phoenix tail feather and the thestral's feather enveloping the unicorn's tail hair. You leaned towards the thestral's feather, while Polonia favored the phoenix's. Utilizing either would disturb the balance among the 3, I also contemplated using the most enigmatic wood, elder, yet considering your likely aversion to this historically malign material. Despite such claims being slanderous, I refrained. Fortunately, a friend from the Far East introduced me to another type of wood favored by Eastern artisans for wand making. Ginkgo. Wands crafted from ginkgo wood are imbued with ancient wisdom and inclusivity, and I immediately recognized it as the ideal material for this endeavor. I am pleased to report that I have successfully completed 2 wands. One crafted from ginkgo wood, measuring 13 inches, featuring a core of phoenix tail feather and thestral feather surrounding unicorn tail hair. The other, made from paulownia wood, also 13 inches long, with a core of phoenix tail feather. They stand as my most outstanding works in recent years, and I hope you will treat them with care. Additionally, I have preserved the other 2 phoenix tail feathers you previously left behind in pristine condition, and if you permit, I would be delighted to fashion them into additional wands. Awaiting the next fortunate soul to claim them, that I look forward to witnessing your brilliance at Hogwarts and wish you joy as a young witch. Garrick Ollivander 2 months later, in Jojo's room. Jojo finished reading Mr. Ollivander's letter, gazing at the 2 slender boxes sent by Owl, with mixed emotions. What had begun as a simple conjecture in a past life had unexpectedly come to fruition. Indeed, one must commend Mr. Ollivander's exceptional craftsmanship. It serves as a testament to the importance of talent, especially in research. However, had it not been for Voldemort looming like a Damocles sword over everyone's heads, Jojo might never have proposed the notion of such a powerful wand. She would have preferred to be a little witch, blissfully experiencing life in a fairy tale world. Alas, time waits for no one. A wise person once said that the greatest distinction between humans and animals lies in the former's ability to use tools. If Jojo were to await her growth to the extraordinary level of a Dumbledore, Grindelwald, or Voldemort, it would be an indefinite wait. However, arming herself with equipment to enhance her combat prowess in the short term is certainly feasible, especially with the looming prospect of entering her 2nd year at Hogwarts, where a massive basilisk awaits her in the Slytherin chamber. The basilisk's remains would be a veritable treasure trove, ample enough to equip Jojo and her companions. With her father yet to return home, Jojo resolved to swiftly take matters into her own hands, seizing the wand before her father could confiscate it. She could compose her reply to Mr. Ollivander later that evening, as she currently had not a single galleon to her name and would require her father's financial assistance. All right, let us welcome our other 2 companions, shall we? Corsi? Jojo exclaimed, rubbing her hands together in delight. She opened the 2 boxes, placing them on the table, revealing 2 wands that were simple, yet exuded an air of ancient elegance. The ginkgo wand, a silvery gray hue, displayed the wood's natural and exquisite grain, its body smoothly rounded, with elliptical protrusions at both ends. Only at the hand grip, a third of the way along the wand, were 2 circles etched with a pattern resembling 14 ginkgo leaves. The paulownia wand, dark in color, bore a sturdy and archaic design, akin to a long pair of chopsticks, yet its handle featured 7 facets that gradually transitioned to a smooth surface towards the tip. Jojo first grasped the paulownia wand. The moment she did, she felt an undeniable connection, a resonance, as if their essences were intertwined. Indeed, using Corsi's feather made all the difference. Previously, when attempting to wield the holly wand with a core from Fox's phoenix tail feather, she had not experienced such a sensation. Pointing the wand upwards, she traced a circle in the air, and azure flames blossomed along the trajectory, forming lotus flowers that subsequently shattered into a hue resembling Corsi's own size. The firebird then soared around the bedroom. How quaint! Corsi scoffed at this display, as if to declare it a mere imitation. Putting away the paulownia wand, Jojo took up the ginkgo wand, feeling the same connection. But she could also sense a tremendous, spring-like power within, ready to burst forth. The synergy among the 3 wand cores had formed a harmonious entity, with the wand echoing Jojo's own internal magic, becoming an extension of her being rather than merely a conduit for magic manipulation. Jojo was certain that as long as she kept this wand close, her magical recovery would accelerate, and when she unleashed her full power through it, the amplification would far exceed ordinary strength, potentially lowering the difficulty of casting silent spells. The spiral structure of the wand's core might also enhance her magical compression and casting speed. With these thoughts in mind, JoJo utilized a mere third of her magic to replicate the earlier operation. The Firebird size diminished, yet the flames became increasingly solid, yielding surprisingly excellent results. Using the same amount of magic once more. The summoned Firebird was larger and more substantial than the first, causing even Corsi to glance warily as it flew overhead. "Splendid. You should be my go-to wand from this day forth," JoJo declared, caressing the ginkgo wand. Rather than stowing it away, she lifted it towards the sunlight, carefully examining its patterns until she found a spot where she could inscribe additional markings without disrupting its harmony. "Here it is," JoJo thought solemnly as she retrieved the Paulownia wand, took a deep breath, and prepared herself. Calling forth golden red flames with the Paulownia wand, she etched a character resembling the flame rune from her mind onto the side of the ginkgo wand, following the flow of magic as it coursed through her. Continuing with the azure flames, she layered intricate magical patterns over the original character, though JoJo was not yet able to fully replicate the rune in her mind. However, she believed that with time and growth, she would be able to inscribe more magical traces upon it. Mr. Ollivander had personally acknowledged that inscribing genuine ancient runes onto a wand could enhance its power. Afterwards, JoJo swapped the positions of the two wands and repeated her previous actions, inscribing a matching rune on the base of the Paulownia wand. The task was accomplished. Perhaps she would master the Lumos charm by tonight. JoJo mused, taking up the ginkgo wand, her thoughts fixated on illumination. With a casual flick, she waved it through the air, feeling a trickle of magic flow forth. In the astonished gaze of JoJo, a gentle white light emanated from the tip of her ginkgo wood wand, growing increasingly bright without any sign of abating. Hastily, JoJo severed the flow of magical energy. Was it my fault, or was there something amiss with the wand? Never mind, I suppose I'll find out through experimentation. Once her surprise subsided, JoJo began to ponder the fundamental cause of this phenomenon. She set down the ginkgo wood wand and raised the phoenix wood wand once more, concentrating on the light, straightening her posture, and solemnly waving it through the air. However, nothing occurred. Could it truly be the wand's fault? She had thought it might be due to her exceptional talent. With a sigh in her heart, JoJo suddenly conceived an idea. Gripping the ginkgo wood wand in her left hand and raising the phoenix wood wand in her right, she envisioned the light and waved it in the air. Indeed, the tip of the phoenix wood wand glimmered with a soft halo. Trying once more, she donned the ginkgo wood wand and waved the phoenix wood wand. This time, the halo was smaller, yet still present. It seemed that merely keeping the ginkgo wood wand nearby functioned as a magical signal amplifier. Perhaps within the ginkgo wood wand, the three cores formed a natural cycle of magic, achieving a level of understanding with the command issued from the phoenix tail feather of Corsi, allowing for simple feedback. Unfortunately, this faint effect proved to be utterly impractical. Using the ginkgo wood wand directly remained the most sensible option. JoJo mused inwardly. Later that evening, while the atmosphere outside was particularly tranquil, JoJo's home resonated with lively debate. The young witch JoJo and her father, the wizard John, were engaged in a fervent discussion regarding the rights to use the two wands JoJo had recently acquired. Their voices echoed in the empty room. JoJo's mother, "You only learned today that during their visit to Diagon Alley, father and daughter had conspired to commission two wands for JoJo." Now, she sat silently as a judge, listening to their argument, reflecting. JoJo has always been a child of strong opinions. Despite her boundless curiosity and fanciful ideas, she possesses a sense of propriety and discipline, having demonstrated commendable behavior over the past 6 months. Furthermore, it is rare for her to possess such talent. Must she truly be restricted from practicing magic for the sake of safety? As an ordinary person, you felt a complex mix of emotions facing her daughter's magical aptitude. "Father, look," JoJo pointed at the phoenix wood wand and the ginkgo wood wand, declaring, "Both of these wands were specially crafted for me by Mr. Ollivander, and I rightfully deserve the right to wield them." John furrowed his brow, well aware of his daughter's stubbornness, that he understood that JoJo was still young and lacked proficiency in controlling magic. However, he also recognized that stifling her enthusiasm and curiosity by restricting her use of the wand might incite a stronger rebellious spirit. "JoJo, the power of these wands is simply too great, especially that specially crafted ginkgo wood wand with its 3 cores," John said slowly. You're still too young. Wielding magic directly may pose dangers. However, I can demonstrate the wand's power with you daily, allowing you to gradually comprehend its uses and limitations. John understood the wisdom in being more accommodating than restrictive. Upon hearing John's words, Jojo felt a twinge of disappointment, but nodded in acknowledgement. She knew her father acted out of concern and protection, considering she was merely 3.5 years old. It was unlikely anyone would believe she could precisely control magical energy. Nevertheless, Jojo was not one to be easily defeated. She had a plan B. Thus, she requested John to demonstrate a few of her favorite spells. Clean as a whistle, back to square one, and clear spring water. As she spoke, she knew her mother was listening intently. Indeed, as you listened to the effects of the 3 spells, her eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. John first looked at Jojo with suspicion, then turned to his wife, who was casting a stern gaze upon him, and with a wry smile, he complied, sequentially casting clean as a whistle, back to square one, and clear spring water. With the incantations, the air in the living room began to stir, and a magical force was unleashed from the wand, rejuvenating the entire room. Soon, it appeared that all the dust in the living room had been impeccably cleared, and even the furniture gleamed with a polished shine. Witnessing this, Jojo's heart swelled with delight. Next, John demonstrated the back to square one spell. He uttered the incantation while tracing a complex symbol in the air with the ginkgo wood wand. Instantly, the freshly cleaned living room seemed to come alive. As plates, cups, chairs, garments, vegetables, bread, and various items floated and returned to their rightful places. Finally, John showcased the clear spring water spell at Jojo's request. He used a floating orb of water to wash his hair. You gazed in astonishment at the spectacle, marveling at the wonders of this enchanting magic, and then turned to John with a reproachful look, saying, "Such convenient household spells, and you haven't used them even once during our years of marriage? If it weren't for Jojo, I would still be in the dark. From now on, you shall handle the housework. Mother, I can manage the household chores as well, as long as Father is willing to entrust them to me." "Right, Father," Jojo exclaimed, exuding the pride of a cunning little fox deer. "I cannot achieve such results with my own wand," John replied, rather sheepishly. "Yes, that's so." "Well, you began," but Jojo eagerly interjected, "Mother, you can actually give these 3 spells a try. You are so beautiful, dignified, and gracious. This wand will surely heed your command." With that, she thrust the phoenix wood wand into Yor's hands. Jojo thought to herself, "Given the urgency of the situation, I must resort to my trump card. I shall put you through a little trial, dear phoenix wood wand." Very well. Jojo may keep the ginkgo wood wand, but it may only be used at home, and caution must be exercised while using it. As for this phoenix wood wand, I shall take it under my care for now." With that, you rose and retreated to her bedroom with the phoenix wood wand, and I refuse to believe that you don't desire a wand. "Mother," Jojo thought triumphantly. Thus, it was settled at the expense of the phoenix wood wand being played with by Yor for a few years, since the night Jojo received the wand sent by Mr. Ollivander. 2 weeks had passed, and another delightful piece of news arrived. The John household received a letter from Professor M.C. Gunnagal. In her correspondence, she mentioned that after discussions with Albus, she had ultimately agreed to appoint John to independently instruct Jojo on the foundational content necessary for Hogwarts' young witches and wizards. The letter conveyed a tone of leniency, particularly noting that if Jojo encountered any questions regarding her studies, she could write to inquire. Similarly, she would come to assess Jojo's learning progress each summer before her school enrollment. Upon hearing this news, Jojo could hardly contain her excitement, wishing to rush to Diagon Alley immediately to procure 2 spell books, but John, claiming he was the teacher and needed to prepare lessons first, mercilessly thwarted her plans. Ultimately, the father and daughter agreed to set a date during the Christmas holiday to visit Diagon Alley and purchase the necessary books for Jojo's first year at Hogwarts. As the Christmas holiday approached, Jojo was thrilled to welcome her dear friend Hannah on that day. Jojo and Hannah strolled hand in hand through Diagon Alley, with Hannah guiding Jojo to all the fascinating places she had discovered throughout her life. Jojo generously lent her ginkgo wood wand to Hannah and introduced her to Corsi, who had shrunk and was nestled in Jojo's coat, prompting Hannah to express her envy and plead with her mother to allow her to adopt a little owl. Mrs. Abbott initially disagreed, but eventually conceded that once Hannah received her Hogwarts acceptance letter, she would gift her a small owl. The two girls whispered secrets to each other all day, and Jojo felt utterly satisfied as she obtained the spell book she desired. However, Hannah continued to lament her life as being dreadfully dull. Jojo, in playful camaraderie with Hannah, exchanged a few jesting remarks, for it was beyond Jojo's comprehension how the young Hannah Ibwa, residing in a leaky cauldron with Diagon Alley as her backyard, could possibly find such a life mundane. That very day, Jojo yearned to spend the night at Hannah's home. Alas, despite her every endearing attempt to charm, she was ultimately unceremoniously whisked back home by John. As time swiftly flowed, the months turned into years, and in the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed. Ever since Jojo acquired her ginkgo wand, her family had returned to their customary routine, rising early for exercise, washing up, having meals, attending school, and practicing magic upon their return. Yet, Jojo continued to feed Kosi with magical flames each morning and evening, but Kosi's growth remained stagnant. Moreover, apart from the initial 2 years when John lent a helping hand, Jojo had independently taken on the responsibility of caring for Kosi for the subsequent 4 years. Ever since that fateful night when household magic was revealed, John had taken on nearly all domestic duties. Wielding his own wand, which was far less efficient than the ginkgo wand, he could only tackle chores bit by bit, consuming considerable time in the process. Over the span of 7 years, aside from the brief period when Kosi began to develop, Jojo was also affected, experiencing a rapid growth spurt. But in the years that followed, her physical development returned to that of an ordinary child. Now, she stood merely half a forehead taller than her peers. Despite her commitment to exercise, Jojo still appeared somewhat slender, perhaps as all her nourishment went towards growing taller. 7 years had elapsed, and according to John, Jojo's magical prowess had reached the level of an exemplary 7th-year graduate from Hogwarts. However, her application of magic still left much to be desired, with the exception of her fire magic. Nonetheless, diligence bore fruit, and throughout these 7 years, Jojo had nearly mastered all the foundational spells required from 1st to 7th year at Hogwarts. Conversely, her performance in subjects like history of magic, herbology, and potions, which leaned heavily on memorization and chemistry, was abysmal. Jojo occasionally lamented, reflecting that in her past life, she had excelled far more in physics than in chemistry. And managing to grasp English, a subject requiring memorization, was commendable enough. Fortunately, thanks to the solid foundation laid by her previous life as chemistry experiments, Jojo was quite adept at potion making, though she struggled to remember potion recipes and the intricate steps and details involved in brewing. As for herbology, she had scarcely retained even a tenth of the knowledge from the tome, 1,000 magical herbs and fungi that she had initially purchased. However, John was quite understanding in this regard, often comforting her by saying, "The Randons are hands-on learners, not particularly fond of reading. That I was the same in my school days. Every time I opened a book, I felt drowsy. But Jojo, remember this. No one can outshine a Randon when it comes to practical tasks. If reading bores you, focus on studying how to duel. That will help you protect yourself against those mischievous Hogwarts students." As time progressed, John's resistance to Jojo's use of magic lessened, and for many years, there had not been a single instance of instability. It seemed that, perhaps spurred by the impending arrival of Hogwarts acceptance letters, John even began to proactively teach Jojo some dueling techniques, fearing that she might be bullied upon her enrollment. Although Jojo did not entirely agree with John's lackadaisical outlook, as she wished to assert herself over Miss Otter, Hermione Granger, upon entering school, if only to see the indignant expression on Miss Otter's face, she ultimately had to concede to the formidable inheritance of her genes. In her petite frame, she indeed struggled with memorization, yet thrived in practical application, in duels that employed only simple spells. Jojo occasionally managed to triumph over John once or twice. Kosi, during these 7 years, showed little change in appearance, yet her intellect and magical abilities had grown considerably. Jojo tragically discovered that the 9-year compulsory education tailored for Kosi had been remarkably successful in the realm of herb identification. Kosi had far surpassed her owner. Kosi was thoroughly knowledgeable about which herbs were edible, which were not, which needed roasting, and which required boiling. As for danger, Most magical plants were rendered mere ingredients in Kosei's presence. What threat could they pose? Although Kosei still could not articulate human speech, she had developed the ability to comprehend basic English and Chinese and could mentally relay simple vocabulary feedback to Jojo. However, as a proud phoenix, Kosei disdainfully refrained from using human language, clearly preferring to remain a bird. Regarding Kosei's growth and magical power, Jojo was uncertain, as Kosei had never unleashed her full potential in most scenarios. Apart from delivering messages between Jojo and Hana via apparition, Kosei primarily lounged at home, only venturing outdoors on weekends or holidays when John and Jojo would apparate her to expansive, uninhabited locales reminiscent of the Scottish Highlands. Yet, Jojo sensed through their mental connection that Kosei had stealthily ventured out to play numerous times using her phoenix apparition skills. Nevertheless, Jojo had firmly instructed Kosei not to frolic in crowded areas, allowing only visits to the desolate places they had explored together, thereby avoiding any major mishaps. 2 weeks after receiving her wand from Mr. Ollivander, another delightful piece of news arrived. The Randon household received a letter from Professor McGonagall. In her correspondence, she mentioned that, following discussions with Albus, she had ultimately agreed to appoint John to independently teach Jojo some of the foundational material that young witches and wizards at Hogwarts were expected to learn. The tone of the letter conveyed a sense of permissiveness, and she explicitly stated that if Jojo encountered any unclear questions during her studies, she could write to inquire. Likewise, she would visit before each summer break to assess Jojo's progress. Upon hearing this news, Jojo was eager to rush to Diagon Alley to procure 2 spell books, but John, asserting his role as the teacher, coldly restrained her, claiming he needed to prepare his lessons first. Ultimately, both father and daughter mutually agreed to postpone their trip to Diagon Alley for the necessary first-year Hogwarts textbooks until the Christmas holiday, as the Christmas holiday outing to Diagon Alley commenced. Jojo joyfully welcomed her dear friend Hannah. That day, Jojo and Hannah strolled hand in hand through Diagon Alley, with Hannah guiding Jojo to all the delightful places she had discovered throughout her life. Jojo generously lent her ginkgo wand to Hannah and introduced her to Kosei, who had shrunk and was nestled in Jojo's coat, prompting Hannah to express envy and plead with her mother for a little owl of her own. Initially, Mrs. Eibel was reluctant, but ultimately agreed that once Hannah received her Hogwarts acceptance letter, she would gift her a small owl. The 2 girls exchanged whispers and secrets throughout the day, and Jojo, having acquired the desired spellbook, felt utterly content. Yet, Hannah continued to lament her life as being unbearably dull. However, diligence is not without reward. Over the course of 7 years, Xiao Xiao has nearly mastered all the fundamental spells required for grades 1 through 7 at Hogwarts. Yet, on the flip side, her performance in subjects such as history of magic, herbology, and potions, those that lean heavily on rote memorization and chemistry, has been utterly dismal. Occasionally, she finds herself self-deprecatingly lamenting that in her previous life, she was far more adept at physics than chemistry, and even managed to excel in English, a subject that also required memorization. Fortunately, thanks to the solid foundation laid by her prior experiences in chemistry experiments, Xiao Xiao demonstrates commendable proficiency and ease in potion making. Though she struggles to remember the recipes and the intricate steps and details involved in brewing potions at AS for herbology, she fears she has scarcely retained even 1/10 of the knowledge contained within the tome 80,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, which she had initially purchased. However, John maintains a rather relaxed perspective on this matter. He often reassures her, saying, "The members of the Landon family are known for their practical skills rather than their academic prowess. I was much the same during my school days. I would fall asleep the moment I opened a book. But remember, Xiao Xiao, no one can surpass a Landon in hands-on practices that, if reading isn't your forte, then delve into dueling techniques to safeguard yourself. Those little rascals at Hogwarts can be quite troublesome." As time progressed, John's resistance to Xiao Xiao's use of magic lessened, and for several years, there had not been a single instance of instability. It seems that with the impending arrival of the Hogwarts acceptance letters, a sense of urgency spurred John to actively teach Xiao Xiao some dueling techniques, fearing she might be bullied once she started school. Although Xiao Xiao cannot fully agree with John's lackadaisical attitude towards academic ambition. After all, she hopes to suppress Miss Otter, Hermione Granger, upon her arrival at school, simply to witness the adorable pout on Miss Otter's face. She ultimately concedes to the formidable power of genetic inheritance. With her petite frame, she finds rote memorization quite challenging, yet she excels in practical applications. During duels that rely solely on simple spells, she occasionally manages to win a round or two against John. Kashi, over these 7 years, has undergone little change in appearance, yet her intellect and magical prowess have significantly expanded. Tragically, Xiao Xiao discovers that Kashi, having received a tailored 9-year compulsory education, has surpassed her in the identification of herbs. Kashi is unequivocally aware of which herbs are edible, which are not, which require roasting, and which must be boiled as for danger. Most magical plants pose little threat in Kashi's presence. They are merely ingredients. Although Kashi still cannot articulate human speech, she has developed a fundamental understanding of both English and Chinese and can provide simple vocabulary feedback to Xiao Xiao in her mind. Yet, as a proud phoenix, Kashi disdainfully refrains from using human language, evidently preferring to remain a bird. As for the extent of Kashi's growth in magical power, Xiao Xiao remains uncertain, as Kashi has never unleashed her full potential. Most of the time, apart from assisting Xiao Xiao and Hannah by delivering messages through apparition, Kashi spends her days resting at home. Only on weekends or holidays do John and Xiao Xiao take her to expansive, uninhabited places reminiscent of the Scottish Highlands for a breath of fresh air. However, Xiao Xiao, through their mental connection, knows that Kashi has stealthily ventured out to play numerous times using her apparition skills as a phoenix. Nonetheless, Xiao Xiao has sternly insisted that Kashi refrain from mischief in populated areas, allowing her only to frolic in the desolate places they had once explored together, thus avoiding any significant mishaps. According to the original storyline, young wizards from Muggle families typically receive their acceptance letters from Hogwarts only after graduating from primary school. Consequently, during these 7 years, Xiao Xiao contemplated accelerating her education through 2 grade skips, hoping to receive the Hogwarts acceptance owl sooner and enter the magical school earlier. However, it became evident that the timing of Hogwarts acceptance letters is influenced by factors beyond merely the graduation date of young wizards, potentially including their age, magical capacity, and their ability to live independently both psychologically and physically. Nevertheless, her mother expressed immense joy at Xiao Xiao's plans to skip grades, proudly boasting to everyone and personally overseeing the entire process of applying to and enrolling in London's most prestigious Eton College. Later, to avoid any disruption in her graduation timeline due to skipping grades, Xiao Xiao once again advanced a grade after entering Eton, ensuring that she and her peers of the same age could graduate in the same year. Thus, Xiao Xiao is now a third-year student at Eton College. When questioned about how someone who struggles to read history books manages to skip grades so frequently, Xiao Xiao would respond with pride. "I thrive on past achievements." Calculating the time, Xiao Xiao is now 10 years old, while Luna, in the original story, would be 9. Coincidentally, next year marks the anniversary of Luna's mother's passing. Long ago, Xiao Xiao resolved to save her life in this fairy tale world, naturally wishing to rectify the regrets she harbored while reading the Harry Potter storyline. Among these regrets, the death of Luna's mother and Harry Potter's rather unhappy childhood stand as the earliest tragic events in this fairy tale world. In regard to Harry Potter, Xiao Xiao has exercised restraint, curbing her curiosity to avoid significantly influencing Harry's growth and character, thereby maintaining the historical inertia of the story. Undeniably, she harbors deep concern for Harry, who lives in an unfriendly and oppressive household. She fears that upon encountering her, the hostility of the Dursleys towards magic might exacerbate Harry's already miserable circumstances. Most importantly, she wishes not to become the sole beacon of light in Harry's bleak life before he receives the Hogwarts acceptance letter, nor to become his childhood sweetheart, especially considering Harry's previous inclination towards girls like Cho Chang. Therefore, Xiao Xiao feels compelled to safeguard her beauty from this little rogue. Moreover, she has no desire to compete with the lovely Ginny for a partner. One tragic love story between Severus Snape and Lily is quite enough, and if she were to steal someone away, it would certainly be Ginny to AS for Luna. Xiao Xiao feels less apprehensive. She is determined to make her Luna's, sooner or later. Thus, saving Mrs. Lovegood is imperative. Yet, Xiao Xiao has struggled to find a suitable excuse or method to address this matter. After all, even if she could find a reason to visit Luna's family, it would be rather peculiar and difficult to convince them that Mrs. Lovegood would likely meet her demise while experimenting with a new spell. Xiao Xiao recalls that in the original story, the Weasley family, the Lovegood family, and the Diggory family all reside in the vicinity of Ottery St. Catchpole in Devon, England. These three households are neighbors. Therefore, Xiao Xiao's initial plan was to seize the opportunity of visiting the Weasley family to secretly fly to Mr. Lovegood's house on her broomstick. After all, sneaking out for a flight is somewhat of a tradition among the 7 Weasley children. However, as mentioned earlier, even if Xiao Xiao were to reach the Lovegood residence, she would not be able to persuade Mrs. Lovegood to abandon her research on the new spell. Furthermore, it appears that her father wishes to remain completely immersed in the ordinary world. Over the years, he has shown no inclination to visit his old comrades, and instead seems quite fond of his career as a traffic officer. This has left Xiao Xiao with no acquaintances among other young wizards aside from Hannah during these 7 years. Even Hannah, as she grew older, has made more friends, and her relationship with Xiao Xiao is no longer as intimate as it once was. This the bittersweet nature of growing up. Xiao Xiao is experiencing it all too quickly in this life. Shaking her head, Xiao Xiao thought, I'm overthinking again. Back to the main topic, rescuing Mrs. Lovegood. Thus constrained by various reasons, Xiao Xiao found herself devising 3 alternative plans. Plan A, first, to become pen pals with Luna. Then to imitate Luna's notes, pretending to be a future version of Luna, sending letters to the past Mrs. Lovegood, informing her of her future demise, and conveying the emptiness and longing that would envelop Mr. Lovegood and Luna after her passing, hoping that she might abandon her research on that new spell. Xiao Xiao clings to the hope that this letter could work a miracle, transcending time and space to alter the tragic history of the Lovegood family. However, even with the knowledge of the peculiar creatures such as the Nargle, the rainbow fish, and the troublesome Murtlap, all conjured by the imaginative mind of Mr. Lovegood, the credibility of this plan remains rather tenuous under Luna's irrational intuition. Plan B involves a direct approach to Mr. Lovegood's residence, leveraging JoJo's knowledge from 2 lifetimes, combining both technological and magical insights to assist Mrs. Lovegood in her research of a new spell, thereby ensuring the family navigates this precarious situation smoothly. This appears to be the most prudent course of action, as it could foster Luna's friendship in advance. Yet, this entire endeavor hinges on JoJo's ability to aid Mrs. Lovegood in her spell development. Currently, the soul residing within JoJo's body has been shaped by a materialistic upbringing, and when confronted with the whimsicality of idealistic spells, such as Alohomora or Transfiguration, can merely execute the incantations without comprehending their underlying principles. Should JoJo prove unhelpful, it could precipitate disaster, rendering JoJo the unwitting harbinger of doom akin to Harry Potter's army of time travelers. Plan C entails a bold revelation of JoJo's prophetic abilities, foreseeing calamity befalling the Lovegood family, particularly Mrs. Lovegood's tragic demise in an explosive accident during her spell research. This mixture of truth and deception should suffice to appease Luna's uncanny intuition, akin to a prophecy. This method not only aims to preserve Mrs. Lovegood's life, but also to cultivate the family's friendship, especially that of Luna, though it may require some time. Consequently, it is imperative to act swiftly. The matter of life and death cannot be delayed. Once the letter is composed, JoJo can enlist Kelsey to deliver it. It is undeniable that the enchantment of name magic in the wizarding world is quite extraordinary, regardless of a person's location. As long as their name is not intentionally concealed, owl couriers can pinpoint the recipient with remarkable accuracy. Phoenixes possess the ability to utilize their unique apparition skills to materialize directly beside the recipient. Far more convenient than the limitations imposed on wizards who can only apparate to places they have previously visited. Moreover, JoJo recalls that Mrs. Lovegood's motivation for researching the new spell was fundamentally to earn income to support her household. As a fervent admirer of Harry Potter, JoJo possesses a wealth of knowledge gleaned from countless fanfictions read in a previous life, where various authors provided insights into lucrative ventures. Thus, JoJo resolves to suggest a few ideas to Mr. Lovegood in the letter, recommending that he transform the singing Contrarian magazine into a comprehensive publication that encompasses a variety of topics: culinary delights, entertainment gossip, current affairs, and academic research. Additionally, JoJo predicts that next year, in 1991, coinciding with the winter holiday when JoJo and the protagonists commence their education, a distant Eastern giant will collapse, marking the disintegration of the Soviet Union. Why borrowing a substantial amount of rubles in advance at the current exchange rate and converting them into dollars or galleons? JoJo plans to repay the loan with a minimal amount once the ruble depreciates internationally post-collapse, thus securing a significant profit that could be gradually exchanged for a wealth of galleons at Gringotts. JoJo hopes Mr. Lovegood can grasp these financial concepts, and even if he struggles, following the outlined steps should be manageable. With these two strategies in place, JoJo believes they can significantly enhance the Lovegood family's living conditions, ultimately relieving Mrs. Lovegood from the perilous pursuit of dangerous spells for financial gain. The only entity to suffer would be Gringotts. Therefore, at the very least, JoJo aims to persuade Mrs. Lovegood to suspend her research into new spells for a year, allowing time for the impending events of the Soviet Kremlin's flag-lowering incident next winter to unfold, thereby solidifying JoJo's prophetic identity. In the wizarding world, the status of a seer often carries more weight than that of the minister for magic. JoJo recalls many fanfictions where characters aspired to blend the magical and non-magical realms, striving to alter the course of history and propel human civilization forward. This includes initiatives such as employing magic to aid the Soviet populace post-collapse, facilitating the potion making for ordinary individuals, and promoting the magical internet. However, JoJo has no intention of pursuing such grand ambitions. Having seen protagonists in various stories grow increasingly idealistic and determined to effect change, JoJo has felt the weight of reality's constraints. After all, fiction and reality diverge significantly, and enacting change in the real world is a formidable challenge. Though JoJo has traversed into this realm, the desire now is simply to enjoy life within this fairy tale world, akin to an immersive experience, exploring the secrets of the magical realm while ensuring the safety of loved ones. As for lofty aspirations and noble ideals, those should be left for other travelers. Thus, JoJo intends merely to take advantage of Gringotts' offerings, indulging in a small gain without the burden of rescuing those displaced by the Soviet collapse. It would be unfair to label JoJo as heartless. After all, the extent of their abilities is limited. As a mere engineering student, with no expertise in finance, politics, or military affairs, JoJo can only hope to navigate through history, benefiting from its currents alongside loved ones. Since the decision to seize Gringotts' resources has been made, it is only fitting to include the Weasley family as well, ensuring that Kelsey also sends a letter to them. However, the first step is to establish JoJo's identity as a seer. As for how to cloak oneself in the guise of a prophet, JoJo believes it unnecessary to stage an elaborate performance. The act of sending a letter to the Lovegood family will suffice to demonstrate this talent. Although it will take time to validate, JoJo does not genuinely wish to be regarded as a seer to avoid exposure. JoJo will assert that their prophetic abilities are sporadic and largely unmanageable, merely glimpses of events during dreams. With Professor Trelawney's example in mind, it is presumed that Dumbledore would be inclined to believe, provided JoJo remains clear of his scrutiny. Furthermore, JoJo plans to elaborate that previous dreams were dismissed. But this recent vision of a lady's death and a nation's dissolution has triggered a sense of urgency, hinting that these dreams may indeed carry truth, suggesting an innate prophetic gift, given the alarming nature of the recent dream, which foretold the destruction of a wizarding family and a nation. JoJo deems it imperative to alert the Lovegoods. Reflecting further, it becomes apparent that merely knowing the specifics of the Lovegood family suffices to substantiate many claims. JoJo has had no prior contact with the Lovegoods, making it implausible to fabricate a family from thin AS for the distant eastern country. JoJo remains uncertain of the authenticity of their prophetic capabilities and feels inadequate to intervene, awaiting time to reveal whether their foresight was indeed accurate. With a clear plan and purpose now in mind, JoJo drafts a letter addressed to the Lovegood family, specifically to Luna Lovegood. However, rather than hastily dispatching the letter. Jojo waits for their father John to return home from work that evening to share the ominous visions from their dreams, likely indicative of forthcoming events. Jojo understands that the seeds of foresight must be sown before they can reap the fruits of their labor. After John reviews and refines the letter, Jojo resolves to have Kelsey send it to Luna the following morning. Then, they will await the unfolding of events and Luna's response, deciding how best to proceed with the Weasley family correspondence based on the circumstances. Whether the Weasley family chooses to believe Jojo's prophecies holds little significance. Jojo remains steadfast in their original intent, primarily to save Luna's mother, and perhaps to cultivate a friendship with Luna. Thus, Jojo resolved to simultaneously employ Plan C while not neglecting to offer a few suggestions to Mr. Lovegood in the letter, advising him to transform the Singing Against the Grain magazine into a comprehensive publication that amalgamates a variety of culinary delights, gossip, current affairs, and academic research. Furthermore, he prophesied that during the winter of the year 1991, when Jojo and the main characters would commence their studies, a distant red giant in the east would come crashing down. In the face of such a monumental upheaval as the collapse of the Soviet Union, he contemplated preemptively borrowing a substantial amount of rubles at the current exchange rate, converting them into dollars or galleons, so that when the Soviet Union crumbled and the ruble depreciated internationally, he could repay the loan with a modest sum of dollars or galleons, thus pocketing the surplus for himself, which he could later exchange for a considerable amount of galleons at Gringotts. He hoped Mr. Lovegood would grasp these financial concepts, and even if he found them perplexing, following the outlined steps should not pose a significant challenge. Jojo believed that with these two strategies, the living conditions of Luna's family could be improved, thus alleviating Mrs. Lovegood from the necessity of researching perilous spells for financial gain. Ultimately, only Gringotts would be the one to suffer a loss. Therefore, at the very least, Jojo intended to advise Mrs. Lovegood to refrain from exploring new spells for a year, waiting for the winter of 1991 when the Kremlin would lower its flag, thereby validating his prophetic identity, convinced that Mrs. Lovegood would heed his counsel. For in the wizarding world, the voice of a seer often holds more weight than that of the Minister of Magic. Jojo recalled having read in fanfiction about Harry Potter that many aspired to foster the integration of the magical and non-magical realms to transform the world and propel human civilization forward. This included employing magic to save the Soviet people post-collapse, promoting the wizarding potions for ordinary folk, the proliferation of magical internet, and the technological reverse engineering of magical outcomes, among others. However, Jojo had no intention of pursuing such lofty ambitions. In his previous life, while reading Harry Potter fanfiction, he often felt a sense of oppression when characters began to chase their ideals and strive to change the world, regardless of the length of the narratives. After all, fiction and reality diverge significantly. Altering reality is an arduous task. Although he had traversed dimensions, Jojo perceived that he was now confronted with the realities of the world. Thus, upon realizing he had truly entered the Harry Potter universe, Jojo merely wished to enjoy life in this fantastical realm, akin to an elaborate live-action role-playing game, exploring the mysteries of the magical world, all while ensuring the safety of himself and his loved ones before embarking on any adventures. Regarding grand aspirations and noble ideals, he deemed it best to leave those pursuits to other time travelers. After all, there are countless places like Atlantis, the Bermuda Triangle, the Lop Nur, the Kunlun Mountains, the pyramids, and the Brazilian rainforest to explore, with no need to burden himself with changing the world. Consequently, Jojo's intention this time was merely to take advantage of Gringotts, to sample the fruits of their labor, without any plans to magically assist those displaced and perishing in the streets due to the Soviet collapse. It would not be fair to label Jojo as heartless. His abilities were limited, and in his previous life he had no expertise in finance, politics, military affairs, or agriculture, merely being an engineering student, at most, a small-town exam taker. Lacking the capability to save the world, he could only strive to maintain his own integrity amidst the currents of history, and perhaps earn a small profit by riding its coattails with his loved ones. Since he had already decided to exploit Gringotts, he naturally intended to involve the Weasley family as well. Ensuring his own family did not miss out at that point, he would have Kashi send a letter to the Weasleys. However, first, he needed to establish his identity as a seer the AS for how to don a mantle of a prophet, Jojo felt there was no need for further theatrics. He could simply utilize the act of sending a letter to the Lovegoods as proof of his prophetic talents. Although it would require some time to substantiate, he was not truly a seer and did not wish for people to perceive him as one to avoid being unmasked. He would later claim he could not control his prophetic abilities, that he merely glimpsed some things in his dreams, nothing more. With Professor Trelawney serving as a cautionary tale, he was confident that old Dumbledore would believe him, provided he was not subjected to a soul reading. Moreover, to complete the ruse, he would assert that he had previously dismissed dreams, but this time, having witnessed a lady's demise and the disintegration of a nation, he sensed something amiss, vaguely feeling that his dreams might hold a kernel of truth, indicating he possessed a prophetic gift. Given the terrifying nature of the visions he experienced, fate's power annihilating a wizarding family and a nation, he resolved to write to the Lovegood family, hoping that, if the visions were valid, they might serve to alert and save this wizarding household. However, upon reflecting on the matter of proving his prophetic identity, simply knowing the specific circumstances of the Lovegood family would suffice to validate much. After all, Jojo had had no prior contact with the Lovegoods over the years. Thus, he could not have fabricated a family out of thin AI, or AS for rescuing that distant Eastern nation. He remained uncertain of the authenticity of his prophetic abilities, and his own limitations meant he could only observe, waiting for time to reveal whether he had truly succeeded in his prophecies and if he genuinely possessed prophetic talent. With this resolved, Jojo formulated his statements and devised a plan that he first composed a letter to the Lovegood family, addressed to Luna Lovegood. However, he did not hasten to send it. Instead, he awaited the evening when his father, John, returned from work to share what he had seen in his dreams, which were likely events poised to unfold in the future. Jojo understood that he must first plant the seeds before he could reap the harvest. Subsequently, John would oversee and revise the letter, and they would decide the following morning for Kashi to send it to little Luna. Then, they would await the developments and Luna's response, and based on the circumstances, he would begin drafting a letter to the Weasley family, AS, for whether the Weasleys would believe Jojo's prophecy. It was not of paramount importance. He would not forget his original intention, which was solely to save Luna's mother, and perhaps to cultivate a friendship with Luna as well. In Devonshire, England, the village of Ottery St. Catchpole stands on the dark plains outside, where a structure resembling both a black tower and a grand carriage looms, a large round building with a garden teeming with lush dirigible plums. At the entrance, 3 signs are posted, reading, Headquarters of Singing Against the Grain, Lovegood Residence, and Do Not Disturb the Dirigible Plums. The entire edifice exudes an aura of quirky yet enchanting beauty. The floors, doors, windows, and all interior decorations are circular. Tables, chairs, cabinets, picture frames, and even the stove are all round, and even the succulents on the windowsill share this circularity. Inside, a middle-aged man with a head of golden curls, clad in a white robe, is frying eggs by the hearth, while a little girl with waist-length tousled dirty blonde hair sits at a heavy wooden round table, holding a magazine titled Singing Against the Grain. Through the pages, one can see that she wears a pair of dirigible plum earrings. Yet if one were to look closely, they would notice that she is holding the magazine upside down. The girl is engrossed, as if reading it backwards reveals something even more intriguing. Father, is mother still not awake? The girl finally lifts her gaze from the magazine, her eyebrows a light shade, and her eyes are a dreamy gray that seem perpetually surprised. Yet her voice is melodious, as if singing. Your mother was experimenting with spells until late last night. Let her sleep a little longer. I'll tell you the story of the Snorkack later. The middle-aged man replies gently, a hint of fatigue evident in his eyes, though he conceals it well in front of his daughter. No need. I've heard it many times. Today, tell me about the Reflections monster. Father, the girl responds with her ethereal voice. Then, something miraculous occurs. A celestial melody seems to resonate in the air, echoing the girl's voice. Simultaneously, a cluster of golden-red flames ignites atop the table by the living room window, which then swiftly expands, the flames bursting forth as a large golden-red bird alights on the table, facing the window and singing, leaving the father and daughter with a magnificent silhouette, its fluffy feathers as smooth as silk, swayed gently in the breeze coming through the window, particularly the bird's long tail, reminiscent of a peacock, trailing down to the table below, harmonizing beautifully with the melodies that envelop the room. Exuding an air of nobility and elegance, the little girl is mesmerized, reaching out to stroke the bird's feathers, but the middle-aged man is startled, rushing forward to stop her, inadvertently knocking over a patterned wooden bowl by the hearth. And the bird's song abruptly halts with the sound of the bowl crashing to the ground. Is this a phoenix, father? Why does it look different from the illustrations in the book? The girl spoke once more in a melodious tone, gently grooming the golden-red feathers of a large bird that perched on the table, a warmth reminiscent of sunlight streaming upon a quilt enveloping her fingers. The bird chirped joyfully twice before turning around, shaking its feathers, and, with a dignified lift of its claw, placed a letter before the girl. The letter was inscribed in a delicate script with lily-of-the-valley ink, addressed to Luna Lovegood. Beneath the elegant handwriting, a small bird was painted in red, and a finely detailed crescent moon was rendered in silver, the phoenix and the crescent intertwined in a delightful embrace. "This letter is for me, Daddy. May I open it?" The girl's voice rose in pitch, as if her joy had overflowed. "Why not take a look, Luna?" Just then, Mrs. Lovegood descended the stairs, pulled a chair closer, and sat beside Luna. "What beautiful handwriting! It appears to be a letter from a girl. Go on, open it. No, this is a phoenix. This letter is from Professor Dumbledore. How could Professor Dumbledore send a letter to Luna?" Mr. Lovegood exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment upon confirming the identity of the phoenix. If Jojo were present, he would surely give Mr. Lovegood a thumbs up, praising him. What a keen eye! He is the first, apart from old Dumbledore, to recognize that Kasai is a phoenix. Truly, Mr. Lovegood, known for his eccentricity, lived up to his reputation, standing to applaud. "Then I shall open it now," Luna exclaimed joyfully, swinging her legs as she carefully peeled open the envelope and took out the letter, reading it with utmost seriousness. At that moment, Luna seemed far from peculiar. Rather, she resembled a simple yet blissful young girl. However, as she continued to read the contents of the letter, the smile gradually faded from her lips. "What is happening? What does the letter say?" Mr. Lovegood inquired anxiously, noticing Luna's increasing pallor. "The letter is from a Miss Jo Landon," she replied. "She mentioned that she has recently discovered that her dreams seem to foretell events of the future, and she believes she possesses prophetic abilities. Not long ago, she dreamt of her mother encountering an accident while experimenting with a spell next year, an explosion that would take her mother's life." At this point, Luna pressed her lips tightly together, her body trembling. "Nonsense! Your mother is perfectly well. What kind of child makes such jokes? Even if it were from Dumbledore's household, I would confront her," Mr. Lovegood exclaimed, shaking his fists in indignation. The letter further stated that the sender was uncertain about what might occur in the future, but having witnessed some potentially dire events, she wished to offer us a warning in hopes of averting tragedy. Once Luna had calmed herself, she continued. The young lady suggested that if we do not believe her, we should ask Mother to pause her spell research for a while. She also prophesied that a vast Muggle nation called the Soviet Union in the Far East would disintegrate next winter, fracturing into many smaller countries. Should the second prophecy come true, she hopes I will trust her. Moreover, she mentioned that we have the opportunity to capitalize on this impending dissolution of the Muggle nation by securing a loan in rubles, the currency of that Muggle nation, through Gringotts, exchanging these rubles for dollars or galleons. When the ruble depreciates internationally in the coming years, we could repay the loan with a minimal amount of the dollars or galleons acquired, thereby alleviating our family's financial burdens. The specifics of the operation are on the next page. Additionally, Daddy, she proposed that you could transform Singing Against the Grain into a comprehensive magazine that combines entertainment, culinary delights, political anecdotes, and academic articles, which should boost its sales. However, you would need to oversee the operations, submissions, layout, and payment issues yourself. Once Singing Against the Grain becomes popular, our family will no longer lack for money. Lastly, the reply could be brought back by Kasai. Yes, Kasai is the phoenix that delivered the letter. Luna finished relaying the remaining contents of the letter in one breath. Handing the paper to her mother, it was evident that, even without formal schooling, the young girl had received an excellent education, as evidenced by her impressive vocabulary at such a tender age. Then Luna looked up at K-Sai and asked, "So, your name is K-Sai. Is it, would you like something to eat? Or, are you thirsty? What kind of person is your owner? Can you take me to meet her? Remember, in a loan contract, 3 points must be clearly stated. The amount of rubles borrowed, the amount to be repaid. And that repayment must be made solely in rubles. Before the repayment date, Gringotts must not, by any means, restrict the Weasley family from exchanging large amounts of rubles for any other currency. Additionally, Gringotts must ensure that the exchange rate of rubles to any other currency is adjusted in real time according to the international exchange rates between Muggles and Gringotts, particularly when there is a significant disparity between the exchange rates of various currencies and those of Muggle nations. All exchanges required by this contract shall adhere to the Muggle international exchange rates. In a humble abode, early in the morning, a slender, freckled, red-haired boy finished reading the entire letter at the dining table and looked up at his family surrounding him. What does this mean? Percy, do you not understand? Even I know a seer made a prophecy, kindly informing us, so we can earn a fortune in galleons, exclaimed a red-haired boy. Percy is not a seer, so of course he wouldn't understand. A kind and great seer, knowing our family's financial struggles, and having a dim wit like Percy, detailed everything in the letter. Just follow it, and we could earn a fortune in galleons, another red-haired boy, resembling the first, chimed in. Enough, George Fred, I do not believe in any prophecies. Everyone at school knows that Professor Trelawney, the divination teacher, is a fraud, and I do not believe that galleons are so easily earned. Only you two fools would believe in such a simple method to acquire galleons. The boy identified as Percy responded irritably. But trying it out wouldn't hurt, would it? The youngest boy piped up quietly. Are you an idiot, Ron? The only valuable asset we have to mortgage is the house that you want to sleep on the streets. Percy looked down at his youngest brother. Percy, if you dare speak to your brother like that again, I shall tear your mouth apart. As the elder brother, you should set a good example for your siblings. A stout, brown-haired witch said as she placed a plate of freshly made mashed potatoes on the table. Is Percy going to get scolded too? Fred, quick, pinch my face. Am I still asleep? George immediately placed his hand over his forehead, feigning a dazed expression. Very well, since you insist, I shall take action, Fred said with a mischievous grin. No, I have a better idea. Perhaps you should pull Percy's face if he erupts in fury. That would surely confirm he is not dreaming. You cannot imagine how furious Percy would be in a dream. Another boy chimed in. Oh, very well, yes. Hi. Percy, do not be angry. Remember, you should set a good example for us. For instance, earn some galleons, and take care of US. School starts tomorrow. We will be counting on you, they teased in unison. Maybe Percy is not ready yet. Mom, he still needs someone to look after him. George and Fred chimed in together. I'm sorry. Mother, I will pay more attention in the future. Percy managed to squeeze out through gritted teeth. His face flushed red as he glared at his mischievous twin brothers. Perhaps I should discipline you two now. Enough. Percy at home. You are not the eldest. Bill and Charlie have yet to speak, the twins, emboldened by the presence of their older brothers, smirked confidently. But I'm fine. I've already secured a job as a curse breaker at Gringotts. But it is in Egypt, which is a bit far from home, that I may not be able to return often. The eldest cool, red-haired youth stated, setting down his spoon. That is quite far. With your schedule, you may only return home once every few years, Bill, the second oldest, a sturdy red-haired boy, remarked with raised eyebrows. Indeed, it may take years before I can return. You shall be the eldest child in the family from now on, Charlie. Bill gazed at his younger brother with a cheerful smile, but I have no desire to assume the role of the eldest sibling. I shall graduate next summer, and I am preparing to travel to Romania to study dragons. I have already completed my application. I merely await graduation, of course. I must first secure another victory over Slytherin in the Quidditch Cup, he declared. Charlie grinned, sensing that in the future, they might have to rely solely on Percy. Weren't we discussing whether to heed the advice in that letter and take out a loan from Gringotts to earn a substantial amount of galleons? Ron muttered softly. No, Ron, you see, Mom and Dad are completely unconcerned, the youngest red-haired girl sitting beside him reminded. Ginny, when did you become so observant? Ron asked incredulously. However, casting a glance at their father, who was reading the newspaper across the table, he inquired, Dad, what do you think? Who wrote this letter? Percy, Mr. Weasley replied, lowering the paper. The signature is from Joe Landon, Dad. Percy quickly interjected. You know her, From the handwriting, it appears to belong to a young girl. Is she John's child? Mrs. Weasley turned around, her hands still busy frying sausages. That seems likely. I will inquire with John later. Mr. Weasley nodded in affirmation. Who is John? And who is Jo? Ginny curiously asked. John was your father's roommate at Hogwarts and a good friend. Jo is his daughter, who should be starting school the same year as Ron. I never expected that child to possess prophetic abilities. Mr. Weasley spoke gently, serving the freshly fried sausages onto the table. Upon learning that the letter's author was the same age as Ron, Ginny's spirits plummeted. Is she really my age? Ron exclaimed in surprise. Then I can meet her next year? Yes, you might become good friends. She is a lovely girl. I have always wanted to invite her family over, but there has been little opportunity for leisure since graduation. Anyway, let's not dwell on this matter from the letter. Our family is not so impoverished that we cannot afford meals. Children, remember, war is cruel, and the Weasley family does not profit from the misfortunes of our country. Of course, I will thank John and Jo for this. Mr. Weasley concluded firmly. Circumstances and plans seldom align perfectly. Plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes. That Mr. Lovegood considered the recommendations of the comprehensive magazine and decided to commence by enhancing the culinary section of his magazine. Observing the effects and feedback before deciding whether to incorporate entertainment gossip, political anecdotes, and academic papers. However, Mr. Lovegood declined the suggestion to leverage the dissolution of the Soviet Union to borrow from Gringotts and profit from the fluctuations in exchange rates. The exact reasons remain unclear. Perhaps Mr. Lovegood did not fully grasp the underlying principles, or he simply did not wish to profit from the calamities of other nations, or perhaps he lacked complete faith in Jo's prophetic abilities. Regardless, in his response, Mr. Lovegood expressed profound gratitude for Jo's willingness to warn the Lovegood family after a prophecy, helping them avoid potential disasters that might befall Mrs. Lovegood. Luna's letter was far more intriguing, as it made no mention of the warning letter addressed to the Lovegoods. In her correspondence, she first praised the illustration Jo had drawn on the envelope, inquiring if she represented the moon, and whether this meant they were now friends. She also expressed a strong desire to meet Jo. Subsequently, she proceeded to describe a plethora of Corky's habits and preferences, such as enjoying carrot peels as snacks, drinking juice before lunch, favoring steak and sausages for lunch, relishing the sun while someone brushed her feathers, playing tricks on caterpillars, and being sensitive about her paws, which could lead to fiery retribution if touched, evidence of her fiery temperament. Upon reading these accounts, Jo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in bemusement, glancing at Corky, who pretended to ignore the unfolding situation. It seemed that this little phoenix had let her true nature show after a single outing, emboldened by her charm and kindness, and it was time for some proper training. As a bird that had undergone 9 years of compulsory education, Corky ought to exhibit better manners. As for Mr. Weasley, he personally visited Jo's home to congratulate her on her awakening prophetic abilities, while also expressing gratitude for the detailed money-making plan Jo and John had promptly shared with his family following the prophecy. Nevertheless, he also conveyed his disapproval of profiting from the misfortunes of other nations, even if the dreadful calamity occurred in a Muggle country. John was similarly persuaded by Mr. Weasley and decided to abandon his original plan. Jo had little to say on the matter. Her family was not in need of funds. The original objective of saving Mrs. Lovegood had already been accomplished, and the potential earnings from Gringotts were of little consequence. However, the research of the Weasley twins still required support and investment, either from herself or Harry. Following these events, Jo gained a new friend in Luna, with their correspondence becoming even more frequent than that between Jo and her longtime friend Hannah, who might feel a pang of jealousy if she discovered her exclusive friend had quietly befriended another girl. Thus, for this year's Christmas, Jo prepared an additional gift for Luna, a snowy owl, which she named the Horned Owl. After all, Luna's original Horned Owl had likely been acquired by Mr. Lovegood after Mrs. Lovegood's passing to accompany her, and now that Jo had saved Mrs. Lovegood, it was only right to offer a replacement for the lost companion. After all, one's own little moon should be cherished. As time passed, another summer arrived, marking yet another graduation season. After last year's events, Jo had sternly reprimanded, and indeed, enhanced Corky's ideological education. Now, Corky had considerably tempered her behavior. During Christmas, The little horned owl was sent to the Lovegood household under the supervision of the wise Corky, who had initially been reluctant to leave Joe's side, but seemed to fall into a state of bliss upon reaching Luna. Completely forgetting her former home, with two such cases of joyful distraction, Joe had to re-evaluate the situation. Perhaps the earlier issues lay not with Corky, but rather with Luna's indulgent affection toward these little creatures, akin to Joe's own love for her close friends. However, the current state of affairs made Joe eager to master the art of animagus transformation, so she might experience life as a part of the Lovegood household. There would be time for animagus training later. For now, there were more pressing matters at hand. J.O. had finally turned 11 and graduated from the junior division of Eton School. Each day, she anxiously awaited her acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Though her admission was virtually assured, Joe had another significant matter to prepare for: the timing of receiving her Hogwarts acceptance letter. As a devoted fan of both the Harry Potter books and films, Joe found herself transported into the world of Harry Potter, hoping to unite Harry and Malfoy as brothers to mend the film's shortcomings, or perhaps to remedy her own regrets. She was uncertain whether young Malfoy resembled the film portrayal or the original book character more closely. Overall, the conflict between Harry and Malfoy began with their initial impressions upon meeting, so Joe planned to act as a mediator during their first encounter. Ideally, she would employ Marxist philosophy to address Malfoy's pride at its root. Therefore, preventing Harry from encountering Malfoy while shopping in Diagon Alley became crucial, as Joe did not wish to teach Malfoy a lesson in front of his mother, Narcissa. Thus, she aimed to ensure that Harry and Malfoy's first meeting occurred aboard the Hogwarts Express, allowing ample time for her to persuade the two young boys to shake hands and reconcile. With everything in place, all that remained was the favorable wind. One summer day, Joe rose early as per her routine to engage in physical exercise. From a distance, she spotted a snowy owl with black speckled white feathers, reflecting the dawn light in her eyes. A smile crept across Joe's face as she beheld the approaching owl. Hedwig was reminding her that it was time to meet Harry. The true spectacle of this life was about to unfold. Eye in the distance, the proud snowy owl spotted Joe and let out a joyful hoot. Jojo waved at the magnificent snowy owl and stood by the fence, eagerly awaiting its arrival. This was not Jojo's first day waiting. It was not merely because this owl bore the acceptance letter to Hogwarts, but also due to Jojo's long-standing curiosity from a previous life about how Hogwarts could accurately discern the precise location of young witches and wizards to deliver their letters. Considering the unpredictability of the owl's journey, the outcome was akin to foreseeing the future. However, it was widely known that Professor Trelawney, the divination instructor at Hogwarts, struggled to control her prophetic abilities. Moreover, the school would incessantly send letters until the young wizard received and opened them, which was quite remarkable. Today, Jojo hoped to validate this phenomenon. The snowy owl perched on the fence of Jojo's yard. Upon seeing the heavy parchment envelope resting on the lawn, inscribed with emerald green ink, Jojo noted the address: Surrey County, Little Whinging, 13 Privet Drive, addressed to Miss Joanna Landon by the fence. Indeed, it was true that Jojo's home was merely 2 blocks away from Harry Potter's aunt and uncle's house. It was quite a feat for Jojo to have restrained her curiosity about the boy who lived all these years. However, at that moment, Jojo did not reach for the discarded envelope, but instead gently stroked the snowy owl's head. The owl relished Jojo's touch, its eyes narrowing into slits of contentment. Yet Jojo, in a sudden burst of energy, turned and dashed away, pushing through the front door, crossing the living room without acknowledging her mother-yours bemused gaze from the kitchen, and hurried upstairs to her room. She flung open her window, leaving all doors ajar along the way to allow the snowy owl to follow her or fly directly inside without hindrance. Once the snowy owl regained its composure, it hooted a few times, grumbling as it retrieved the hefty parchment envelope it had just dropped, soaring up to the second floor and entering Jojo's bedroom through the window. The snowy owl settled on the windowsill, and Jojo observed that the previously discarded envelope now bore an updated inscription: Surrey County, Little Whinging, 13 Privet Drive, addressed to Miss Joanna Landon in the second-floor bedroom. Indeed, it was a real-time update. So long as the recipient had yet to receive or open the letter, the address on the envelope would automatically adjust to reflect the recipient's location. This seemed to be a sophisticated form of transfiguration. possibly related to the ink or another substance. Jojo pondered potential improvements to this magic, her mind racing with several innovative applications, eagerly awaiting the next visit from Professor McGonagall to inquire further. Jojo felt quite pleased with the snowy owl that had delivered the Hogwarts acceptance letter. It had shown the initiative to fetch the letter upstairs, displaying a certain perceptiveness, indeed, a teachable creature. Thus, Jojo resolved to treat the owl to some of her treasured codfish cat treats, hoping to appease the owl that still felt slighted. However, the moment Jojo produced the treats, her companion Kashi, resting nearby, could no longer contain itself and rushed toward Jojo. As for the snowy owl, it was swiftly pinned to the windowsill by Kashi's paw. The owl flapped its wings a few times, realizing resistance was futile, and surrendered. Jojo watched Kashi with exasperation. After all, she had shared codfish cat treats with Kashi before. What was the harm in giving one to the owl? Such possessiveness seemed quite unbecoming. Where could it have come from? Jojo could only nudge Kashi aside and offer the treats to the woeful snowy owl. The owl devoured the treats, tears streaming down its face, whether from the deliciousness of the codfish or the indignity inflicted by Kashi. It was hard to say as it departed. Its eyes glistened with unshed tears, prompting Jojo to tuck 2 extra codfish treats into the owl's little backpack as a conciliatory gesture towards Kashi. Once the owl had taken its leave, Jojo finally opened the parchment envelope. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, First-Class Wizard of the Merlin Order, Chief Wizard of Wisingamot. Dear Miss Landon, we are delighted to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term is set to commence on September 1 SD, and we await your owl's response by July 31 SD. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. After reading the letter, Jojo dashed to her parents' room, shaking her father John awake from his slumber. Dad, look! It's a letter from Hogwarts. I've been accepted. Goodness, I knew my darling was destined for greatness. I am so proud of you. John exclaimed, startled into full awareness. Let me see the letter. Here it is. Jojo handed the letter to John while switching on the bedroom light. This letter brings back memories, John mused, stroking the parchment. I was once just as excited. Dad, can I go see Harry? Jojo immediately posed a request. Well, you know, Professor Dumbledore has strictly forbidden us from contacting Harry, that we shouldn't intrude upon his life. John attempted to reason with his fearless daughter. But Jojo had already formulated her counterargument. Dad, Harry must have received his Hogwarts letter today as well. Surely it's permissible now. Jojo pressed. You mentioned that Harry is living with his Muggle relatives. They probably know nothing of the wizarding world. Perhaps we could assist Harry in shopping at Diagon Alley? Well, it does seem appropriate now. John contemplated for a moment, though the school will likely send a professor to help Harry procure his books and supplies. Thank you, Dad. With John's blessing, Jojo raced out the door, turning back to make a cheeky face. I've already sent Kashi to reply to Hogwarts, and I invited Hagrid to accompany us and Harry for our shopping trip. Kashi will bring Hagrid to our house. Yes, our shopping date is today, Dad. You need to hurry and get up. With that, Jojo hurried back to her room, grabbed a beautifully wrapped gift, and after a moment's thought, she also took her ginkgo wood wand before racing downstairs. She dashed out, sprinted past 2 blocks, and arrived at number 4 Privet Drive, finding a charming little house that looked almost like a toy. For Jojo, sometimes history needed to be amended, and at other times, it required completion. Now, Jojo would not allow Harry to miss receiving his owl letters, an occurrence that had impacted his initial meeting with Hagrid and caused the loss of that pivotal moment when Hagrid had retaliated against Dudley by magically giving him a pig's tail. This was the beginning of their friendship, and Jojo was determined not to let it slip away. Jojo approached the front door and rang the bell. Amidst the commotion inside, a thin, dark-haired boy opened the door. His hair was tousled, reaching just above Jojo's forehead, and his striking green eyes stood out as he wore oversized clothing. Appearing timid, yet somewhat embarrassed at the threshold, up close, Jojo couldn't help but admire the casting choices of the filmmakers in her previous life. The boy exuded an endearing, soft charm, and Jojo was certain this was Harry Potter. Hello, is there something you need? The boy asked, gazing up at the girl clad in a simple white cotton dress. Her hair styled in a bun, and sporting sneakers. She was slightly taller than him, with a beautiful Asian face. "That you're Harry, aren't you?" "Harry Potter," the girl whispered, leaning closer with a tone of certainty. "Did you receive your letter?" Harry's entire body jolted, and he looked at the girl before him in disbelief, stuttering, "Why, yes, yes, yes. Is it you who sent me the letter?" Then, recalling the beautiful girl had sent him a letter, he felt a wave of regret wash over him. "I'm sorry. Uncle Vernon confiscated the letter, of course. I didn't send you the letter, but I received the same one as you," the girl replied, offering him a mysterious smile. "Who on earth is it?" Then, "Quit stalling. You." A voice bellowed from inside the house. Just then, a tall, slender woman appeared, wearing an apron, her hair meticulously styled, and her high cheekbones accentuated. "Hello. May I help you?" the woman asked upon seeing a girl of similar age to Dudley, feeling somewhat relieved that this was not a visitor from the wizarding world. "Hello. This is a birthday gift for Dudley," the girl said, lifting the exquisitely wrapped present toward the still-dazed Mrs. Dudley. Hearing this, Harry felt a pang of disappointment. His curiosity piqued further. She had just said she received the same letter as him. "Oh, what a lovely child. Thank you for your kindness, but Dudley's birthday has already passed. You're a bit late, but that is all right. Please come in and sit for a while. You can play with Dudley." Mrs. Dudley cast aside her recent worries. Her mood improved significantly. She called out into the house. "Dudley, come out and see. Your classmate has come play with you and has brought a birthday gift." Upon hearing his mother's voice, Dudley immediately poked his head out from the dining room and dashed toward the door. Thinking that his friends had arrived once more, eager to concoct new schemes to torment Harry, Mr. Dudley soon followed, pondering the situation more deeply. Perhaps Dudley's new schoolmates had come to pay an early visit to forge connections. And as the head of the household, it would be rather rude of him not to greet them. "No, my dear, I believe you are mistaken. This is indeed a gift for Dudley, but I have come to invite Harry to our home for a visit. Rest assured, we will return him this evening." Jojo quickly interjected before Dudley and Mr. Dudley could emerge. She did not wish to confront all three members of the Dudley family simultaneously, as she felt she had little chance without using magic. "What?" Mrs. Dudley became instantly alert. Over the years, no girl had ever shown interest in befriending Harry, and this poised young lady before her hardly appeared to be someone who would associate with him. "Harry cannot go anywhere," she declared, reaching out to grasp Harry's arm. However, Jojo was quicker, swiftly pulling Harry to her side. Although Harry and Jojo were of similar stature, Jojo, having trained her body from a young age, was far more robust than the frail Harry, who stumbled as he was yanked away, narrowly avoiding Mrs. Dudley's grasp. "Then it's settled," Jojo said, her words tumbling out rapidly as she began to retreat with Harry in tow. "You can't go anywhere, young man." Mr. Dudley finally grasped the situation. "Run, Harry, quick, run," Jojo urged, pulling Harry away as they dashed off. "We will bring Harry back this evening. You need not worry. We will take good care of him." Harry hesitated for a moment, but quickly followed suit. Regardless of who this girl was or where she intended to take him, Harry felt a surge of joy at the prospect of escaping the confines of that house. Especially since this girl held the secret to the letter he had received. They ran around the corner and paused in a secluded spot. Both Jojo and Harry took a moment to catch their breath. One trained daily in the yard, the other practiced escaping beatings at school, so neither was truly exhausted from their short sprint. Jojo smiled, while Harry, affected by the ill-fitting clothes he wore, ran awkwardly and had lost a flip-flop in the process. Had the ground not been so clean, his feet would have been sore from the friction that he felt rather embarrassed, torn between retrieving his lost shoe and the fear of encountering the Dudleys again, which would lead to being dragged back. The thought of being seen in such a state by Jojo made him blush, and he hesitated, his face reddening. Can you tell me who you are now? You mentioned receiving the same letter as I did. What did it say? Do you know who sent it? And how did you know where I live? Why did you invite me to your home?" Harry's questions came tumbling out in a rapid-fire manner. Jojo quickly covered his mouth. "Hold on. Let's take this one step at a time. We have the whole day ahead of us. First, we need to deal with the immediate situation, or you might end up with blisters before we even reach my home." After ensuring no one was around, Jojo withdrew her ginkgo wand, which had been concealed in a thumb-sized pouch, and gently tapped two small stones by the roadside. To Harry's astonishment, The stones seemed to come alive, twisting and expanding until they transformed into a pair of white mesh sneakers. Put these on and see if they fit. This was JoJo's first attempt at transfiguring sneakers, and she was quite pleased with her success, urging Harry to try them on quickly. Hurry up. If they don't fit, I can adjust them while we still have some privacy. Harry was utterly flabbergasted when JoJo pulled out the wand, and the subsequent transformation of stones into shoes left him in awe, his mouth agape. Hearing her encouragement, he quickly sat down, slipped on the pristine sneakers, and stood up to test them. They felt a tad large. Yet he couldn't help but say, "Thank you. They feel just right." Having long grown accustomed to wearing Dudley's oversized clothes, he couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of JoJo's wand. She reminded him of a witch from a fairy tale, and he feared that if he offended her, she might turn him into a toad, as such tales often warned, "My name is Joe Landon, but you can call me Joe. It's a pleasure to meet you." Harry. JoJo's smile widened as she felt a sense of delight at the fitting introduction. She retracted her wand and extended her hand for a handshake. "Hello, I'm Harry Potter." Harry wiped his hands on his clothes before cautiously reaching out to grasp JoJo's hand. "You have beautiful eyes, Harry," JoJo remarked, chiding herself in her mind for being so bold. "But Joe, you should know better than to flirt with a young boy." Friendships among children often blossom swiftly, and as they continued toward JoJo's home, laughter and conversation flowed easily between them. After witnessing JoJo's remarkable transfiguration skills, Harry quickly accepted the existence of magic in the world and embraced his new identity as a wizard. JoJo shared a plethora of tales about the magical realm, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the Ministry of Magic, Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade Village, Godric's Hollow, wands, potions, broomsticks, Quidditch, and the Goblin Run Bank. Harry, feeling somewhat shy, confided in JoJo about the bullying he endured at the Dursley's hands, how he was confined to a small room under the stairs, and if he behaved oddly, he was locked in a cupboard without food or access to the bathroom. Dudley and his friends would chase him, forcing him to hide on the roof, but he was always forced to wear Dudley's hand-me-downs. And the only birthday celebrations he had ever known were non-existent. No gifts or cakes. Often, the Dursleys would leave him with Mrs. Figg, who was strict and had numerous cats. The only silver lining was that following the arrival of the letter, he was permitted to move to the smallest bedroom upstairs, escaping the torment of living under the stairs. However, Harry would have traded it all for that letter, for Joe had mentioned it was an acceptance letter from Hogwarts. "By the way, Harry, if you don't receive the letter, you can't go to Hogwarts and become a wizard," JoJo teased, hoping to elicit a reaction. "What am I supposed to do then?" Harry's spirits plummeted as he looked down. Murmuring softly, the excitement he had felt moments ago evaporated. Now that he had finally found a friend, he was faced with the prospect of separation. JoJo and other young wizards would be off to Hogwarts, while he would remain with the Dursleys, enduring that life. The thought nearly brought him to tears. He had never wanted something so badly in his life. He regretted returning to the living room to open his letter instead of doing so in the safety of his cupboard. Seeing that she might cause Harry to cry, JoJo quickly reassured him. "I can write to Professor McGonagall and ask her to send you another letter. She really cares for me. My wand was purchased early by my father at her request. She is the deputy headmistress at Hogwarts, and I'm sure she would help. Please don't cry." Upon hearing that there was still hope, Harry's eyes filled with tears of joy. "Thank you so much, Joe." Seeing the glistening tears in the young boy's eyes, JoJo inwardly scolded herself once more. "Joe, you ought to be ashamed. You've made him cry, and yet there's a part of you that feels exhilarated." As they continued chatting, they strolled toward JoJo's home, arriving at the entrance. "Ding dong. Here we are, my house," JoJo announced, gesturing grandly. "You can come over any time to play. Stick with me, and you'll be well taken care of." "I didn't realize your house was so close." Harry marveled at the quaint yet tidy building, reflecting on the countless chocolate bars he had missed out on over the years. "Come on in. Mr. Potter, you are our guest of honor today. My parents have been eagerly awaiting your arrival, and perhaps Hagrid has already arrived too." JoJo swung open the gate, feigning a grand gesture of invitation. "Oh, well, thank you, Miss Landon." Harry acted along with Joe, and throughout the journey, he had come to realize that Joe was an eccentric girl. He paid little heed to Joe's teasing pretense, instead feeling that she genuinely regarded him as a friend, which was why she joked with him. Besides, Joe was also going to help him write a letter to Vice Principal McGonagall, seeking another Hogwarts acceptance letter. By the way, who is Hagrid? Didn't mention anyone else earlier. As they approached the door, Harry felt a twinge of anxiety and sought a topic to disguise his nervousness, hoping to buy some time. After all, this was his first visit to a wizarding family. Even though Joe had said her mother was a muggle and their household was like any ordinary family, he was still about to visit someone else's home. It suddenly struck him that he hadn't even considered how to greet Joe's parents or how to behave politely upon entering. This was, apart from Mrs. Figg's house, his first formal visit to another family. "Don't be nervous," Joe said, sensing Harry's anxiety from his wandering gaze. "Our family doesn't have many rules. Just be yourself and my parents will like you. As for Hagrid, you might need his help to apply for a new Hogwarts acceptance letter." Before Harry could respond, Joe twisted the doorknob, pressed down on Harry's shoulder, and nudged him inside. "Dad, Mom, look who I brought," Joe exclaimed as she entered. Upon hearing this, Harry's ears flushed crimson, and he stammered, "Hello, Uncle and Aunt and Mr. Hagrid." He was so nervous that he blurted out his greeting before he even had a chance to clearly see who was in the room. "Oh, our savior has arrived. Hello, Harry. You are our hero. Welcome." A voice boomed. "Hi, Harry. It's been a while. It's so good to see you safe and sound. And you too, Joe. I used to hold you both when you were little. Now you've grown so much." John and a burly man, who had been chatting on the sofa, stood up to greet Harry. The burly man was towering, easily twice John's height, and his face was nearly obscured by a wild mane of hair and a tangled beard. Yet one could still discern his beetle-like eyes glimmering beneath the tangle. This was Joe's first encounter with Hagrid, and though his stature left no room for error in recognition, she was quite fond of the character from the original story. After all, who wouldn't cherish a fiercely loyal, brave friend who was also a kind-hearted, gentle giant, despite occasionally having a knack for causing mischief? "Hello, Hagrid. It's a pleasure to meet you," Joe greeted him warmly. "Come and sit, Harry," John invited, introducing himself. "I am John Landon, Joe's father. I am Hagrid. Ruby is Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. The last time I saw you, you were just a wee lad, Harry. You resemble your father quite a bit. Though your eyes take after your mother. I used to hold you when you were just a baby, but you were too small then to remember." Hagrid's voice was thunderous, as if enhanced by a charm to amplify his volume. "Hello," Harry replied, seemingly startled by Hagrid's presence, responding stiffly. "Please, have a seat," Joe urged, guiding Harry to a single armchair as John and Hagrid occupied the entire sofa. "Hello, Harry. I'm Yoli," Joe mothered. "We have tea, milk, juice, cookies, and chocolate." After placing the refreshments on the coffee table, Yul settled into the armchair opposite them. Gazing kindly at the boy, Harry's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, filled with countless questions, yet he was unsure where to begin. Glancing at Joe for assistance. All right, let me start," Joe said, throwing up her hands in exasperation. With Harry's grateful gaze upon her, she cleared her throat. "Ahem, Dad, Mom, Mr. Hagrid, Harry had no idea about the magical world until today." "Don't rush with the questions. Let me first explain his background, and then you can add your insights. Well, this story begins with a boy who survived a great peril to save the world. Yes, I'm talking about you." At this, Harry's mouth dropped open in disbelief, ready to interject, but before he could speak, Joe playfully tapped him on the head. "No interruptions, Harry. Let me finish. Don't think that just because you're the savior, you can have special privileges. I'll still give you a whack if you interrupt me." With that, she waved her small fist playfully. Then, Joe recounted the nearly universally known tale of the boy who grew up in a magical world. The powerful dark wizard, known as Voldemort, and his followers, the Death Eaters, had propagated the pure blood ideology throughout the British magical community, committing countless murders and instilling terror. Many brave witches and wizards had fought valiantly against him, including Harry's parents, who were heroes in the war. However, Voldemort had eventually discovered Harry's home, intending to kill the entire family. He had already slain Harry's parents, but when he attempted to kill Harry, the fatal curse rebounded upon him, resulting in Voldemort's demise. The shadow that loomed over the British magical community dissipated, leaving Harry with a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Images of tragedy flooded Harry's mind, just as Joe was nearing the end of her narrative. A blinding green light flashed vividly in his memory, clearer than any recollection he had ever experienced. He recalled the first time he heard a loud, chilling, malevolent laughter. Once the tale concluded, Hagrid pulled out a filthy, stained handkerchief and blew his nose, the sound echoing like a foghorn. You looked at Harry with compassionate sympathy. But, didn't my parents die in a car accident? How could? Harry stammered, struggling to grasp the truth. His desire to learn more about his parents overshadowing his identity as a savior. That is slander. It is a disgrace. The Dursleys, how dare they? Did they really tell you nothing true about Lily and James? I should have broken their necks. Hagrid roared, his fury reverberating through the room, causing Jo to shrink back in fear. Your parents were wizards, Harry. They could not have been harmed in a car accident. They were heroes who fought against Voldemort. And the Lombardons, without them, we would have never managed to apprehend the Death Eaters. We were comrades in arms. John attempted to comfort Harry in the gentlest tone possible. All right, Harry conceded. Having witnessed the existence of magic, he had already come to believe the truth in Jo's and John's words. If you were friends of my parents, then why did no one come to see me all these years? Harry pursed his lips, trying hard to suppress his frustration. On the night your parents were attacked, it was I who brought you to the Dursleys. Professor Dumbledore instructed me to take you to your only living relatives. In truth, both Professor McGonagall and I were against it. She said she had never seen a family so dreadful, Hagrid recalled. However, Professor Dumbledore insisted you remain with your relatives and forbade us from disrupting your life. Professor Dumbledore is the greatest wizard of our time, the headmaster of Hogwarts. He is always right, and we all trust him. Hagrid's face was full of reverence as he spoke of Dumbledore. Yes, after that night, many wizarding families wished to adopt you, even considering it an honor. The Weasley family and I both thought about it, but Dumbledore refused. I suspect it has to do with the magic your mother cast to protect you before her death. I'm not certain what kind of magic it was, but it clearly worked, and Professor Dumbledore believed that Voldemort had not truly perished, and this protection still existed within you, safeguarding you, but it likely required you to stay with your relatives. John added, moreover, although Voldemort appeared dead, his followers remained, and to prevent you from being caught up in the Death Eater's subsequent retaliation, Dumbledore strictly forbade anyone from approaching you to avoid revealing your location. All right, then who is the one who killed my parents? Voldemort. Who exactly is he? Harry, having unraveled the backstory, sought to know the identity of the Dark Wizard, a fire of vengeance igniting within him to avenge his parents. Hagrid shivered at the mention of the name. Don't make me say that name, Harry. Nobody wishes to utter it. That man has had a curse placed upon his name. During that dark time, if anyone spoke his name, his Death Eaters would know his location, operating to him to kill him, along with his family. Thus, we refer to him only as it has not been named the Dark Lord. John provided an explanation to Harry. As Harry was about to inquire further, he felt Jojo's fingers poking his waist from behind, whispering in a voice as delicate as a gnat. Don't ask. I'll tell you later. All right, let us not dwell on this any longer, Jojo interjected, eager to break the oppressive atmosphere. Harry's letter had been confiscated by his uncle, and we still need to ask Professor McGonagall to send Harry another acceptance letter. Yes, Harry also remembered this mattered, Mr. Hagrid. Jojo mentioned you could assist me. You're the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Before Harry could finish a sentence, he was interrupted by Hagrid's booming voice. Hagrid, patting his head with his large hand, exclaimed, Right, look at my brain, I almost forgot. Earlier when Jojo had Kelsey respond to Hogwarts, she also asked me to bring a letter saying you were in trouble, and that today she would help you acquire books and supplies that I was going to come directly with Kelsey. But thankfully Professor McGonagall received the message and asked me to bring you another acceptance letter. Dumbledore also requested my assistance. Here, this is your acceptance letter. Yes, Hagrid spoke. He retrieved a letter from his fur coat and handed it to Harry. Harry eagerly accepted the thick parchment envelope, overwhelmed with joy. Everything today felt like magic. He had made friends, uncovered the truth about his parents, met their acquaintances, discovered the magical world, and now he was about to attend the same magical school his parents once did alongside Jojo. After experiencing several emotional highs and lows that morning, they finally returned to the matter at hand. After reading the letter, Harry awkwardly said, I have no money. My uncle certainly won't spend any on me. Oh, Harry, you needn't worry about that. Your parents left you a substantial inheritance before they passed. more than you could ever spend in a lifetime. Professor Dumbledore asked me to bring the key to Gringotts. He always thinks of everything, Hagrid explained. Sorry to interrupt you, Hagrid, but I've already informed Harry about Gringotts. We can skip that part, Jojo interjected. Indeed, Harry, you need not worry. Even without this inheritance, we old pals would never allow you to miss out on attending Hogwarts due to a lack of funds. John added, now that you have reached the age to attend Hogwarts, I believe Dumbledore's prohibition against us approaching you no longer applies. You can consider this place your home, whenever you feel down. You can come here. However, if you wish to live with us, we might still need Dumbledore's approval. Thank you. Thank you all, Harry said, touched. It was the first time in his life he felt cared for, and his heart swelled with emotion. Let us first help Harry respond to Hogwarts, and then we'll head to Diagon Alley. Jojo declared cheerfully, clapping her hands. I'll go upstairs to prepare. She then attempted to pull Harry away from the sofa. Wait, don't try to run off. You still need to explain how you knew Harry was in trouble beforehand. Have you been treating my words lightly and secretly watching Harry? John suddenly said, recalling how Hagrid rushed back with Kelsey, nearly giving Harry's mother a heart attack. I've spoken with Hagrid. You'd better have a reasonable explanation. Hagrid sheepishly scratched his head and murmured an apology to Joel. You're wronging me. I truly didn't sneak a look at Harry. I just saw Dudley Dursley before and felt he was utterly vile. Living with someone like him surely spells great trouble for Harry. Jojo quickly defended herself. Then why didn't you say anything sooner? And what on earth is that little gadget you've been tinkering with these past few days? What is it for? John insisted on pressing the issue, seizing the opportunity to keep Jojo in check to prevent any future trouble at school. That I'm not. I didn't. Stop making baseless accusations, Jojo vehemently denied, racking her brain for an excuse. It's just something I foresaw in a prophecy. That's so? Next time you lie, try not to fidget with your hair, John said, mercilessly exposing Jojo's fib, knowing his daughter too well that I just wanted to go to Diagon Alley today with Harry. Hagrid and Hannah, I was worried Hagrid wouldn't come. So I said that. Jojo stubbornly replied, her words a mix of truth and half-truth. She wasn't unconsciously playing with her hair, touching her nose, or exhibiting shifty eyes. Harry, observing Jojo's flustered demeanor, covered his mouth, desperately stifling his laughter. Jojo shot Harry an annoyed glare. Stop laughing. You're the reason I'm in this mess. Jojo pinched Harry's leg hard, causing him to gasp in surprise. So, you did sneak off to see Harry. Do you realize this could expose him and put him in danger? John admonished seriously that I know. I'm sorry. I want to do it again, Jojo said, lowering her head in contrition. Hoping to move past the incident now that her father didn't seem genuinely angry that I don't trust your promises. Now spill the details, John said, seizing the rare chance to catch Jojo off guard. I just snuck out a few times to observe from a distance. That's all, Jojo admitted helplessly, not wanting to appear too soon in Harry's line of sight. However, this didn't mean she couldn't sneak a glance at the protagonist of her story and secretly bestow a little kindness. Is that so? John raised an eyebrow. All right, I surrender. I also cast a few spells on Dudley, Leglock or Curse, Terran Allegra, just for a few seconds, and also a sniveling charm that makes him drool and speak incoherently. That's about it, Jojo confessed, her voice growing softer as she saw John's expression. She quickly added, it shouldn't last more than a day. Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement, while John's heart sank. This was no mere prank. It could potentially violate the international statute of wizarding secrecy. Really only a day? John sought confirmation. Maybe 2 days or perhaps a week. You know, the power of my Ginkgo wood wand is quite strong. I haven't tested it on a mouse before, Jojo replied cautiously, glancing at her mother, Joel, and Hagrid for support. Seeing Joel remain silent and Hagrid show no reaction, she took Harry's hand, preparing to make a quick escape. Joanna! John nearly roared the name through clenched teeth. Jojo immediately grabbed Harry and dashed upstairs, shouting, I know I was wrong. Besides, the Dursleys wouldn't spread such an embarrassing incident. The living room was left with a sullen-faced John and a serious-looking Hagrid and Joel. Is this serious? You, filled with concern, posed a question. Hagrid remained silent, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, if they truly kept the matter confidential, coupled with the fact that Harry was now set to make his official debut in the public eye. The Dursleys could be regarded as Harry's guardians, thus not violating the international statute of wizarding secrecy. John, conducting his own analysis, felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had almost forgotten that Harry's aunt and uncle were also privy to the existence of the magical realm, and could not be classified as mere muggles. This perspective alleviated his worries. Both Hagrid and he simultaneously exhaled in relief. Nevertheless, I shall write to Arthur to keep him informed. I would appreciate his vigilance. John suggested, by the way, Hagrid, could you assist Harry in composing a reply to Hogwarts? Do you have an owl on hand? John inquired. Of course, Hagrid replied, lifting his shaggy coat to reveal a small owl, which he cradled in his hands. The little creature appeared still groggy from slumber. Once the letters are dispatched, you may rest here. We shall take the children to Diagon Alley shortly, as I am on leave today. And you, upon your return, you must ensure that Jojo is properly disciplined. She cannot be indulged any longer, lest she inadvertently embroil us in a serious predicament. With that, John rose to pen his correspondence. Meanwhile, on the second floor, at the threshold of Jojo's bedroom, both Jojo and Harry had eavesdropped on the conversation downstairs and let out a sigh of relief. Jojo turned to return to her room, but halted Harry at the door. A girl's chamber was not to be entered casually. She then brought out Kashi, introducing the owl to Harry, before rummaging through her belongings to retrieve her small backpack. Stepping outside, she sat on the wooden floor alongside Harry, awaiting the adult's signal to embark. She is truly beautiful, Harry thought, attempting to stroke Kashi, only to have the owl elude him, expressing her displeasure with a series of sharp chirps. She is a girl and does not appreciate being touched by boys, Jojo remarked, stifling a laugh, completely oblivious to Kashi's silent disdain for Harry. The scent of fox lingered heavily on Harry. Being a phoenix, she was an inherently proud and independent creature, likely preferring solitude, except for the purposes of mating. By the way, you mentioned you would tell me the identity of the mysterious figure who killed my parents, correct? Harry suddenly asked, his expression turning serious as he inquired of Jojo. Without elaborating, Jojo took out some paper and a pen, inscribing a name, perhaps a code name, and handed it to Harry. At this juncture, Jojo could not divulge Voldemort's true name to Harry, even with the protection of the Daily Prophet's disguise. Revealing how she knew Voldemort's original name would be ill-advised. Do not speak it aloud, Harry, Jojo cautioned, surprised by Harry's recklessness. They had just discussed how that name was cursed, yet here he was daring to utter it. Truly, he embodied the spirit of a Gryffindor lion in training. Although speaking the name now might not lead to immediate consequences, it was a dangerous habit. Jojo recalled how, in the original story, Harry's casual mention of Voldemort after his return had led to dire repercussions. And without Malfoy's unexpected kindness or ulterior motives, the main characters might have met a tragic fate. Harry, do you trust me? Jojo asked earnestly. Of course, Harry replied, sitting up straighter, eager for Jojo's next words. All right, if you believe in me. Refrain from uttering that name. You need not fear him, but avoid speaking it before the final confrontation, as frequently saying it will cultivate a bad habit. You heard just now. The mysterious figure is not entirely vanquished. If, at a critical moment, you inadvertently let it slip, it could nullify all our efforts, Jojo solemnly instructed Harry. Very well. I promise you, Harry affirmed, nodding vigorously before casting a lingering gaze at the name inscribed on the paper, as if to engrave it deep within his memory. After a moment, Jojo took the paper from Harry's grasp and, with a flourish, summoned flames to incinerate it, reducing it to ashes before Harry's watchful eyes. It felt as though Harry's heart scattered with the remnants of the paper, his expression becoming vacant. Observing the frail yet resolute boy before her, Jojo suddenly opened her arms to embrace Harry. Do not be disheartened, Harry. Everything will turn out well, I assure you. Once Harry regained his composure, he patted Jojo on the shoulder, prompting her to release him. Their eyes met, and they both burst into laughter. Thank you, Joe. Harry spoke first. We are friends. After all, you cannot look down on us common folk once you become the savior. Jojo teased playfully. Of course not, Harry replied, glancing at the ceiling with feigned profundity, only to hastily add, I wouldn't dream of it. Their laughter echoed again, lifting the heavy atmosphere that had enveloped them. Just between us, I possess a prophetic gift, Harry. Your future is quite splendid. You know, I'm indifferent to such notions. He replied, All right, children, it's time to come down. We are off to Diagon Alley for some shopping, and there is much to accomplish today. Hagrid's booming voice resonated from downstairs. The two hastily descended, and Kashi, shrinking to the size of a sparrow, nimbly darted into Jojo's small backpack at Harry's astonished gaze. Upon reaching the ground floor, Jojo suddenly turned to him and asked, Mom, could you purchase a few outfits for Harry at the department store? He is wearing Dudley's old clothes, which do not fit him properly, and the shoes he currently wears were conjured by my transfiguration. Of course, my dear. Right, Harry? Don't be shy. Let me see your size. You replied, having longed to assist the unfortunate child. She approached and utilized her unique method of measuring with her thumb and index finger, taking Harry's measurements from head to toe. Hagrid also looked over, commending Jojo. Beautiful transfiguration work. Once you arrive at Hogwarts, you will surely earn point for Gryffindor. You will undoubtedly be sorted into Gryffindor. Thank you for the compliment, Hagrid, Jojo replied, slightly bashful. What? John interjected, overhearing Hagrid's praise. He immediately approached to scrutinize Harry's sneakers. Not bad, not bad. Multi-material transfiguration, intricate design, high completion rate, and long-lasting effects. Superior transfiguration. Perhaps this year I have to write a reflection. Professor McGonagall permitted my father to teach me magic ahead of time, and she checks on my progress every summer. I am quite adept at practical tasks and always achieve flawless results, but my written exams tend to suffer. When I perform poorly, Professor McGonagall makes my father write a reflection, and he has been doing so for 7 years, Jojo whispered to Harry. How dare you even say that? John shot Jojo a disapproving glance. No need to hide it. Let Kashi out at once. Kashi will accompany Hagrid on the journey, while I take you to our fireplace is not connected to the Flynn network, and we unanimously believe that Harry's first entrance to Diagon Alley through the Leaky Cauldron would be a splendid experience. With a crackle of sound and a burst of flames, both John and Hagrid vanished from the living room. You followed suit shortly after in a deserted alleyway on Charing Cross Road in Westminster. London, a sudden crackle echoed, and a burst of flames materialized, revealing John, Jojo, Harry, and Hagrid in the narrow passage. This was the closest alley to the Leaky Cauldron. Jojo had long been eager for John to take her along on a trip. She had grown accustomed to the sensation of being squeezed through a plastic tube, although she felt slightly nauseous. For Harry, however, it was his first experience, and after just completing the apparition, he crouched against the wall. Feeling utterly miserable, he was relieved he had not eaten breakfast. Otherwise, he would surely have embarrassed himself. Are you all right, Harry? Apparition is a very convenient spell, more mobile than a port key or the Flynn network, though the sensation can be quite unpleasant, especially for a first-timer. Have some water, Jojo said, crouching down to offer Harry a bottle while adding playfully, just don't let it leave you with a psychological scar. Otherwise, we'd be in quite a bit of trouble. Harry, already on the verge of nausea, nearly retched at Jojo's last comment. At that moment, Hagrid gently patted Harry's back, adding to his already overwhelming discomfort. After a few dry heaves, aided by the gentle breeze of the alley, Harry began to feel better. It seems you are nearly recovered. Let us proceed. We'll split up. Jojo and I will go ahead. Hagrid, you take Harry and follow us. You can introduce him to the sights along the way. We shall reconvene at the Leaky Cauldron. John began organizing their itinerary upon seeing everyone readied out a few minutes after Joe and John departed. Hagrid led Harry out of the alley. Towering and robust, Hagrid effortlessly navigated through the crowd, and Harry merely had a trail closely behind him. They passed bookstores, record shops, hamburger joints, and cinemas, but not a single shop appeared to sell wands. It was simply an ordinary street, teeming with everyday people as they journeyed along. Passers-by cast their curious gazes upon Hagrid. Harry held no resentment towards them. After all, Hagrid's imposing stature spoke volumes. Suddenly, Hagrid pointed towards a grand bookstore nestled between a record shop. Situated at the crossroads of Charing Cross in Westminster, London. Look, Harry, that's the Leaky Cauldron, he exclaimed. It has been bewitched with a muggle-repelling charm. So whenever muggles approach, they are inexplicably reminded of pressing matters and promptly take their leave. Before Harry could caution Hagrid to lower his voice and observe the surroundings, Hagrid had already ushered him through the door. A renowned establishment. The interior was undeniably dim and rather unkempt. A few idly chatting elderly ladies occupied a corner, sipping sherry from dainty cups, one of them puffing on a long pipe. A small man adorned with a top hat engaged in conversation with the bar's proprietor, who bore a striking resemblance to Popeye, his hair nearly gone. Upon entering, Hagrid and Harry were met with a sudden hush. It seemed everyone in the bar was acquainted with Hagrid, smiling and waving in his direction. At that moment, Harry spotted a table where John was conversing with a middle-aged woman, while Jo chatted with a blonde girl donning a similar white dress. Harry was certain Jo had noticed him, as she pointed in his direction and whispered something to the girl beside her, yet they made no move to approach him. Instead, Jo wore a look of amusement. So, the usual, Hagrid? The bar owner inquired, raising a glass. Not today, Tom. I'm here on Hogwarts business, helping a new student with their shopping, Hagrid replied, playfully patting the bar owner on the shoulder with his massive hand, nearly toppling him over. My goodness, the bar owner said, scrutinizing Harry. Could it be? A palpable silence enveloped the leaky cauldron. Oh my. The bar owner exclaimed softly, Harry Potter, what an honor. He hurried from behind the bar, grasping Harry's hand with tears of joy welling in his eyes. Welcome back, Mr. Potter. Welcome back. Harry was at a loss for words, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon him. The elderly lady with the pipe continued to smoke, oblivious to the fact that her pipe had gone out. Hagrid chuckled heartily. Suddenly, the sound of chairs scraping against the floor filled the air as Harry found himself shaking hands with patrons of the leaky cauldron one by one. I'm cordially. Mr. Potter, I can hardly believe it. Finally meeting you. What an honor, Mr. Potter, truly an honor. I've been wishing to shake your hand. My heart is racing. So delighted, Mr. Potter. Words cannot express my feelings that I am Daedalus Diggle. Daedalus became overly excited and tipped his hat. Harry exclaimed, I remember you. You bowed to me once in a shop? He remembers me. Diggle shouted to everyone present. Harry continued to shake hands with Cordelie, who kept coming back for another handshake that a pale young man approached, appearing quite anxious, one of his eyes twitching. Professor Quirrell. Hagrid announced, Harry, Professor Quirrell is one of your teachers at Hogwarts. PP Potter, Professor Quirrell stammered, grasping Harry's hand. So happy to meet you. What subject do you teach, Professor Quirrell? BBB Defense Against the Dark Arts, he mumbled, as if he preferred to say nothing at all, that you've already learned it. Right, PP Potter? He added nervously, bursting into a laugh that felt more like a twitch. You're here to get your supplies. Right? I need to find an old book about vampires, he said, seemingly frightened by the thought. However, the others would not allow Professor Quirrell to monopolize Harry's time. It took Harry about 10 minutes to extricate himself from the crowd. Amidst the incessant chatter, Hagrid raised his voice. Harry, it's time to go. We have much to purchase. Let us go, Harry. Cordelie shook Harry's hand one last time before Hagrid led him through the bar to a small, enclosed courtyard. It contained nothing but a trash can and some weeds. John and the middle-aged woman, accompanied by Jo and the blonde girl, followed closely behind. Hagrid grinned at Harry. Didn't we tell you that you're famous? Even Professor Quirrell trembles in your presence. But I must remind you, he often trembles. He always this nervous? Oh, yes. Poor fellow. He was incredibly bright and excelled in his studies. However, after taking a year off to gain first-hand experience, he reportedly encountered a vampire in the Forbidden Forest, and which caused him a great deal of trouble. Ever since, he has completely changed. He fears students and the subject he teaches. I heard he has been searching Diagon Alley for an old book about vampires for days without success. Oh, you're here, John, and Mrs. Abbott. Good day to you. Hello, Mrs. Abbott. Harry greeted the newcomers. Hello, Harry, I'm Hannah Abbott. The blonde girl, slightly taller than Harry, extended her hand. Hello, I'm Harry Potter. Harry shook Hannah's hand gently. I thought you'd spend a bit more time in the soft embrace of comfort. How does it feel to be the savior? Jo teased, morphing into her usual cheeky self. Oh, come on, Jo. Can't you wish me well instead of making jokes? Harry replied helplessly. All right, children, it's too crowded here. Let us save our chatter for Diagon Alley, John said, stepping to the wall and raising his wand. Harry, remember to count 3 bricks up from the trash can, then 2 across like this, he instructed loudly to ensure Harry could hear amidst the noise. All right, step back, Harry. The brick he tapped quivered and began to shift, revealing a small opening that widened gradually. Before long, a broad archway emerged, wide enough for Hagrid to pass through, leading to a winding cobblestone street that seemed to stretch endlessly. "Welcome," Hagrid said, bowing his head to Harry. "Welcome to Diagon Alley." As Harry gaped in astonishment, Hagrid beamed with delight. J.O. and Hannah rushed ahead through the archway, prompting Harry to follow suit. However, he turned back to glance, only to see the archway narrow and transform into a solid wall once more. The radiant sunlight glinted off a pile of cauldrons outside the nearest shop that a sign hung above them, reading copper, brass, tin, silver cauldrons, all sizes with automatic stirring and folding features. "Oh, you'll need to buy one, but first we must get some money," Hagrid stated. "We don't need to get money just yet. We'll take the children to buy their robes first. Then we'll visit the bookstore, the apothecary, and finally purchase parchment, quills, and supplies, and afterward we'll head to the owl shop and Ollivander S1 shop. You can find us once you've retrieved the money." John explained to Hagrid and Harry. "See you later," Harry, Joe, and Hannah chimed in unison. "See you soon." Harry already felt overwhelmed by the sights, and as they bid farewell, he found himself distractedly gazing around. After the two groups parted ways, Joe summoned her small, sparrow-sized phoenix, placing it on her shoulder, which drew a wave of envy from Hannah. Initially, Joe had intended to keep her phoenix hidden, as the last known phoenix owner was Dumbledore, regarded as the man Voldemort feared most. If another phoenix owner were to emerge, they would surely become a target for Voldemort. Should Joe fail to prevent his resurrection, she could very well be next on his list. Voldemort, after all, showed no regard for age or innocence. Thus, on her first visit, Joe had refrained from bringing her phoenix or informing Mr. Ollivander of its existence. However, looking at the bigger picture, it was clear that for Joe to live well in this world, confronting Voldemort was a necessary endeavor. History had already been set into motion. There was no turning back. For a man like Voldemort, whose soul had been split too many times, hiding well made little difference, whether he remembered her or not. Danger loomed regardless. Moreover, there had been prior experiments indicating that if Kashi were to be away for an extended period or a considerable distance, he would indeed miss himself, subsequently manifesting in a phantom-like teleportation back to his side. Consequently, it would be nearly impossible for me to keep Kashi at home for an entire semester. Exposure was merely a matter of time, thus there was no need for concealment. The only feasible course of action was to expedite the disposal of Voldemort's Horcruxes as per the plan, scattering the ashes of the entire Riddle family grave. The paramount objective was to ensure that Voldemort's coffin was suppressed before Harry's natural demise, thereby allowing Voldemort to dissipate along with Harry's passing. However, the crux of this plan hinged on guaranteeing that Voldemort possessed no alternative means of resurrection, and that Harry's offspring would not inherit the traits of the Horcrux. This particular aspect could be entrusted to Professor Dumbledore once I master the art of mental occlusion in the future. Hence, after thorough deliberation, I, Xiao, resolved to live openly and let Dumbledore worry about the details. Should circumstances become dire, I still had an escape route to seek refuge in China, where I could safeguard myself with a loyalty charm until I evolved into a wizard of unparalleled prowess. Indeed, I have never doubted my potential to ascend to such heights. The golden key lies within my grasp. Then, I turned to the second page of the acceptance letter and read, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniform. First-year students are required to provide 1. 3 sets of plain work robes, black, 2. A plain pointed hat for daytime, wear black, 3. A pair of protective gloves, made of dragon hide or similar material, 4. A winter cloak, black, with silver fastenings. Please note, all student attire must be adorned with a name tag. Textbooks, all students must prepare the following texts: Standard Spells, Beginner's Level, by Miranda Goshawk, History of Magic, by Bathilda Bagshot, Magical Theory, by Adalbert Waffling, Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, by Emmerich Switch, 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, by Philetus Spore, Magical Drafts and Potions, by Arsenius Jigger, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, by Newt Scamander, Dark Arts, A Self-Defense Guide, by Quentin Trimble, Other Equipment, a wand, a cauldron, tin, standard size 2, a set of glass or crystal potion vials, a telescope, a brass scale. Students may bring 1 owl, 1 cat, or 1 toad. Special note to parents: first-year students are not permitted to bring their own broomsticks. The four of us first visited Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Hannah, as the heir to the leaky cauldron, had nearly exhausted her enthusiasm for Diagon Alley from a young age. I, too, visited a couple of times each year. Apart from having never been to Nocturne Alley, I had become well acquainted with the proprietors of other establishments. Although both of us had shopped at Madame Malkin's on multiple occasions, children grow rapidly, necessitating a new fitting each year. Of course, what made this trip particularly special was that the garments purchased were Hogwarts uniforms, and with my close friend accompanying me, we were both quite exhilarated. After ordering the Hogwarts robes and shoes, Hannah and I also selected a few inner garments suitable for young girls. After bidding farewell to Madame Malkin, we hurried off to Flourish and Blots. The shelves of Flourish and Blots were filled to the brim with books, reaching all the way to the ceiling, featuring tomes as large as paving stones bound in leather and volumes as small as postage stamps. Some books contained an array of peculiar symbols, while others were entirely blank. Even after numerous visits, I still felt a sense of wonder. Though I may not have been an avid reader, the enchantment of wizarding books was undeniable. They were captivating, even without reading. The trip to Gringotts marked the beginning of Harry's independence and confidence. He could scarcely fathom that his parents had left him a veritable treasure trove, hidden in a vault beneath London, which warmed his heart. If the Dursleys were to discover this, Harry was certain they would concoct excuses to claim the inheritance his parents had left him, perhaps citing their role in raising him or his underage status, or perhaps for simpler reasons. Thus, Harry resolved in his heart that upon arriving at the Dursleys, he must keep the secret, requiring a plausible explanation for the books and equipment he had purchased. Naturally, he felt comfortable sharing the news of his parents' legacy and Hagrid's recent assistance with Jo, for although Hagrid had called it a secret, she was his friend and not a stranger. Jo had mentioned her admiration for the Nimbus 2000. Having passed by the shop earlier, the crowd had obscured her view of it, and she was eager to see it again, especially since first-year students were not permitted to bring their own brooms this year. Perhaps next year would allow it. As Harry pondered these thoughts, having just exited Gringotts with his money, Hagrid, still a bit lightheaded from the goblins' antics, suggested they head to the leaky cauldron for a drink. Thus, Hagrid guided Harry to join John and the others, entrusting Harry to John's care before departing. Meanwhile, Jo and Hannah were selecting books at Flourish and Blots. Although Hannah remained somewhat shy, she was still a child who had grown up listening to tales of the Savior. And now that she had encountered Harry in person, she bombarded him with questions, making him feel rather bashful. In truth, Jo had already acquired most of the books on the list, lacking only the textbooks for history of magic, potions, and defense against the dark arts. However, Hannah and Harry still required the entire set. This realization relieved Harry. It seemed not all children from wizarding families were like Jo, who had learned magic early. Harry was anxious about lagging behind in Hogwarts, especially since he had spent the previous 11 years ignorant of magic. Nonetheless, Jo's father and Hagrid had both assured him that his parents were remarkable, and he wished not to disappoint them. However, Jo was contemplating something else. Having mentioned potions, she had long been fixated on the well-worn textbook filled with Professor Snape's notes from the upper-year classroom. That was a treasure worth acquiring as soon as school began at AS for History of Magic and this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts. Jo did not harbor much hope. She had attempted to avoid the original characters as much as possible before the term commenced, only to unexpectedly encounter Professor Quirrell scouting about. A twist of fate, indeed. After purchasing their books, the group returned to Madame Malkin's to order clothes for Harry. This time, Harry did not encounter Draco Malfoy, which greatly pleased Jo. During Harry's fitting, Hagrid returned, bringing with him a snowy owl and 6 ice creams. Upon discovering that the beautiful, snow-white owl was a birthday gift from Hagrid to Harry, Hannah could hardly contain her excitement to visit the owl shop. Previously, Madame Malkin had promised to buy her an owl upon receiving her acceptance letter from Hogwarts. However, Jo persuaded Hannah to prioritize purchasing other supplies first, or else she would be left carrying her owl around while shopping. Unlike Kashi, who could change size at the same time, Jo snatched Harry's ice cream, reasoning that it was for Harry's own good. Eating ice cream on an empty stomach will upset your stomach, Harry. You wouldn't want to be locked in your room later tonight with a stomachache, would you? Jo declared with a radiant smile, justifying her claim as she took Harry's ice cream. Harry felt her reasoning was sound. He was certain Aunt Petunia would confine him later, so he did not protest. Joe was, of course, misleading Harry. Wizards were far more resilient, nourished by magic, and rarely suffered from such trivial ailments, especially due to something as minor as ice cream on an empty stomach. The truth was, she simply wished to tease the young boy, and having not indulged in ice cream on her own inaugural visit to Diagon Alley, she felt justified in her actions upon realizing that Harry had yet to eat. John and Hagrid finally remembered their oversight. They had completely forgotten, and it was Madame Malkin who suggested they all head to the Leaky Cauldron for an early lunch, which she would treat them to. Thus, they decided to first visit the owl shop to procure a much-anticipated owl for young Hannah before returning for lunch, allowing both Hannah and Harry to leave their new pet at the Leaky Cauldron, free from the burden of carrying it around. Before long, Hannah joyfully emerged from the owl shop with a fuzzy gray owl, its large eyes sparkling as if it had just awakened, appearing to have been born not long ago. Without hesitation, Hannah had chosen it, and the little owl seemed to bond with her, snuggling comfortably in her embrace without the need for a cage. Perhaps it was destiny, or perhaps it was merely frightened by Kashi's antics. Yet, with joy comes sorrow. Despite Joe's generous offerings of owl treats to the shopkeeper, the beleaguered owner of the owl shop had nonetheless placed Joe on the list of least favored customers. Jojo also noticed the ginger-colored cat, a descendant of the cat-fox lineage. Undeterred by Kosi's presence, it seemed to be Crookshanks, the familiar of Hermione during her third year. As for its previous owner, I shall keep that a mystery. At noon, to spare Harry from the enthusiastic patrons of the Leaky Cauldron, Madame Rosmerta arranged for them to dine in a private room on the second floor, unlike the dim and damp atmosphere on the ground floor. The lodging area above was clean, tidy, and bathed in sunlight. With Madame Rosmerta herself in the kitchen, the lunch spread was quite lavish, at least in Harry's opinion, featuring toasted bread, steak, grilled sausages, vegetable salad, fried eggs, mashed potatoes, fruit pie, caramel pudding, and a large cream cake to celebrate the acceptance letters received by Harry, Hannah, and Jojo from Hogwarts. The adults sipped mead while the children enjoyed pumpkin juice. Harry felt reassured that even if he returned to the Dursleys' home that night and Aunt Petunia denied him food, he would not have to endure hunger on the windowsill of the dining room. Kosi and two owls took their respite and enjoyed their meals. While waiting for the food, Harry named his owl Hedwig, inspired by a name he found in the history of magic. During the meal, they discovered that the snowy owl, which Harry had named Hedwig, had a penchant for toasted bread, while Kosi fixated on the array of snacks and sweets, prompting Jojo to inwardly lament the glitch of a phoenix's fondness for sugary treats. Wasn't it just like Fox? Meanwhile, Hannah's unnamed little owl showed a keen interest in steak and raw meat. Despite its small size, it was determinedly tearing at its food. Hagrid remarked that, in his experience, this little owl would surely grow into a fierce raptor. The wand. This was the object Jojo yearned for most upon arriving in this world, just as it was the coveted item for Harry after his initial encounter with the magical realm. In the afternoon, after purchasing a dry pot, herbs, a brass scale, parchment, quills, and other supplies, they arrived at the final shop, Ollivander's wand shop. The shop was small and dilapidated, and Harry noticed that the golden sign on the door had chipped away with the words, Ollivander, since 382b.c, expert wand maker, in the dusty display window. A solitary wand rested upon a faded purple cushion. As they entered, a series of jingling bells could be heard from somewhere deep within the shop. Jojo recalled that the last time they were there, despite the apparent lack of customers, Mr. Ollivander always seemed to be busy. The shop was cramped, furnished with only a long bench, making it feel quite crowded with Hagrid and John squeezed on a bench, while Madame Rosmerta stood behind the children. Harry experienced a peculiar sensation, as though he had stepped into a meticulously regulated library. He suppressed a multitude of new questions swirling in his mind and began to examine the thousands of slender boxes stacked nearly to the ceiling. For some reason, an unsettling chill crept over him. The dust and silence in the air seemed to harbor a mysterious magic. If Jojo knew that Harry's current feelings mirrored her own upon her first visit, she would surely ponder the reason behind it. Hannah, too, felt a twinge of fear, but hers stemmed from her long-standing apprehension of the serious Mr. Ollivander, a place she had never dared to frolic in as a child. "Good afternoon," a gentle voice said, startling Harry and Hannah. Hagrid and John quickly rose from the bench to show their respect. An old man stood before them, his pale, large eyes shimmering like two bright moons in the dimly lit shop. "Hello," Harry said, somewhat stiffly. "Hello," Hannah replied timidly. "Good day, long time no see, Mr. Ollivander." Jojo greeted him familiarly. "Oh yes," Mr. Ollivander replied. "I knew I would soon be meeting you, Harry Potter. Not a problem at all. Your eyes are just like your mother's." It feels like only yesterday when she came here to purchase her first wand, 10.125 inches. Made of willow, it swished beautifully, a wand of exceptional quality. Mr. Ollivander disregarded Hannah and approached Harry, which relieved her. Harry wished he would blink. The sight of those silvery eyes made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Your father was different. He preferred a mahogany wand. 11 inches long, more flexible, and particularly powerful. Ideal for transfiguration. That I say he liked it. But of course, it was the wand that chose the wizard. Mr. Ollivander drew closer to Harry, his nose nearly touching Harry's face. Harry could see his own reflection in the old man's cloudy eyes. "Oh, this is the wand," Mr. Ollivander said, gently tracing the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead with his long, pale fingers. "I apologize. This was caused by a wand I sold. 13.5 inches, you would. Very powerful indeed. Yet it fell into the wrong hands. Had I known the consequences of its creation." He shook his head and then recognized Hagrid, which eased Harry's tension. Rubeus Hagrid. So good to see you again," he exclaimed. "In oak wand, 16 inches long, with a slight curve, correct?" "Indeed, sir," Hagrid replied. "That was quite a wand, but I imagine it was likely broken when they expelled you." Mr. Ollivander said, suddenly growing serious. Yes, it was indeed broken, yes," Hagrid said slowly. "I still have the broken wand," he added cheerfully. "But you don't use it anymore, do you?" Mr. Ollivander inquired hastily. "Oh no, sir," Hagrid replied quickly. Harry noticed Hagrid gripping his pink umbrella tightly as he answered. "Well," Mr. Ollivander said, his sharp gaze scrutinizing Hagrid. "Now, Mr. Potter, let's see. Which arm do you use for your wand?" "Oh, I'm using my right hand," Harry said. "Raise your arm." Good. He measured Harry, starting from his shoulder to his fingertips, then from his wrist to his elbow, shoulder to the floor, knee to armpit, and finally his head circumference. As he measured, he explained, "Every Ollivander wand contains a core of exceptional magical material, which is the essence of its power. Mr. Potter, do we use unicorn tail hair, phoenix feather, and dragon heartstring? Each Ollivander wand is unique because no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are exactly alike. Of course, if you were to use a wand meant for another wizard, the results would not be nearly as favorable." As he measured the distance between Harry's nostrils, Harry suddenly noticed the tape measure was moving of its own accord. Seeing this, Jojo thought it might have become a habit of Mr. Ollivander's. Meanwhile, Mr. Ollivander was bustling between the shelves, selecting long boxes to bring down. "All right," he said, as the tape measure fell to the floor in a tangle. "Now, Mr. Potter, try this one made of beech wood with a dragon heartstring core. 9 inches long. Quite flexible. Give it a wave." Harry took the wand, feeling somewhat foolish, and gave it a slight wave. Mr. Ollivander immediately snatched the wand from his hand. "Vine wood, phoenix, feather, 9.75 inches long. Good elasticity. Try it." But as soon as Harry attempted to lift it, Mr. Ollivander took it away again. "No, try this one. Made of ebony with unicorn hair, 8.5 inches long. Strong flexibility. Come now. Try this one." Harry tried wand after wand. He had no idea what Mr. Ollivander deemed suitable. The wands he had tested piled higher on the bench. Yet, the more wands Mr. Ollivander produced from the shelves, the more his demeanor seemed to brighten. Why not try that holly wand? The waiting time far exceeded Jojo's expectations, and she could no longer contain herself, offering a suggestion. "Oh, of course. Good idea. A discerning customer. No rush. I believe we shall find the ideal wand for you here. Let me think. Yes, here it is. A remarkable combination. Holly, phoenix feather, 11 inches long. Quite good, and also flexible." Harry took the wand, suddenly feeling a warmth in his fingertips. He raised the wand above his head, and with a swish, it cut through the dust-laden air, releasing a burst of red light that sparkled like fireworks, casting dancing spots of light upon the walls. Hagrid clapped in delight, and Mr. Ollivander exclaimed joyfully, "Oh, splendid! Oh, truly magnificent! Oh my, how utterly marvelous it is!" He carefully placed Harry's wand into its box, wrapping it in brown paper while continually exclaiming, "Marvelous! I beg your pardon." Harry interjected, "What aspect do you find marvelous?" Mr. Ollivander gazed at Harry with his pale, colorless eyes. "I remember every wand I have ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single one did indeed. 2 tail feathers from the same phoenix. One crafted this wand, while the other fashioned another. You are destined to wield this wand, and its brother, its brother is responsible for that scar upon your forehead." Harry gasped. "Indeed, 13.5 inches long. Made of you. How extraordinary, truly marvelous. Remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. I believe you will achieve great things, Mr. Potter. After all, that mysterious individual whose name cannot be spoken accomplished remarkable feats, albeit dreadful, yet remarkable nonetheless." A shiver ran down Harry's spine. He was uncertain whether he found Mr. Ollivander to be likable. He paid Mr. Ollivander 7 galleons for the wand. In truth, Miss Landon had nearly possessed this holly wand as well. But she ultimately chose one made from the feather of another phoenix. "You never mentioned you had a phoenix, Miss Landon, during your last visit," Mr. Ollivander said with a blend of excitement and melancholy. "I apologize for concealing it from you, but at that time, Casey was still quite young. However, I shall no longer sell feathers. You are undoubtedly aware of the unique characteristics possessed by wands made from phoenix feathers." Jojo preemptively cut off Mr. Ollivander's words. "Well, I have indeed heard of that particular characteristic." Mr. Ollivander shook his head in resignation. He was well aware, having even experienced it himself. "Now, it is your turn, Miss Ibo." Mr. Ollivander bowed as he ushered them out of the shop. Harry and Hannah both sighed with relief, while Jojo found the entire experience painfully dull. Harry felt that the day's events had been overwhelmingly abundant. Hannah, on the other hand, felt a twinge of imbalance in her heart. Despite Harry's numerous attempts, she had succeeded on her first try. Did the wands look down upon her? No. Rather, they esteemed her, which made her feel rather mediocre. What enraged Hannah the most was that the other 2 wands made from Casey's feathers had rejected her. Despite her kindness towards Casey, the little ungrateful creature, in the end, the group purchased a large trunk specifically tailored for the young wizards of Hogwarts. After packing their belongings, they bid each other farewell. Hannah remained at the leaky cauldron, while Jojo and Harry returned to the original alley. "Hagrid, you might have to return on your own," John said apologetically, eyeing the 2 large trunks. "It's quite all right. I shall head directly back to Hogwarts, where I am certainly needed. Please take good care of Harry and Jojo." Hagrid bent down, saying, "Goodbye, Harry." "Goodbye, Jojo. Wait a moment, Hagrid. Suggest you escort Harry home. I believe you would be quite agreeable to that, wouldn't you?" Jojo nudged Harry from behind, and Harry nodded vigorously. "Really?" Hagrid appeared somewhat thrilled, feeling a sense of trust. "Very well. I was the one who took you to the Dursleys all those years ago. I shall do so once more today." "Then let us take the subway back together," John proposed. "Come to my house for dinner. After all, Yor has also bought clothes for Harry, which we can take along to— I'll have Casey return home to send a message to my mother," Jojo said cheerfully, then glanced mischievously at Harry, adding, "Just tell them that the Savior Harry is coming over for dinner." "Here we go again." Harry felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him that night. Harry lay in his new bedroom, with Hedwig's cage perched on the table beside his bed. Hedwig had gone out for a stroll and had yet to return. Harry reflected on the astonishing experiences of the day, which far surpassed the sum of his previous 11 years. He had discovered the magical world, made friends, met his parents' acquaintances, learned about their past, received his acceptance letter from Hogwarts, shopped for school supplies in Diagon Alley, and upon returning home, found Dudley sporting a pig's tail. Uncle Vernon, though clearly enraged, was unable to explode due to Hagrid's imposing presence. Not only had he avoided hunger, but he also escaped confinement. The look on Uncle Vernon's and Dudley's faces when he brandished his wand was something Harry knew he would never forget. Jo had discreetly informed him after dinner that this summer was likely the last time he could freely use magic for the next 7 years, before the summer prior to school. Young wizards must sign an agreement, a contract that would tether them with tracking charms, allowing the Ministry of Magic to monitor them for any misuse of magic. That, of course, any use of magic during the summer must remain hidden from outsiders. Jo mentioned a challenge he would face. He had a month to learn Alohomora, the unlocking charm. Once mastered, he would qualify to sneak away to Jo's house to study magic together. He certainly did not wish to be left behind by Hannah. Moreover, Joe had promised that if he succeeded, he would reward him with a secret about his mother. Harry thought to himself that his motivation to learn had just increased. Lost in thought, a wave of drowsiness overcame him, and Harry drifted into slumber, the window of his bedroom still ajar, awaiting Hedwig's return. July 31 ST, evening. Today marks Harry's birthday. Over the past few days, perhaps due to the difficulty of learning spells, as not everyone possesses the prowess of Miss Otter. Or perhaps Harry was simply too excited to have fully recovered from that day. He had been unable to master the unlocking charm, resulting in no opportunity to venture out and find Joe. Consequently, Harry now lay before his bed, devoid of hope for celebrating his birthday with Joe. He had forgotten to inform Joe of his birthday. Surely, she was unaware. Yet this year, Harry received his very first birthday gift from Hagrid. The gift of Hedwig. With this thought, Harry rose to pat Hedwig's head and retrieve some owl treats to place in Hedwig's food bowl. At least this year, he was not spending his birthday alone. He had Hedwig's companionship, Harry mused. However, the crisp sound of the doorbell ringing downstairs captured Harry's attention. Upon hearing the door open, he was met with a chorus of gasps and terrified screams, accompanied by the clattering of dishes and the scraping of furniture. Harry quickly made his way to the top of the stairs to peer down. In the center of the living room stood Joe, wand in hand, surrounded by a circle of azure flames swirling in the air. While the Dursleys huddled in a corner, Dudley clinging to Aunt Petunia, his pig's tail protruding awkwardly on the floor lay a double-barreled shotgun. The barrel warped as if it had been seared by a branding iron. "Cool!" Harry exclaimed in awe. "Hi, Harry. Happy birthday." Joe turned, noticing Harry at the top of the stairs, her face radiating ease. "If you don't mind, could you fetch your birthday cake from the door? I knew this would be a battle. So, I left it there." Only then did Harry notice that the front door was ajar, revealing a large cake box and a smaller one on the doormat, along with an array of pre-packed side dishes. Fruits and snacks. J.O. seemed to anticipate his thoughts. Just as Harry opened his mouth to inquire, she interrupted him. "Hagrid and Hannah couldn't make it. Hagrid is quite busy. However, he sent you his homemade chocolate cake. And Mrs. Ibwa didn't feel comfortable with Hannah coming into the Muggle world, so she sent you a gift at AS for my parents. They likely know what I'm up to, so they've chosen to remain out of sight." At the end, Joe mischievously winked at Harry. Harry's excitement was beyond words as he rushed to the door to bring in the items, returning twice to place everything on the dining table. Joe joined him, helping to arrange the spread. "Tob fair. That was my parents' doing. It's a pity they aren't here today. As for me, I prefer to subdue the enemy before negotiating. That I'm not entirely heartless. You could choose to come over to wish your nephew and cousin a happy birthday, and then we could all enjoy a meal together, where you can remain there to watch us eat and drink. It wouldn't be wise to go hungry on such a splendid day, would it, Dudley?" Joe's voice danced between playful, cold, and enticing, embodying the essence of a sorceress in Harry's mind. "Of course, if you think I can't perform magic without a wand, then prepare to be scorched bald." With that, Joe snapped her fingers, and the azure flames ignited in a flurry of sparks, transforming into a myriad of flowers and small creatures that fluttered through the air, surrounding the dining table without a hint of disappearing. "Cool. Can I learn that spell?" Harry asked. "That is far more challenging than Alohomora," Harry, Chow remarked, and Harry chuckled awkwardly, still bemused by Chow's sharp tongue. "The large fruit cream cake was my choice, while the smaller chocolate cake was prepared by Hagrid. By the way, here's your birthday gift." Chow extracted a book and an exquisitely wrapped box from her small bag. "I present to you The Art of Charms and Countercharms by Professor Windick, which includes the latest revenge spells to play tricks on your friends and deceive your enemies. Hair loss, leg shortening, tongue binding, and a myriad of other techniques." Chow's voice was loud, seemingly anxious that Dudley might not hear. Before Harry accepted the book, he deliberately waved it in Dudley's direction, showcasing the title on the cover. The jam Hannah gifted should be the special honey lemon grapefruit jam from the Leaky Cauldron. "Let us unwrap it and see." As Harry tore it open, it indeed revealed a large jar of jam, and they promptly began to indulge. Subsequently, Dudley, who had been watching with envy, finally couldn't restrain himself and wished Harry a happy birthday. Joining the feast, Vernon and Petunia soon followed suit with their birthday wishes. Harry graciously accepted, and the family enjoyed a relatively cheerful dinner together. In the month that followed, Harry ventured out almost daily to study magic with Xiao. Despite being derided for his lack of strength, he remained undeterred. The sounds of laughter emanating from upstairs kept John on edge every day. Harry's talent for charming girls was an unmistakable inheritance from James, which made John wish he could drag James from the grave to give his son a proper talking. The only consolation was that Xiao never permitted Harry to enter her room. Their play was confined to the study, hallway, and living room. Finally, just before school began, Xiao candidly expressed to John her disinterest in boys like Harry, allowing him to sleep soundly for the first time in weeks. On the eve of the new term, after hearing from Uncle Vernon about the absence of Platform 9 at King's Cross Station, Harry inquired with Xiao, who mysteriously advised him to seek the answer himself. After all, the duration from the tragic passing of Harry's parents to his enrollment coincided precisely with the years leading up to Platform 9 that John had initially hoped to accompany Xiao and Harry to King's Cross. But Xiao expressed her desire for Harry to travel with Uncle Vernon to independently experience this unique adventure in his life. Moreover, Mr. Dursley had already promised to take Harry to the station. Though Xiao dared not mention that Mr. Dursley was taking Dudley for a surgical procedure to remove a pig's tail that had yet to vanish even after a month, from Xiao's perspective, she had already usurped Ron's position as Harry's closest friend, second only to Hagrid, and could not impede the brothers from meeting. Otherwise, the core group would disband, leaving only Xiao to face the challenges alone. A scenario she earnestly wished to avoid as for reforming the group with Xiao, Hannah, and Harry. Without the protagonist's halo, Xiao feared they would be doomed to failure from the outset. The day before school commenced, Xiao lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, excitement coursing through her veins. After all, Hogwarts was the place where dreams began, and she was finally going. She resolved to board the train early to avoid crossing paths with Harry and planned to have lunch on the train. Naturally, Yuera rose early to prepare a splendid bento box for Xiao. This marked the first time in 11 years that their daughter would venture out independently, and despite John S. assurances that Hogwarts was the safest place in the magical world. With house elves to care for every need, Yuera was left with nothing but worry alongside her pride. As dawn broke, Xiao, accompanied by her parents, drove to King's Cross Station. Although they had visited before, the throngs of people made the risk of exposure during apparition too great. Besides, Xiao believed driving would set the right atmosphere, and John and Yuer typically respected their children's wishes in such matters on the platform. John reassured her, "Don't worry, just walk straight towards the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Don T, stop, don't be afraid. It's crucial that you charge straight through. If you feel anxious, just jog a little. Let us go together. When you return for Christmas, you'll find your mother and I waiting to welcome you home." "I know," Xiao replied, pursing her lips. "Perhaps you should explain to Mom why she can't join us. The Muggle-repelling charm might make her remember something urgent. And what if that urgent matter involves crossing that very wall?" That theory could indeed become a reality. But the charm used at Platform 9 was no ordinary Muggle-repelling charm. It was a more advanced spell. As the days passed, John began to acknowledge Xiao's occasional flights of fancy. "Well, although we've never tried it before, why not give it a shot? Dear, how about we all go in together? Come on. Hold my hand." John willingly stepped aside to allow Yuera to join them. After a moment's hesitation, Yuera grasped the card's handle, and they turned it around, eyes fixed on the wall that had previously seemed so solid. The trio began to approach the barrier. Jostled by the crowd, pushing toward platforms 9 and 10, they quickened their pace, bending low over the cart, preparing to dash through before anyone noticed. As the barrier loomed closer, mere inches away, they could not halt. Their cart slipped from their control, and even with prior knowledge of the outcome, Xiao and Yuer instinctively closed their eyes, bracing for impact. Yet nothing happened. They continued forward, gradually slowing down. After a brief moment of silence, a cacophony of sound erupted, prompting John to open his eyes. A deep red steam engine stood beside a platform teeming with travelers. The sign hanging from the train read, "Hogwarts Express, 11:00. Xiao looked up in astonishment, realizing that the wall had transformed into an iron archway, inscribed with Platform 9. They had succeeded. Indeed, Yuera had successfully arrived at Platform 9 as the steam from the locomotive curled through the bustling crowd, with various colored cats weaving between the legs of the travelers. Amidst the hum of conversation and the clatter of heavy luggage, all screeched in sharp calls, responding to one another. The first few carriages were already filled with students, some leaning out of windows to converse with their families, while others engaged in playful antics in their seats. Essuer marveled at the nostalgic aura of the Hogwarts Express. John reminisced about his past. Meanwhile, Chow's thoughts were already with Hermione, Ron, Neville, Malfoy, and the other young wizards. Thus, Chow pushed her cart forward on the platform, intending to find an empty compartment near the rear of the train, while John and Uera strolled hand in hand behind her. In the last carriage, Chow discovered a sunny, empty compartment, drew her wand, and levitated her trunk onto the shelf before stepping off to bid farewell to her parents. "Well, I'm boarding now," Chow said nonchalantly, though the way she bit her lip betrayed her composure. Looking at her mother Uera, who appeared on the verge of tears, even with her extensive life experience, Chow felt somewhat at a loss. "It's all right, dear. You must grow up sometime," John reassured her. "And remember, with Kashi around, you can write to us anytime." "Yes, Mom. I'll write to you every week. Just don't find me bothersome," Chow replied, embracing Uera tightly and whispering comforting words. Uera lovingly stroked Chow's hair, perhaps realizing that their Chow had truly grown up and was now capable of offering her comfort. "But remember your promise. You must send letters back every week. And I will be waiting. Take good care of yourself at Hogwarts. Eat well. And let Kashi bring back any dishes you can't get used to. I've prepared your entire wardrobe for the year, including that lovely black Victorian-style dress and black lace hat you liked, as well as the double-breasted coat for men you admired during our last shopping trip. Don't forget to enjoy your lunch. Share your snacks with good friends. Don't stay up late. Don't play too much. And study diligently. I believe in you. You are the best. And for heaven's sake, don't irritate Professor McGonagall. She is quite lovely." "All right, Mom. I promise," Chow said, peeking out from Uera's embrace. "It's time for us to part. See you at Christmas, Mom and Dad. See you at Christmas. We'll be here to greet you." Uera released her hold on Chow. "See you at Christmas, Chow." John waved goodbye as he watched his daughter board the train. Although there was still ample time before the train's departure, John and Uera decided to leave. Lingering any longer might only deepen Uera's sorrow. Nevertheless, they trusted that Chow could handle everything just fine. As noon approached, the station became increasingly crowded and lively, yet Chow remained tucked away in her compartment, anxious not to disrupt Harry and the Weasley family's first encounter. Hannah did not come to seek her out either. As the heir to the Broken Cauldron pub, Hannah had made quite a number of new acquaintances over the years, and could now be considered a social butterfly. Seated in a private compartment at the rear of the train, Jojo was undisturbed. Even Kashi had retreated into Jojo's pocket for a nap, as she had grown so bored that she had fidgeted with Kashi 3 times in succession, and conjured little figures with magical flames to perform a tap dance 3 times as well. Ultimately, Jojo resolved to further develop her second invention, the ink-transforming shorthand quill, her first being, of course, the pig's tail chocolate. It must be noted that Jojo's knowledge of magical items, or alchemy, was still quite limited. She had only discussed wand-making with Mr. Ollivander. Thus, all her current ideas revolved around crafting simple wands to preserve a transformation spell, store magical energy, and establish a system to trigger and activate that energy. This was the basis for her simple creation, the pig's tail chocolate, and similarly, she could create pig's tail candies and cat ear biscuits, albeit with certain time constraints, as the magical energy dissipated easily. Additionally, the cost was too high, necessitating magical items to serve as the cores for the simple wands. Jojo tentatively settled on a small amount of harmless white ash. Regarding the intricate ink-transforming shorthand quill, although the principle was the same, both the magical storage and the materials and craftsmanship were considerably more complex and costly. This product drew inspiration from the magically changing recipient address on Hogwarts acceptance letters. Currently, it primarily utilized the feathers from Kashi's back, a silver fountain pen capable of holding ink, and a handle made of phoenix wood, among other stable magical materials, allowing for the storage of multiple spells. Due to its expense, even Jojo possessed only one ink-transforming shorthand quill. Because Kashi shared a deep bond with Jojo, she could use it not only for shorthand writing and ink absorption and modification, but also for thought-based shorthand and automatic note-taking by focusing her gaze. JoJo had longed to normalize the latter two functions, but with her current knowledge, the only helpful spell she could conceive was the thought capture charm, which is why she had been waiting to sneak a look at it in the restricted section of the Hogwarts library. Now, reflecting on it, transforming a large amount of ink at once seemed too daunting. But perhaps adding a copying spell could facilitate the replication of entire pages, substituting for the transformation of vast quantities of ink. Just as JoJo was engrossed in her research, the door to the compartment swung open. Harry, drenched in sweat and struggling with a trunk larger than himself, stood at the entrance to, "I finally found you, Joe. I must have dragged this suitcase all over the train. You have no idea how crowded it is up front. I can't even remember how many times my trunk has knocked into me. And my glasses are broken." Harry wiped the sweat from his forehead, revealing his lightning-shaped scar. "I reckon if you had shown that scar earlier, it might have made things even more cramped," Joe remarked, while using the levitation charm to place Harry's trunk and the cage containing Hedwig onto the luggage rack. She then used a restoration charm to repair Harry's glasses and a cleaning charm to tidy up his appearance. In mere seconds, Harry had shed his disheveled look as a girl. Joe had mastered this cleaning charm, one of her most practiced spells, applying her understanding of materialism from her past life to the idealistic magic of this one, yielding remarkable results in cleaning, grooming, and organizing AS for the removal of hair and eyebrow debris. JoJo had perfected the technique after several trials on John. "Thank you," Harry said, a bit sheepishly. JoJo had taught him these spells during the summer, but he had not mastered them, which had left him looking rather disheveled on the journey. Just then, two identical red-haired boys strolled past, one of whom asked, "Need any help?" "No, thanks. Joe has taken care of everything," Harry replied, turning to express his gratitude. "What is that?" One of the twins suddenly pointed at Harry's lightning-shaped scar. "Oh my goodness," the other twin exclaimed. "Could it be that you are?" "He is," the first twin said. "You are, aren't you?" He inquired of Harry. "Oh dear, he might actually be." No, he could truly be. Joe, experiencing the delight of seeing the Weasley twins for the first time, joined in their banter, theatrically interjecting, "What is it?" Only Harry remained bewildered. Harry Potter, the twins, and Joe chimed in unison. "Oh, him," Harry said. I'm not. You've mistaken me for someone else." After a summer filled with trips to Diagon Alley and countless jests from Joe, Harry was not keen on being regarded as the savior. "No, he is Harry Potter. I swear on Merlin's boots," Joe interjected mercilessly, causing Harry to roll his eyes, a gesture he had learned from Joe over the summer. The twins exchanged glances between Harry and Joe, making Harry feel his face flush. Just then, a voice called out from the open door, bringing Harry a sense of relief. "Fred? George? Are you on the train?" "We're coming, Mum," the twins replied. They cast one last glance at Harry and then at Joe, preparing to leap off the train. "He is," Joe called out loudly, laughing at Harry. With a resigned sigh, Harry settled into his seat by the window. Half concealed, he could see the red-haired family on the platform and hear their conversation. The children's mother was pulling out a handkerchief. "Ron, you have something dirty on your nose." The youngest was about to dodge, but his mother caught him and wiped his nose. "Mum, let go of me," he protested. "Well, Ron, you little rascal, have you gotten dirt on your nose again?" one of the twins teased. "Shut up," Ron retorted angrily. "Where's Percy?" Their mother inquired. "He is coming," they replied, spotting their brother striding toward them, now clad in his flowing black Hogwarts robes. Harry noticed a gold and red badge pinned to his chest, emblazoned with the letter P. "I can't stay long, Mom," he said. "I'm in the front, where they've set aside 2 compartments for the prefects." "Oh, Percy, you're a prefect now?" one of the twins exclaimed in surprise. "You should have told us." "I had no idea." "Wait, I think I remember him saying something," the other twin chimed in. "Once? Maybe twice. Hold on, he mentioned it all summer." "Hey, shut it, Prefect," Percy scolded. "How did Percy get a new robe?" one of the twins asked. "Because he is a prefect," their mother said fondly. "All right, dear, have a wonderful term, and make sure to send me a letter via owl once you're at school." She kissed Percy on the cheek, and he set off. Turning to the twins, she said, "Now it's your turn. This year you two need to behave yourselves. If the owl sends me a letter saying that you've blown up a toilet," or "blown up a toilet? We've never blown up a toilet." "That is a splendid idea. Thanks, Mom. This is no joke. Take good care of Ron. Don't worry. Ron will be fine with us." One of the twins assured her. "Shut up," Ron grumbled, standing nearly as tall as the twins, although the spot where his mother had wiped his nose was still red. Hey, Mum, guess what? Guess who I just ran into on the train? Harry quickly ducked back, hoping they wouldn't discover he was eavesdropping that it was the Weasley family. His father and Mr. Weasley were friends, though he had only met Mr. Weasley and not his children, of course. He had written to them. J.O. observed Harry snapping out of his thoughts through the window and introduced, "They just helped me on the platform. I couldn't find platform 9 3/4. And you were unwilling to tell me. Nor had Hagrid," Harry said a bit wistfully. "But you gained a unique adventure because of it, didn't you? And the adventure may not yet be over," Jo said mysteriously. "Well, I can't deny that," Harry replied. "The experience of having an adventure alone and meeting friends along the way does feel rather wonderful. Has Hannah not arrived yet? I didn't see her in the corridor just now. Am I not enough?" In a feigned display of anger, Cho mused that Hannah must be in another carriage. After all, Hannah was the petite proprietress of the Broken Cauldron, naturally surrounded by numerous friends. Surely, one would not genuinely believe that Hannah would orbit around him as I do. One couldn't possibly be jealous, could one? Observing the significance of Hannah in Harry's heart, Cho once again felt relieved that she hadn't obstructed Harry's first encounter with Ron. The main cast had nearly been thwarted, and for now, Hannah would have to endure a little hardship. Let me take another sip of tea, for all of this was in the pursuit of vanquishing Voldemort. For the greater good, onward. Thus, Cho turned her gaze to the window, ignoring Harry. That moment, Harry found girls to be exceedingly complicated and could only follow her lead in gazing outside. Meanwhile, the conversation among the Weasley family continued on the platform. "Do you know that dark-haired boy who is standing beside us at the station? Do you know who he is?" "Who?" "Harry Potter." Cho heard the melodious voice of a little girl. It was Ginny. Her tone was truly delightful. "Oh, Mama, can I get on the train to see him?" "Please, Mama. You've already seen him, Ginny. That poor child, I sent an animal at the zoo for you to gawk at." "Is he truly Harry, Fred?" "How do you know?" "I asked him, and he said no, but the girl waiting for him in the compartment said he is. They clearly know each other, and I saw that scar of his. It's really right there, like a bolt of lightning. Poor child, he must not want anyone to mention that dreadful incident. No wonder he is all alone that I was puzzled too, when he asked how to get to the platform. He was so polite. Don't concern yourself with that. Do you think he remembers what the Dark Lord looked like?" Their mother suddenly wore a stern expression. "You must not ask him, Fred. Do not dare to ask. He surely doesn't want to be interrogated or to reminisce. That's why he denied you want him to think of that incident on his first day at school. All right. No need to get angry that a whistle blew. Quick," their mother urged, and the three children hurriedly climbed aboard the train. They leaned out of the window to bid farewell to their mother. Their little sister began to cry again, which melted Xiao's heart. She longed to embrace her tightly and shower her with kisses to console her. "Don't cry, Ginny. We'll send you lots and lots of owls. All right, we'll get you a Hogwarts toilet seat." "George, just joking, Mama." The train began to move. Harry observed the children's mother waving, their little sister crying and laughing as she ran alongside the train until it accelerated, leaving her behind, still fervently waving. Cho and Harry kept their eyes on the mother and daughter until the train rounded a bend and they were no longer visible. Neither spoke, as houses flashed by the window. Cho felt a tumult of emotions. The longed-for Hogwarts lay ahead, and she experienced a sense of trepidation upon nearing home. Harry, on the other hand, was filled with excitement. He knew not what lay ahead, but it had to be better than the past he was leaving behind. The sliding door of the compartment opened, and the youngest red-haired boy entered. "Is anyone here?" he inquired, pointing to the seat beside Harry, too shy to ask about the beautiful Asian girl opposite him. As the other seats were occupied, Harry shook his head. "Come in." At last, the main cast was expanding, and Cho appeared quite excited, patting the seat beside her in invitation. Observing Ron up close, Cho couldn't help but marvel at the striking looks of the Weasley family's 7 children. Although she didn't wish to judge by appearance, it was indeed hard to imagine them as the offspring of Mr. Weasley. Perhaps Mr. Weasley had once been young too. The boy ultimately sat next to Harry, casting a glance at him before quickly averting his gaze to the window, pretending not to notice Harry. Harry noticed a smudge on the boy's nose. "Hey, Ron," at that moment, the pair of identical twins arrived. "Listen, we're going to the middle carriage. Lee Jordan got hold of a gigantic bag of spiders." "Oh," Ron mumbled. "Harry, We haven't introduced ourselves, have we? I'm Fred Weasley, and this is George Weasley. This is Ron, our little brother. And may I ask, who is this lovely lady? Chow Landon. I believe you might be familiar with me. Chow smiled warmly. You're Chow. The Weasley brothers exclaimed in unison that I think we have quite a few questions for you. The letter mentioned it. I mean, is it still valid now? The twins exchanged glances, and the one who had initially spoken continued. Of course, there is still time, but you only have a little while left. You have 6 months, and you must consider what you'll offer as collateral. Oh. All right, we must have a proper chat once we get to school. We'll take our leave now. See you later. The other twin added, Goodbye, Chow. Harry and Ron chorused as the twins nonchalantly pulled the compartment door shut. Are you really Harry Potter? Ron blurted out, Of course. Chow interjected to answer for Harry, who could only nod helplessly. Oh, well, I thought Fred and George were pulling my leg. Ron remarked that, So you truly are, as he pointed to Harry's forehead. Harry brushed aside a lock of hair to reveal the lightning-shaped scar in full. Ron's eyes widened. I asked this what the Dark Lord did? Yes, Harry replied, but I don't remember it. Not at all? Ron asked eagerly. Well, I only remember a lot of green light. I don't recall anything else. Oh, Ron said, sitting there staring at Harry for a while, seemingly realizing what he was doing, and quickly shifted his gaze away, just in time to catch sight of Chow, before turning back to the window. Is your whole family wizards? Harry inquired, finding mutual interest between himself and Ron. Oh, yes, I suppose so. Ron responded, I think my mother has a distant cousin who is an accountant, but we never talk about him. So you must have learned a great deal of magic? Chow, whose family consisted of only her father being a wizard, had learned quite a bit of magic, while she had spent an entire summer learning only the lumos and unlocking charms. Struggling with the others, Harry shyly confessed that he felt the Weasley family might be one of the 28 ancient wizarding families John had previously mentioned. Actually, not really. Our mother doesn't allow us to use magic at home until we come of age. But I know that George and Fred often use it secretly. They say Bill and Charlie do the same, and only a good child like Percy follows the rules. Ron shifted topics that I heard you lived with muggles afterward. What are they like? Terrible, but not all of them are that way. However, my Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon, and Cousin are horrid that I wish I had 3 wizard brothers. 5. Ron emphasized, appearing somewhat glum for reasons unknown, that I'm the 6th of my family to attend Hogwarts. You could say I should look up to them. Bill and Charlie have already graduated. Bill is the president of the student council, and Charlie is the captain of the Quidditch team. Now Percy has become a prefect, and despite Fred and George's mischief, they achieve outstanding grades. Everyone thinks they're quite amusing and hopes I could be like them. But then again, if I could do that, it wouldn't be anything remarkable, as they accomplished it before me, that if you have 5 older brothers, you'll never get anything nude. I wear Bill's old robes, use Charlie's old wand, and even have Percy's discarded rat. As Ron spoke, he reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a plump gray rat, which was sleeping. Its name was Scabbers, and it had become utterly useless, sleeping all day. Percy got an owl for being a prefect, and they couldn't afford it, so they just gave me the rat. Ron's ears flushed crimson that he seemed to realize he had talked too much, noticing Chow staring at him, and swiftly turned his gaze back to the window. Harry felt that not being able to afford an owl was not such a terrible thing. Hadn't he himself just been penniless a month ago? He shared the truth with Ron, saying he had always worn Dudley's old clothes and had never received a decent birthday gift. This seems to have greatly improved Ron's spirits. Before Mr. Jordan, Mr. Landon, and Hagrid informed me about these matters, I was entirely oblivious to the existence of wizards or the circumstances surrounding my parents, as well as the enigma of Voldemort. Observing Jordan's intense gaze, Harry hastily corrected himself, stating that it was Jordan who had told him that Voldemort's name was cursed, and uttering it would reveal your location to the Death Eaters. You understand what I mean. I believe I have much to learn, he added, his recent worries evident in his tone. I dare say I will be the worst student in the class. Not at all. Many students come from Muggle families, yet they learn quite swiftly, Ron reassured him. Indeed, you will soon realize just how capable you already are, Harry, Jordan consoled, then extended her hand toward Ron, saying, Hello, I am Jordan Landon. Hello, I am Ron Weasley, Ron stammered, unable to meet Jordan's eyes as he shyly shook her hand. As they conversed, the train had already departed from London, racing along fields dotted with grazing sheep and cattle. They fell silent for a moment, watching the meadows and pastures whiz by. Why have you been ignoring me? Jordan inquired, puzzled, as she honestly believed Ron did not seem the shy type at all. Well, my dad said you have prophetic abilities, Bill and Charlie said you were a seer, and George and Fred claimed you might be a mind reader, a natural legilimens. They're all correct, Jordan replied with an innocent expression, before swiftly changing her demeanor, casting a mischievous glance at Ron and saying, Now look into my eyes. You certainly have many thoughts swirling in your mind, Ron. Ron was mortified, immediately averting his gaze, his head spinning in the air. His entire being fidgeting, unsure of where to place his hands, creating a rather comical sight, as one could imagine he was desperately attempting to conceal his embarrassment. Harry, observing Ron's predicament, fought to suppress his laughter, finally exclaiming, Don't scare her, Jordan. Ron, she is teasing you. Jordan is not a mind reader. How do you know I'm not? You hardly know me, Harry. You have quite a few thoughts yourself, Jordan retorted, attempting to salvage the image Ron had constructed for her. Her gaze now fixed on Harry. The intensity of her stare sent a chill down Harry's spine, and for a fleeting moment, he felt as though Jordan could genuinely read his mind, aware of his past thoughts, causing him to feel somewhat embarrassed. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, realizing that if she could, she would have likely confronted him long ago. He could not have possibly lived this long in peace otherwise. Come on, we have been together for a month. If you could read minds, Harry attempted to encourage himself and Ron, not quite realizing when he had implicitly aligned himself with Ron. Perhaps this is what it means to be attuned to one another within the core group of protagonists. What do you mean? Jordan asked, intrigued. With your personality, if you could read minds, you would have boasted about it by now, Harry asserted, sitting up straight and staring directly at Jordan not look in her eyes. Harry, a legilimens can read others' thoughts through eye contact. Ron urgently warned, She's fooling you, Ron. She cannot perform legilimency. Our homes are quite close, and we have been together for over a month. I know her well, Harry said, giving Ron's shoulder a reassuring pat. All right, you caught me. How boring. I can't tease the little boys anymore. What a shame. You owe me, Jordan said with a shrug of her shoulders. Owe you what? Harry cautiously inquired. My enthusiasm. Opportunities to tease little boys are rare, Jordan replied with a playful smile, twirling her hair around her shoulder. Oh, you really are not a legilimens. Ron gulped nervously that of course not. I do possess some prophetic abilities, but I certainly cannot read minds. That it is rather impolite to misunderstand a girl like that. Jordan feigned annoyance, tilting her head toward Ron. I apologize. I knew George and Fred were deceiving me. They always tease me, Ron admitted sheepishly. Well, I forgive you, Jordan waved her hand. The three of them were finally able to continue their cheerful conversation. Around 12:30, a loud commotion echoed down the aisle as a smiling woman with dimples pushed open the compartment door, asking, Dearies, would you like to purchase anything from the trolley? Thank you. My mother prepared lunch for me, Jordan replied. Harry, having eaten nothing that morning, immediately jumped up. Ron's ears turned red again as he mumbled that he had brought sandwiches. Harry stepped into the aisle, the Dursleys. He had never had a single penny to spend on sweets, but now his pockets jingled with gold and silver coins, and he wanted to buy a whole bunch of chocolate frogs. But sadly, they were not available on the train. All they had were Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, fizzing Whizbees, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, Calden cakes, licorice wands, and some peculiar snacks Harry had never seen before. That he bought some of everything, handing the lady vendor 11 silver sickles and 7 bronze nuts. Ron stared wide-eyed as Harry brought the goodies into the compartment, spilling them all over the empty seats. Are you hungry? Starving, Harry replied, taking a big bite of his pumpkin pie. Ron pulled out a bulging paper box, revealing 4 sandwiches inside. He picked one out, saying, She always forgets I don't like corned beef. Let's swap, Harry offered, grabbing a pasty. Come on. You want tea like this? It's too dry, Ron said, hastily adding, You see, she has to take care of all 5 of us at once. Come on, have a pasty, Harry insisted. Until now, he had never shared anything with anyone, nor had anyone shared with him. Now, sitting together with Ron, devouring the pasties and cakes, the sandwiches had long been set aside. Harry felt absolutely wonderful, once the sound of the trolley had faded into the distance. Jordan retrieved 2 lunchboxes filled with carefully prepared meals from a small bag made of the hide of a transformed lizard, which John had enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. One lunchbox was a large square container, and the other was a cylindrical thermos. The small bag, disguised as white, bore the initials gel stamped with a flame on one side, while the other side had been magically adhered to the front of Jordan's shirt, serving as her version of Doraemon's fourth-dimensional pocket. This method of storing and retrieving items was quite convenient, though it required a countercharm to detach the bag from her clothing. However, this minor inconvenience was hardly a flaw. Undetectable extension charm, Ron exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, but keep it a secret if you're my friend, Jordan whispered, making a shushing gesture to, of course. I mean, that's so cool, Ron declared. Why keep it a secret? Harry queried. Still confused. The Ministry of Magic prohibits the misuse of the undetectable extension charm, Ron explained to Harry. As long as you aren't discovered, it's fine, Jordan added, making sure Harry promised to keep it confidential. Of course, I swear I won't tell anyone, Harry pledged, thumping his chest. With a shared secret, the bond between the three of them strengthened considerably. I could see that moment. Jordan also unveiled her lunchbox, which nearly filled the entire compartment table, releasing a delightful aroma that wafted through the air as the box opened, illuminating the compartment. Inside were exquisite bento items: seaweed rice, pan-seared salmon, salt-ed shrimp, fried chicken cutlet, sweet and sour pork ribs, stir-fried squid with onions, cabbage with salted pork, salt-ed broccoli, stir-fried greens with mushrooms, spicy shredded potatoes, bamboo shoots with meat, fried eggs, Cantonese sausages, and a fruit medley comprised of diced apples, mangoes, pears, pineapples, grapes, strawberries, and blueberries with yogurt, a hobby Jordan had brought with her from her previous life. The other thermos contained a layer of creamy mousse cake on top and a savory seaweed, shrimp, tomato, and egg soup below, both of which were Jordan's favorites. Harry and Ron stared in awe. At that moment, the tiny, slumbering form of Corsi, concealed in Harry's pocket, was awakened by the enticing aroma, fluttering over to perch on Jordan's shoulder. What kind of bird is that? Ron asked curiously. It's a phoenix. Her name is Corsi, summoned when I awakened my magical abilities, Jordan answered honestly, no longer intending to hide her companion. Oh my goodness, what Dad said is true. You really do have a phoenix. The last person to have a phoenix was Headmaster Dumbledore, Ron said enviously. However, at that moment, Harry was merely fixated on Chow Chow's lunchbox, swallowing hard. Having dined at Chow Chow's home for half a month, Harry was well aware that the most delectable meals were those prepared by Chow's mother after her workday. In a mere 3 days, Harry had mastered the art of using chopsticks in order to savor Chinese cuisine. Ron also shifted his gaze to the lunchbox. Although many dishes were unfamiliar to him, the enticing aroma wafted into his nostrils, and the presentation of the food was nothing short of exquisite. Ron's ears reddened further. What are you staring at? Come and try it. I can't possibly eat all this on my own. Besides, my mom made this much for me to share with friends. Look, she even prepared this, Chow said, pulling out several paper takeout boxes and disposable chopsticks from her small bag. Ron, you might want to learn how to use chopsticks. It took Harry 3 days to get the hang of it. Then I'll be polite and accept, Harry said, promptly setting down the pie in his hands to take the takeout boxes and chopsticks from Chow. Ron, you absolutely must try this. Chow's mother's Chinese dishes are the best I've ever had. Hey, that's hardly fair. You haven't had much good food to compare it to, Chow interjected. In any case, it's simply delicious. At this point, Harry's mouth was already stuffed, mumbling, Ron, if you don't eat soon, I won't save any for you. Okay. Thank you, Ron said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Unlike Harry, he wasn't as familiar with Chow, yet he accepted the utensil she offered and began to eat, mimicking Chow and Harry's methods. Soon, Ron was engaged in a spirited competition with Harry, each utilizing their chopsticks, Ron somewhat clumsily, while Harry was relatively adept. After lunch, the lunchbox was left devoid of even a single vegetable leaf. Harry and Ron were evenly matched in their competitive eating. In just one meal, Ron had discovered at least 4 new ways to use chopsticks: stabbing, picking, balancing, and pushing, with each dish corresponding to a different technique. Harry praised Ron as a genius, and Ron basked in the flattery. However, their banter did not detract from their fierce competition for food, nor from their learning new chopstick techniques. Ultimately, both Ron and Harry visibly bloated from their feast, while Chow found herself unsatisfied, as the 2 gluttons had devoured the food too quickly, and she still had a tendakashi. Initially, Chow was unconcerned, After all, a private room could accommodate 4 to 6 people. And her mother likely prepared enough for 6. Even with kashi included, there should have been leftovers. Xiao had even entertained the thought of enjoying a late-night snack upon returning home, considering the magical insulation and preservation properties of the lunchbox. However, upon witnessing the once neatly arranged lunchbox now in disarray from Harry and Ron's ravenous eating, she lost her appetite. The only reason she could still eat was that these 2 boys, despite their chopstick ineptitude, were too shy to use their hands. As time passed, Xiao couldn't help but marvel at the sheer volume of food these 2 boys consumed, whether due to their usual hunger or the deliciousness of the Chinese cuisine. Their appetites were truly astonishing. Even though wizards had stronger constitutions than ordinary people, the bulging bellies of these growing young wizards were undeniable evidence of overeating tea that moment. Xiao could only be grateful for the superior wizarding physique. Otherwise, she feared these 2 boys might burst. Xiao cleaned the lunchbox and the private room with diligence. Surrounded by so many of her favorite dishes, which were rarely encountered at home, she cast a resentful glance at the 2 brothers before her. "You 2 seem to be having a grand time, while I'm still hungry," Kashi chirped in agreement, expressing his dissatisfaction. Although he primarily grew by consuming magical flames, he still had a craving for food. And Xiao had spoiled him quite a bit at home. "Yes, I'm sorry," Ron said, attempting to offer a sandwich, but feeling awkward after indulging in Xiao's feast, he could only sheepishly smile. No, you can have what I bought," Harry quickly said, lifting a pile of snacks from their seats to hand to Xiao, and he took a chocolate frog for himself. "What are these?" Harry asked, picking up the package of chocolate frogs. "They aren't real frogs, are they?" Having only encountered Xiao's family in the wizarding world, Harry was unfamiliar with the concept. Despite John's affection for Xiao, her opportunities for snacking were limited under the strict control of her parents, resulting in only a few mundane snacks purchased from Muggle stores. Thus, Xiao, the rightful owner, had hardly tasted the delights of the wizarding world, let alone Harry, the neighboring boy. "No," Ron replied. "Look at the cards inside. I'm missing one of Agrippa." "What? You can still eat that?" Xiao exclaimed, initially shocked, then concerned, finally understanding the feelings of Mrs. Weasley in the original story. "I think there's nothing wrong with that," Harry said, feeling slightly embarrassed. "All right," Xiao sighed, turning to Ron. "You don't want to keep eating, do you?" Ron's face flushed, and he nodded. Seeing this, Xiao gave up on persuading them and began rummaging through the pile of snacks. "Oh, well, the chocolate frogs come with collectible cards. You know, they're famous wizards that I've gathered about 500 cards, but I'm missing Agrippa and Ptolemy," Ron explained to Harry, who was unfazed by Xiao's disinterest. Harry opened a chocolate frog and pulled out a card featuring a man with half-moon glasses, a crooked long nose, silver hair, and a flowing beard. The name at the bottom read, "Albus Dumbledore." "Oh, it's Dumbledore," Harry exclaimed. "You can't be serious that you've never heard of Dumbledore," Ron said. "Can I have a piece of chocolate frog?" "Maybe I'll get Agrippa." "Thanks. Here." Xiao casually tossed Ron a chocolate frog. Harry flipped the card over and read the text on the back. "Albus Dumbledore, current headmaster of Hogwarts, widely regarded as the greatest wizard of modern times. Dumbledore's well-known contributions include defeating Dark Wizard Grindelwald in 1945, discovering 12 uses for Dragoness blood, and achieving significant results in alchemy alongside his partner Nicholas Flamel. Professor Dumbledore enjoyed chamber music and 10-pin bowling." Harry turned the card back to the front, surprised to find Dumbledore's face had vanished. "He's gone." "Of course, you can't expect him to stay here all day," Ron said. "He'll return to be by the way. I just got Morgana. I have 6 of her cards already. Here, you can start collecting too." "Xiao, do you collect chocolate frog cards as well?" "I have no interest in such childish things," Xiao replied indifferently, but then thought to lay the groundwork for the upcoming plot and added, "However, if you happen to have any spare Dumbledore cards, I would be willing to collect one. All right, I'll keep an eye out," Ron said, glancing at the pile of unopened chocolate frogs. "Help yourself," Harry told Ron, then turned to Xiao. "I can give you this Dumbledore card, Xiao," and then back to Ron. "But you know, in the Muggle world, once people are photographed, they remain unchanged in the picture forever." "Really? What? So they don't move at all?" Ron looked very surprised. "That's amazing." In fact, Xiao thought photographs in the wizarding world initially didn't move either. What you see are images enhanced with developing potions. However, she kept this knowledge to herself, leaving the educational fun to Hermione. As Harry watched Dumbledore slip back onto the card and smile at him. He passed the card to Xiao. After thanking Harry, Xiao tucked Dumbledore's card into her small bag. Ron was more interested in eating chocolate frogs than viewing the cards of famous wizards. Yet Harry couldn't seem to tear his gaze away from those cards. Not only did he now possess Dumbledore and Morgana, but also Hagrid, Aberforth, Thestrals, Paracelsus, and Merlin. Finally, he forced himself to stop looking at the card of the Druidess Cleona and open a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Be careful with those, Ron warned Harry. They say every flavor, meaning all sorts of tastes, not just chocolate, mint, orange, etc., but also spinach, liver, and other unpleasant flavors. George said he once got a bean that tasted like dry cow's nose. Ron picked up a green bean, scrutinized it, and took a small bite. Oh dear, it tastes like malt. Xiao, too curious about the legendary every flavor beans, picked up a yellow bean and exclaimed, yuck, it tastes like dirt. The bag of every flavor beans provided them all with quite the delightful experience. Xiao meticulously selected the oddly colored beans and presented them before the two. Meanwhile, Harry indulged in a variety of flavors, including toast, coconut, baked beans, strawberries, curry, grass, and sardines, even daringly licking a peculiar gray bean that Ron wouldn't even touch, which turned out to be pepper-flavored. I could tea that moment. The fields outside the train window appeared even more desolate. As a once orderly expanse of farmland had vanished, in its place emerged a stretch of woodland, winding rivers, and dark green hills. The trio transitioned from discussing snacks to magical shops, then to Quidditch, and finally Hogwarts, filling their compartment with laughter and joy. Suddenly, someone knocked on their compartment door. The round-faced boy who had brushed past Harry at platform 9 3/4 entered, tears welling in his eyes. I'm sorry, he said, but have you seen my toad? Both Harry and Ron shook their heads, prompting him to burst into tears that I've lost it again. It always tries to run away from me. Xiao stepped forward to wipe his tears and took the opportunity to pinch Neville's cheek. Don't worry, we'll keep an eye out for IT. IT will come back, Harry reassured. Yeah, the boy said sadly. But if you see it, he left. Ron remarked, I don't understand why he's so anxious if I bought a toad. I'd find a way to lose it as quickly as possible. Ron paused, glancing at Xiao's shoulder where Kashi was perched, and continued, but since I brought Scabbers, I have no room to talk. The rat was still dozing on Ron's lap. It might have already died. It doesn't really matter either way. Ron grumbled, I tried to turn it yellow yesterday to make it more fun, but my spell didn't work. I'll show you. He rummaged through a suitcase for a while, pulling out a very worn wand, with parts of it peeling and one end still shimmering with white light. The unicorn hair was almost exposed. Just as he raised his wand, the compartment door opened again. The boy who had lost the toad stood before them once more, this time accompanied by a girl. She had already donned her new Hogwarts robes. Has anyone seen a toad? Neville has lost one, she stated, her tone dripping with arrogance, exuding an air of superiority. She had a mass of thick brown hair and prominent front teeth, resembling a fluffy hamster, which was not particularly appealing in Harry and Ron's eyes. However, Xiao found her fluffy hair rather charming, reminiscent of a little lion. We've already told him we haven't seen it, Ron said, but the girl paid no heed, only staring at the wand in his hand. Oh, are you performing magic? Do show us, she said, sitting next to Xiao. Ron appeared taken aback and somewhat flustered. All right, he cleared his throat. Daisy, Sweet Cream, and Sunshine turned this silly fat rat yellow. He waved his wand, but nothing happened. Scabbers remained gray and continued to sleep soundly. Are you sure that's a real spell? The girl questioned, seemingly unimpressed. Ron felt a bit deflated. Xiao quickly intervened, yet she had no desire to touch Scabbers, the middle-aged, balding, dubious-looking creature, so she simply placed Kashi on the table instead of beside Ron's rat. Try again, Ron. Maybe you can turn Kashi blue. Reluctantly, Ron didn't want to embarrass himself a second time in front of the haughty girl. But he decided to give it a shot. Perhaps out of trust in Xiao, he waved his wand again. Daisy, Sweet Cream, and Sunshine turned this silly phoenix blue. Kashi, hearing Ron call her silly, was quite indignant, but she ultimately succumbed under Xiao as dangerous gaze and the threat of starvation echoing in her mind. Willingly transforming into a blue and white creature, IT worked. I thought George and Fred were pulling my leg again, but it actually worked, Ron exclaimed, leaping from his seat like a triumphant knight, realizing that the issue lay with Scabbers. That foolish old rat. What did you just say that was? The girl, surprised that the spell had succeeded, shifted her focus to the little creature that a phoenix, summoned when I awakened my magical abilities, Xiao said, somewhat boastfully, as it was only worth showing off to those who understood. And why goodness, are you a Dumbledore? The girl nearly shrieked. Of course not. My surname is Landon. Observing Miss Weasel's astonished expression, Xiao couldn't help but smile. Then why? But the girl, flustered and still gathering her thoughts, was interrupted by Xiao. Perhaps we can discuss this later. After all, weren't we supposed to help Neville find his toad? As Xiao stood, she pulled the still sobbing Neville before her, turning his back to herself. Although toads were common pets among wizards, Xiao had no desire to touch one. She preferred to let Neville handle it. Xiao then withdrew her ginkgo wand, extending it from Neville's shoulder, pointing it toward the corridor of the train. I've learned a few spells at home. I'm not sure if they work, but we can give it a try. Neville's toad flew toward them. Xiao's clear voice was precise and powerful, her wand movements crisp and decisive. Yet nothing occurred. However, she did not move, maintaining her stance to allow the toad to fly for a moment. The summoning charm, Ron explained to Harry and the girl with the fluffy hair, that a clever choice, indeed suitable for locating lost items. Too bad I can't do IT that moment. A cacophony erupted from the distant compartment. Filled with gasps and curses, the noise surging like a tide closer and closer. Everyone peered through the door to see a toad soaring through the air as if someone had seized one of its hind legs, hurtling toward them, colliding with countless little wizards along the way. Mucus and secretions flew through the air, bringing endless chaos as it swept through one compartment after another, until it finally landed in Neville's arms. Thank you, Neville exclaimed, looking at the still-dazed toad in his arms, his gratitude spilling forth, even moving him to tears. Xiao swiftly apologized to those in the corridor, then quickly shut the door before the curses could respond, inadvertently pressing Neville into the row with Harry and Ron. All right, I tried a few simple spells at home, just for practice, and they all worked, Miss Weasel said, seemingly impacted by Xiao and Ron's successful spellcasting, not wanting to be underestimated. Then she added, no one in my family understands magic, so I was utterly astonished when I received my acceptance letter, but also incredibly thrilled because, as far as I know, this is the most prestigious school of magic that I've memorized all the textbooks, of course. I just hope they're useful to them. My name is Hermione Granger. By the way, may I ask what your names are? She said in one breath. Xiao Landon. Xiao replied as she settled back in her seat. That I'm Ron Weasley. Ron mumbled. Harry Potter, Harry said, feeling somewhat dry. Neville Longbottom. Neville wiped his tears. Is it really you? Hermione asked Harry. Her eyes wide. That I know all about you, of course. I bought a few extra reference books. The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic and Important Magical Events of the 20th Century. All those books mention you. Me? Harry inquired, suddenly feeling dizzy. My goodness, how could you not know? If I were you, I'd make sure to gather every book that mentions me, Hermione insisted. Actually, I remember there was a book that mentioned your mother, saying she had a remarkable talent for potions. Xiao added enticingly. Really? Which book? Harry was not particularly interested in books about himself, but was eager to learn about those concerning his mother. I'm sorry. I don't remember. I just recall that your mother was excellent at potion making, and I remember the author's name was the Half-Blood Prince. But the rest escapes me, Xiao said helplessly. You could ask the potions professor once we get to school. Perhaps he knows. And of course, you should study up on potions to make a good impression. Yes, you should have told me sooner, so I could study potions properly. I've wasted over a month. Harry lamented. It's not too late to learn now. Xiao helped Harry unload his suitcase and retrieve his textbooks. At this point, Harry was too preoccupied with studying to indulge in snacks. He began to review his texts. The compartment fell into a brief silence. It was then that Hermione broke the quiet. You know which house you'll be sorted into. I have inquired everywhere, and I fervently hope to be sorted into Gryffindor. For it is said to be the finest house. That I have heard that Dumbledore himself graduated from there. Nevertheless, I suppose Ravenclaw isn't too shabby. In any case, we should return now. You two should hasten to change your clothes, as we are likely to arrive shortly. Thus, she led Neville away. Regardless of which house I am assigned to, I sincerely hope I am not placed with her, Ron remarked, tossing his wand into his suitcase. I thought that spell was ineffective. George told me so. but it seems he was not deceiving me this time. Perhaps it simply does not work on scabbers. No, he fooled you, George chuckled, cradling Crookshanks and gently stroking his fur, which had turned blue of its own accord. Well, I indeed overestimated George. I dare say he must have known this was a wild goose chase, Ron muttered. Which house did your two brothers belong to? Harry inquired, raising his gaze. Harry, you must focus on your reading, George replied with exasperation, deciding to offer Harry some hints. Perhaps you can read it once you arrive at school, but at the very least, you should know. What do you obtain by adding powdered daffodil root to the mugwort infusion? Where can you find a piece of dungstone? What distinguishes aconite from wolfsbane? All right, I'll remember. Harry nodded resolutely. Gryffindor, Ron stated, attempting to steer the atmosphere back to their previous lively conversation. Yet he appeared somewhat glum again. Mum and Dad were also in that house. I wonder what they would say if I were sorted elsewhere. I suppose there is nothing particularly wrong with Ravenclaw. But just imagine, please do not let me end up in Slytherin. That's where you know who, the Dark Lord spent his time, right? Indeed, Ron replied, collapsing back in his seat, looking quite despondent. What about you, George? Harry questioned. Why, Dad said the sorting involved a wizard duel. The most formidable will be coveted by the heads of the four houses. However, in the end, the choice of the young wizards is respected. Those who fail will be distributed evenly across the houses, leaving them to their fate, George opined, feigning the same anxiousness as Ron. All of this, of course, was a fabrication, for John had steadfastly upheld the mysterious sorting ceremony of Hogwarts, revealing not a hint of information to George and Harry. As for George, he was even less likely to disclose anything about the sorting ceremony, especially since John could not witness the nervous anxiety of the young wizards, something she certainly could. Harry sought to divert Ron's attention from house matters. Since your two brothers have graduated, what are they doing now? Harry was curious about what wizards pursued after leaving school. Charlie is studying dragons in Romania, and Bill is working for Gringotts in Africa, Ron replied. Have you heard about Gringotts? The Daily Prophet is filled with it, but since you live with muggles, I doubt you've seen that paper. Someone attempted to rob the highly secure underground vault. Harry's eyes widened. George also displayed interest, much to Ron's delight. Really? What happened next? Nothing at all. That's why it made such big news. They weren't caught. My dad says only the most powerful dark wizards could hope to evade Gringotts' pursuit. However, they took nothing, which is rather peculiar, of course. Whenever such events occur, everyone feels uneasy, fearing that the Dark Lord is behind it all. Harry pondered this news repeatedly in his mind. Each mention of the Dark Lord filled him with an unsettling fear. He considered this perhaps an inevitable sentiment for one newly introduced to the magical world. Yet compared to the earlier days when he could confront Voldemort's name without trepidation, he found himself feeling far less at ease now. Which Quidditch team do you support? Ron asked, eager to discuss lighter topics. Oh, I only know the basic rules. I have no idea which teams exist. Harry admitted, I don't know much either. I only know the Irish team, the Bulgarian team, and the Chudley Cannons, George confessed, revealing he had not remembered many team names. What? Ron seemed astonished. Oh, wait. This is the best entertainment in the world. Simply knowing the rules isn't enough. Let me start from the beginning. He then proceeded to elaborate enthusiastically about the four balls, the positions of the 7 players, and vividly recounted the famous matches he had attended with his brothers, declaring that once he had enough money, he would purchase a broomstick he fancied. Just as he was recounting the most thrilling moment of a match, the compartment door swung open again, but this time, the visitor was neither Neville, the boy with the lost toad, nor Hermione Granger. 3 boys entered, and Harry noticed that the pale-faced blonde boy in the center was strikingly handsome, while the other 2 boys, both rather stocky and unattractive, flanked him like bodyguards. The pale boy was gazing at Harry with great interest. Is it true? He asked. Everyone on the train is talking about Harry Potter being in this compartment. So, it's you? I assented. Yes, Harry replied, wishing to deny it, as he did not want to attract excessive attention or fear he might not meet others' expectations. Yet he still acquiesced that, oh, this is Crabbe, and this is Goyle. The pale boy remarked casually, noticing Harry's gaze. I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Ron cleared his throat lightly to suppress a laugh. Draco Malfoy scrutinized him. You find my name amusing, do you? No need to ask who you are. My father informed me that the Weasley family is comprised of redheads with freckled faces and far too many children to support. He then turned to Harry, saying, "You will soon discover that some wizarding families are far superior to others. Potter, you wouldn't want to associate with the likes of those who are different, would you? I can assist you in this regard." He extended his hand for a handshake, but Harry ignored him. "I believe I can discern who is different on my own." "Thank you very much," Harry replied coldly. At this point, George was unable to ascertain whether Draco Malfoy resembled more of the original book character or the film version. And as a result, Ron inadvertently bore the brunt of the situation. Draco Malfoy's pale cheeks did not flush, but took on a faint hue. "If I were you, Potter, I would tread carefully," he said slowly. "You should be polite, or you may find yourself following the same path as your parents. They were quite foolish if you associate with the likes of the Weasley family or this wild girl. You will be influenced." Harry and Ron sprang to their feet, with Ron's face as crimson as his hair. George, too, remarked, "I hadn't even thought of how to trouble you, and yet you present yourself so conveniently. Disputes are matters for our parents. I, George, prefer to settle things with action." "Say that again." Ron seethed. "Oh, so you wish to fight, do you?" Malfoy sneered. "Unless you leave right now," Harry declared, though inwardly he did not feel as courageous as he appeared. For Crabbe and Goyle were much larger than he and Ron, and George, being a girl, was not counted in such matters. It was evident that Harry retained a degree of gentlemanly composure. Enough," George interjected, stepping between the confrontational Harry and Ron. "Surely, the young master of the Malfoy family would not decline a duel proposed by me, the wild girl representing honor, would he? You dare challenge Master Malfoy to a wizard duel?" Goyle stepped forward. "Oh, you're not truly afraid, then?" George activated his mockery mode, loudly declaring into the corridor, "The young master of the Malfoy family is afraid. Afraid of me, a weak girl, afraid to accept the challenge." At this moment, numerous young wizards peered out of the compartments, and soon, groups began to emerge to witness the spectacle, their chatter growing louder. Perhaps it was because Hermione was nearby, or perhaps George's voice was simply too loud. But Hermione Granger soon entered the scene. "What is happening?" she asked, observing the standoff between the two factions. "The young master of the Malfoy family fears my duel invitation. It's utterly disgraceful for the Malfoy family," George proclaimed, standing slightly taller than Malfoy, nearly pressing her face against his. Malfoy's expression turned somewhat grim, and he squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. "I accept. You filthy mudblood, I will show you the difference between you and a pure blood family. You must not behave this way. You cannot resort to violence," Hermione urged anxiously. Yet, her words fell on deaf ears. "I shall inform the prefect immediately," she declared, turning to weave her way through the throng. In the corridor of the train compartment, George and Malfoy stood at opposite ends, with Crabbe and Goyle flanking Malfoy, while Harry and Ron rallied behind George, offering their support. The corridor was teeming with curious young wizards, all eager to witness the spectacle between George and Malfoy. The cacophony of chatter heightened Malfoy's tension. This duel was a matter of the Malfoy family's honor, and defeat was not an option. The two exchanged the customary wizarding salute. "Who shall call the start?" In the absence of a referee, George deemed it prudent to consult Malfoy's opinion. "You may signal," Malfoy conceded magnanimously. "All right then, Harry, you shall initiate the countdown. 3, 2, 1, commence," George proclaimed, hastening his words, eager to resolve the matter before Hermione returned with the prefect. "Ready? 3, 2, 1, begin," Harry announced, his tone brisk as Malfoy exclaimed, "Serpens Sortia!" With a vigorous flick of his wand, a black serpent erupted from its tip, accompanied by a plume of dark mist. That George's incantation was merely a ruse. He merely held his wand aloft and gave it a gentle shake. As the final syllable escaped his lips, his wand belched forth a stream of golden-red flames, which surged forward, growing thicker as it advanced, eliciting gasps and shoves from the onlookers. The flames halted just before Malfoy, incinerating the unfortunate serpent before it could touch the ground. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle collapsed onto the floor, the fiery trail having detached from George's wand. Yet the flames remained unextinguished, coalescing in mid-air to twist and form a three-headed lion of golden-red fire. Each colossal lion's head spanned the width of the corridor, with the other two heads barely fitting within the adjacent compartments. The fresh wave of screams erupted, though the flaming lion, under George's careful control, did not scorch the compartment's furnishings, but merely regarded Malfoy and his companions with an intimidating gaze. At that moment, Malfoy, Goyle, and Crabbe were paralyzed by fear, unable even to scream, their minds blank as they sensed impending doom. Harry and Ron felt their hearts leap to their throats, astonished by George's formidable prowess. "Step aside. I am the prefect. Allow me to pass," Percy declared, pushing through the crowd in his pristine robes, his prefect badge gleaming on his chest, with Hermione following closely behind. "That my goodness," Percy gasped, taking in the sight of the three-headed flaming lion. His throat dry as he contemplated whether he could manage the situation. That wasn't this supposed to be a simple scuffle among first years? Even a seventh-year duel shouldn't reach such extraordinary heights. Hermione stood frozen in place, as if petrified. Moments ago, she had been determined to challenge George, yet it was clear he had not taken her seriously. The magic she had mastered paled in comparison to the prowess exhibited by a child raised in a wizarding family. Nonetheless, she resolved to catch up once they arrived at school, bolstering her own spirits. "Ahem, I apologize that I am Percy, the Gryffindor prefect. I have been informed that there is some sort of altercation taking place. Might I inquire who is involved?" Percy inquired, steeling himself. "This is not a brawl. We are engaged in a duel to uphold our honor, and everyone can attest to that," George replied with a disarming smile, a demeanor that belied the ferocity of the three-headed lion he had conjured. That moment, the lion began to shrink, gently lifting Malfoy and his companions by the collars of their robes, bringing them before George and Percy before setting them down on the floor. The lion's three heads merged into one, yet it remained ablaze. That's so. "And you are?" Percy asked, feeling the weight of responsibility intensify as he gazed at the fiery creature. "Yes, indeed, that we volunteered for this duel. I am Draco Malfoy." He finally managed to stand. Upon hearing the name Malfoy, Percy's eyebrows rose in surprise as he turned to George. "George Landon," George replied, standing tall. Percy was taken aback, recognizing the significance of the young man before him. However, this was not the time for idle chatter. Clearing his throat, he continued, "Well, since this is a fair duel and no school rules explicitly prohibit such engagements, I shall overlook this incident. However, I advise you to refrain from dueling in confined public spaces in the future, as it poses a risk to bystanders and public property. Therefore, George, kindly dispel your magic." "Very well, let this be settled. Everyone disperse," Percy commanded, beginning to usher the crowd away. As the onlookers returned to their compartments, discussions continued to swirl around the event. Just then, George and Fred squeezed their way in, one exclaiming, "Well done, George. I wager you are indeed a Gryffindor." "Yes, we can preemptively congratulate you on your placement in Gryffindor," the other chimed in. "That it's a pity you didn't singe that little Malfoy's hair," one lamented, "though it seems he was thoroughly terrified that I was not." Malfoy retorted, furious, ready to lash out at the red-haired Weasley. Now, don't be so hasty. He is still present. Surely, he deserves a moment to change his trousers," one of the twins remarked, shoving Malfoy toward his brother. "You provoked young Malfoy, so why must I take the blame?" the other protested, pushing Malfoy back. "Who knows? Perhaps he prefers that you bear the brunt of it. Maybe he has a fondness for you," the other teased. "Ugh, I have no interest in big men." "You can have him," Malfoy retorted, caught between the two twins, who continued to toss him back and forth until he fell beside the still-seated Crabbe and Goyle. "Enough of this," George exclaimed, genuinely angry. "This is blatant bullying. At least Malfoy had the courage to face me one-on-one, rather than ganging up on one person." George extended a hand to help Malfoy up, leaving the latter utterly bewildered. George and Fred froze, while Ron quickly interjected, "George, he is from the Malfoy family, and no good can come from him. Why, father says his father is a Death Eater. The Malfoys are all henchmen of the Dark Lord. You may not have heard the stories about his family." Ron's expression darkened. "After the Dark Lord's disappearance, they were among the first to return to our side. They claim they were under the Imperius curse. But my father doesn't believe it. He says Malfoy's father would easily switch back to the dark forces without needing any excuses." "All right, let's step inside and discuss this," George said, pulling Malfoy into the compartment. with Harry and Ron following. However, George and Fred, along with Crabbe and Goyle, were left outside. Before closing the door, George glared at the four outside. "Disperse. We need some peace." And eavesdropping. "The consequences will be yours to bear." The four outside exchanged perplexed glances, just as the four inside pondered the situation. "Now, you owe us an apology," George declared, crossing his legs and regarding the only standing Malfoy. It wasn't that George had undergone a change of heart. Rather, there were too many distractions outside. The Weasley twins would soon inquire about ways to make money, and Percy might return as well, needing to attend to Crabbe and Goyle, not to mention the swarm of curious young wizards. Convincing Malfoy, a boy so fixated on pride, to back down would be even more challenging outside. It was simply more efficient to discuss matters within the confines of the compartment. "That is impossible. One can kill but not humiliate," Malfoy declared defiantly, closing his eyes and turning his head away, adopting a posture of martyrdom. George swiftly delivered a kick to Malfoy's posterior, sending him stumbling forward. Malfoy, feeling unjustly treated, nearly shed tears. He had never been reprimanded this way, not even by his mother. George then addressed him in a tone reminiscent of a mother scolding a child. "You just spoke very rudely to us, and you ought to apologize to each of us. Let us not entertain any nonsensical notions of blood superiority. If pure bloods were indeed superior, then why are you unable to defeat me? There is no fundamental difference between pure bloods and half-bloods. The only distinctions lie in the environments in which they were raised and their familial connections, privileges, and assets. You should be more aware than I of how many pure blood families have dwindled due to inbreeding. Thus, those theories are merely the rhetoric of the ruling class to undermine the power of pure blood families, fooling the gullible that I cannot believe your father has allowed you to subscribe to such beliefs." George mused, contemplating the intricacies of worldview, values, and philosophy, determined to engage the three young men in a profound discussion. "So, think carefully. Did you come here to witness a spectacle or to forge friendships? Have you considered how you wish to spend these next 7 years? Do you aspire to be like your father, or do you wish to carve your own identity? Ponder well. If you are willing to apologize, I shall accept it, and we can remain friends. Should you leave this place, we shall become rivals in the future, and you will forever dwell in the shadow of your father." Deception, indeed, is nothing but deception. Jojo is unashamed to belittle Malfoy's choices, and if it comes to it, a beating may suffice to bring him to reason. It seems Malfoy has made a significant resolution. "I apologize, Jo, for calling you a wild girl. I am sorry, Harry, for insulting your parents. As for you, Weasley, do not even think about it." Ron's eyes widened with anger, ready to continue the fight, but Harry intervened, saying, "Ron, you two have erred. Malfoy's father does not represent him. Let us all apologize together, for we are friends." To J.O. added, "Malfoy is not inherently bad. He is worth befriending." Ron finally calmed down. "All right, I apologize, Malfoy. I take back what I said to you, but not what I said about your father." This time Malfoy was equally forthright. "Fine, I apologize, Ron. I retract my words to you, but I will not take back my remarks about your family. Truly, they are two stubborn boys," J.O. remarked. "Now, I formally forgive your previous rudeness. We are friends now." She extended her hand to Malfoy. "Thank you," he replied, reaching out as well. "I forgive you too." Harry joined in, placing his hand in the mix. "I forgive you as well." Ron feigned nonchalance and extended his hand. "I forgive you too." Malfoy, surprisingly generous, replied, "Then we shall embark on adventures at Hogwarts together. Indeed, we shall explore the world." Jo dreamt even further. "You can only see Hogwarts," Ron teased. "Are you looking for a fight?" "I cannot defeat Jo." "How could I defeat you? What is there to fear?" "All right, let us duel. Perhaps a good beating will clear your head." Who will be beaten is still uncertain." Jo and Harry exchanged glances, watching the two naturally combative boys bicker, posturing yet refraining from actual combat, and they burst into laughter, munching on snacks while observing the spectacle. Before long, the door swung open again. "You had better hurry and change into your robes. I just asked the driver of the front, and he said we were nearly there. You haven't been fighting, have you? We're not even at our destination, and you're already causing trouble." Hermione's fluffy hair appeared at the door. "It is a duel. It is not as trivial as a mere fight," Ron replied, scowling at her. "We need to change clothes. Could you please step outside?" "Fine. I came here because those rascals outside were running around in the aisle." Hermione scoffed. "Oh, by the way, you have something dirty on your nose, did you know?" As she exited, Ron shot her a glare. Harry glanced out the train window. Darkness had fallen. He saw mountains and woods beneath the deep purple sky. "The train seemed to slow down. That I truly dislike her," Ron stated. "Indeed," Malfoy agreed, unusually siding with Ron this time. "Gentlemen, could you grant me some space to change? Moreover, even if not in front of a girl, discussing another girl behind her back is quite impolite," Jo said, resting her chin on her hand while observing the three boys still critiquing Hermione. "Sorry, we will step out. I must return to my compartment to change as well. So, farewell. We shall meet upon disembarking." Malfoy reacted the quickest. Once Jo had donned her wizarding robes, she fashioned a neat bun, imitating Professor McGonagall. Next, it was Harry and Ron's turn to change, shedding their outer garments for black robes. Ron's robe was a tad short, exposing his sneakers. "In 5 minutes, the train will arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on the train, and we will transport it to the school for you." A voice echoed through the carriage. Harry felt a knot of anxiety in his stomach. He noticed Ron's freckled face had also turned pale. Jo concealed a chocolate frog in her pocket. Harry and Ron stuffed the remaining sweets into their clothing and joined a throng moving forward through the aisle. The train slowed further, finally coming to a stop. Passengers jostled one another, rushing towards the doors, descending onto a dark and small platform. Jo, Harry, and Ron became separated in the crowd. The chill of the night sent a shiver through Jo, who quickly cast a drying charm on her clothes. A lantern swayed above the students' heads. First-year students, over here," Jo heard a familiar voice calling. It was Hagrid, accompanied by Harry, prompting her to push through the crowd towards them. Amidst the throng, Hagrid's bearded face broke into a smile, making it easy to spot him. J.O. found Harry. Malfoy and Ron also heard Hagrid's voice and made their way over. The not-fighting squad had gathered. "Come on, follow me. Are there any more first-years? Watch your feet." "All right, first-years, follow me." They trailed behind Hagrid, sliding and stumbling, seemingly descending a steep, narrow path. The sides of the path were engulfed in darkness. Harry quietly asked if the sides were dense with trees, and one spoke. Save for the boy who had lost his toad, who occasionally sniffled. Many little wizards in the line appeared frightened, leaning on one another for support. And the not-fighting squad trailing behind Hagrid. Jo was the first to illuminate her wand, casting a gentle glow that spread outward, surpassing Hagrid's oil lamp and illuminating a considerable area. Hagrid glanced at Jo in surprise, but soon noticed that other children had also lit their wands. Though not as bright as Jo's, they were sufficient to light the ground for 2 or 3 people. Gradually, this phenomenon spread to the back of the line, with every little wizard able to light their wands, raising them to illuminate themselves and their companions. Dots of starlight flickered to life, brightening the pitch-black night sky, and from a distance, one could see a winding river of stars flowing slowly down the path of the tea that moment. Dumbledore stood by the window of his office tower, gazing at the distant river of stars across the lake and reflecting. A new year is about to commence. Turn this corner, and you shall see Hogwarts for the first time, Hagrid called back. This was met with a chorus of "Oh." At the end of the narrow path, a dark lake suddenly spread out before them. As Jo extinguished the light at the tip of her wand, everyone gradually followed suit, plunging the surroundings back into darkness. They beheld a magnificent castle perched atop a high hillside, its towers reaching skyward, and windows twinkling beneath the starry sky. In more than 4 people per boat, Hagrid exclaimed, pointing a line of small boats moored at the shore. Harry and Jo climbed into one, followed by Neville and Hermione, while Ron and Malfoy boarded another. Everyone on board," Hagrid shouted, taking a boat by himself. "Then let us set sail." The fleet of small boats glided across the mirror-like surface of the lake, and silence enveloped them as they gazed at the towering castle. As they neared the cliff where the castle stood, it loomed above them. That moment, someone complained, "It's so cold on the lake. Why can't we ride in a carriage with the older students?" That is because arriving at Hogwarts by boat across the Black Lake is the same method used by the 4 founders of Hogwarts when they discovered and established the school. Each small boat carrying 4 people corresponds to the 4 founders of Hogwarts that first-year students are required to arrive by boat to retrace the steps of the founders, reflecting on history and appreciating the struggles of our predecessors. If you had paid attention to Hogwarts, a history, you wouldn't ask such a childish question. Joe overheard Hermione lecturing someone again. "Duck!" As the first boats approached the cliff, Hagrid shouted. Everyone ducked as the boats carried them through a curtain of ivy covering the cliff. Arriving at a hidden, expansive entrance, they traveled through a dark tunnel that seemed to lead beneath the castle. And once more, dots of starlight flickered to life at long last. They arrived at a location reminiscent of an underground dock, and then ascended onto a surface strewn with gravel and small pebbles. The students, illuminated wands held aloft, disembarked from the boat, while Hagrid conducted a thorough inspection of the empty vessel. Subsequently, they climbed into a tunnel carved into the rocky hillside, guided by Hagrid's lantern and the constellation of little wizards around them, until they finally reached a flat, damp patch of grass under the shadow of the castle. They ascended a flight of stone steps. Gathering before an enormous oak door, "Is everyone here?" Hagrid inquired. "Please confirm that no one is missing, that if all is well. Let us proceed." With that, Hagrid raised one massive fist and knocked 3 times upon the castle's grand entrance. The door swung open with alacrity. Standing in the doorway was a tall witch clad in a flowing emerald robe. Her dark hair cascading down to IT was Professor McGonagall, and upon recognizing her, Joe stood on tiptoe and waved enthusiastically. McGonagall adjusted her spectacles and discreetly acknowledged Joe with a nod. However, she quickly resumed her previously stern demeanor, rendering the young wizards silent with trepidation. "First years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall escort them inside from here," she replied, pulling the door wide open. The entrance hall was so spacious that it could easily accommodate the entire houses of Joe and the Dursleys combined. Like Gringotts, the stone walls were lined with blazing torches. The ceiling soared so high it was nearly invisible. In front of them lay an opulent marble staircase leading to the upper floors. They followed Professor McGonagall along the stone-paved floor. Joe heard a distant hum of conversation emanating from a door on the right, suggesting that students from other years had already arrived. Yet Professor McGonagall led the first years to a small, empty room at the far end of the hall. They all squeezed in, jostling against one another, nervously taking in their surroundings. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall began. "The feast will commence shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you must first ascertain to which house you belong. The sorting ceremony is a significant rite, as your house will serve as your home during your time at Hogwarts. You will attend classes with your housemates, reside in your house's dormitory, and spend leisure time in your house's common room. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house possesses its own illustrious history and has fostered exceptional witches and wizards. Your accomplishments during your time at Hogwarts will earn points for your house, while any misdeeds will result in point deductions at the end of the year. The house with the highest score will receive the House Cup, a prestigious honor that I hope that regardless of which house you are sorted into, you will bring glory to in a few minutes. The sorting ceremony will take place before the entire school," she continued. "I suggest you take this time to compose yourselves and present a more spirited demeanor." Her gaze briefly lingered on Neville's cloak, which was awkwardly tied beneath his left ear, and on the smudge on Ron's nose. Upon noticing Joe's neat bun, her expression softened with satisfaction, while Harry nervously attempted to smooth his unruly hair. Malfoy subtly adjusted his collar. "Once preparations are complete, I shall return for you," Professor McGonagall instructed. "In the meantime, please maintain silence." She exited the room, leaving behind a wave of exhalations, as it appeared the students were intimidated by her commanding presence. "How can they accurately determine which house we belong to?" Harry inquired. "I assume there must be some sort of test," Fred replied, though he seemed to be jesting. Ron scoffed. "My dad said there would be a duel before the entire school." Joe suppressed a laugh. "My father merely stated that I would surely be sorted into Slytherin." Malfoy sighed in resignation. That Harry's heart raced at the thought of a test. A duel before the entire school? Until now, he could only perform the Lumos and Alohomora spells. Aside from those, he had attempted a few pranks on Dudley, but had given up after a few days, having realized that merely brandishing his wand was enough to intimidate Dudley during the summer. Now, he could barely claim any proficiency in offensive magic. What was he to do? He had never anticipated such a challenge upon arriving here. Anxiously, he scanned the room for Joe, who had just slipped away, hoping to learn a few spells, but all he saw were anxious faces around him. The Malfoy's complexion had grown even paler, and Ron was still busy wiping his nose. Silence enveloped the room. Harry had never felt this nervous before, not even when he brought home his school report to the Dursleys, which noted that he had turned his teacher S-Wig blued. He stared fixedly at the door, knowing that Professor McGonagall could return at any moment to lead him to his doom. Joe found amusement in watching the little wizards plead and beg as if invoking a deity. Such an opportunity arose only once a year. She couldn't resist teasing them at tea that moment. Only Hermione was fervently reciting spells, desperately trying to recall which ones to use. Harry tried to ignore her murmurs, but noticed that Joe had stealthily sidled up to Hermione and firmly grasped her hand. Hermione jumped in surprise. "Why are you holding my hand?" she stammered, having been caught off guard while nervously reciting spells. Jo instinctively reached out to touch Hermione's tousled hair, only to have her hand swatted away in annoyance. "What are you trying to do?" Hermione asked, pulling her hand free and looking somewhat irritated. "I heard the sorting ceremony involves dueling, and you seem like a manageable opponent. I thought I'd deselect you as my foe in advance." Jo said earnestly, "You might want to find a suitable opponent as well. Choosing wisely could secure an early victory. Just be careful not to let them escape." She gestured toward Hermione, who had already freed herself. Upon hearing this, the surrounding students fell silent, instinctively scanning their surroundings for potential opponents. But soon they became wary, fearing they might become someone else's prey. Hermione's face paled at Jo's words, and she shook her head vigorously, flailing her arms in retreat, inadvertently stepping on the toes of another young wizard behind her. The student, noticing Jo's advancing presence, displayed no hesitation in retreating as well. The rumor mill at Hogwarts had exaggerated Jo's earlier duel to mythical proportions. It was said that Jo had summoned an irate beast that could incinerate the entire Hogwarts Express and tear apart a three-headed troll with ease. Now, as the little wizards learned, they were to duel with someone who had purportedly summoned such a creature. Even those who remained skeptical of the necessity of dueling during the sorting were unwilling to take that risk. Thus, the already cramped room rapidly cleared a wide berth around Jo. The students preferred to jostle and stumble over one another rather than draw near her. Now, Jo found herself at a loss. Initially intending to provoke a few of them, she realized her efforts had succeeded beyond her wildest dreams. Such a splendid opportunity could not be squandered. She surveyed the room with a cunning smile, akin to a lone wolf selecting its prey among a flock of sheep. Suddenly, Jo raised her hands to her cheeks, mimicking a little tiger, and charged into the throng. Roar! Jo's antics were undeniably adorable. Yet any young wizard caught in her gaze felt as if they were being pursued by a ferocious predator. The small room erupted with cries of alarm as students shoved, stumbled, and collided, their voices blending into a cacophony of pleas, curses, and shrieks. From a bird's-eye view, it would appear that Jo was akin to a shark swimming through a school of fish. Wherever she ventured, the surrounding students scattered at lightning speed. Harry, too, huddled down, involuntarily jostled by the crowd. He had no desire to face humiliation before the entire school on his very first day. Ron clung tightly to Harry's back, feeling that he was now more terrified than he had ever been of spiders. If he were to be frightened into submission by Jo's fiery lion, he would not only face Malfoy's mockery, but also endure George and Fred's ridicule for a lifetime. Similarly, Hannah was incredulous as she quietly inquired of Malfoy regarding the veracity of the afternoon duel rumors, asserting that Jo was merely an ordinary girl. Ew, a grown man cannot possibly contend with a weak girl, she said, echoing the scathing words she had learned from Jo. Malfoy's irritation escalated, prompting him to select Hannah as his duel partner while they both moved with the crowd, in the midst of the chaos. When Jo found herself face to face with Neville, the boy merely stood there, tears streaming down his cheeks. Jo felt a twinge of guilt, unsure how many times she had inadvertently caused him to cry. No tears, no tears. Be good. I want to choose you, all right? Besides, if you tell me who you want to choose, I can help you take them down a peg. Then they won't stand a chance against you when it's their turn. The expressions of those surrounding them swiftly transformed, revealing a myriad of emotions. No, no, that's unnecessary. Please choose me instead, for I am utterly incapable of confronting anyone, Neville seemed to declare with immense resolve. Joe was taken aback, astonished that Neville, at such a tender age, possessed the spirit of self-sacrifice for the sake of others. Indeed, you are truly a Gryffindor, Joe exclaimed impulsively, plunging the room into silence as all eyes turned towards him, fixated on the figure standing in the center of the chamber. How did you know? Neville ceased his sniffling, incredulity etched across his face as he inquired. Know what? Under the scrutiny of so many gazes, Joe felt a twinge of anxiety, wondering if he had stirred the ire of the crowd. Alone, he feared no one, but if they united in their efforts, he would have no choice but to flee. I'm a Gryffindor. How did you come to know that I am a Gryffindor? Neville swallowed hard, perplexed. Oh, I see. That's what it is. Joe scratched his cheek, feeling a wave of relief as he hurriedly clarified. What I meant was, your spirit of selflessness mirrors that of a Gryffindor. And those over there, though they appear somewhat disgruntled, show little fear, even a hint of eagerness, truly Gryffindor-like as well, that I ask for those who shield their friends. Pushing teammates forward when I approached, do not hide. Everyone take a look. Such behavior is unmistakably Slytherin. And those girls at the back, casting envious, resentful glances, whispering behind my back, they increasingly resemble Ravenclaw, delighting in their disdain for me, while feeling powerless to act. Lastly, that small group over there, assisting one another, mirroring each other's actions, sharing in each other's fears, a band of earnest souls, they are reminiscent of Hufflepuff. As Joe finished his declaration, the room erupted in murmurs. Seizing the moment before anyone could react, he quickly pulled Neville towards Harry and Ron. He had certainly offended a number of individuals. Once they realized it, it would be strange if they did not join forces against him. The key was that these young wizards were easily swayed. One leader could incite a rebellion, and at that point, Joe might find himself in dire straits. Thus, retreat was the wisest course. Better to avoid immediate trouble. At that moment, an unusual event unfolded, momentarily distracting everyone from the previous turmoil. Harry leaped into the air, startled, while a few people behind him screamed in fright. It's them, Neville gasped, struggling to catch his breath. And the others echoed his sentiments. From the wall behind them, a multitude of around 20 ghosts suddenly emerged. These pearlescent, translucent spirits glided across the room, whispering to one another, seemingly engrossed in a debate while paying little heed to the first-year students. A portly, monk-like ghost proclaimed, "We ought to forgive and forget. I say we should grant him another chance to know. We have afforded him far too many chances already," retorted another female ghost. "Indeed, I would rather invite Moaning Myrtle than face Peeves again. He is hardly a ghost, and brings shame upon our kind," remarked a particularly acerbic-looking ghost. "Why, good fellow, have we not given Peeves enough opportunities? How has he repaid us? He has assigned us all unflattering nicknames. You see, he does not even qualify as a proper ghost." Another spirit chimed in, suddenly noticing the first-year students, and one responded, young newcomers. The plump monk smiled at them. "I presume you are here for the sorting ceremony?" Some students nodded silently. "I hope you find yourselves in Hufflepuff," he reminisced, clasping his hands to his chest. "I was once a member of that house." Just then, a shrill voice commanded, "Now, move forward. The sorting ceremony is about to commence." Professor McGonagall has returned. The ghost drifted through the opposite wall and vanished. "What is going on here? You all look even more disheveled than before." McGonagall's tone was tinged with dissatisfaction as she instructed the first-year students. "Single file. Follow me." Joe took the lead. With Neville and TOWIT, it was only when they lined up that Joe realized the number of first years exceeded her expectations, averaging around 20 for each house. They exited the chamber, traversed the entrance hall, and passed through a pair of double doors into a grand dining hall. Harry felt as though his legs were weighed down by lead, yet strangely, he found himself standing in line behind a boy with light brown hair, with Ron behind him. The entire hall was adorned in Gothic architectural style, exquisite and majestic, filled with an air of magic unlike any church. Joe gazed up at the ceiling, which appeared transparent, revealing the sky outside, a dreamlike expanse of stars. Enraptured, Joe thought, "This is where dreams begin." This is Hogwarts. Students from other years were already seated at 4 long tables, illuminated by thousands of floating candles that filled the hall with light. Gleaming golden plates and tall goblets adorned the tables. At the head of the hall stood a long table designated for the faculty. Professor McGonagall led the first-year students to face the rows of upperclassmen, with the teachers behind them. The flickering candlelight cast hundreds of faces watching them. Resembling pale lanterns, the ghosts mingled among the students, shimmering with a silvery glow to avoid their gaze. Harry looked upwards, noticing the velvet black ceiling twinkling with stars. He heard Hermione whisper, "This has been enchanted. It looks just like the sky outside." I read about it in Hogwarts, a history. It was hard to believe there was a ceiling above, and equally difficult to fathom that the hall was not open to the elements. Professor McGonagall gently placed a 4-legged stool before the first-year students. Prompting Joe and the others to retract their gazes, McGonagall then placed a tattered, patched-up sorting hat atop the stool. The hat looked exceedingly old and grimy. Joe felt an urge to wash it, wondering if it longed for a bath as well, though it could not do so on its own. Meanwhile, Harry mused that Aunt Petunia would never allow such an object in their home. Or perhaps they intended to use the hat to conjure a rabbit. Lost in thought, he realized that everyone in the hall was now fixated on the hat. Silence enveloped the room. Then the hat wiggled, splitting open along a wide seam, resembling a mouth, and began to sing. "You may think me unseemly in appearance, but do not judge me by my guise. If you can find a hat more exquisite, I shall gladly meet my demise. You may shine your top hats to a glossy sheen, or straighten your tall silk hats with care, but I am the sorting hat of Hogwarts, far superior to any headgear you bear. Any hidden thoughts within your mind shall not escape my keen sight. So don me now, and you shall find which house shall claim you tonight. You may belong to Gryffindor, where bravery lies deep at heart. Their courage, daring, and chivalry set them apart, or perhaps you hail from Hufflepuff, where loyalty and honesty reign, those steadfast students, true and just fearless in their toil and strain, that if you're clever and wise, you might be found in Ravenclaw, where intellect is crowned. Among those learned souls, you'll meet your peers in their midst. You'll quell your fears, or maybe Slytherin beckons you near, where true friends are forged, but beware, those cunning and sly will stop at naught. To achieve their goals, they'll leave you caught. Come, put me on. Fear not, be bold, for in my hands, though I lack a hold, you are safe, for I am the thinking hat of magic untold," as the hat concluded its song. The hall erupted in thunderous applause. The hat bowed to each of the 4 tables, and then fell silent. "It seems all we need to do is wear this hat," Ron whispered to Harry. "I swear I'll strangle Fred. He talks as if he's gearing up to battle a troll." Harry smiled faintly, his gaze drifting towards Jo at the front of the line, who had deceived herself just as much. Harry was enveloped by an inexplicable sensation, a nagging belief that Jo had long been aware of everything and was intentionally trying to amuse them that moment. Jo, positioned at the front of the line, suddenly sneezed, an ominous feeling stirring within him. Naturally, for the majority of young wizards, donning a hat was far preferable to reciting a spell, yet they all wished to avoid such an act under the gaze of onlookers. However, this particular hat seemed inclined to pose numerous questions, and Harry felt he lacked the courage, wit, or any other desirable attribute to engage if the hat were to propose a school specifically for indecisive individuals. That would surely be the most suitable place for him. That instant, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a scroll of parchment. "When I call out a name, that person shall wear the hat. Take a seat and await their sorting," she announced. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids, who stood beside Malfoy, stumbled out of the line, donned the hat, which promptly obscured her eyes, and sat down. After a brief pause, the sorting hat mumbled, curious, loyal and kind-hearted, yet harboring an unsettled spirit. Perhaps you require some assistance." With its final proclamation, the hat declared, "Hufflepuff." The table on the right erupted in applause, welcoming Hannah to their ranks. Harry noticed the fat friar ghost cheerfully waving at her. However, the first to take the stage had wrestled with uncertainty for quite some time, which only heightened the anxiety of the other young wizards. Meanwhile, Jo sighed inwardly, reflecting on how he had written to Hannah since childhood, regaling her with tales of his adventures, yet he had failed to persuade the little iron girl to join Gryffindor. Yet perhaps it was for the best. With too many members in the main group, he could barely manage. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff, the hat called again. Susan swiftly ran to join Hannah. Terry Boot, Ravenclaw. The second table on the left erupted into applause as Terry entered their midst, with several Ravenclaw students standing to shake his hand. Mandy Brocklehurst also found herself sorted into Ravenclaw, while Lavender Brown became the first new student of Gryffindor, prompting a raucous cheer from the furthest table on the left, which Harry noticed included Ron's twin brothers egging on the crowd. Next, Millicent Bulstrode was sorted into Slytherin, and the Slytherin table burst into an impressive roar, striving to outdo the other three houses. How very Slytherin of them. Perhaps Harry's exposure to various discussions about Slytherin had shaped certain impressions. Even though he had become friends with Malfoy, he still perceived the rest of Slytherin as rather unappealing, that a sense of discomfort began to wash over him. He recalled the times in primary school, when he was the last to be picked for teams, not due to any inadequacy on his part, but because no one wanted to give Dudley the impression that they liked him. Harry couldn't help but glance at Joe at the front of the line, wishing he could be by his side, even if it meant enduring a few jokes, anything to distract him from the mounting anxiety. Yet, all he saw was Joe pinching Neville's face playfully while attempting to reassure him, and Harry felt a twinge of jealousy, especially since Ron behind him was preoccupied with grumbling about his twin brothers or critiquing the already sorted students. Justin Finch Fletchley, Hufflepuff. Harry observed that sometimes the hat immediately announced a house, while at other times it took a considerable amount of time to render a decision. For instance, the first in line, Hannah, or the boy with light brown hair, sitting next to Harry. Seamus Finnegan sat on the stool for nearly a full minute before the hat finally assigned him to Gryffindor. Hermione Granger. Hermione nearly sprinted to the stool, hurriedly placing the hat atop her head. As she passed by, Jo quickly adjusted the back of her robe, a small gesture that didn't escape Professor McGonagall's notice, nor Harry's keen observation. Yet, McGonagall merely nodded gently, while Harry contemplated whether he could whisper something to Jo as she walked by. Gryffindor, the hat proclaimed. Ron let out a huff, visibly disheartened. Joe Landon. Professor McGonagall smiled as she read a name she was intimately familiar with. Jo, lifting the hem of her robes, stepped forward eagerly. During the summer. Before Harry had learned the unlocking charm, Professor McGonagall had conducted her final home visit for Jo, who had expressed a desire to enroll under the name Joe Landon, believing it prudent to conceal her true name due to the multitude of curses in the magical world that could be cast simply by knowing one's name. Although curious about Joe's caution, McGonagall had consented, thus leading to this name appearing on the enrollment list. Incidentally, during their last year, John finally refrained from submitting a reflective essay, and McGonagall was quite pleased with the pair of exceptional athletic shoes that Joe had conjured. As Jo took the hat, her anxiety peaked. According to the questionnaires and answers found in Harry Potter fanfiction, the Sorting Hat possessed formidable legitimacy, capable of probing the innermost thoughts of young wizards. For an ordinary wizard, this posed little concern. However, for someone like Jo, a time traveler, it was a precarious moment, as one misstep could propel her directly to the climax of the story. Many fanfic authors suggested that the solution lay in continuously recalling non-magical concepts or subjects that the hat would not comprehend, such as advanced mathematics. Jo inhaled deeply and placed the sorting hat upon her head. Professor McGonagall watched her with a gentle gaze, having seen Jo grow up and feeling quite satisfied with this new little Gryffindor. Indeed, she had already tacitly accepted that Jo would be sorted into Gryffindor. With her eyes shut, Jo desperately racked her brain for the advanced mathematics she had studied in her previous life. Even struggling to settle onto the stool, McGonagall mused that, as expected, the child was merely pretending not to be nervous. Curious, yet another peculiar little girl. Kind-hearted, loyal, and in tune with nature, loving tranquility, yet harboring a passion for adventure. Perhaps you require a friendly and united atmosphere. The Sorting Hat seemingly disregarded Jo's mental recollections of higher mathematics, an inevitable outcome, as legitimacy could directly access one's memories, and the Sorting Hat, a sophisticated object of such magic, was certainly capable of more than mere subconscious communication. Jo's heart raced. The Sorting Hat had delved beyond surface thoughts to uncover her true qualities. He could see this moment. Panic surged within her, and she could only repeat softly to herself, "Gryffindor, Gryffindor, Gryffindor. Please let it be Gryffindor." Just as the Sorting Hat was about to utter a sound, it sensed a wave of murderous intent enveloping it, causing even Jo to shiver. Professor McGonagall's gaze was terrifying, as if she could kill, staring down at the Sorting Hat. Cough, cough, possessing curiosity, courage, and a love for adventure. The Sorting Hat quickly amended, hastily concluding, then loudly declared, "Gryffindor." Trembling, Jo set down the hat, feeling her legs weaken. Had she exposed herself? Surely not. It was truly a matter of leaving it to fate this time. Oblivious to the happenings around her, the Gryffindor table erupted into the loudest cheers thus far. She was the girl who had summoned the three-headed hellhound during the duel on the Hogwarts Express that afternoon. You should have seen that three-headed beast. One of its heads was practically squeezed into our compartment, and I'd wager its fangs were as long as my wand. Many young wizards who had witnessed Jo's duel with Malfoy eagerly introduced her to those nearby. However, Jo had no inclination to greet anyone or boast. She simply felt dazed as she was pulled to sit beside Hermione. Even when Neville Longbottom's name was called, and he stumbled on his way to the stool, eliciting a chorus of laughter, she remained unaware. The hat took a considerable amount of time to reach a decision regarding Neville. When it finally shouted Gryffindor, Neville, wearing the hat, sprinted off, only to dash back amidst peals of laughter to return the hat to Professor McGonagall before hurrying to take a seat beside Jo. It was only then that Jo regained her senses, exchanging a few comforting words with Neville. "What on earth did you do?" Professor McGonagall looked as if she could devour you whole. Hermione inquired, having found a newfound sympathy for the bun-headed professor after witnessing the earlier events. "Who knows?" Jo replied, not wishing to dwell on the matter, not even wanting to pray that the Sorting Hat hadn't glimpsed anything peculiar. When a person is exceedingly anxious, a multitude of dreadful thoughts can take root, and Harry was no exception. He suddenly pondered what would happen if the Sorting Hat simply refused to select him. If the hat were to remain perched on his head, obscuring his vision for an extended period, and ultimately Professor McGonagall had to yank it off, declaring that it was clearly a mistake and that he might as well take the train back. What then? Hadn't Jo been deliberating for quite some time? Indeed, Jo. Upon witnessing Jo being sorted into Gryffindor, Harry felt as though all hope had evaporated. Jo was no longer there to wait for him. And now, he had no one to comfort him. He had to confront the Sorting Hat alone. Draco Malfoy. At that moment, Malfoy's name was called, and he strode over with an air of arrogance, elegantly seating himself. The hat barely grazed his head before murmuring, "Rather peculiar, quite peculiar indeed. The third one. Slytherin or Gryffindor?" The Sorting Hat quietly inquired. Noticing McGonagall's lack of reaction, it relaxed and shouted, "Slytherin." Malfoy then joined his friends Crabbe and Goyle. Wearing a self-satisfied expression, tea this time, there were few remaining to be sorted. After Pansy Parkinson came the Patil twins, and finally, it was at long last Harry Potter's turn. As Harry stepped forward, a sudden buzz of whispers filled the hall, reminiscent of a hissing flame. "Potter? Are they calling Potter? Is it that Harry Potter?" As the hat was about to descend over his eyes, Harry saw the bustling crowd in the hall, all craning their necks to catch a glimpse of him. Then came the darkness of the hat and the waiting. He heard a faint voice whispering in his ear, "Difficult. Very difficult. Clearly possesses great courage. Not a bad heart. Talented. Oh my, yes, quite a strong desire to prove yourself. So intriguing. Where shall I place you?" Harry gripped the edge of the stool tightly, thinking, not Slytherin, not Slytherin. Please, not Slytherin. Not Slytherin, you say? The voice inquired. "Have you made up your mind? You would do great things, you know." With a flicker of thought, Slytherin could aid you toward greatness, without a doubt. Not keen on that. Very well, since you had decided, then it's best to go to Gryffindor. Harry heard the hat call out the final name to the entire hall. He removed the hat and, with trembling legs, walked toward the Gryffindor table. He had been chosen, and he was not placed in Slytherin, which brought him immense relief, so much so that he hardly noticed the loud cheers he received. As Harry passed by the Gryffindor long table, Prefect Percy stood up to shake his hand vigorously. The Weasley twins shouted, "We have Potter! We have Potter!" Harry encountered the ghost he had met earlier. Adorned in a ruffled collar, the ghost patted his arm, sending a chilling sensation through him, as if he had just plunged into a barrel of ice water. Harry squeezed between Joe and Neville, not out of malice toward Neville, but because he preferred not to sit beside Hermione. "Congratulations, Harry," Joe echoed, clapping along with the crowd, the applause still ringing in the air. This blessing was almost whispered into Harry's ear. "Thank you, you have no idea. Harry finally found someone to vent his grievances to, but unfortunately, Joe was not really listening. Joe had now resolved to embrace a defeatist attitude, since concealment was futile. It was better to be candid. Dumbledore was an enlightened wizard and might accept her. She hoped he wouldn't immediately launch into a tirade. However, Joe was still unsure how to confront John and Joel. They would likely crumble if they learned their daughter had been possessed. Joe glanced at the grand central seat on the dais, where a great golden chair held Albus Dumbledore, easily identifiable by his silver hair, glimmering like the ghost's, and his appearance was identical to the one on the chocolate frog card she had received on the train. Professor Dumbledore seemed to sense Joe's gaze and raised his glass gently in acknowledgement, offering a smile of encouragement. Joe longed to approach Professor Dumbledore and confess everything. Yet every time she resolved to do so, the image of John and Joel helplessly pleading for their child to be returned flooded her mind. And she couldn't face such a reality. After much contemplation, Joe decided to visit the headmaster's office that night to speak with Professor Dumbledore, as it was not far from the Gryffindor common room. Only 3 individuals remained for sorting. Lisa Dursley was assigned to Ravenclaw. Next was Ron, who appeared pale. Harry clenched his hands beneath the table in the blink of an eye. The hat proclaimed, "Gryffindor," as Ron collapsed into the seat opposite Harry. Joe expressionlessly joined Harry and the others in applause. "Well done, Ron. Splendid," Percy Weasley exclaimed, crossing over Harry to speak dramatically. The final student, Blaise Zabini, was sorted into Slytherin. Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment and departed with the sorting hat. Joe looked down at her empty golden plate, suddenly aware of her ravenous hunger. Lunch seemed a distant memory that a voice within her urged, "Forget it, just eat to your heart's content." Albus Dumbledore stood up, beaming at the students, arms outstretched, as if nothing pleased him more than seeing them gathered together. "Welcome," he declared, "welcome, everyone, to Hogwarts as we commence a new academic year. Before the feast begins, I wish to impart a few words. Fools, crybabies, rascals, thank you." He sat back down, and the hall erupted in applause to ate tea that moment. Joe noticed her plate suddenly filled with food. Roast beef, roasted chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steak, boiled potatoes, roasted potatoes, chips, Yorkshire pudding, pea shoots, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and for some bizarre reason, peppermint candies. These were all high-calorie foods that would surely lead to weight gain. Joe mused, only to self-deprecate, lamenting that she might be the most unfortunate time traveler ever. As Hermione observed Ron gorging himself, and Harry, who was sampling everything on his plate, she noticed Joe, who had initially remained silent and showed no intention of eating, suddenly began ravenously devouring steak. She couldn't help but think, what kind of people are these? Is this the wizarding world? It all seemed rather splendid. The ghost in the ruffled collar floated behind Joe, watching her and Harry slice their steak, sorrowfully commenting, "Wouldn't you care for a taste?" "Why not have a bit?" Harry inquired. "I haven't eaten in 500 years, the ghost replied. "I do not require sustenance, though I certainly miss its delightful flavors that I suppose I have yet to introduce myself. Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, the resident ghost of Gryffindor Tower. I know who you are," Ron suddenly exclaimed. "My brothers told me about you. You're the nearly headless Nick. I would prefer you refer to me as Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington," the ghost said, appearing somewhat miffed, clearly not pleased with the topic. However, the light-haired Seamus Finnegan interjected, "Nearly headless. How did you come to be nearly headless?" Sir Nicholas looked quite agitated. "Like this," he replied impatiently, tugging at his left ear. His head wobbled and slipped from his neck, resting precariously on his shoulder, as though it were hinged at. It seemed someone had attempted to behead him, but had not succeeded entirely. Nearly headless Nick reveled in the astonished expressions of his audience and gently flicked his head back onto his neck. Clearing his throat, he said, "Very well, new Griff Finders. I hope you will assist us in winning the House Cup this year. Shall we? Gryffindor has not gone this long without a victory. Slytherin has claimed 6 consecutive championships. The Bloody Baron has become quite formidable. He is the ghost of Slytherin. Harry glanced over at the Slytherin table, spotting a ghost seated there, looking quite terrifying, with vacant eyes, gaunt features, and a robe spattered with silver blood. The Bloody Baron sat right next to Malfoy, who appeared displeased with his seating arrangement. Harry felt a laugh bubbling within him, but seeing Jo, pale in front of nearly headless Nick, he stifled it. Jo's mood had soured tremendously. She felt utterly desolate, her body cold as ice. The oblivious ghost continued to linger behind her, chattering away. How did he end up covered in blood? Simo exhibited a particular interest. I never inquired. Nearly headless Nick said with a hint of timidity. I addressed him, Sir Nicholas of Mimsy Porpington. Might I request that you step aside? Do you not see that Jo's face has turned pale from your icy demeanor? Hermione, discerning Jo's discomfort, indignantly came to her defense. Oh, my apologies, Jo, right? I am truly sorry. I wish I hadn't caused you such a dreadful experience. I shall take my leave now. Children, I shall go have a look over there. Nearly headless Nick declared. Thank you, Miss Otter. Jo felt a surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears, realizing that it was Miss Otter who first noticed her distress and offered comfort. Overcome with excitement, she embraced Hermione and playfully rubbed her head against Hermione's voluminous curls. Jo vowed to cherish Hermione dearly if she could weather this ordeal. What is it, Hermione? She said, gently patting Jo's shoulder. Hermione's prominent front teeth, already noticeable, rendered her somewhat tongue-tied in her agitation. What do you mean? Miss Otter, are you referring to me? I am not Miss Otter, though I do adore otters. If you are so eager to bestow nicknames upon me, I shall simply ignore you. Nonsense, you are indeed Miss Otter. There is no escaping it, Jo said, joyfully weeping, encircling her arms around Hermione's waist, resting her head on Miss Otter's shoulder in a display of affection. This gesture undoubtedly lifted Hermione's spirits, and Jo did not mind sharing a glimpse of her future with young Hermione. Observing Jo in tears, Hermione ceased to dwell on the matter, attributing it to homesickness, and softly consoled her. Do not cry. It is all right. It is all right. She even shot a disapproving glance at Harry, who stood nearby, hesitant to speak. After a while, Jo felt considerably better, a straightforward and open-hearted girl from the Northeast in her previous life, and with her current disposition marked by a carefree nature. How could she, as a Gryffindor, lack the courage to confront reality? Coming to this realization, Jo no longer dwelled on her troubles. The past had transpired, and if possible, she would strive to make amends with her parents. Thank you, Hermione. I feel much better now. Remember, Miss Otter, you are very important to me, Jo said, releasing Hermione from her embrace. What do you mean? Hey, answer me. You are so infuriating when you speak halfway, Hermione exclaimed, shaking Jo in annoyance. My father mentioned that Jo possesses prophetic abilities. If she says you are important to her, you best take note, Ron interjected suddenly. Hermione paused, casting a dubious glance at Jo. Was this bun-headed girl truly a seer? Once everyone had satisfied their appetites, the remaining food vanished from the plates, leaving them spotless once more. Shortly thereafter, desserts arrived, an array of ice cream flavors, apple pie, syrup-soaked fruit tarts, chocolate souffle s, fried jam-filled donuts. Wine-soaked fruit puddings, strawberries, jellies, and rice puddings were presented. Jo, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Simo each selected their favorite sweets. By this time, Jo had fully regained her composure. Surrounded by her friends, she felt an inexhaustible courage to face whatever the future might hold. Suddenly, Jo remembered that Kashi had yet to eat in a hurry. She discreetly retrieved Kashi from beneath the table and unobtrusively passed him plate after plate of delightful desserts. Unfortunately, Kashi devoured them too quickly, failing to elude Miss Otter's keen gaze. Thus, Jo decided to hand Kashi over to Miss Otter, allowing her to experience the joy of feeding a phoenix, much to Hermione's delight, despite her household's prohibition against pets. At this juncture, the conversation shifted to their respective families. That I am half and half. Simo remarked that my father is a muggle, and my mother only revealed her wizarding identity to him after they were married. It frightened him quite a bit. Laughter erupted among the group. And you, Neville? Ron inquired. I was raised by my grandmother, who is a witch, Neville replied. However, for years, my family treated me as a muggled M.Y. Uncle Algie constantly attempted to catch me off guard, trying to coax me into revealing my magical abilities. When I was very young, he heard of a little girl who awoke her magic at the age of 3, and he rushed home to dangle me out of the second-floor window by my ankles. On another occasion, he pushed me off the pier at the Black Lake, nearly drowning me. Yet nothing happened, until the day I turned 8, when Uncle Algie came over for tea and, in a fit of excitement, once again hung me upside down from the window. Tea that moment. Auntie Enid happened to hand him a piece of sponge cake. He lost his grip, and I propelled myself through the entire garden, landing on the street. They were all overjoyed. Auntie Enid even cried tears of joy. If only you could have seen their faces when I received my acceptance letter, they had believed my magic insufficient to attend this school. Uncle Algie was so ecstatic that he even bought me a toad. Indeed, when I was young, my father also heard about a little girl who awakened her magic at 3. So when he returned home, he rode a broomstick, tossing me and George and Fred into the air. Ron chimed in angrily. Percy was quite fortunate. Dad returned home for lunch, having just witnessed a teapot pouring water by itself that morning. Yes, during those days when the tale of the 3-year-old girl with awakened magic spread, my Uncle John would attempt to throw knives at me while cooking, Neville recalled. Ever since the rumors of that girl spread, my uncle has insisted on playing hide and seek with me, hoping I would turn invisible, that if he found me, he would give me a good thrashing. Me too. When I was 3, one day, I overheard my parents discussing how children my age had awakened their magic. That very afternoon, they tied me to a chair in hopes that I would levitate my bowl and spoon to feed myself. Countless little wizards began to share their grievances, and even students from other houses joined in, culminating in a chorus of complaints from 2nd and 3rd-year wizards. My father was even more extreme. Upon hearing that other children had awakened their magic at 3, he found a venomous snake that afternoon and had it bite me. A Slytherin boy exclaimed, "That was nothing. I was chased by a dog for 2 whole streets, becoming quite the infamous figure in our village. However, there was a silver lining. Ever since then, I have been regarded as the king of the children in our village." My father's antics were the most absurd. Upon hearing the news of the pub, he tricked me into drinking vodka, hoping I would breathe fire. Come on, have you ever seen a father dangle his child as bait to catch a shark? My mother, upon learning of the girl who awakened her magic, tossed me into the swimming pool, expecting me to swim to the surface. And guess what? I actually succeeded and learned to swim. My grandmother, upon hearing about that girl, locked me in a small dark room for a day, hoping I would unlock the door and escape. I too experienced something similar. However, I was thrown into the forest by my grandfather. I remember there were many devil snare plants, but later, the adults who rescued me told me they were actually just strangling vines. My goodness, I managed to sleep soundly there overnight, and from then on, everyone called me Lucky Nick. I recall my father using the levitation charm on me that day, just to please my mother. My uncle attempted to do the same to amuse my father, but unfortunately, he had not used his wand in ages, resulting in it sparking and burning off my hair and eyebrows. That was nothing. My grandfather was quite muddled. He intended to use the levitation charm, but instead he cast the jelly legs jinx. Oh dear, I was suspended from school for 2 whole months. From that day forth, my mother kept me confined to the study, saying I could not afford to lag behind at the starting line. Oh, now I understand why my grandmother was always feeding me all sorts of peculiar potions and inviting old wizards to perform rituals at our home. It was all the doing of that girl who awakened her magic at 3. Later, my uncle discovered a delightful place. He always took me to the Muggle amusement park, where the ride attendants would not allow me entry, and my uncle would argue with them, nearly coming to blows. My aunt wanted me to dance barefoot on a bed of thorns, and my grandmother buried me underground. How coincidental. My aunt encased me in ice that I nearly ended up roasted alongside a pig on a sweltering summer day. He covered me with several blankets, expecting me not to sweat. Jo awkwardly touched her nose, realizing this truly had nothing to do with her. However, this small gesture did not escape Hermione's notice. Hermione, with a hint of suspicion, asked, could the girl they mentioned, the one who awakened her magic at 3, possibly be you? Oh, how could that be? Do not be ridiculous. It is not me. In a flurry, Xiao hastily denied it, as the small wizards from the wizarding families cast menacing glances in her direction. Hermione seized Xiao's hand and exclaimed, "No, that is not right. Your gaze is wandering." You know, Harry interjected suddenly. "I recall you mentioning that Professor McGonagall made special provisions for your father to buy you a wand when you were 3. Right?" Xiao immediately delivered a playful smack to Harry's head at the Gryffindor table. Voices rose in excitement. "So, it is truly you. This is definitely it. Solid proof, comrades. It's her. She has brought us to ruin. Capture her for vengeance. Don't let her escape. I tell you, that girl has also enrolled." From the other house tables came a shocked response. "What? Indeed, that girl has enrolled. She certainly deserves to. What year is she in?" "She is in our year, this very year, and right now, she is in the Great Hall. First year, good, good, good. Now it's our turn for revenge. Where is she? Show me where she is. At last, we have the chance for retribution." "Yes, yes, unite, brothers. No, over there, Xiao. Look over there. That girl with the frizzy hair and large front teeth? No, it's Xiao. Oh well, come with me. Let us go take a look together. Let us go, everyone, hurry. At last, we've caught her." "Ha! Big brother, you're going the wrong way, this way, this way. Just follow my lead, and I guarantee we'll catch her. By the way, first and second years go this way, and third and fourth years go that way. Let us encircle her. Big brother, it's not far now, not far at all. Look, she is right there." Who? Who are you talking about?" "Xiao, what is wrong? I confirmed with my friend from Gryffindor. It's definitely her. I think you should stop associating with that friend of yours. She is the girl who summoned the 3-headed hellhound on the Hogwarts Express this afternoon." "What? Damn George and Fred. Those two are trying to set me up. This must be a joke. How could a first year be so formidable? I witnessed the duel this afternoon with my own eyes. Never mind, brother. You go on alone. I'm heading back. Wait, we've come this far. There is strength in numbers. As long as we stay put and don't make a move, I refuse to believe she would dare act out in the Great Hall. Then, let me cover my face first. ILL, cover mine too. If only we had Polyjuice Potion. I suddenly understand why Death Eaters like to hide their faces. Oh, if you had Polyjuice Potion, who would you want to turn into? Of course, I would want to become you, my dear friend. Consider it a grand gift for you. Hey, are you still my friend? I was hoping to involve you in my quest for vengeance. I ask that what you call involving me. You dragging me to my demise. Are you looking for a fight? Today, no one should hold me back. Let us settle our past grievances once and for all. Who is afraid of whom? I've been waiting for this. Has anyone informed the third years? They seem unaware that she is the girl who summoned the Hellhound this afternoon. The expedition of the Avengers crumbled amidst internal strife, scattering in disarray, yet it did not affect Xiao or the little wizards of Gryffindor. Beneath the table, Xiao discreetly fed Kashi magical flames. Meanwhile, Percy, Weasley, and Hermione were discussing their coursework that I truly wish to start studying diligently right now. There is so much to learn, and I'm particularly interested in transfiguration. You know, transforming one object into another. It must be incredibly challenging. You should start with small things like turning a matchstick into a needle or something. Harry felt warmth and drowsiness wash over him, longing for sleep, yet he lifted his gaze to the head table. Hagrid was drinking heartily, while Professor McGonagall conversed with Professor Dumbledore. Professor Quirrell, wrapped in a ludicrous scarf, was engaged in conversation with a teacher possessing greasy black hair, a hooked nose, and waxen skin. The incident unfolded in an instant. The hooked-nosed teacher's gaze pierced through Quirrell's scarf and locked onto Harry's eyes, causing Harry's scar to burn intensely. "Ouch!" Harry exclaimed, clutching his forehead. "What is wrong?" Xiao asked, while Percy and Hermione turned to look, and nothing. The burning sensation, as fleeting as it arrived, vanished in an instant. Yet, what lingered was the unsettling feeling Harry received from that teacher's gaze. He sensed a distinct lack of goodwill directed toward him. Who is that teacher speaking with Professor Quirrell? He inquired of Percy. Oh, you already know Professor Quirrell. His nervous demeanor is hardly surprising. That one is Professor Snape, who teaches potions, though he appears reluctant to teach this subject. Everyone knows he covets Quirrell's position. Snape is highly skilled in the dark arts. Xiao also glanced toward the staff table, finding Snape's slicked-back hair, hooked nose, and long chin even more exaggerated than she had imagined. It seemed his hair had not been washed since birth, and his nose likely hindered his ability to drink. Although Xiao did not wish to judge by appearances, Snape indeed resembled a classic portrayal of a gaunt villain, a quintessential figure. Harry stared at Snape for a moment, but Snape did not return his gaze. Eventually, the pudding vanished, and Professor Dumbledore rose once more, restoring silence to the hall. Oh, now that everyone is well fed and watered, I have a few more words to share with you all. As the term commences, I must remind everyone of a few important points. First-year students, take note. The forest area on school grounds is off-limits to all students. Some of our older classmates ought to remember this as well. Dumbledore's sparkling eyes swept toward the Weasley twins. Moreover, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has requested that I remind everyone not to use magic in the corridors during breaks. The tryouts for the Quidditch team will occur in the second week of this term. Anyone wishing to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Finally, I must inform you all that if you wish to avoid unexpected and painful demise, please do not enter the corridor on the 4th floor. To the right, Harry burst into laughter. Though he was among the few doing so, he can't be serious. Can he? Harry whispered to Percy. It's impossible. Percy frowned in Dumbledore's direction, but curiously, whenever there is a place we're forbidden to go. He usually explains why, such as that there are dangerous beasts in the forest area. Everyone knows that. I think you should at least clarify this to our year. Now, before everyone retires for the night, let us sing the school song together, Dumbledore announced loudly. At that moment, the smiles of the other teachers seemed to freeze. Dumbledore waved his wand lightly, and a long golden ribbon floated out, twisting and coiling above the tables like a serpent. Forming lines of text, everyone, choose your favorite tune, Dumbledore instructed. Ready, sing. And so the entire staff and students sang in unison. Hogwarts, 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 please teach us knowledge. Whether we're balding elders or children with scraped knees, our minds can embrace some intriguing things. For now, our brains are empty, filled with air, dead flies, and trivialities. Teach us some valuable knowledge. Restore what we have forgotten. You need only give your all, and the rest will handle ourselves. We shall strive to learn until we turn to dust. The song concluded in a disarray of voices. Xiao nearly finished first, singing with the fervor of a grand chorus, causing those around her to unconsciously quicken their pace. Only the Weasley twins continued in harmony with the slow melody of a funeral march. Dumbledore conducted the final few bars for the two of them with his wand, and when they finished singing, his applause was the loudest of all. Music, he said, wiping his eyes, is far more enchanting than anything we do here. Now, it is time for bed. Everyone, return to your dormitories. The first-year Gryffindor students followed Percy, weaving through the noisy crowd as they exited the hall and ascended the marble staircase. Joe finally had the opportunity to take a good look around the millennia-old castle. Each brick and wall exuded a trace of history. Torches flickered along the corridors, and the portraits lining the hall whispered and pointed as they passed. The stained glass windows, the draped wooden doors, and the moving staircases surprised Joe as Percy led them twice through doors hidden behind sliding panels and flowing drapes. Was there not a straightforward path to the Gryffindor common room? At this moment, the young wizards in a line yawned widely, dragging their weary feet up numerous flights of stairs. Joe was uncertain how much longer they had to walk, continuously scanning the surroundings in search of the headmaster's office. Yet he had not yet spotted the grotesque gargoyle statue, described as the Dripping Tap. He had just forgotten to count the floors but recalled it was on the 8th. Suddenly, the person in front of him halted. A bundle of wands floated in mid-air before them, and Percy stepped forward, causing the wands to fly toward him. T.S. Peeves. Percy whispered to the first years, a mischievous poltergeist. He raised his voice. Peeves, reveal yourself. In response, a loud, shrill sound erupted, akin to a balloon deflating. Oh, you want me to fetch the Bloody Baron. With a pop, a small imp appeared, its wicked black eyes and large mouth floating cross-legged in midair, tightly clutching the bundle of wands. It cackled mischievously, revealing itself to be the annoying first-year troublemaker. This is delightful. It suddenly lunged at them. The students were momentarily stunned. Get away, Peeves, or I'll tell the Bloody Baron. I am not joking, Percy shouted. Peeves stuck out his tongue and vanished. The wands came crashing down on Neville's head. They heard Peeves soar away, his armor clattering as he flew past. You ought to be wary of Peeves, Percy advised, leading them onward. The Bloody Baron is the only one who can keep him in check. He doesn't even listen to us prefects. We've arrived. At the end of the corridor hung a portrait of a very plump lady dressed in pink. Known as the fat lady on the opposite side of the corridor, Joe caught a glimpse of the ugly gargoyle statue. "Password?" the fat lady inquired. "Dragon dung," Percy replied. The portrait swayed forward, revealing a circular opening in the wall. They all crawled through the hole, with Neville requiring a helping hand. They soon found themselves in the Gryffindor common room. It was a cozy, circular chamber filled with plush armchairs. Percy directed the girls through one door to their dormitory, then led the boys through another. Joe followed the girl prefect, Danny, up the staircase, and they halted at the top of a spiral staircase, clearly in a tower. They finally located their dormitory, 5 beds with 4 posters draped in deep crimson velvet curtains. The first-year dormitory housed Joe London, Hermione Granger, Lavender Brown, Parvati Patil, and Helen Duncan. Their trunks had already been delivered. Though exhausted, the excited young witches chatted for a long while, particularly when Cassie revealed her true form, instantly becoming the dormitory favorite. The little witches wished they could split Cassie in half, eagerly vying to feed her the snacks they had brought from home. Joe enthusiastically joined in their tea party. For if she hadn't intervened, the few little witches who were pestering Cassie might have been singed to a crisp. The only one feeling slightly awkward was Hermione, who, being conscientious about dental care, had not brought any snacks. It was only when Cassie began to refuse all offerings that the little witches changed into their nightgowns and drifted off to sleep, with Joe being the exception. After the midnight bell tolled, Joe quietly climbed down from her bed, tucking the drowsy Cassie in her nightgown pocket, and groped around for her ginkgo wand. Not daring to use the Lumos charm, she gently pushed open the dormitory door and descended the stairs. The night at Hogwarts was eerily quiet. Perhaps it was due to the fact that it was only the first day of the term, and there were no students wandering about at this hour. Moonlight streamed in through the tower windows of the Gryffindor common room, casting a silvery glow upon the soft carpet and reflecting off the golden-red drapes, making the surrounding decor appear to shimmer. Unfortunately, Joe was not in the mood to appreciate this beauty. She climbed out through the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, and the fat lady grumbled. "It's so late, and there's still someone out. It's only the first day of school. Won't anyone let us sleep in peace?" However, Joe remained silent, illuminating her wand as she stealthily made her way down the corridor toward the gargoyle statue. Realizing only then that she had a serious problem, she did not know the password to the headmaster's office. Sour exploding candy, sizzling honey candy, lemon snowball, mousse cake, cream cake, fruit cake, raspberry cake, sour soda, chilled lemonade, butterbeer, mead, Beijing ergot, caramel pudding, crepes, multigrain pancakes, egg pancakes, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, chocolate frogs, Dove chocolate, lemon sorbet, strawberry ice cream, toffee, cream toffee, chocolate toffee, toffee fingers, cockroach clusters, cockroach piles, candy spiders, jackfruit preserve, raspberry jam, lemon grapefruit jam, strawberry jam, grape jam, blueberry jam, tomato ketchup, saucy, Dumbledore, Albus, Percival Wulfric, Brian Dumbledore. Grindelwald, I love Grindelwald. It can't be, I love Professor McGonagall, can it? Or perhaps I love Newt Scamander. Albus Fourth, the stinky brother Albus Fourth. Ariana, dear sister Ariana. Dragon egg, dragon dung, fire-breathing dragon. Open sesame. Gobstone, plain gobstone. Wool socks. Fox the Phoenix? It can't be scrambled eggs and tomatoes. Can it? Westlake beef soup? Darn Voldemort. May he die quickly. Tinkling spirits. Hurry up and grant my wish. Snape loves Lily. Snape is a traitor, deeply affectionate. Gerger the witch. Professor Quirrell is a spy. For the greater good. Joker Fudge. Youth is wonderful. One can love recklessly. Can I borrow this magazine to read? As Joe appeared at the entrance of the headmaster's office, the gargoyle statue had already alerted Professor Dumbledore, who had yet to retire for the night. At that moment, Professor Dumbledore was attending to a letter from the newly appointed Minister of Magic, Fudge. Fudge was well aware that he had only attained the position of minister through sheer luck. Thus, he would always send a letter to Professor Dumbledore whenever he issued a decree, seeking his counsel and hoping to garner some support from him, at least to give the impression that he shared Dumbledore's views. Therefore, among the numerous letters Dumbledore received each day, half were from Fudge. Although Dumbledore had faith in Fudge, he still took the time to respond to each letter diligently, which consumed a significant amount of his time. On this first day of school, Professor Dumbledore was particularly busy, Having to defer his correspondence until the evening, he had just managed to process half of his letters when he received notification from the gargoyle statue that a Gryffindor first year was attempting the password at the headmaster's office door. Initially, Professor Dumbledore had no intention of responding, but upon reflecting that it might be that little girl, he decided to see what she was up to. With a wave of his hand, a peculiar silver instrument on his desk emitted smoke, revealing the scene outside the headmaster's office. While the side of the instrument opened up to provide commentary, it was quite shocking. Although he had no idea how this little girl knew that the password for the headmaster's office was a type of sweet. She initially attempted to guess the password in an orderly fashion, but when she could not figure it out, her frustration led her to inadvertently hit the mark with nearly every statement, revealing some phrases he had never shared with anyone before. Even the portraits of past headmasters on the office walls collectively fell silent, pretending to be asleep. Listening to this, Professor Dumbledore felt his temples throbbing, his hands tightly gripping his heart. Professor Dumbledore found himself compelled to re-evaluate Joe's prophetic talents, even contemplating a shift in his perspective regarding the discipline of divination. Now is not the time. Now is not the time, he gently reminded himself, smoothing the fabric of his nightgown over his chest, repeating the mantra in his mind. Ultimately, Dumbledore had no choice but to enlist the assistance of Phineas from the portrait on the wall to inform Filch of a student wandering the halls at night near the entrance of the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. Suddenly, drawing upon the connection bestowed upon him by his esteemed position as the head of Hogwarts, Dumbledore sensed a powerful surge of magical energy sweeping through the school in an instant. Who dares to trespass at night in Hogwarts? In the basement, in the next moment, the figure of the old man with the white beard vanished from behind the desk in the headmaster's office. Merlin's long legs. What is the password? He wondered. Was it truly necessary for him to resort to the confundus charm on the very first day of term? Joe had been trying for nearly an hour, yet still had not managed to deduce the password. Hesitating whether to cast the confundus charm on the statue, Joe, determined not to give up halfway, resolved to see his honesty through to the end. He was acutely aware of the proverb, tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow, understanding that the longer he delayed, the more difficult it would become to muster his resolve. By then, it might be too late to avert disaster. Suddenly, a sharp meow echoed down the corridor. The sound startled Joe, making him jump. Through the dim moonlight, he caught sight of a shadowy figure swiftly approaching on the darkened floor of the 8th floor corridor, an emaciated cat. Fierce and menacing, its fangs glinting ominously, tail raised high, for standing on end in excitement that it was Mrs. Norris. And if she was here, Filch could not be far behind. She continued to meow, alerting Filch to Joe's presence. At that moment, Joe's only thought was to remain vigilant for any sign of light or footsteps at the staircase, and without a second thought, he bolted towards the portrait of the fat lady. As long as he did not encounter Filch, dealing with Mrs. Norris would be manageable, for she could not speak. More crucially, Filch could recognize him, as he was the one who would persistently scrutinize Joe over the next 7 years. He certainly did not wish to be caught on his first day of school, wandering the halls at night, leading to a school-wide lockdown, especially as it could tarnish the favorable impression he had cultivated with Professor McGonagall over the past 8 years. However, the most direct route back to the Gryffindor common room was blocked by M.R.S. Norris.to save time. Joe reluctantly sprinted a few steps towards the cat, intending to apologize and draw his wand to cast the confundus charm on her. Just then, a hunched figure suddenly emerged from behind a portrait near where Mrs. Norris had halted, but a gnarled hand held a lantern, casting light upon a face etched with wrinkles and a sparse tuft of yellow hair, revealing a ghoulish grin adorned with crooked yellow teeth. It was Argus Filch, the castle caretaker. Of course, Filch was intimately acquainted with the castle's secret passages. He would not simply approach from the stairway. Without a moment's hesitation, Joe reversed direction, planning to take a circuitous route through the corridor before returning to the Gryffindor common room. TSK, a troublesome little imp daring to wander the halls on the very first night of the school year. How bold of you. Wouldn't you agree, Mrs. Norris? Filch remarked, his tone dripping with mockery. Seemingly unconcerned about Joe's presence for him, this game of cat and mouse felt more like an appetizer for the new term, if he could ultimately hang this child in his office and administer a sound thrashing. It would be even better if he had persistently submitted requests to Dumbledore to reinstate the policy that allowed for the punishment of students in such a manner. But each time, his appeals were rejected. Overall, during his tenure, he had yet to encounter a bothersome little wizard wandering the halls after the feast on the first night of term, and he was quite eager to engage with this first-year student. "Look where you're going!" As Joe's figure dashed in the opposite direction, Filch's heavy footsteps echoed behind him, trailing closely with the clatter of his shoes and the swaying of the lantern, should the figure ahead dare to descend the stairs. He could intercept the troublesome little imp through the secret passage. Joe ran straight ahead, not daring to glance back, for doing so might reveal his identity to Filch, although Joe had always maintained a level of fitness. The height difference between an 11-year-old and an adult was challenging to overcome that moment. Joe lamented his failure to learn the disillusionment charm. Otherwise, he would not find himself in such a predicament. Little did he know, the root of all this chaos stemmed from none other than Professor Dumbledore, who remained inside the headmaster's office, unwilling to open the door and infuriating Joe in the process. In the corridor, Joe noticed a statue of Gregory the Smarmy ahead, inexplicably compelled to steal a second glance. However, as she brushed past the statue, a pair of powerful hands shot out from the darkness. One hand swiftly covered her mouth while the other seized her waist, yanking her behind the statue into a narrow, pitch-black space. Joe wanted to scream, but the hand pressed tightly against her mouth stifled her voice. She had not felt such fear even in the presence of the sudden appearances of Mrs. Norris and Filch. This truly exceeded her expectations. "Quickly, close the door." "Shoo, don't make a sound, it's Fred." Two faint voices whispered in succession near Joe's ear. "No, I'm Fred." "It's George," another voice chimed in, and Joe recognized him as the one who had just urged her to close the door. At that moment, two glowing orbs of light illuminated the darkness from their wands, revealing that her rescuers were none other than the infamous Weasley twins, George and Fred, regulars of Hogwarts nighttime escapades and heirs to the Marauder S-map. "Shoot," Joe attempted to speak, but was interrupted by one of the twins. "Filch hasn't left yet." After saying this, he pressed his ear against the wall, listening intently to the sounds outside, while the other twin leaned in to listen as well. "Our dear Mr. Filch is quite agitated tonight. His curses are rather unpleasant. It's a shame he lacks any new words. Perhaps next time we can teach him a few interesting ones that IT seems he'll be lingering at the door for quite a while." "Luckily, we have time." One of the twins remarked. "Daring to wander the halls on your first day as a first year, I wager the Sorting Hat surely did not misplace you in the wrong house." "Even we can't help but admire your bravery," said the other twin. "So what brings you here, Joe? Wasn't it you two who dragged me in here?" Joe countered evasively. "I mean, why are you out wandering tonight?" The other twin pressed. "Can you answer one question for me first? Did you hear everything I said out there?" Joe was not prepared to respond to their inquiry just yet. She wanted to clarify her own concerns first. "No. Originally we intended to find you tonight to apologize for this afternoon's incident. But upon discovering you had ventured out at midnight, we followed suit and arrived just now," one of the twins explained. "How did you know I was out wandering?" Joe queried, determined to ensure the twins had not overheard her earlier revelations at the headmaster's office. After all, she had been rambling for nearly an hour at the door. And the timing of the Weasley twins discovering her absence was crucial. If they had indeed caught wind of her indiscretions, Dumbledore, regardless of his temperament, would surely be furious. The twins exchanged a glance, one of them hesitantly reaching into his pocket, his expression troubled. "Well, let's just say we trust you for now." Joe noticed his subtle movement and realized the Weasleys possessed the Marauder S-map. Once she confirmed that they had indeed tracked her movements with the map, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had no intention of pressing them for their secrets at this moment, so she shifted the conversation. "Thank you for saving me. Since we have to wait here for a while, let us discuss what you want to know." Joe lit her own wand, a mischievous grin spreading across her face, reminiscent of a devil tempting others into signing a pact for their souls. "Have you decided what you are willing to mortgage?" "Apologies, I truly lost track of time while engrossed in my writing and missed the update time." "So, do you really not need us to escort you back?" "Filch knows the castle's secret passages and might make a surprise return at any moment. There is no need for that. In fact, both of you could accompany me back. Have you truly given it no thought? We are the Weasley brothers. For us, a nocturnal escapade at Hogwarts is akin to wandering in an uninhabited realm." "Very well, then. George sighed in resignation, rising to his feet and placing Corsi upon his shoulder. Corsi, take me to Hermione. In an instant, a dazzling blaze of gold and crimson engulfed George's entire form, illuminating the secret passageway as bright as day. Finally, with a puff, the golden red flames vanished, leaving only a shroud of darkness. The remaining glimmers of light, now far less conspicuous. I regret it. George, we should have returned with her. Do not speak, Fred. I was just trying to forget that thought, and now you've made me sad all over again. That moment. In the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, a flash of gold and crimson flame surged past, and a figure plummeted from the air onto Ms. Otter. Hermione, do you believe me if I say this is a misunderstanding? George! The following morning, after the commotion created by George the previous night, everyone in their dormitory awoke late, with George and Hermione being the last to rise. I'm truly sorry, Hermione, I didn't mean to do that last night. It's all Corsi's fault. I merely intended for her to take me back to the dormitory via apparition, and I never anticipated landing directly on your bed. George once again apologized awkwardly to Hermione. Meanwhile, Hermione was diligently attempting to straighten her frizzy hair, and upon hearing George's insincere words reminiscent of the previous night, she huffed in irritation. George could only sheepishly rub his nose, for even after he and Corsi demonstrated apparition once more, Hermione remained unwilling to believe that she had ventured out at midnight, only returning due to an urgent situation that required Corsi's assistance, resulting in her accidental landing on her bed. What could she do? She couldn't very well summon Filch as a witness. Having the Weasley brothers corroborate her story would only lead to her being ridiculed. Freshened up and restored to her former self, George used her wand to tidy herself up. These two idealistic spells were indeed quite practical. As long as one could envision what needed to be cleaned or the effect desired, one could freely manipulate and alter reality. You need my assistance, George inquired of Hermione, knowing she would want to present herself in the best possible light for her first day of classes at Hogwarts. No need. Hermione raised her wand, eager to try it herself. If you've never attempted it before, you might end up losing your eyebrows, George cautioned. Irritated, Hermione slammed her wand onto the vanity, pouting in frustration. Momentarily at a loss for what to do, freshened up and restored, George seized the opportunity while Ms. Otter was distracted to clean her up as well, making her pristine and straightening her wizarding robe, even fashioning a bun akin to George's own. Who asked for your help? Hermione exclaimed as she witnessed George effortlessly tidy herself up with just 2 spells, and to top it off, style her hair into a signature bun without her consent, amplifying her annoyance. Hermione found it challenging to articulate her current feelings. She felt anger, frustration, and perhaps even a hint of jealousy and envy, coupled with a stubborn refusal to accept help from a rival. Moreover, she found herself oddly fond of her new bun. Perhaps only magic could render her hair so obedient. What was she even thinking? Hermione shook her head as if to dispel these thoughts. All right, I apologize. Consider my way of making amends. Aside from this bun, I cannot guarantee I won't accidentally shave off your eyebrows. George fibbed slightly. You wouldn't want to be late for class, go hungry, or appear disheveled on your first day, would you? Now, let us go. George took Hermione's hand, pulling her up from her seat. Hermione, half-heartedly resisting, eventually relented to George. Corsi, take us to the Great Hall. George wrapped her arms around Hermione's waist from behind, issuing the command to Corsi once more, amidst the golden red flames and Hermione's startled screams. The two appeared in their seats at the Great Hall, causing quite a commotion as they pushed past a surprised Seamus and Neville, spilling a bowl of pumpkin juice in the process, prompting George to sincerely apologize to Seamus and cast the cleaning spell once more. All right, there's so many people here. Let us not give outsiders a spectacle to laugh at if worse comes to worst. I can always apologize to you again later. George winked at Hermione, trying to soothe the miffed otter. Hermione, seething with indignation, could only pound the table in frustration, her endearing demeanor prompting George to unconsciously pinch her cheek, which elicited an eye roll from Hermione and left Seamus and Neville too frightened to breathe. Ultimately, Hermione sat there, fiercely gnawing on a pumpkin pasty as if it were that detestable bun. Though Hermione recognized George's point about not allowing outsiders to mock them, she still felt that something was amiss. When George and Hermione finished their meal, Harry and Ron finally made their appearance. Throughout their journey, the two had become the center of attention. "Over there, quick, look!" "Where?" "Next to that red-haired boy, the one with the dark-haired lad." "The one with glasses? Did you see his face? Did you notice that scar?" As Harry and Ron approached, Ron began to complain. From the moment Harry stepped out of the dormitory today, the whispers have been relentless, trailing him wherever he goes. Students have been queuing in the dormitory. Common room, corridors, and outside the stairs, all on tiptoes, eager to catch a glimpse of Harry. Especially in the corridors, they walked past us, then turned back, staring at Harry intently. Harry told them he hoped they wouldn't act that way. But no one cared what we thought. We could only pretend not to see them and ignore the crowd, focusing instead on finding our way to the great hall and classrooms. Yes, that made us too afraid to even ask for directions. We endured quite the ordeal along the way, encountering those moving staircases that bite, inexplicable doors, startling suits of armor, elusive ghosts, incessantly chatting portraits, and the indiscriminate Filch and Mrs. Norris. Thankfully, Professor Quirrell intervened, Ron recounted, counting on his fingers the troubles they faced that morning. "It seems your morning was quite eventful," George teased. "Hogwarts boasts a staggering 142 staircases. Some are wide and grand, others narrow and unsteady. Some lead to different places every Friday. Others will suddenly have a step vanish halfway up, requiring one to remember where to jump. Additionally, there are numerous doors. If you do not politely request them to open or precisely poke the right spot, they will not budge for you. Some doors aren't even real doors, but merely solid walls that appear as doors. Remembering where things are located is no easy feat, as everything seems to be in a constant state of flux. The portraits engage in mutual visits, and even the armor walks about. You should read Hogwarts, a history to better understand your school instead of blindly stumbling around," Hermione asserted, finally able to voice her thoughts after holding them in all morning, immediately reciting passages from the book and launching in her lecturing mode. Ron immediately retorted, "And what about the ghosts?" "Often, just as you're about to open a door, a ghost will suddenly emerge from behind it, giving you quite a fright. Nearly Headless Nick is certainly eager to guide the Gryffindor newcomers. However, if you're in a hurry, like when you're about to be late for class, and you happen to encounter Peeves the Poltergeist, that's far worse than facing 2 locked doors and a staircase filled with traps. He'll dump a trash can on your head, pull the rug out from under your feet, throw chalk at you, or sneak up behind you and shout, 'Got your nose,' while grabbing your nose." Ron finished, pinching his own nose and making a face at Hermione, which only served to aggravate her further. Harry chimed in, equally frustrated. "If there's anything worse than Peeves, it's Argus Filch, the caretaker, and his cat. Just this morning, on the very first day of school, Ron and I had an unpleasant encounter with Filch. He caught us trying to force open a door. How were we supposed to know it led to the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor? Filch refused to believe we were lost. He was convinced we were deliberately trying to break in and threatened to lock us in the dungeons. Fortunately, Professor Quirrell happened to be passing by and rescued us." After speaking, she bit the pie with a hint of resentment. Some said it was because Filch had been enraged last night after a first-year student who had just arrived on campus had taken a nighttime stroll on the first evening of school, causing him to erupt with fury. Thus, Filch seemed to be deliberately seeking trouble with the new students today. The common rooms of Slytherin and Hufflepuff were located underground, close to the castle caretaker's office, and they all claimed to have heard Filch's furious roars echoing through the halls last night. Simon shared the latest gossip he had just overheard in the Great Hall, and I sensed it must have been quite the spectacle. However, I was left wondering who that brave soul might be. I hoped he was a Gryffindor. If I knew his identity, I would surely express my heartfelt gratitude for bringing honor to us first years. Even Fred and George would never have dared to venture out on the first night of school. Ron spoke with a hint of admiration, noting that Filch and his pet cat, if I recall correctly named Mrs. Norris, had always been the nemesis of Hogwarts students, especially that emaciated creature with dark gray fur and eyes as bulbous and terrifying as Filch's. It often patrolled the corridors alone, and if anyone dared to misbehave in its presence, even by a mere toe, it would swiftly scurry off to alert Filch. Within minutes, Filch would come huffing and puffing, out of breath. It was said that Filch knew more about the secret passages around the campus than anyone else. Yet I believe George and Fred knew even more. It seemed they had never been caught on their night escapades, and always managed to escape unscathed, Filch and Mrs. Norris would suddenly appear like ghosts. And all the students loathed them to the core. I wager many would relish the opportunity to deliver a good kick to that feline. Ron grew more animated as he spoke, completely oblivious to Hermione's skeptical yet resolute gaze fixed upon her well-behaved bun. At this moment, Hermione had come to believe George's earlier remarks. "You will get us points deducted, George," she whispered in a vexed tone, or perhaps her frustration had yet to dissipate, as long as one was not caught. It was an unspoken agreement between Filch and the students. Everyone adhered to the rules of the game. I had Coxie, and Hogwarts had a spell that prohibited wizards from operating. Yet the magical system for fantastic beasts and house elves differed from that of wizards, allowing phoenixes to apparate freely within the castle. This was a little loophole left by Headmaster Dumbledore for himself, ensuring that I would not be caught. George, with a mix of cleverness and pride, remarked, "Had you seen the situation in the office last night, you would have known that Dumbledore didn't need a phoenix to apparate at Hogwarts." Hermione shot George an exasperated glare, turning back to watch Harry and the others. But under the table, she pinched George's thigh fiercely, causing him to gasp in pain. "Don't let outsiders see us make fools of ourselves, dear." "Come on, smile," Hermione said, revealing the first smile she had worn since last night. A grin of triumph. George could only manage a grimace that was more pitiful than AS the newly admitted first years excitedly boasted about the campus gossip. Hermione transformed into a lecturing sage, joining the debate, while George, unusually, chose to remain silent and observe. This group seemed completely unaware that the number of little wizards dining in the Great Hall was dwindling. It wasn't until George glanced at his Hello Kitty-adorned watch for the third time that he finally spoke up. "Everyone, if you don't want to be late for the first class of the term, we should hurry to the Transfiguration classroom in the tower. We should just make it. Although there's still half an hour. I'm sure you've all experienced that in Hogwarts Castle, especially on the moving staircases, time can be rather elusive." "What?" The others, still engaged in conversation, were suddenly startled. Without waiting for their reactions, George scooped up the lecturing Hermione. "Coxie, take us to Professor McGonagall." In the next instant, flames erupted and quickly vanished. Hermione's scream did not cease, for this time, they had operated outside Professor McGonagall's office, somewhere between the second and third floors. From their vantage point outside, they watched as Professor McGonagall, still organizing her lesson plans, turned to look at them. Coupled with the disorienting sensation of weightlessness beneath them, the visual and sensory shock almost caused Hermione to lose her voice in her scream. George internally yelled for Coxie to take them inside McGonagall's office, not just outside. He realized he could not calmly cast a spell to stop their descent. Instead, he could only hope that Hogwarts' first-floor hall was sufficiently high while praying that Coxie would react quickly. Just as they fell outside the first-floor hall window, a burst of golden-red flames ignited, and with a poof, the two buns landed on the floor of Professor McGonagall's office. "Professor McGonagall, I assure you this is a misunderstanding. Will you believe me? How outrageous. You are mere moments away from disaster. Each of you will lose 10 points, totaling 20 points for Gryffindor. Furthermore, you will both be confined to your quarters for a week. Starting tonight, reporting to my office every evening from 7 to 9, and you will make up the time lost from astronomy class on Wednesday. Lastly, I must reiterate, Miss Granger, until you and Coxie have thoroughly mastered apparition. You are both prohibited from using it. This applies both on and off school grounds, and you must not take any classmates with you when you apparate. I trust you will keep this firmly in mind." At that moment, Professor McGonagall resembled an enraged lioness, her lips trembling with fury as her withered finger pointed toward the office door. "Now, you two make your way to the Transfiguration classroom on foot." It was clear that Professor McGonagall believed George's explanation, yet that did not deter her from her unwavering and just nature in deducting Gryffindor's points and confining the two buns. The two buns exited Professor McGonagall's office with their heads hung low. "Thanks to the buns," George remarked. "Based on my understanding of Professor McGonagall, today our buns surely earned extra points in her eyes. Otherwise, the punishment would have been far more severe for such a grave incident. Each of us should have lost the maximum of 20 points. This is because school regulations stipulate that a professor can only deduct 20 points from a single student at a time. If it had been the Weasley twins, Ron's brothers, they might have faced 2 months of detention. It wouldn't have been the office, but rather scrubbing toilets. George had only taken a few steps out of the office when he felt a lingering sense of dread. Hermione remained silent, her eyes red-rimmed as she suddenly crouched down, burying her face in her knees, and burst into tears. Waha wama up dad mom woo. Hey, hey. Oh, please don't cry. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I owe you an apology. Who asked for your apology? I detest you. Just now I thought I was in fault of my death, and then I almost got expelled on the very first day of school at Hogwarts. I was nearly expelled and had so many points deducted from Gryffindor. It's only the first day, and I've already tarnished Gryffindor's reputation and left a bad impression on Professor McGonagall. It's all your fault. You've made my first day of school unbearable. The day I had meticulously prepared for so long has been ruined by you. My hair, my points, my good image, my first day of school. You owe me for all of it. Woo, you owe me. I will make it up to you. Let's discuss how I can make it right. Shall we? George hurriedly rummaged through his Doberman pouch attached to his stomach, pondering what he could offer as compensation. If it had been the Weasley twins or Ron, it would have been much simpler. A chocolate frog or a few galleons would suffice. Aha! Here it is. This is my treasured, one-of-a-kind, super-duper, ultimate, handy, ink-transforming shorthand quill. Just for you, it can store ink, so you don't have to dip it too often, and it has features like language shorthand, ink absorption, ink editing, and whole-page copy-pasting, automatic note-taking, making it incredibly practical. Look, it's beautiful too. Crafted from Coxie's feathers. Only someone as academically brilliant as you deserve to use it. It will surely enhance your study efficiency. Here, it's yours. There's only this one. I don't even have a second. George waved the glimmering quill with its golden red feather and silver pen holder in front of Hermione. I don't want your things. Hermione swatted George's hand away. Noticing that Miss Otter had not responded, George pretended to be heartbroken. You really don't want it? I'm a bit reluctant to part with it. Last chance to see it again. If you don't want it, I'm taking it back. With that, he forcibly pressed the quill into Hermione's hand. Hermione, sobbing, looked at the golden red feather quill in her hand, gradually ceasing her tears. After a few sniffles, she asked, Is it really as useful as you say? There's hope, thought Xiao, who quickly expressed concern. Why not take another look? I have some foreign chocolates here, as well as prank-specific chocolate shaped like pigtails, beef jerky, and fruit salad, which is simply yogurt mixed with fruit bits. I also possess a teddy bear, a traditional Chinese dress, and a beret. Xiao opened the pocket of the small pouch on her belly, allowing Hermione to rummage through her treasures. Perhaps you could reconsider and return the shape-shifting ink pen to me. No need. I absolutely want this, Hermione replied, her words slightly slurred through her tears. However, seeing Xiao's pained expression over her precious items, she immediately clutched the golden red feather pen tightly. All right then, it's settled. And no more crying, and no more sulking, Xiao said as she helped Hermione to her feet, gently wiping away the redness around her eyes and pinching her little face. I promise to help you make up for today's regrets. The Otter girl nodded obediently. Let us head to the classroom. Xiao took Hermione's small hand, only to see Hermione walking towards the stairs. Where are you going? The Transfiguration classroom is this way. Weren't you just saying in the Great Hall that the Transfiguration classroom is in the tower? Hermione questioned, but then realized, You're tricking me again. What about Neville and the others? They might be late. Xiao chuckled apologetically, showing no sign of guilt. You are truly wicked. Hermione playfully hit Xiao. People are indeed strange, knowing that she wasn't the only one being deceived. While others were still caught in the trap without compensation, made Hermione feel much better. She even experienced a hint of joy from being an accomplice to Xiao's mischief, despite desperately wanting to deny such thoughts. Hand in hand, they strolled leisurely down the corridor when Xiao suddenly recalled something, breaking into a cold sweat. Hermione, we forgot our textbooks and writing materials. Hermione, who had been imagining Harry, Neville, and that annoying Ron struggling up the stairs while she enjoyed a leisurely stroll, suddenly froze in realization. Xiao, I could kill you. Well, we can only have Kashi take us back to get them. Professor McGonagall specifically mentioned that you and Kashi are forbidden from operating. You wouldn't want to start the first class without your books. Would you? Fine, just this once, and it won't happen again. They entered an empty classroom. Kashi will take us back to the dormitory. That a flash of golden red fire erupted once more. Originally intending to give her students a thrilling introduction during the first class by demonstrating Animagus transformation, Professor McGonagall happened to pass by the door of the empty classroom just as the two sobbing students recognized her and transformed into cats to take a detour. Let me see what this is all about. After hearing the explanation from the two girls with their round buns, Professor McGonagall couldn't help but twitch her right eye. You two have quite the audacity, treating my words as mere whispers. Did you forget the moment you stepped out? Each of you will lose 10 points, and you are both grounded for a week. You cost Gryffindor 40 points this morning. Hermione, terrified, could only lower her head. Her hands clasped tightly together, too afraid to speak, while Xiao was the only one responding. We apologize, Professor McGonagall. We simply didn't want to start the first class without our textbooks. Xiao bit her lip, adding, and we were exceedingly careful this time, with no mishaps. You should be grateful that the apparition went smoothly this time. Miss Landon, Professor McGonagall emphasized that I'm sorry if it weren't an urgent situation. We would have acted this way, that I promise we'll be fully prepared before leaving next time. Please forgive us just this once, Professor. You're the best. As Xiao attempted to cling to Professor McGonagall's arm for a bit of charm. She was met with a fierce glare from the professor. Now, think carefully if there's anything else you've overlooked. If not, please exit and sit down in the classroom. Professor McGonagall issued her final command. Nothing else. Thank you, Professor. Xiao quickly pulled the trembling otter girl out of the empty classroom. Another careless child. How did I not notice before? It truly is hereditary, Professor McGonagall muttered as she watched the two depart. Once outside the empty classroom, Xiao and Hermione walked down the corridor, not knowing who started it, but both began a laugh. Their laughter transitioned from stifled chuckles to full-blown guffaws after one of them could no longer hold it in. It was as if, with familiarity, Hermione was far less frightened and frustrated than before. She simply relished the thrill of mischief and the excitement of breaking the rules, a delightful sensation indeed. The shared punishment forged a bond between them, subtly shifting Hermione's perspective. Xiao stole a glance at the laughing Hermione, thinking, goodness, has she transformed so quickly? No need to wait until Halloween. When did my influence become so potent? This is too easy. How will I manage to keep her on her toes in the future? My original plans for entertainment may need to be entirely revamped. Harry was not mistaken. He recognized that this professor was formidable. Professor McGonagall was indeed as strict and intelligent as he had anticipated. The four of them, after circling the tower, returned to the Transfiguration classroom just in the nick of time, barely avoiding tardiness, which included Neville being caught 3 times by the stairs and twice falling into the vanishing steps. IT took considerable effort to pull him free from the staircase as clutches repeatedly. As they quietly congratulated themselves in the classroom, the tabby cat with square-patterned fur sitting at the lectern suddenly leaped down and transformed in mid-air into a tall, thin witch wearing square glasses. Gentlemen, I trust you noticed that while you were frolicking, class had already begun. Yes, we apologize, Professor McGonagall. Harry replied, that I'm sorry. Xiao led us astray, and we couldn't find our way to the classroom. Ron added, my apologies. It's all my fault. I was caught by the stairs 3 times and fell into the vanishing steps twice, wasting everyone's time, Neville lamented. Xiao noticed that Hermione was stifling laughter at that moment, and she felt a pang of concern. Had she truly gone too far? Was the otter girl genuinely pushed to the brink of madness, changing her nature? I do not wish to hear your explanations. Please return to your seats, that I hope you will locate the classroom in advance next time. Now, we shall commence the lesson. Professor McGonagall turned back to her lectern. Now, let us begin. Children, Transfiguration will be the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall stated. If anyone dares to cause mischief in my classroom, I will ask them to leave and never return. I have warned you. With that, she transformed her lectern into a plump, white pig that rolled around before morphing into a vividly alive lion. The lion prowled the aisles, roaring at Ron, who promptly fell into Harry's embrace. Finally, the lion returned to Professor McGonagall and transformed back into the lectern. The students were captivated, eager to begin learning, but they quickly realized that transforming furniture into animals would require considerable time. After taking extensive, intricate notes, Professor McGonagall distributed a matchstick to each of them, instructing them to attempt to transform it into a needle. Xiao recited the incantation, waved her ginkgo wand, and succeeded effortlessly, even creating a delicate needle adorned with a threading hole and intricate feather patterns. This was to be expected. Chow had mastered the trick of transforming a match into a needle at the age of 3. Beautiful transformation. 5 points for Gryffindor. Class, look here. Miss Landon has succeeded. What a lovely needle. You should learn from her. I do not expect your needles to be as exquisite as Chow's, but I hope at the very least you can manage a needle instead of a toothpick or metal pin. Professor McGonagall praised. Hearing the praise and points awarded, Hermione began to exert herself as well, eager to reclaim the points lost earlier that morning. Chow, generous in spirit, shared her knowledge and insights with the eager otter girl, thoroughly explaining various details and techniques. Within the span of but 2 minutes, Hermione too succeeded in her endeavor. Although her conjured needle lacked the delicate feather pattern that Jo's possessed, it still bore a threading hole. Very well done, everyone. Miss Granger has also triumphed with an outstanding transformation. Gryffindor earns an additional 5 points, Professor McGonagall declared, before promptly addressing Neville. Mr. Longbottom, refrain from jabbing your matchstick with your wand. You must wield it as demonstrated. Suddenly, Neville's matchstick exploded, leaving both him and the surrounding Seamus covered in soot. Now, there is no need for concern. It is quite rare for students to transform their matchsticks into needles on the very first lesson, as only a select few, like Jo and Hermione, have accomplished such a feat. In some years, none from the 4 houses managed to do so I kindly ask for your patience. Transfiguration is not a craft that can be mastered hastily, and Mr. Finnegan is a prime example of this. Professor McGonagall continued, her heart secretly elated by the uncommon occurrence of 2 successes from Gryffindor. Jo turned to assist others, while Hermione, after several attempts, managed to create a pattern on her needle and began aiding her fellow young witches and wizards. However, in contrast to Jo's gentle teaching approach, Hermione's forceful lecturing style was less endearing. Harry, who had laid a solid foundation over the summer, finally succeeded in transforming his matchstick into a needle just before the class concluded, earning himself 5 points as well. Ron, however, found Hermione's incessant lecturing irksome, believing that had Jo been his instructor, he would likely have succeeded by now. As the class bell rang, Professor McGonagall allowed the students to observe once more the process of transforming a matchstick into a shiny needle, which boasted a sharp point. She then invited Jo, Hermione, and Harry to showcase their transformation processes, even managing to present a rare smile. Jo mused that the lesson would have been perfect had she not assigned that 2-inch-long essay as homework, especially since she had already gifted the ink-transforming quill to Miss Otter and was now faced with the tedious task of penning the essay line by line. During lunch, Jo found herself encircled by her small group, all glaring at her with mock severity. She faced unanimous condemnation, as even Neville, Harry, Ron, and Seamus had received assistance from Jo during Transfiguration class, yet this did not mitigate the blame for her deliberate misdirection. Hermione, ever the instigator, joined in the ruckus, relishing the spectacle. Jo could only brace herself for the impending judgment. However, after much deliberation, no consensus emerged, with each voice offering differing opinions. Yet upon Hermione's revelation that she had received Jo's ink-transforming quill, the group quickly unified in their desire for the coveted gift. "We want that present too," they chorused. Harry, still the bashful child, found himself reluctant to voice his wishes even when pushed forward as a representative. "It's gone, truly gone. No pen and no life," Jo lamented. "I only had that one ink-transforming quill. I already regret giving it away. Don't let me see that quill again. It pains me, especially since I haven't officially used it yet. Today, I will have to write my essay bit by bit." Jo slumped dejectedly onto the table, embodying despair. "I can at least treat you to some chocolate. Here, take it or leave it. That's all I have." Jo retrieved a box of chocolates from her bag, thoughtfully opening the lid to reveal the exquisite treats inside, gesturing for everyone to help themselves. "These are Belgian chocolates, each uniquely shaped and flavored. A gift from my Aunt Annie, and in limited supply." "That isn't the one you gave to Dudley, is it?" Harry exclaimed, recognizing the familiar seahorse-shaped chocolate and instinctively recoiling. "Of course not. The last time I used such high-end treats as bait was because I feared Dudley wouldn't eat them. Generally, I wouldn't part with something like this. The chocolate I have for the pig's tail transformation is just regular chocolate," Jo retorted with irritation, playfully tapping Harry on the head. You think I'm trying to trick you?" Harry smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself, "You are exactly that kind of person. Wait, what did you just say? Pig's tail transformation chocolate. Ron quickly inquired. Indeed, I can give each of you a piece of pig's tail transformation chocolate. Quite literally, it allows one to grow a pig's tail upon consumption. However, you must keep it a secret. Do not disclose that I provided it, nor mention that I have more. She added, otherwise, I shall reclaim this Belgian chocolate. Joe smiled brightly, having perceived the eager glint in Ron's eyes and his increasingly heavy breathing upon hearing about the pig's tail transformation chocolate. Joe neatly stowed away the large box of exquisite Belgian chocolates and distributed individually wrapped pieces of transformation chocolate to Neville. Seamus and Harry, each receiving one when it came to Ron, she handed him 2 pieces, whispering, I understand. Ron's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing she had seen through his intentions, and his eyes brimmed with gratitude. Finally, it was Hermione's turn. Her eyes wide with expectation. There's none for you, unless you return my ink-transforming quill, Joe replied coldly. Hermione muttered under her breath, I wouldn't want it anyway. Your actions could cost Gryffindor points. I shall inform Professor McGonagall. As long as neither the professor nor Filch catches us in the act, and it remains a secret among students, or the chocolate eaters are unaware of who provided it, we shall be fine. Joe reassured the boys before turning her gaze toward the now mischievous and prideful Miss Otter. I can't help you. I will give you one as a token of goodwill, but any further requests will be denied. Feigning reluctance, Joe offered Hermione a piece, though the smile tugging at her lips betrayed her true feelings. Joe pondered, could it be that once one embraces mischief, it becomes an endless pursuit, just like in the original story, where past adventures and nighttime escapades serve as a foundation for future antics, culminating in Hermione's full embrace of rebellion after that Christmas deception. Contained within these specially crafted chocolates were transformations that could result in a pig's tail sprouting, a nose becoming a pig's snout, a mouth morphing into an albatross's beak, a face turning into that of a calico cat, hands and feet transforming into toad appendages, and a piece with a mild effect of full-body werewolf transformation. Joe could not recall which piece did what, so she theatrically declared, so, dear friends, it's a matter of chance. Of course, Joe was lying. She was fully aware of each chocolate's effect, as they were meticulously labeled in Chinese. The 2 pieces given to Ron were precisely the toad appendage transformation and the mild full-body werewolf transformation chocolates, imagining George and Fred's reactions if one of them suddenly turned into a werewolf, while the other found his hands and feet transformed into those of a toad. Was exhilarating this moment. The young boys were elated, clutching their chocolates with unrestrained joy. Even Dean and Neville appeared to be plotting whom to trick into consuming one. I suggest you not delay too long in tricking one another into eating the chocolates, for once word spreads, this form of mischief will lose its charm. Joe's voice, low and devilish, whispered in their ears. Others may not have noticed, but Ron's flushed ears clearly indicated he had listened intently. All right, collect yourselves. Don't all wear those silly grins. It would be suspicious if anyone saw you, Joe boisterously declared as she sat down to start her lunch. After a few bites, she suddenly added, if I find out who betrayed everyone, who sold me out, they shall face the consequences. Humph. With that, she playfully pinched Miss Otter's delicate nose. That I would never, Hermione exclaimed, dodging away. As Joe ate, she contemplated her plans to return to the dormitory to retrieve her books and write a letter to her father, requesting his assistance in gathering materials to recreate the ink-transforming quill. It was essential to craft another quill, for it was her meticulously designed homework tool, and she felt a pang of regret for having given it to her beloved Miss Otter, or else she would be heartbroken. After lunch, upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, the boys found a secluded nook, presumably to devise some mischievous scheme. Joe and Hermione returned to their dormitory, where Hermione eagerly experimented with her ink-transforming quill, while Joe took out parchment and a pen to compose her first letter home since arriving at Hogwarts. How could she request something in her inaugural correspondence without seeming overly forward? Joe bit the end of her quill, pondering for quite some time. Although she felt confident that Professor Dumbledore would likely keep her secret after her confession, the embarrassment of having occupied another's body and then asking her family for favors weighed heavily on her conscience. After much deliberation, she concluded, perhaps I shall simply purchase the materials with my own savings. Alas, there appear to be no fountain pens with ink reservoirs in the wizarding world. How frustrating. How very frustrating. After a prolonged bout of frustration, I finally took up my quill and began to write. Dear Mom and Dad, this afternoon, there are classes on charms and herbology. Joe and Hermione diligently confirmed their preparedness with textbooks and writing materials. Earnestly verifying the classroom location, Hermione's insistence, they departed at the crack of dawn, resolutely opting not to use apparition, instead walking step by step down the stairs to the charms classroom. Just as Joe had taken 7 steps, his foot was caught by a stair. You ought to remember this step. Next time, make sure to jump over it. If you read carefully, Hermione began to flaunt her knowledge yet again, but was abruptly silenced by Joe's rough hand over her mouth. Aren't you supposed to help me free my foot? You're just standing there laughing, cackling away. Curse you for your merriment, Joe protested, straining to extricate his foot, even tearing his sock in the process, requiring him to use a spell to restore it to its original state. At noon, following the boys who had braved the rain earlier in the day, they returned to the dormitory. With a reminder, they felt secure, yet had completely forgotten which steps were problematic, standing on the 8th step. Joe surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no students or ghosts were watching, before drawing his ginkgo wood wand and summoning a flickering azure flame. The flame delicately enveloped the entire 7th step, releasing a pungent odor of scorched material accompanied by billowing black smoke. Prior to the start of the term, John had solemnly warned Joe to refrain from using such azure flames in public, stating that the very flames he could conjure had once graced the first Dark Lord. Grindelwald. Grindelwald had aimed to incinerate all of Paris with a war-grade fire spell, the very flames he summoned being this azure fire. This flame is one of the rare magical fires capable of scorching souls. It can harm ghosts and ethereal beings, and, if controlled properly, can strike at the soul without causing physical harm, akin to the killing curse. The black smoke billowed forth. Hermione faintly perceived a high-pitched scream. What are you doing? I think I heard a scream. Did you hurt it? Did you hurt that step? Oh, really? I think it looks perfectly fine, save for a little singeing, Joe replied, scratching his nose, then gazing down at the floor with a smirk. Now, don't look around too much. I'm talking to you. 7th step. Tell your little friends to remember my face and not to provoke me again. That way, we can all coexist peacefully, don't you think? The charred step visibly trembled before falling silent once more. That moment, Joe felt an invisible force sweep over the staircase, and suddenly, it seemed as though all the steps transformed into a grand avenue. Shimmering and revitalized, standing firm like a regiment of soldiers welcoming esteemed guests. Many fanfiction authors in past lives speculated that Hogwarts possessed a life of its own, or at least a degree of autonomy. Joe believed that his minor display of magic could hardly harm a castle nearing its millennial birthday in 2 years. Judging by the results, Hogwarts indeed exhibited a sense of consciousness. It was also possible that the moving stairs had their own awareness. However, if the moving stairs were sentient, then the entire castle surely had its own consciousness as well. As Joe and Hermione continued downward, Joe intentionally stepped on each stair, and indeed, none of them vanished or caught his foot again. Hermione observed these now subservient steps, her lips twitching in disbelief. She decided to follow Joe's lead, casually traversing the staircase, for these steps had evidently been tamed by him. Just don't prank me, and I'm fine with it. I couldn't care less, Joe remarked nonchalantly. Hermione, caught off guard, suddenly stumbled and fell onto the stairs, her entire right leg sinking into the step below. A true friend would undoubtedly laugh at your misfortune first, then pinch your cheek before continuing to chuckle. Come on, chase me. Let us have some fun. Let us hurt each other. Joe laughed heartily as he dashed toward the charms classroom, occasionally glancing back, urging Miss Otter to hurry. Faster. If you can catch up to me before I reach the classroom, I'll grant you a wish. If you can't, you'll owe me one. What do you say? Care to wager? I refuse to gamble. Gambling is a bad habit. Hermione, having lost count of how many times those insufferable, flattering stares had targeted her, realized they were no longer adhering to their prior agreement. Every step could be a trap. As she reached the corridor, Hermione raised her textbook, ready to strike that wretched, bun-headed girl who had laughed all the way. But alas, she was always just a step behind. The little wager adds excitement. Doesn't he it? Joe winked, his devilish smile enticing her. Anything goes. Fine, I'll take your bet. Hermione, feeling a surge of frustration, couldn't believe she had just agreed to wager with that mischievous bunhead, especially on gambling. Upon hearing Miss Otter's acceptance, Jo dropped the pretense and sprinted ahead, revealing the stark difference between physical training and intellectual pursuits. Hermione, watching the dust trail of the bunhead, realized she had been deceived once more and ground her teeth. Determined to keep up. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she tried, the distance between her and Jo only widened, and soon she could scarcely see his retreating figure as he turned a corner. "Since you show no mercy, don't blame me for being ruthless." Hermione paused to catch her breath, raising her wand. Petrificus totalis. A gray beam shot from the tip of her wand, narrowly missing Jo's head as he ducked just in time. "Oh dear, this insatiable desire to win," Jo mused, relieved Hermione hadn't mastered the silent spell. Otherwise, he might have found himself caught off guard. "Now that we're at war, I shan't hold back," Jo quipped as he hid behind a corner, still managing to tease her. Hermione froze in place, regretting her failed attempt. Though the bunhead was a chaotic force, Hermione had witnessed her combat prowess aboard the Hogwarts Express, that be why breaking her own self-imposed restraints. Had she not effectively ensnared herself? Petrificus totalis. Jo suddenly leaped from behind the corner, smoothly pointing his wand at the still-dazed Miss Otter, executing the motion with the ease of a well-rehearsed routine. Having nearly toppled earlier, he was now fully prepared, channeling the spirit he had exhibited during his duel with John. With a snap, Hermione's arms and legs became rigid, her body stiffening as she toppled backward. Had she fallen, it would have been quite painful. Jo had already mapped out his route and rushed forward, executing a gentlemanly maneuver to catch Miss Otter's wooden form before she hit the ground. "See, this is how you use the full body-bind curse, my dear," Jo said, attempting to convey sincerity through his gaze. Clap, clap, clap. The empty corridor echoed with solitary applause. "A splendid full body-bind curse. I dare say neither of you ladies will need to attend my class today." A surprisingly diminutive wizard emerged from behind, stating, "If it weren't against school rules to use magic in the corridors, I would certainly award you points. Alas, neither of you has been sorted into Ravenclaw." It was Professor Filius Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House and the charms instructor. "Good day, Professor Flitwick," Jo greeted politely as he righted Miss Otter. Hermione could only blink in agitation, casting frantic glances at Jo, hoping she would release her from the binding spell. Meeting the charms professor for the first time, she was defeated before him, unable to do anything for a fiercely competitive young witch who vowed to be a model student. This was excruciating. First the Transfiguration professor, now the charms professor. What an abysmal impression. "Oh, I believe Miss Granger requires some assistance. Just a moment." Professor Flitwick stepped forward, wand at the ready, but unexpectedly, Jo released his hold on Hermione. She stumbled forward, colliding with the short professor. "Apologies, Professor. I'll dash to the classroom and return shortly. Please assist Hermione in the meantime." As Chow beheld Professor Flitwick on the verge of unraveling the full-body binding curse on Hermione, she swiftly pivoted and dashed towards the classroom. She had not forgotten her ongoing wager with Miss Otter, and as a meticulous little witch sporting a bun, she would never neglect the completion of a bet. Regardless of the circumstances, the moment she reached the classroom, the wager would be deemed concluded, and victory would be hers at that point. She mused, if she were to refrain from going, given Hermione's current liberated state. It was entirely possible that she might turn the tables on her, seizing her by surprise amidst the amicable throng making their way to the classroom, exclaiming, "I win," by the time Chow returned. Professor Flitwick had already released Hermione from her bindings, and the two were conversing cheerfully as they strolled toward the classroom. However, Hermione's occasional fierce glares in Chow's direction seemed to betray an inclination to inform on her. "I apologize, Professor. I was just fulfilling my wager," Chow explained sheepishly. "Oh, no matter. I've already been informed by Miss Granger that gambling is not a commendable pursuit, though I believe what you have between you is merely a friendly agreement." Professor Flitwick replied with a chuckle. "Did you hear that? A bet is a bet," Chow whispered, nudging Hermione with her elbow. Without waiting for a reaction, she continued to address Professor Flitwick. "Indeed, you are quite perceptive. I must thank you for mediating on our behalf. Moreover, I recently heard you might grant us some points. If we were to repeat a spell upon arriving in the classroom, would you consider awarding us points? Though she had read the original texts and was aware that regardless of Gryffindor's standing throughout the academic year, Professor Dumbledore would intervene to tilt the scales in their favor at the last moment, thereby ensuring that the House Cup would belong to Gryffindor. She saw no harm in accumulating a few extra points to mend her own shortcomings and spare the old headmaster from having to compensate excessively for 3 students. Old Dumbledore, as I assist you, do remember to keep my secret. Hermione eagerly nodded, her mind still recalling the 20 points she had lost that morning as they passed through the entrance hall at noon. Numerous young witches and wizards had thought their eyes deceived them. It was only the beginning of the term, yet Gryffindor's hourglass of points was already significantly lower than that of the other 3 houses. Many had even expressed intentions to seek out Professor McGonagall to report an error. Thus, Hermione was equally anxious to earn some points for Gryffindor to atone for her earlier blunder and alleviate her guilt. Of course, if you both perform commendably in my class, I would be more than willing to award you points. However, I must say, I believe today's lesson may be somewhat too simple for you two. Nevertheless, we always have new students who need to learn, do we not? The trio sauntered into the Charms classroom, where a stack of books taller than Professor Flitwick awaited them at the front, evidently the spot from which he would teach. Now, I wonder if I might have the honor of knowing which spells you have both mastered? Professor Flitwick did not ascend the towering stack of tomes, but rather took a seat beside Xiao and Hermione. Fearing a repeat of the morning's incident, Xiao and Hermione arrived early that afternoon, resulting in an empty corridor and classroom save for the 3 of them, which allowed Professor Flitwick to appear considerably more relaxed. Miss Otter suddenly grew animated, as though she had entered a domain in which she excelled, eagerly enumerating the spells she had already learned, as well as those she had yet to master but was aware of. Xiao's lips remained sealed, not a word escaping her, yet her hands were far from idle. With every spell Hermione mentioned, she mimicked the incantation gestures in the air with her wand, as if she too had already mastered them. Hermione seemed somewhat vexed, annoyed that Xiao was stealing her thunder and interrupting her dialogue with the professor, though she refrained from casting blame. However, Professor Flitwick discerned an intriguing nuance. Every incantation gesture Xiao executed was imbued with a flow of magical energy, smooth and unimpeded, indicating that she was fully capable of casting these spells at that very moment. This method Xiao employed was distinct from the highly challenging nonverbal spells. It was merely a straightforward technique that any wizard skilled in casting could accomplish, though few chose to engage in such seemingly superfluous practice. Only a wizard of exceptional caliber, like Professor Flitwick, could perceive the traces of magical currents. Previously, while reading the original Harry Potter texts, Xiao had only known that Professor Dumbledore possessed such insight. Perhaps Voldemort and Grindelwald did as well. But now, witnessing Professor Flitwick's approving gaze, she recognized that he was a professor she had gravely underestimated. Upon Hermione concluding her recitation of all the spells she knew and meticulously ensuring she had omitted none, she finally paused. "Excellent work, Miss Granger. You have self-studied and mastered all the first and second-year spells, and even dabbled in some from the 3rd year. I am confident you shall become an outstanding witch in the future. However, do not grow complacent. In my class, you will have the opportunity to learn some theoretical aspects of magic, as well as unique techniques for spell casting. Moreover, should the opportunity arise, I will teach you some basic incantation methods that will aid you in dueling and elegance." While Professor Flitwick remained curious about Xiao's limits, he saw that she had no intention of continuing the discussion, so he refrained from pressing further and instead gently admonished the somewhat arrogant Miss Otter. Hermione nodded fervently, assuring him of her commitment to attentively engage in lessons. At tea that moment, students began to trickle into the classroom, prompting Professor Flitwick to return to the lectern. As class commenced, he indeed stood atop the stack of books to reach the desk behind him. When he called out Harry's name from the attendance roll, he squealed with excitement and promptly vanished between the towering stack of books and the lectern. During the following lesson, Professor Flitwick briefly outlined the relevant magical principles before demonstrating the Lumos spell, meticulously explaining the incantation's pronunciation, its nuances of emphasis, and illustrating the spell-casting gestures along with essential details. He then allowed the students to practice independently. The true Lumos spell differed from the simple illumination of wands that the young witches and wizards had performed on the winding path upon their arrival. It afforded wizards control over the brightness and direction of the light, and with fine manipulation, the upper limit of illumination far exceeded the rudimentary lighting produced by their wands. This disparity was why Xiao and Harry's wands had shone far brighter than those of their peers the previous night. Everyone engaged enthusiastically in practice. Xiao showcased the advanced application of the Lumos spell, allowing a small orb of light to drift from her wand, circling the classroom before extinguishing itself, thereby earning 5 points for Gryffindor. Following suit, Hermione and Harry each won 5 points for Gryffindor by skillfully adjusting the intensity and direction of their wand's light. Professor Pomona Sprout was a witch with an even kinder disposition than Professor Flitwick. Xiao had eagerly anticipated attending her class, not only because she admired the diligent, warm-hearted, and genuine herbology professor, but also because the study of herbology brought one closer to nature. The ability to identify herbs was an essential skill for culinary endeavors and survival in the wilderness, which Xiao sought to master in preparation for future outdoor adventures. This may have also been one reason she had nearly been sorted into Hufflepuff. This stout, plump, which escorted the throngs of young witches and wizards to Greenhouse 1 at the rear of the castle, the safest of the greenhouses, where the first-year herbology classes would be conducted. For the coming year, 3 times a week, the young witches and wizards would learn how to cultivate these extraordinary plants and fungi, as well as their uses in today's inaugural lesson. The primary focus would be on the Ashwinder. Miss Otter, drawing upon her extensive knowledge, secured 5 points for Gryffindor. In this contest of points, Xiao narrowly lost to Hermione, much to the latter's delight. Xiao had to concede that when it came to rote memorization, she was not particularly adept, and would have to redeem some face during practical exercises. Unfortunately, it seemed that Professor Sprout had no intention of awarding points during the hands-on phase. Thus, despite her frustration, Xiao had no choice but to endure as Hermione, the proud little overachiever, flaunted her success. However, as the lesson drew to a close, Xiao discerned a chink in Miss Otter's armor, her aversion to dirt. Seizing the final moments, Xiao took every opportunity to stealthily smear mud and moss onto Miss Otter while Professor Sprout's back was turned. The irate Miss Otter bristled, unable to wave her wand vigorously or utter spells aloud. And she fretted over the potential fate of her meticulously groomed eyebrows. Point 1. Can only imagine that if Miss Otter were not still attending herbology classes, she might have been driven to the brink of madness by now. Just as Hermione had mentally prepared herself to lower her guard and retaliate in kind against the detestable bunhead by smearing mud on her, she despaired upon realizing that such petty tactics would inflict no harm upon Jo. Even if the mud were to land on Jo's face, it would swiftly be dispelled by a charm, for this bunhead wielded the spells of clean slate and restoration with remarkable proficiency. Had it not been for the faint sound of her muttering incantations, Hermione might have suspected that Jo had mastered the art of silent spells. In the brief moments before school ended, Hermione found herself the most disheveled little witch in the greenhouse, with stains adorning her robes even more than Neville's. The instant class was dismissed, Hermione dashed back to the castle without a backward glance, determined to wash off the grime before facing Professor McGonagall for detention that evening. She certainly did not wish to present herself before the professor in such a state. However, after reflecting on her journey back to the Gryffindor common room, she felt a swell of happiness, for she had triumphed over the bunhead for the first time in her mind. Jo's final act at herbology class had been nothing short of a display of impotent fury. Thus, from that moment until her bath, she remained in high spirits. It was only after she emerged from her bath that she realized something was amiss. She discovered that the dormitory was deserted, and neither Harry nor Neville could be found in the Gryffindor common room. She hurried to the Great Hall, only to find that everyone else had gathered to dine and converse, having opted against returning to their dormitories. Jo had used powerful charms of clean slate and restoration to assist all her classmates still in the greenhouse, leaving Hermione as the sole exception. Consequently, Professor Sprout had awarded Jo an additional 5 points for her swift and effective spellcasting. Thus, the fleeting joy Hermione felt from besting the bunhead came to an abrupt end. Both girls had earned 15 points for Gryffindor today, resulting in a draw, with each of them only needing 5 more points to reach their next goal. At the dinner table, the discussion turned to the sudden loss of points for Gryffindor, which had been the subject of gossip throughout the afternoon. The culprits had, of course, been identified as Jo and Hermione. Nevertheless, given that both had contributed 15 points to Gryffindor, it was evident they would continue to bolster the house's score, and thus the others were not overly harsh in their reproaches. Meanwhile, their dormitory mates regarded Jo and Hermione with sympathy, especially upon learning that the two were to face detention with Professor McGonagall soon. After dinner, several boys were unceremoniously dragged to the library by a group of girls to complete their homework, effectively thwarting their plans for chocolate transformation. While researching in the library, the chatty boys soon experienced the wrath of Madame Pants. Her feather duster was no less fearsome than Professor McGonagall's gaze. However, they were quite willing to be expelled, for being confined in the library after the first day of school was torturous for these energetic boys, who unanimously agreed to procrastinate their assignments until the night before classes. The library was left with only a few girls diligently researching and writing papers. Hermione, clutching an ink-transformed quill, was unable to utilize its shorthand feature and was becoming increasingly restless. It was Jo who helped her come to a decision. Seizing the crimson quill, Jo employed the unique thought-to-text feature that only she could currently utilize to write their papers. The justification for borrowing it, of course, was that she had shared a cat-faced chocolate with Hermione at lunch. The quill's assistance in writing, coupled with their collaborative research, saved considerable time. And just as Jo was preparing to head to Professor McGonagall's office for detention, she completed 3 assignments. Jo left the other 2 papers for her roommates and departed the library with Miss Otter, heading towards Professor McGonagall's office, which they had visited earlier that day. Throughout their journey, Hermione lamented that Jo should not have allowed their roommates to copy her homework, insisting it was wrong, and even threatened to report Jo to Professor McGonagall. Had it not been for the impending detention, Hermione would undoubtedly have prohibited Jo from leaving the papers for their 3 roommates, and would have lectured them as well. That Jo began to understand why Hermione's relationships with her roommates in the original story were so strained. This time, however, Jo did not intend to assist Miss Otter with her interpersonal dilemmas, for Hermione's initial haughty, willful, and unlikable lecturing demeanor was indeed a ticking time bomb. One could never know when or why it might erupt. Rather than wait for future problems to arise, it seemed prudent to adhere to the original narrative, allowing things to improve significantly after the Christmas troll incident. Jo's focus was to protect Hermione during that event and subtly impart a gentler approach to interpersonal relations before it occurred. Professor McGonagall's detention task was both straightforward and intriguing. That Jo and Hermione were required to receive individual instruction from Professor McGonagall in her office, where they would preview the next lesson on transfiguration or study materials of the professor's choosing. Should they fail to grasp the new knowledge taught by Professor McGonagall during their detention before the next transfiguration class, they would be required to write an additional essay each day until the next lesson started. Conversely, if they successfully mastered the knowledge presented by Professor McGonagall before the next class, they would be allowed to read any of the professor's transfiguration books in her office during the remaining detention time, and could consult her with any questions that arose at the conclusion of her explanation regarding the rules for the next 2 weeks of detention. Professor McGonagall thoughtfully recommended today's transfiguration topic for their study. Miss Otter was positively elated by Professor McGonagall's unconventional form of supplemental instruction during detention. Although they had only known each other for 2 days, Jo could discern from Miss Otter's pensive expression that she was already contemplating what transgression she might commit 2 weeks hence in order to extend this period of detention. Ideally for an entire semester, no, for the entirety of the next 7 years. Jo, on the other hand, was primarily focused on mastering the Animagus transformation. Such one-on-one instruction opportunities were rare at Hogwarts, and learning this transformation was paramount. She had not forgotten that Luna Lovegood's gentle haven awaited her, a place capable of ensnaring even Kelsey and the Horned Serpent in blissful distraction, making it a disservice not to experience it for herself. Professor McGonagall observed the 2 young girls before her. One was lost in thought, her expression contemplative, while the other appeared to be in a dreamlike state, drooling in anticipation. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of headache. Were these truly the exceptional students she had selected for special instruction? It seemed necessary to raise the bar, for she could not allow these 2 to enjoy themselves too freely, without imposing a challenge. They might take this remedial lesson too lightly. Until that moment, Jo and Hermione remained unaware of the challenge that awaited them. Their task for the day was to transfigure a goblet into a mouse. Living transformation was one of the most challenging aspects of transfiguration, particularly the process of turning inanimate objects into living beings. Jo and Hermione quickly discovered the true intricacies of advanced transfiguration. After 2 hours of both painful and pleasurable learning, each girl emerged with a 3-inch essay as their new assignment. Jo, prioritizing practical application, found herself adept at transfiguration for levels below 5th year. Despite still stumbling through the more advanced material in contrast, Hermione, known as the human calculator, likely had no transfiguration textbook content prior to 3rd year that she could not recite. However, in terms of practical experience, Miss Otter's hands-on skills remained somewhat lacking. She had struggled to succeed even with the simplest transfiguration of a match into a needle during their first class, leading one to anticipate the time she would require to master this 2nd-year material that spanned an entire year as curriculum. Moreover, Professor McGonagall's expectations for the 2 young ones were considerably more stringent than those typically imposed on 2nd-year witches and wizards. Thus, despite the earnest efforts of both Ron and Hermione to assist one another, their divergent weaknesses, one with a pronounced deficiency in certain subjects and the other with a significant lack of practical experience, ultimately rendered their attempts futile. Ron failed to meet the theoretical knowledge assessment criteria, while Hermione fell short of the practical standard for transfiguration. 2 hours later, as Ron and Hermione departed from Professor McGonagall's office, she cheerfully packed 2 goblets for them to practice with in their dormitory, reminding them to submit their essays the following day. She noted that it was growing late, and the library was likely closed by now, suggesting they return directly to their dormitory to complete their assignments. Professor McGonagall was acutely aware of Ron's proficiency in transfiguration. Her intention was to prevent him from becoming complacent in his studies during his first year. As for Hermione, she was merely swept along in this endeavor, unexpectedly turning out to be a delightful surprise. These 2 rough diamonds required careful polishing. On their way back to the dormitory, they were spotted by Filch and Mrs. Norris. However, as curfew had not yet arrived, Filch and his cat merely trailed them from a distance. The 2 soon returned to the common room of Gryffindor. Upon witnessing them emerge from behind the fat lady's portrait, Filch could only depart in frustration. The atmosphere in the Gryffindor common room was lively. Ron was astonished to find no mention of the transfiguration chocolate, suggesting that a few young boys had managed to maintain their composure. Wasn't it said that Hogwarts had no secrets? Initially, Ron had hoped to revel in the vibrant ambience of the common room, but alas, Miss Otter forcibly dragged him back to the dormitory, citing that it was Ron's fault she was in detention, and thus he must accompany her in writing their transfiguration essays and practicing turning goblets into mice. For Ron, memorizing theoretical knowledge from textbooks was an insurmountable task, but for Hermione, under Ron's unreserved instruction and meticulous attention to detail, successfully casting the transfiguration spell to transform the goblet into a mouse was merely a matter of time. Thus, Ron realized that if he did not exert himself tonight, he might find himself alone in writing the essay the next day, and so he begrudgingly complied with Miss Otter's request for evening study. At this moment, the dormitory was occupied solely by Ron and Hermione. He thought to himself that it seemed the other 3 had finished their essays, which meant he would be spared from one round of arguments. However, he quickly realized that this also meant 3 less individuals to share the load of his own frustrations. It wasn't too long before Ron tragically discovered that Hermione had indeed mastered the material, while he had only managed to memorize half of it. Hermione swiftly began to feed Cosi, then proceeded to read extracurricular books while proudly declaring that she had taught him everything he needed to know. All that remained was rote memorization. Wasn't that precisely what he had been doing? Good heavens, she had learned transfiguration using his methods, and now she was flaunting it before him. This was intolerable. Ron immediately rose to mercilessly pinch Miss Otter's plump cheeks, only relenting after a few vigorous squeezes. Before the lights went out, Ron finally managed to commit all the content to memory. That night, he refrained from sneaking to the headmaster's office to test the password. Not only might Filch be waiting there for him, but he also found it impossible to determine the password. He would have to wait for a future opportunity to explain his situation to Professor Dumbledore in private. Ron did not deny that a flicker of hope lingered within him. a hope that perhaps Dumbledore was unaware of his predicament. This was the very reason he had ultimately chosen to abandon the idea of writing a letter to Professor Dumbledore, despite having already conceived that feasible method. Lying in bed, Ron finally experienced the tranquility that Hogwarts offered. "Good night, Cosi. Good night, everyone. Good night, Hogwarts. How wonderful it is." Tuesday arrived, bringing with it another splendid day. Defense against the dark arts was one of Hogwarts' core subjects. However, rumors had circulated that the position of professor for this course was cursed, as no instructor had ever lasted more than a year. The young Voldemort had placed a malevolent curse on this position, stemming from Albus Dumbledore's refusal to approve his application. In fact, this curse had resulted in numerous professors occupying the post throughout the latter half of the 20th century, but that was a tale for another time. The class was genuinely eager for defense against the dark arts. In this course, students were expected to learn how to defend against various types of dark magic, including dark magical creatures, curses such as jinxes, hexes, and curses, and dueling. Yet Professor Quirrell's lesson had devolved into a farce. The classroom was permeated with the scent of garlic, which everyone claimed was to ward off a vampire he had encountered in Romania. Fearing that the creature might return to seize him, he explained that his large scarf was a gift from an African prince, who had thanked him for helping rid him of a pesky ghoul. However, no one could ascertain the veracity of this tale. Firstly, when Seamus Finnegan eagerly inquired how Professor Quirrell had defeated the ghoul, the professor's face turned crimson, and he stammered incoherently, diverting the conversation to the weather. Secondly, they discovered that his scarf emitted an unusual odor, with the Weasley twins insisting that it was undoubtedly stuffed with garlic, ensuring that Quirrell had protection wherever he went. Ron had to concede that studying at Hogwarts encompassed far more than merely waving a wand and uttering amusing incantations. Magic was a profound and intricate discipline, as demonstrated in the defense against the dark arts class. Expecting to showcase his skills, he found he was still required to memorize various curses and the names, classifications, characteristics, and countermeasures for countless dark creatures. Throughout the first lesson, Professor Quirrell stuttered through theoretical material, showing no inclination to engage in practical exercises. Consequently, Miss Otter, with her seemingly boundless reservoir of knowledge, was the first to recover the 20 points lost the previous morning. Ron was reluctant to admit defeat. He stubbornly thought to himself that his decision not to answer questions stemmed from a desire to avoid drawing the attention of the troll, who had a particular interest in those without noses. Truly, this was a cursed class, not only in that the professor could only teach for a year, but also in that it almost guaranteed that students would learn very little. Meanwhile, Harry, after a day and a half of life at Hogwarts, realized that aside from Hermione, the insufferably know-it-all, he and his peers were hardly any better off. Indeed, with Ron's help, he was perhaps slightly ahead. Ron, after all, was merely stronger in brute force and had better practical skills. Thus, he breathed a sigh of relief, finding it easier to engage in the various discussions during lunch. Childhood friendships often blossom swiftly. Many here, like him, hailed from Muggle families and had never envisioned themselves as wizards. There was a vast expanse of knowledge to absorb, and even those like Ron, born into wizarding families, did not seem to have a significant advantage. The first class of the afternoon was herbology. When Professor Sprout inquired about the uses of a shrivel fig, Ron supplemented Hermione's textbook-style reply by adding that it could serve as the core of a wand. He also recounted a story he had heard from Mr. Ollivander, where someone wished to use the shrivel fig that had saved their life as a wand core, believing it would bring them luck. Thus, he successfully snatched 5 points from the irate Miss Otter, also compensating for the 20 points Gryffindor had lost due to his earlier misstep. Ron had initially intended to mention that incorporating shrivel fig in a chocolate or toffee would enhance their texture, or that it could serve as a primary ingredient in food-related alchemical items. However, having already secured point for the house, he opted not to draw unnecessary attention to himself, particularly from the troll who was pursuing the Philosopher's Stone, and to keep the method for creating transfiguration chocolate a secret. The second class of the afternoon was History of Magic, perhaps the most tedious subject of all. Regardless of others' opinions, Ron found this course, which did not require actual magic, particularly distasteful. History of Magic was also the only course taught by a ghost. It was said that Professor Cuthbert Binns had fallen asleep in front of the staff room fireplace, and, upon awakening to teach the next day, had forgotten to bring his body with him, indicating just how ancient he had been while living. Throughout the lesson, Binns droned on in a monotonous voice, while the students scribbled down names and dates hastily, often confusing the villainous Morag with the eccentric Urquhart. Despite Hermione's relentless efforts to persuade Binns to award her points, he never posed any questions. The entire lesson was a recitation of the textbook, with Binns only managing to mumble vague responses to Hermione's carefully prepared inquiries that be why the latter half of the class, Miss Otter's cheeks visibly puffed up, providing Ron with an unexpected advantage. Harry and Ron, on the verge of dozing off, were jolted awake by Hermione's persistent questioning, even wagering on how many questions she could manage to ask that to the conclusion of the History of Magic class. Professor Binns finally remembered the name of the only student who had been paying attention, Miss Grant. During the evening's curfew, the task remained the same, transforming the goblet into a mouse. Hermione quickly and flawlessly answered the theoretical questions and executed the transformation with her wand. After some stumbles, Cho managed to respond adequately, meeting the theoretical knowledge requirements, and swiftly achieved the goal of transforming a goblet into a mouse with finesse. Both individuals passed the assessment, granting them the opportunity to peruse the collection of books in Professor McGonagall's office. The obedient Hermione promptly chose to delve into today's Transfiguration lesson, starting from the earliest issue. Meanwhile, Cho scoured the top shelves of the cabinet for books regarding animagus transformations. There were indeed numerous resources, albeit mostly summarizing the various types, complexities, dangers, applications, and explorations of animagus transformations, without providing guidance on how to learn it. Cho was aware of the methods for animagus transformation from previous literature, but could not ascertain the validity of that knowledge in this realm. Thus, Cho ultimately had to seek the counsel of Professor McGonagall, who cautioned her that her foundation in transfiguration was insufficient. The significant lack of theoretical knowledge meant that although Cho could momentarily achieve idealism by controlling her thoughts, bypassing processes to directly attain results akin to using black box magic, she remained oblivious to the principles of idealistic magic, rendering her incapable of analyzing and researching transfiguration. Furthermore, without a comprehensive understanding, she could not innovate her own transformations. If Cho neglected her theoretical studies, she would forever be limited to existing transformations and unable to successfully perform the advanced human transformation of animagus, each unique to the individual. Should she attempt to force an animagus transformation, she risked becoming a grotesque creature, akin to a five-legged beast, forever unable to revert to her original form. Therefore, if Cho could thoroughly grasp all the theoretical knowledge encompassed in Hogwarts' 7-year curriculum on transfiguration, Professor McGonagall would then instruct her in animagus transformation. Ultimately, Cho had no choice but to diligently immerse herself in her textbooks. Tuesday dawned as another splendid day. Defense against the dark arts stood as one of the core subjects of Hogwarts. However, tales of a curse plaguing the teaching position abounded, as no professor had managed to serve for more than a year. The young Voldemort had cast this malevolent spell after Albus Dumbledore denied his application for the role. Indeed, this curse had led to a plethora of instructors occupying the position throughout the latter half of the 20th century, but that was a tale for another time. The class truly anticipated the defense against the dark arts lesson, where students were expected to learn how to resist various forms of dark magic, including dark magical creatures, curses such as jinxes, hexes, and jinxes, and dueling. However, Professor Quirinus Quirrell's class had devolved into a farce. The classroom was permeated with a pungent odor of garlic, which he claimed was to ward off a vampire he encountered in Romania, fearing it might return to haunt him. He regaled them with tales of his large scarf, a gift from an African prince in gratitude for helping him escape the clutches of a ghoul. Yet, no one could ascertain the veracity of his narrative. Firstly, when Seamus Finnegan eagerly inquired how Quirrell had vanquished the ghoul, the professor's face flushed crimson as he stammered and diverted the conversation to the weather. Secondly, they discovered the scarf emitted an odd smell, leading the Weasley twins to insist it was undoubtedly stuffed with garlic, ensuring Quirrell had protection wherever he roamed. Cho had to concede that the education at Hogwarts encompassed far more than merely waving wands and reciting whimsical incantations. Magic was indeed a profound discipline. The defense against the dark arts lesson provided her with a valuable education. What she had anticipated as a chance to showcase her talents turned out to require rote memorization of various curses and the taxonomy, characteristics, and countermeasures against dark creatures. Throughout the first session, Professor Quirrell stuttered through theoretical concepts, exhibiting no intention of engaging in practical exercises. Consequently, Miss Otter, armed with her seemingly boundless reservoir of knowledge, was the first to recover the 20 points deducted from the previous morning. Xiao, unwilling to acknowledge defeat, stubbornly thought to herself that her reluctance to answer questions stemmed from a desire to avoid attracting the undue attention of the noseless creature who was particularly fixated on her. Truly, it was a cursed course, not only dooming the instructor to a one-year tenure, but also nearly cursing the students to learn little of substance. Meanwhile, Harry, after a day and a half of life at Hogwarts, realized that aside from Hermione, the arrogant know-it-all, he and his peers were scarcely distinguishable in their abilities, and with Xiao's assistance, he felt somewhat superior to the others. Xiao, after all, merely possessed a higher degree of physical prowess and practical skills. This realization greatly relieved him, allowing him to engage more seamlessly in discussions during lunch. Friendships among children often blossomed swiftly. Many here, like him, hailed from Muggle families, never anticipating their identities as wizards. They had an overwhelming amount of knowledge to absorb. And even those from wizarding families like Ron did not necessarily have a significant advantage. The first class of the afternoon was herbology, when Professor Sprout inquired about the uses of the white ash plant. Xiao supplemented Hermione's textbook-like answer by noting that white ash could serve as a wand core. She also recounted a tale from Mr. Ollivander, where someone wished to use the white ash that had saved their life as a wand core, believing it would bring them luck. This clever addition earned her 5 points from the irate Miss Otter, compensating for the 20 points lost by Gryffindor the previous morning due to her actions. Xiao had initially intended to mention that incorporating white ash in a chocolate or milk candies would enhance their soft texture, or that it could serve as a primary ingredient in food alchemy. However, having already secured the points, she refrained from elaborating further, wishing to avoid drawing unnecessary attention from the noseless creature who was pursuing the Philosopher's Stone. The second class of the afternoon was History of Magic. This subject was arguably the most tedious of all. Regardless of others' opinions, Xiao detested courses that required no practical application of magic. Moreover, it was the only class taught by a ghost. Legend had it that Professor Cuthbert Binns had fallen asleep in front of the staff room fireplace and forgotten to bring his body to class the following day, a testament to Binns' advanced age during his lifetime. Throughout the lesson, Binns droned on monotonously, while students hastily scribbled down names and dates, often confusing the villainous Morag with the eccentric Uric. Hermione, utilizing all her efforts, failed to persuade Binns to grant her any points. The professor did not pose any questions. Throughout the entire class, he merely recited from his notes, responding ambiguously to the carefully prepared inquiries from Miss Otter. As the latter half of the class progressed, Miss Otter's cheeks visibly swelled, much to Xiao's benefit. Harry and Ron, on the verge of slumber, were jolted awake by Hermione's relentless questioning, even wagering on how many questions she could sustain. At the conclusion of the History of Magic lesson, Professor Binns finally recalled the name of the one student who had attentively listened throughout the class. Miss Grant, as the evening's curfew approached. Today's task remained the transformation of a goblet into a mouse. Hermione swiftly excelled in both theoretical knowledge and the practical application of her wand, flawlessly executing the transformation. Xiao, after some hesitations, also met the theoretical standards and adeptly accomplished the transformation of the goblet into a mouse. Both had successfully passed the assessment, allowing them time to explore Professor McGonagall's library. True to her diligent nature, Hermione immediately chose to study today as Transfiguration lesson from the earliest edition that in contrast. Xiao meticulously searched through the upper shelf for books on animagus transformations. There were indeed many, primarily summarizing various types, complexities, dangers, and applications of animagus transformations, but none provided guidance on how to learn the technique. Although Xiao possessed knowledge of the animagus transformation methods from her previous life, she could not ascertain whether this knowledge held true in this world. Thus, she found herself seeking Professor McGonagall's assistance once more. However, Professor McGonagall cautioned Xiao that her foundation in transfiguration was still lacking. The significant deficit in theoretical knowledge meant that, despite Xiao's ability to briefly achieve idealism through thought control, bypassing processes to directly attain results akin to black box magic. She remained ignorant of the principles underlying idealistic magic, hindering her ability to analyze and study transfiguration. Moreover, without a comprehensive understanding, she could not synthesize her knowledge to create her own transformations. If Xiao continued to neglect her theoretical studies, she would forever remain confined to learning existing transformations, unable to innovate new ones, and would struggle to successfully perform the advanced animagus transformation, unique to each individual. If she were to force an animagus transformation, it would only result in her becoming a grotesque creature, akin to a five-legged beast, forever unable to revert to her original form. If Zhou could thoroughly grasp all the theoretical knowledge of transfiguration from the 7 standard courses at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall would then teach her about animagus transformation. In the end, Zhou found herself laboriously poring over her textbooks once more. On Wednesday evening, a new class awaited: astronomy. This subject was conducted at the pinnacle of the tallest tower in Hogwarts, the Astronomy Tower. Professor Aurora Sinistra was a young instructor, yet she was reputed to possess profound expertise in the field of astronomy. During this lesson, students were required to bring their own telescopes for stargazing. The instruments necessary for astronomy, including telescopes, could be procured from the Weasley's Wizard Wheez's shop in Diagon Alley. In astronomy class, students would learn the names of stars, constellations, and planets, as well as their positions and movements, and gain insights into the environments of these celestial bodies or satellites. Astronomy was a compulsory subject from 1st to 5th year, becoming an elective in 6th and 7th year. In 5th year, students would partake in the corresponding ordinary wizarding level examinations, where they would need to fill out a blank star chart. Only those who achieved a certain score in the OWL exams would be eligible to take advanced level elective courses. Although astronomy was yet another core subject offered at Hogwarts, it was a branch of magic focused on the study of the trajectories of stars and planets. Thus, it did not require the use of any practical magic. Consequently, Jo was faced with yet another course she did not particularly enjoy. The mere thought of having to observe the night sky with telescopes every Wednesday evening, memorizing the names of various stars and the paths of planets, made her head throb with anxiety. Thursday was undoubtedly Jo's most anticipated day, for she recalled that her first flying lesson was to be held on that day. However, the merciless Miss Otter swiftly extinguished Jo's excitement. "Can't you check the timetable properly? The flying lesson on Thursday afternoon doesn't commence until next week. What are you doing rushing out like that? You little bun. You should come with me to the library to do your homework." After several debates about whether to lend assistance with homework, Hermione found that Jo was now the only one she could converse with in the dormitory, and on such a splendid afternoon, how can we not take a moment to admire the beauty of Hogwarts Castle? Let us stroll around the campus first, experience the rich history and enchanting magic of this school, and then ascend to the 8th floor of the castle to witness the sunset over the Scottish Highlands. How delightful that would be, don't you think, Hermione? I imagine you have yet to truly appreciate this school, as what you read in books certainly does not count. You know that Hogwarts Castle has a tendency to change on its own. Jo stretched lazily and suggested, "All right, but where do you intend to go? If you wish to venture down the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor, I refuse to accompany you to your demise." Hermione squinted at Jo, as if attempting to see through the mischievous thoughts swirling in her mind. "That I wasn't planning on going, but now you've piqued my curiosity." Jo pretended to ponder, but upon noticing Hermione's gloomy expression, she quickly added, "However, I don't want to meet an untimely end, so I'll postpone that plan." Jo caught a glimpse of Hermione standing to leave and decided to cease her teasing. All right, today is merely for wandering around, just to get acquainted with the campus. You ought to know that even in 7 years at Hogwarts, you might not fully explore the entire castle. Moreover, there's no harm in becoming more familiar with the campus. Is there? Fine, where do you want to go? Hermione inquired as she took a seat. There's so many places. We certainly won't be able to explore them all in this little time. Jo sighed. Let us first visit the common rooms of the other 3 houses. You want to sneak into the common rooms of the other 3 houses? Hermione raised an eyebrow. Of course not. I merely wish to take a look at the entrances and see what they are like. Just a casual stroll. Nothing too purposeful. You think too ill of me, Miss Otter, Jo said languidly. reclining on her bed, that you're inherently mischievous. Thoroughly so. And you called me Miss Otter again. What does that even mean? Hermione replied, her expression turning unfriendly. The secrets of the universe cannot be revealed. Jo feigned profundity. Seeking a beating. Are we? Hermione unexpectedly lunged at Jo, who lay on the bed. You are indeed not the one I have corrupted. You possess a tendency towards violence yourself. Jo nimbly dodged. Hermione, realizing she had missed her strike, retreated, clearly not intending to confront a prepared bun. Although they had only known each other for less than a week, Hermione was convinced that underestimating the combat prowess of a bun was a foolish endeavor. Who said that? It's all your fault. If you hadn't spoken halfway, I wouldn't have had to hit you. Hermione sat down again, tidying her hair into a ladylike manner that aren't you supposed to be exploring? Why are you still lying there? Let us go, then, to the Ravenclaw common room. Bronze Eagle Knocker. Jo leaped off the bed, signaling forward. Which is more dangerous, curiosity or vanity? Jo and Hermione stood before the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room. Before they could knock on the Bronze Eagle Knocker, it posed a question that I believe curiosity is more perilous, for I am more dangerous than Hermione. Jo answered without hesitation. How do I possess vanity? Hermione retorted indignantly. Incorrect answer. The Bronze Eagle Knocker mused for a moment before offering Jo another chance. Unless you can explain why you're more dangerous than Hermione, that I will relentlessly pursue curious matters. A question will not deter me until I achieve my goal. There is no defeat in this pursuit, but vanity, once thwarted, is simply that, defeat. The next instance of vanity is not the same as the one that was thwarted. Jo attempted to pinch the face of the Bronze Eagle Knocker, which, despite its animated speech, had a firm texture. Correct answer. After a moment of contemplation, the Bronze Eagle Knocker declared, You may enter, upon hearing the correct response. Jo mused, Indeed, it truly is capable of independent thought. There are no fixed answers. The Bronze Eagle Knocker fell silent, and the wooden door behind it slowly opened, only for Jo to swiftly close it again. Although Ravenclaw House had always proclaimed its welcome to students from other houses to visit their common room, provided they answered the Bronze Eagle Knocker's questions correctly, this invitation revealed the arrogance of the Eagles, believing that no one could answer their riddles. Thus, until she mastered the disillusionment charm, Jo had no intention of provoking the ire of the other house's common rooms. Today, we do not intend to enter the Ravenclaw common room. I came to ask you a question. Jo's ulterior motives were finally revealed. Pray tell. Assuming a room contains a number of phoenixes and unicorns, they collectively possess 77 heads and 266 legs. How many phoenixes and how many unicorns are in that room? So, is there really a quick way to calculate this? Hermione inquired. Of course. Otherwise, how could I have answered correctly when the Bronze Eagle Knocker asked again? Jo mimicked the proud demeanor Hermione often displayed after correctly answering questions. What is the matter? Do you wish to know? Beg me, and I shall tell you. If you want to say it, then I'll figure out myself. Hermione suddenly quickened her pace, leaving Jo behind. On Friday, it was a pivotal day for Harry and Ron. They finally managed to find their way directly to the Great Hall for breakfast without losing their way along the journey. What classes do we have today? Harry asked Ron as he added sugar to his porridge. 2 potions classes with the Slytherin students. Ron replied, Since Snape is the head of Slytherin House, they say he favors his own students. Now we shall see if that holds true. Let us hope Professor McGonagall also shows us some favor, Harry remarked. Professor McGonagall, head of Gryffindor House, had assigned them a hefty amount of homework just the day before. Professor McGonagall would favor us if only you all were more diligent. If she wishes to show favor, she can't help it. For instance, whenever Professor McGonagall poses a question, she always asks me first, and I always manage to answer correctly, thus earning points for Gryffindor. Hermione interjected, We're not like you. Ron scoffed, dismissing Hermione. Harry, have you been studying the potions textbook properly? Jo chimed in, observing the interaction and feeding Crookshanks. Harry jumped, startled by Jo's sudden inquiry. What about those questions I asked you? Do you remember them? In a state of perplexity, Chow inquired about Harry's reaction, which starkly contrasted with his demeanor upon hearing of his mother's exceptional potion-making prowess on the Hogwarts Express. What's the matter? Harry awkwardly scratched the back of his head. You're beyond saving, truly, Chow declared. utterly disinclined to engage with this forgetful little boy any further at tea that moment. The mail arrived. Harry had grown accustomed to this routine. However, on the first day at breakfast, the sudden flurry of over 100 owls swooping into the great hall had startled him considerably. These owls flitted around the dining tables until they located their respective owners, dropping letters or parcels onto their laps. Thus far, Hedwig had yet to deliver anything to Harry. Occasionally, she would come in, peck at his ear for a morsel of toast, and then return to the Ollery to sleep alongside the other owls on campus. But this morning, she fluttered down between the jam dish and the sugar bowl, placing a note on Harry's plate. Harry promptly unfolded the note. "Dear Harry," the handwriting was exceedingly scrawled. "I am aware that you have no lessons on Friday afternoon. Would you care to join me for tea around 3? I am eager to hear about your first week. Please have Hedwig send me a reply. Hagrid." Harry hastily borrowed a quill from Ron and scribbled on the back of the note. "Sure. I'd be delighted. See you in the afternoon." Then he sent Hedwig off. "Hagrid has invited me for tea this afternoon. Would you like to come, Chow?" "Oh, absolutely. I would love to visit Hagrid," Chow replied. Fortunately, Harry had the prospect of tea with Hagrid to look forward to, as potions had quickly become the most tedious subject for him since arriving at Hogwarts. During the feast at the start of term, Harry sensed that Professor Snape harbored a dislike for him. By the end of the first potions class, he realized he had misjudged the situation. It wasn't mere dislike. Snape loathed him. Potions class was held in a dimly lit dungeon classroom, far colder than the castle above, and lined with glass jars containing preserved specimens of various creatures, which only served to heighten one's unease. Chow could distinctly feel that Kashi was uncomfortable in this environment, as with Professor Flitwick. Snape began class by taking attendance, and like Flitwick, he always paused when reaching Harry's name. "Ah, yes," Professor Snape murmured softly, "Harry Potter, our illustrious new arrival." Draco Malfoy and his friends, Crabbe and Goyle, stifled their laughter behind their hands. At this moment, Chow's mind was filled with questions. Had Malfoy changed his demeanor, or was he merely putting on a facade? Wasn't he supposed to be one of the exemplary youths of the socialist era? Everything felt oddly familiar, yet strangely different. After calling the roll, Snape lifted his gaze to survey the class, his eyes as dark as Hagrid's but lacking any warmth. His gaze was cold and vacant, reminiscent of 2 pitch-black tunnels. "You are here to learn the intricate science and precise craft of potion-making," he began, his voice barely above a whisper, yet every student heard his words clearly. Like Professor McGonagall, Snape possessed an effortless authority that instilled order within the classroom. This is not a place for frivolously waving wands. Many of you may not believe this is magic. I do not expect you to truly grasp the exquisite wonders of a cauldron simmering gently, emitting fragrant vapors, nor the enchanting liquid that flows through people's veins, stirring the heart and clouding the mind, that I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death. But there is one condition. You must not be the sort of imbecile I frequently encounter. Upon concluding his brief introduction, the class fell into a stunned silence. Harry and Ron raised their eyebrows, exchanging glances. Hermione Granger nearly leaned out of her chair, eager to demonstrate that she was not an imbecile. "Potter," Snape suddenly called, "what would happen if I were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of wormwood?" "What root powder goes into what solution?" Harry glanced at Ron, who, like him, was equally bewildered. Hermione's arm shot up in the air. I. Harry stammered, unable to articulate, yet a vague familiarity nagged at him as he desperately searched his mind for the answer. Snape curled his lip in disdain. "Tiske, it seems that fame does not equate to knowledge." Deliberately ignoring Hermione's raised arm, he continued, "Let us try again. Potter, if I were to ask you to fetch me a piece of dung, where would you go to find it?" Hermione strained to keep her hand aloft without leaving her seat, while Harry remained oblivious to what exactly dung was. He made an effort to avoid looking at Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, who were shaking with laughter. Harry felt a glimmer of understanding. "I suspect you haven't read a single book before arriving at school. Have you, Potter?" Snape scrutinized Harry from above. Harry forced himself to maintain a steady gaze into Snape's cold eyes. At the Dursleys, he had indeed perused every book available, but could Snape truly expect him to memorize the contents of 1,000 magical herbs and fungi? Snape continued to disregard Hermione's trembling hand. "Potter, Then tell me, what is the difference between aconite and wolfbane? At that moment, Hermione stood up, her arms stretching toward the ceiling of the dungeon classroom. A few students chuckled. Harry met Seamus' gaze, who gave him a knowing look. Snape, of course, was far from pleased that Harry's mind was a tempest, attempting to recall the answers to 3 questions, feeling as though his head might burst into flames. I've got it. Powdered daffodil and wormwood can create a potent sleeping draught. The draught of living death. Dung is a stone extracted from a goat's stomach, known for its powerful detoxifying properties. As for aconite and wolfbane, they're the same plant, commonly referred to as monkshood. Harry blurted out, feeling as if his head were indeed smoking, for his face was flushed and beads of sweat were evident on his forehead, particularly pronounced in the chilly dungeon classroom. Yet he was thankful that he had managed to recall the answers just in time, not particularly concerned about when he had encountered them. He was simply relieved to have answered correctly. Well, you got it right. It seems the illustrious Potter possesses some knowledge after all. At least he hasn't squandered his time. Professor Snape appeared genuinely astonished, though his expression quickly darkened as he bellowed at the surrounding students. Do you all understand? Why aren't you writing this down? At that moment, the rustling of quills and parchment erupted. Amidst the commotion, Snape remarked, Potter, due to your stammering and wasting everyone's time, Gryffindor will lose a point. The potions class continued, yet the plight of the Gryffindor students did not improve. Snape divided them into pairs, guiding them in the preparation of a simple potion for treating boils. Snape strode around the classroom, his long black cloak trailing behind him, observing them as they measured dried nettles and crushed snake fangs. Nearly every student faced criticism. Even Xiao's attempt to utilize standardized chemical techniques from his previous life, wafting the scent of the potion with his hand, was deemed pretentious in Professor Snape's eyes. What a loss of favor, Xiao thought to himself, truly believing that fan fiction was deceiving. Snape was targeting him, Harry, and Gryffindor, and there was no such thing as a standardized method to win over the old bat. The notion that Lily's son had a talent for potions, and they would be reconciled, was utterly unfounded. Indeed, Harry had his own shortcomings. How could he not remember the answers to 3 questions? Only Malfoy seemed to escape unscathed, evidently favored by Snape. Just as he was demonstrating the perfect technique for boiling a slug with tentacles, a cauldron in the dungeon classroom suddenly emitted a noxious green smoke, followed by a loud hissing sound. Neville, for some reason, had managed to turn Seamus' cauldron into a lopsided mass. The potion spilled onto the stone floor, burning holes in the students' shoes. Within seconds, the entire class was standing on their stools. As Neville became drenched in potion, his arms and legs covered in swollen boils, causing him to wail in pain. Idiot! Snape roared, waving his wand to clear the spilled potion from the floor. I assume you forgot to remove the cauldron from the fire before adding the hedgehog spines. Correct? Neville began to sob uncontrollably, his nose suddenly sprouting numerous boils. Take him to the hospital wing, Snape commanded sharply to Seamus. Subsequently, he paced restlessly around Harry and Ron, who were seated next to Neville. Potter, why didn't you advise him against adding hedgehog spines? Do you relish the thought of his blunder reflecting poorly on you? Gryffindor has already lost a point because of you. This is utterly unjust. Just as Harry was about to articulate a defense, Ron discreetly kicked him from behind the cauldron. Stop being foolish, he murmured. I've heard that Snape is particularly unreasonable. An hour later, they ascended the stairs from the underground classroom. Harry's mind a tumult of thoughts, his spirits low. During the very first week of school, Gryffindor had been docked 2 points due to him, and he couldn't fathom why Snape harbored such animosity towards him. Cheer up, Ron urged. Snape often deducts points from Fred and George as well. Can I accompany you to see Hagrid? Precisely, he seems to have it in for us Gryffindors that I notice Goyle and Crabbe aren't exactly stellar students either. Yet he feigns ignorance every time he passes by them, George exclaimed indignantly. And Harry, didn't I warn you? How could you forget all 3 questions? Don't you wish to learn about your mother from the potions professor? What? Snape knows about my mother? Harry seemed struck by lightning, momentarily frozen in place. What? How can that be possible? George was utterly perplexed by the situation. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. Harry, do you remember what happened that day? The day of the Hogwarts Express? After my duel with Malfoy? Wasn't it you who summoned the 3-headed hellhound? After defeating Malfoy, Ron's twin brothers teased them, and then you lectured Malfoy, causing him, Goyle, and Crabbe to flee in disgrace. You still haven't explained how Snape knows about my mother, Harry interjected without hesitation. How could they flee in disgrace? Wasn't it a reconciliation? Ron questioned, looking bewildered. What else could it be? Reconciliation. I should have given the fallen dog a proper beating. Ron initially appeared confused, then donned a look of regret. Harry, how much do you recall about what happened before my duel with Malfoy? George inquired. Wait, I think I remember now. Yes, that was when I mentioned feeling as though I had seen Snape's questions before. Just before your duel with Malfoy. You said then that my mother had great talent in potions, implying that the potion professor might know something about her. Wait, how could I forget such an important detail? Harry mused, struggling to piece it together. Why can't I remember? Weren't we discussing Quidditch? Ron pondered as well. There must be something amiss. Could it be a convergence of timelines? A self-correcting history? Or perhaps a forgetting charm? George muttered to himself, suddenly struck by inspiration. Yes, a forgetting charm. If only a memory ball were available right now. Wait, Neville will receive one next week. We can verify then. Wait, were you two discussing? Have Harry and Ron been subjected to a forgetting charm? Hermione asked incredulously. Right, Hermione, do you recall? So, we may have been subjected to a forgetting charm and forgotten certain things. Harry asked, it might not even be a forgetting charm. Perhaps I am the only one with the issue. George replied, despondently, that I believe the problem lies with you. We could never become friends with Malfoy in a million lifetimes. Ron interjected. As the clock approached 3:55, they departed the castle, traversing the grounds towards Hagrid's abode. Hagrid resided in a small wooden cabin on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, with a crossbow and a pair of rubber boots situated by the front door. When Harry knocked, they heard a flurry of anxious struggles and a few low growls from within. Then came Hagrid's voice. Back off, Fong, back off. Hagrid opened the door a crack, revealing his bearded visage. Wait a moment, he said. Back off, Fong. Hagrid ushered them inside while grappling with a massive black hound's collar. The cabin consisted of a single room. Hams and wild chickens hung from the ceiling. A copper kettle simmered water over the hearth, and a large bed made of patched-up blankets occupied one corner. Hello, Hagrid. I just want to stop by and see you. I hope you don't mind, George said that of course not. You're most welcome. Don't be shy, Hagrid replied, releasing Fong. The hound instantly bounded toward Ron, licking his ears. Like Hagrid, Fong clearly was not as fierce as he appeared. This is Ron, Harry introduced. Hagrid was busy pouring hot water into a large teapot while placing rock cakes onto a plate. Another little Weasley brother. I see, Hagrid remarked, casting a glance at Ron's freckled face. I nearly spent half my life trying to keep those twins out of the Forbidden Forest. Those rock cakes nearly knocked their teeth out. Yet Harry and Ron pretended to relish the treats, while George let Crookshanks out, allowing the cat to return to its original size, finding the rock cakes not too challenging to swallow. Hagrid was quite fond of Crookshanks, rummaging under the bed for his cherished spirits to offer the cat, but George promptly declined. Maybe she'll enjoy drinking when she grows a bit. Hagrid insisted that I'll save some for her. They dined while recounting the events of their classes over the past few days. Fong rested his head on Harry's knee, drooling all over his robes. Harry and Ron found amusement in Hagrid referring to Filch as that old codger. And as for that cat, Mrs. Norris, one day, I truly wish to introduce her Fong. Did you know she follows me everywhere when I go to school? No matter where I go, I can't shake her off. It's surely Filch's doing. Harry recounted the incident in Snape's class. Hagrid, like Ron, urged Harry not to worry, claiming that Snape had little affection for any student. But he seems to genuinely despise me. Nonsense, Hagrid exclaimed. Why would he hate you? George mentioned she read in a book that my mother was quite gifted in potions. Perhaps Professor Snape has information regarding her, Harry lamented. But I botched the first potions class, and it seems we've also lost part of our memories. What? Hagrid's were nearly lifted the roof off. Lost memories? That is not a trivial matter. Harry, who had the audacity to cast a forgetting charm on you? In fact, we're uncertain whether it was a forgetting charm that M.Y. and Ron's recollections of the journey on the Hogwarts Express line. But George's memory differs from ours. We even queried other students present that day, and their memories matched ours. It's only George who diverges, Harry explained, startled by Hagrid's tone. George and Fred recall the same as us. Ron added, George, are you certain your memories differ from Harry's at the same time, rather than just missing a segment? Hagrid asked earnestly. I am absolutely certain. George affirmed, "and I believe it's not my issue." Harry's memory during that period is also somewhat hazy. Otherwise, he wouldn't forget my hints regarding the potions class. Yes, I only recalled that George had indeed given me hints about the potions class after much effort. Harry said, "I can't fathom why that segment of memory is so unclear." Well, if this is a widespread forgetting charm, then only a select few in the magical world could possibly cast it. However, a forgetting charm can only erase memories, not alter them. Clearly, you have been subjected to a more advanced spell, Hagrid stated. Dumbledore would never resort to such measures. Beyond that, I can't think of anyone else with such capability. If they appeared at Hogwarts, Dumbledore would surely notice. George had actually thought of two individuals, Peter Pettigrew and Lockhart, but quickly dismissed them. One would not easily expose himself, and the other lacked motive. Yet one thing was certain. Their memories had been tampered with. Hagrid continued to ponder, undisturbed, until he finally said, "I ought to write to Dumbledore." He retrieved paper and quill, but Harry volunteered to compose the letter on his behalf. George felt a twinge of desire to do so as well, but ultimately suppressed it, hoping for a private meeting with Professor Dumbledore. However, Harry sensed that Hagrid avoided his gaze while speaking, indicating that Hagrid likely harbored other thoughts he chose not to voice. "How is your brother Charlie?" Hagrid inquired about Ron, expressing his fondness for him, citing his remarkable affinity with animals. Harry, suspecting that Hagrid was intentionally diverting the conversation, observed as Ron recounted Charlie's research on dragons. It was then that Harry noticed a small piece of paper pressed under the teapot cozy, a snippet clipped from the Daily Prophet. Latest report on the Gringotts break-in. The investigation into the unlawful intrusion at Gringotts Vault 713 on July 31st is ongoing. It is widely believed to have been perpetrated by an unidentified dark wizard. Goblins at Gringotts reiterated today that nothing was stolen, that in fact, the vault that was invaded had been emptied several days prior. A spokesperson for Gringotts stated this afternoon, "We cannot disclose what the vault contained. It is best not to interfere with this matter." Harry recalled Ron mentioning on the train that there had been an attempt to rob Gringotts, though Ron had not specified the date. "Hagrid," Harry exclaimed, "the vault that was breached was 713, and the very day of the Gringotts break-in coincided with my birthday. On that day, you sent word through Hagrid that you couldn't make it." Without a doubt, Hagrid could not meet Harry's gaze this time, but he merely grunted in response and handed Harry a rock cake. Harry sensed Hagrid's unease, convinced that the matter was indeed connected to him, and he scrutinized the article once more. In fact, the vault that was invaded had been emptied several days prior. Harry pondered. If the filthy little bag was synonymous with being emptied, then Hagrid had already cleared Vault 713. Could that wretched little bag be what the intruder sought? As Ron, Harry, and Hermione ambled back to the castle for dinner, their pockets were laden with the heavy rock cakes, and out of courtesy, they felt obliged to accept them. Hagrid insisted that Professor Dumbledore would address the matter of memory, urging them not to concern themselves with it. After an afternoon of tea with Hagrid, Harry felt burdened with more questions than he had faced in class over the past few days. Hagrid clearly had thoughts about who might have cast the memory charm on them. At least a suspect, but he seemed unwilling to share. Furthermore, was the small bag that had been stolen from Gringotts the same one that Hagrid had hastily acquired? Where was the bag now? Did Hagrid possess knowledge regarding Snape that he was reluctant to disclose? Most perplexing was Hermione's apparent belief in Hagrid's words, as she showed no intention of probing further. Harry quickly forgot his preoccupations regarding the memory alteration incident on the Hogwarts Express and the theft at Gringotts Vault 713. Perhaps, for a child, it was indeed easier to be captivated by the immediate circumstances. Harry had previously never believed he would come to know a boy whom he loathed even more than Dudley. He only came to this realization after encountering Draco Malfoy. However, first-year Gryffindor students only shared potions class with Slytherin students, making the ordeal of enduring Malfoy somewhat bearable, at least initially. Then one day, they discovered a notice posted in the Gryffindor common room, which elicited a collective sigh of dismay. Flying lessons were set to commence on Thursday, and Gryffindor students would be attending class with Slytherin students. Another Thursday arrived, an eagerly anticipated Thursday for Hermione, not only because flying lessons were finally upon them, but also because Neville would receive a memory ball which he could borrow to confirm certain matters. Throughout the week, The thought of the memory theft sent chills down Hermione's spine. She was acutely aware that the name Hagrid had not revealed that day could only belong to a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber, most likely Grindelwald or Voldemort, the latter of whom could very well be at Hogwarts at that moment. It was clear the act had not been committed prior to the sorting, but the timing of the event was less significant than the identity of the perpetrator and their motives. Hermione firmly believed her memory was intact, which meant the issue lay with all the little wizards aboard the Hogwarts Express at that time. What then were Voldemort's intentions and motivations? Hermione had pondered this throughout the week without arriving at a conclusion. In the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, Harry lamented, "What bad luck! Just as I expected, making a fool of myself in front of Malfoy. While riding a broomstick, I had longed to learn to fly with an intensity unmatched by anything else. Yet now everything feels utterly dreadful. Whether you will make a fool of yourself is still uncertain." Ron rationally replied, "I know Malfoy boasts about his Quidditch prowess, but I would wager he is merely bragging." Malfoy often prattled on about flying, loudly lamenting that first-year students were ineligible to join the house Quidditch team, regaling them with lengthy, self-aggrandizing tales that invariably concluded with his thrilling escape from a Muggle helicopter. However, Malfoy's boastfulness was not unique. Listening to Seamus Finnegan, one would think he spent most of his childhood soaring through the fields on a broomstick. Even Ron, whenever someone was willing to listen, would recount a near miss he had while riding Charlie's old broomstick, almost colliding with a hang glider. Ron had quarreled with his dorm mate Dean Thomas over a football match. Ron could not comprehend what was so exhilarating about a game where there was only one ball and no one was allowed to fly. Harry inadvertently caught sight of Ron poking at Dean's West Ham football team poster, attempting to animate the players. Neville, having never ridden a broomstick in his life, was prohibited from doing so by his grandmother. Harry privately thought her reasoning was sound, considering Neville could create accidents even with both feet firmly planted on the ground. In the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, it seemed every student from a wizarding family was chattering incessantly about Quidditch. Except for Hermione, who lived in a Muggle town. In fact, Hermione had long ago confessed to Harry, back during the summer, that she had no experience with flying due to her mother's strictness. Now, she was merely reiterating her honesty. Lavender was regaling her friends with tales of her cousin who had taken her flying over the city at night, while she mentioned another cousin, Kelly Brown, who was a professional rugby player. Parvati recounted a childhood experience of competing with her sister for a toy broomstick, a souvenir brought back by their uncle from abroad, as wizards in India typically used flying carpets, in terms of flying. Hermione Granger was nearly as anxious as Neville. Such a skill could not be gleaned from books alone, yet she had never attempted it on Thursday morning. While having breakfast, Hermione incessantly recited flying instructions she had gleaned from a library book titled The Marvelous Quidditch Ball, irritating her friends to no end. Neville hung on her every word, desperately hoping to glean something useful that would help him remain securely seated on a broomstick. However, when the post arrived to interrupt Hermione's lecture, the others felt an immense sense of relief. Since Hagrid's last letter, Harry had not received any correspondence, and needless to say, Malfoy had already taken note of this. Malfoy's owl frequently delivered large parcels of sweets from home, which he would gleefully unpack at the Slytherin table. An owl from Neville's grandmother brought him a small package. Excitedly, Neville opened it to show everyone, a glass ball the size of a baseball, seemingly filled with white smoke. Indeed, the memory ball had arrived. "This is a memory ball," he explained to him. "Why, grandmother knows I often forget things. It will tell you if there is something you've forgotten to do. Look, you hold it tightly like this, and if it turns red," he suddenly frowned as the memory ball glowed bright red, "then you've forgotten something." Desperately, Neville racked his brain for what he might have overlooked. Hermione stood to remind him, "Neville, you forgot to wear your coat today. Oh, it appears to be true. It's not as red now." "Thank you, Hermione," Neville said, raising the memory ball in gratitude towards her. Just then, Draco Malfoy and his entourage passed by the Gryffindor table. Unable to resist, Hermione stopped him. "Draco, didn't we agree on the train to support each other?" "I must say, being interrupted before I even finish my thought makes me wonder if you truly believe I am afraid of you. Who do you think you are, you pitiful half-breed? Standing next to you makes me feel sullied. Why father once remarked that individuals like you should never be permitted at Hogwarts, if not for Dumbledore. Humph. Do you really think your mere words could make me yield?" Let me tell you, no one can compel the noble Malfoy to bow. That day in the compartment, your numbers were merely a temporary advantage. It appears you were thoroughly deceived. Ha ha ha. You think you're worthy of being my friend? Teaske, he said out at this moment. Chow was left speechless, her face flushed with indignation. You infuriate me. I am so enraged that I even question my eloquence. Wondered if you had been struck by forgetting charm, but never doubted your natural obstinacy. Ron and Harry had now positioned themselves beside Xiao, drawing their wands. What? Do you intend to duel in the Great Hall? School rules explicitly prohibit the use of magic in the hall, or corridors that, of course. With those meager house points of yours, there's little left to deduct. Oh wait, I suspect you reckless Gryffindors have never even glanced at the rules. Poor Gryffindor. The rules were set by my father, a member of the Board of Governors. He could easily add a stipulation forbidding students from pointing wands at their classmates in the Great Hall. Hermione intervened to restrain Harry and Ron, while Xiao took a seat, thinking, since I cannot change history, do not blame me for being heartless. Malfoy, seeing that Harry and his friends had ceased hostilities, strutted away triumphantly, swiping the memory ball from Neville's hands with a sudden motion. The once pale red memory ball turned a vivid crimson in his grasp, but unfortunately, Xiao was too preoccupied with her own schemes to witness this. Before Xiao could act, Harry and Ron sprang into action. Fueled by past grievances, they eagerly sought confrontation with Malfoy. Harry rushed towards Malfoy to defend Xiao's honor, while Ron, though a step slower, deftly restrained Goyle and Crabbe with commendable bravery. Hermione, anxious and flustered, suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and quickly intervened before Xiao could retaliate. You are going to make us lose so many points. Fortunately for Hermione, Professor McGonagall had a knack for detecting disturbances more swiftly than other teachers. And in no time, she appeared. What is going on? Malfoy stole my memory ball, Professor. Malfoy, with a sullen expression, swiftly tossed the memory ball back onto the table. Just a bad ball. Wait and see. With that, he hastily departed, followed closely by Crabbe and Goyle. However, McGonagall was not about to let him off the hook. Mr. Malfoy, instigating a dispute warrants a deduction of 3 points for Slytherin. She then strode towards the staff table, her heels clicking authoritatively. Upon hearing this, the young Gryffindors exhaled in relief. Neville, may I borrow your memory ball for a moment? Xiao inquired. Sure, use it as you like. I just need to ponder if I've forgotten anything else. Neville replied bitterly. Xiao picked up the memory ball from the table, which gradually transformed back into transparent glass. Oh, Arbita, it seemed my suspicions were correct. The problem was not with me. Thank you. Neville. Now, Harry, Ron, who will try it first? Xiao turned to the two boys. Surprisingly, neither Harry nor Ron caused the memory ball to turn red. Indeed, he is obstinately stubborn. How could I have worried about him? That detestable Malfoy. Xiao exclaimed with a fierce scowl. He is even more odious than Dudley. I've always said the Malfoys are a wretched lot. Ron chimed in. So, do you still dare to say that Professor McGonagall does not favor us? Hermione retorted triumphantly. Fine, I admit my error. If you hadn't stopped Xiao, Harry and I wouldn't have had to face 2 against 1 that afternoon at 3:30. Xiao, Hermione, Harry, Ron, and the rest of the Gryffindor students hurried down the stairs to the outdoor grounds. Preparing for their first flying lesson. It was a clear day with a gentle breeze, and as they briskly descended the sloping grass toward the flat expanse on the opposite side, the blades of grass swayed beneath their feet. Beyond the lawn lay the forbidden forest, with dark trees swaying ominously in the distance. The Slytherin students were already gathered there, with 20 flying broomsticks lined up neatly on the ground. Xiao couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Having heard Fred and George Weasley complain in the Gryffindor common room about the school's broomsticks, some of which would tremble when flying too high, while others had a tendency to veer slightly to the left. After all, one would expect a hero to ride a fine steed, not a crooked bicycle, which would undoubtedly hinder the efficiency of learning to ride that moment. Their instructor, Madame Hooch, arrived. She had short gray hair and yellow eyes that resembled those of a fire dragon. Well then, what are you all waiting for? She barked. Stand next to a broomstick. Quickly now. Time is of the essence. Xiao glanced down at the broomstick beside her. It was old and tattered, with branches protruding awkwardly. Extend your right hand and place it above the broomstick. Madame Hooch instructed before commanding, "Up, up." Everyone echoed. Xiao's broom immediately soared in her hand, a peculiar sensation that defied the laws of physics. She barely needed to exert any effort to lift it. It seemed to hover in the air, responding to her gentle tug as if it were floating on water. Xiao noticed Harry's broom leap into his hand as well, but such obedient brooms were few and far between. Hermione Granger's broom merely rolled on the ground, while Neville's broom remained utterly immobile. Harry sighed in relief at having a compliant broom, then mused that perhaps brooms could sense one's inner trepidation, as Neville's voice quivered, unmistakably revealing his desire to remain grounded. Next, Madame Hooch demonstrated how to mount the broom without sliding off. The young wizards mimicked her actions and mounted their brooms, to Xiao's surprise. Riding the broom did not feel uncomfortable. Rather, it felt akin to sitting on a soft cushion. Indeed, after so many years of development, broomsticks had undergone quite a number of user-friendly improvements. If Hermione knew what Xiao was thinking, she would likely lecture her, saying, "If you read more books, you wouldn't be so astonished." Madame Hooch walked along the line, correcting their grip. Malfoy, continuously criticized by Madame Hooch for his errors, was visibly frustrated. However, Harry and Ron appeared to be in high spirits, as the delight on their faces was palpable upon witnessing Malfoy's failure to show off. In contrast, Hermione's mood was evidently dismal. She had come to the disheartening realization that her knowledge wouldn't aid her in this lesson, and she would be unable to surpass Xiao, or even that annoying Ron, who seemed more composed at this moment. "All right, when I whistle, you will push off the ground with your legs. You must push off with force." Madame Hooch instructed, "Hold your broom steady, rise a few feet, then lean slightly forward to return to the ground vertically. Listen for my whistle in 3, 2. However, Neville was far too anxious, terrified of being left behind, so he pushed off vigorously before the whistle even reached Madame Hooch's lips, soaring upwards. "Come back, child," Madame Hooch called out, but Neville shot straight up, like a cork popping from a bottle, reaching 12 feet. Then 20 feet. Everyone could see the terror etched on Neville's pale face as he ascended rapidly, gasping for breath, and about to slide off the side of the broomstick. The field erupted in gasps of astonishment. A flash of red light zipped past Xiao. It was Keisai, who was in sync with her. Keisai darted forward, seizing the collar of Neville's shirt, ready to flap her wings and lift him up. Simultaneously, Miss Otter raised her wand and cast a spell to stop him. A red light flickered. Perhaps due to the distance or the broom's instability, the spell failed to affect Neville and instead struck Keisai, who, despite her high magical resistance as a phoenix, was caught off guard and paused for a moment. In that instant, with a ripping sound, Neville's collar tore, and then, with a loud thud, he fell face first into the grass. Curled up, his broom continued to ascend, gradually drifting towards the forbidden forest, disappearing from sight. Keisai had no choice but to shrink down and land on Xiao's shoulder. "I was trying to help." Hermione's complexion turned ashen as she stammered an explanation. Yet at that moment, no one paid her any heed. All attention was focused on Neville. Ms. Hooch leaned down to observe Neville, her face mirroring his pallor, her wrist broken. She softly reassured him, "It's all right, dear, just get up." Turning to the rest of the class, she declared, "I will take this child to the hospital. None of you are to move. Return the broomsticks to their rightful places, or else before you can utter a word of Quidditch, you shall find yourselves expelled from Hogwarts. Now, come along, dear." Tears streamed down Neville's face as he clutched his wrist, hobbling alongside Ms. Hooch, who wrapped her arm around him. As soon as they were out of earshot, Malfoy erupted into laughter. "Did you see that fool's face? That big oaf?" Other Slytherin students chimed in with mirth. "Shut up, Malfoy," Parvati Patil snapped. "Oh, defending Longbottom, are we?" Pansy Parkinson, an unattractive Slytherin girl, retorted, "I never thought you'd fancy that little crybaby, Patil, that I never imagined you would be drawn to such an eyesore." "Parkinson," said Ron, immediately siding with his roommate. Pansy glanced nervously at Malfoy, who surveyed her appearance with a look of disdain. "How long before you stir up trouble again?" "Ms. Hooch," but before Ron could continue, he was dragged back by Miss Otter. This, in fact, suited Malfoy perfectly. "Look," he quickly changed the subject, darting to grab something from the grass. It was a gift from Longbottom's grandmother. He lifted the memory ball. Weighing it in his hand, the glass orb swiftly turned red, glimmering in the sunlight. still a bad ball. Unfortunately, Ron hadn't seen it. "Hand it over, Malfoy," Harry said quietly. All conversation ceased as they turned their gaze towards him. Malfoy sneered maliciously. "I think I'll place it somewhere for Longbottom to retrieve, perhaps atop a tree. How about that?" "Give it here," Harry shouted, but Malfoy had already stuffed the ball in his pocket, leapt onto his broom, and took off. He was not exaggerating. He indeed flew well, hovering at the height of an oak's treetop, shouting, "Come and get it, Potter!" At that moment, Ron squeezed back into the fray, fanning the flames of the confrontation. "Go on, Harry Potter, show him what you're made of. Broomstick charge." This time, Ron was not prepared to intervene. It was Harry's stage now. How else could Harry earn Professor McGonagall's favor and secure a place on the Gryffindor team? Watching Ron's exaggerated gestures, Harry felt his face flush with embarrassment as he swiftly grasped his broom, determined to pursue Malfoy. "Stop," Hermione Granger called out, catching up with him, but Ms. Hooch told us not to move. "You'll get us all into trouble." Ignoring her, Harry's heartbeat thundered in his ears. Ron effectively blocked Miss Otter's path, saying, "Why should I refrain? Let the boys handle their own affairs. You can enjoy the show. Who knows? It may end favorably." Perhaps it was Ron's final remark that silenced Miss Otter. Harry mounted his broom, pushing off the ground with force, ascending into the air. The wind whipped through his hair, and his robes billowed behind him as he experienced a surge of exhilarating joy. Realizing he had discovered a skill he could master effortlessly, he lifted the broom higher, hearing the screams and gasps of the girls below. Along with Ron's awestruck shouts, he abruptly turned the broom toward Malfoy in midair. Malfoy appeared taken aback. "Hand it over," Harry shouted, "or I'll knock you off your broom. Oh, is that so?" Malfoy replied, attempting to sound mocking. Though his expression was tense, he hadn't anticipated Harry would fly so steadily. It seemed Harry instinctively knew what to do. Leaning forward, he gripped the broom tightly, and it shot toward Malfoy like a javelin. Malfoy barely dodged, and Harry swiftly adjusted his position, maintaining his grip on the broom. Below, several onlookers applauded. "You're not protected by Crabbe and Goyle here, Malfoy," Harry called out. Malfoy seemed to have the same thought. Yelling, "Here, let's see if you can catch this." He hurled the glass ball high into the air, then quickly descended toward the ground. The red glass orb became transparent in the sunlight, but alas, Ron missed his last chance to discern the memory ball's color. Perceiving it only as a glimmering, translucent meteor, Harry watched as the glass ball arced through the air in slow motion before beginning its descent. That he leaned forward, angling the broom just below the falling memory ball. In the blink of an eye, he accelerated and dove after it, the wind howling in his ears. Mingling with the audience's cries, he reached out and caught the glass ball just a foot above the ground. He straightened the broom, executing a graceful arc before gently landing on the grass, firmly grasping the now transparent memory ball in his palm. "Harry Potter!" Professor McGonagall shouted as she ran towards them. Harry's heart sank suddenly, plummeting faster than he had just dived. Rising from the ground, he trembled. In all my years at Hogwarts, I've never seen." Professor McGonagall stammered in shock, her glasses glinting with fury. "How dare you? You could have broken your neck." "It wasn't his fault, Professor," Parvati interjected. "Silence, Miss Patil." "But Malfoy." "Enough, Mr. Weasley." "All right, Potter, come with me." Professor McGonagall strode towards the castle, and Harry followed mechanically. As he departed, he noticed the smug expressions on Malfoy's, Crabbe's, and Goyle's faces. That I think Harry's in big trouble. "You can tell by McGonagall's expression," Ron said, grimacing. "That don't worry, everyone. I doubt it's anything serious." Perhaps Professor McGonagall saw how well Harry flew and is considering letting him join the Gryffindor team, said Ron optimistically. "That's what you think. Harry may very well be expelled," Hermione replied, exasperated. Harry seemed to hear her. Only aware that he was likely to be expelled, he wanted to say something in his defense. But his throat felt constricted. Professor McGonagall marched ahead without sparing him a glance, and he had to jog to keep up. It was over for him. He had only been at Hogwarts for less than 2 weeks, and in 10 minutes he would be packing his things to leave. What would the Dursleys say when they saw him at the door, as they ascended the steps to the entrance and climbed the marble staircase inside? Professor McGonagall remained silent. She opened door after door, striding through corridor after corridor, with Harry trailing behind like a lost puppy. Surely she was taking him to see Dumbledore. He thought of Hagrid, despite being expelled. had been permitted to remain at the school as the keeper of keys and grounds. Perhaps he could serve as Hagrid's assistant. He envisioned himself toting Hagrid's bags, trudging about the grounds as he watched Ron and the others become wizards. The thought twisted his stomach into knots. Professor McGonagall halted outside a classroom. She pushed the door open and poked her head inside. "Excuse me, Professor Flitwick, may I bring what out?"